Introduction. Having survived what should have been a premature demise, Rhaegar emerged as the Onadi prince. Weakness could not overpower him, and the loss of his claim to the throne did not lead him to despair. He embarked on a quest as an explorer, seeking lost treasures and embarking on a legendary journey to conquer the Seven Kingdoms. He explored the skull of the Black Death, gaining the legacy of dragons and a 50 resistance to flames. He sought the auspicious white deer, receiving the blessing of the auspicious beast and a wish for longevity. He delved into the realms of Blackfyre and the Dark Sisters, earning the king's gaze and the knight's vow. Rhaegar commanded dragons and sat upon the Iron Throne, disdainful of the machinations of all ambitious souls. Winter is approaching, and I shall ride the dragons. Chapter 1. The Onadi Prince. In the realm of Westeros, since the conqueror Aegon rode dragons alongside his sisters and wives, Visenya and Rhaenys, to vanquish the Seven Kingdoms, this land witnessed unification. The ascension of Aegon marked the beginning of Aegon's year, known as 1 AC. With this year as a dividing line, the time before unification is referred to as BC, while the era following it is known as AC. In the year 111 AC, during early summer, in the capital city of Westeros, King's Landing, to the east of the Red Keep, walls stood adjacent to the coastline. Within those walls lay a small garden, inaccessible to outsiders. A white deer, a dirty handkerchief, a bear from the sea. A small boy, 5 or 6 years of age, with silvery golden hair and violet eyes, lounged beneath a sturdy beam of fishwood, muttering in boredom. Another nightmare, endless and unyielding. He was Rhaegar Targaryen, a true scion of dragon blood. His father was Viserys Targaryen, the 5th king of Westeros, the Lord of the Iron Throne. Your Highness, the celebration of your birthday is about to commence. The queen is calling for you. A young maidservant approached, softly reminding the young prince. Rhaegar lifted his head, his face gaunt and pale as parchment, with deep-set, melancholy eyes accentuated by dark circles beneath them. He gazed at the maidservant, his voice low. I have expressed my disinterest in birthday celebrations. The maidservant clasped her hands, striving to muster a smile. I apologize, but the queen truly wishes to see you. Understood. I shall make my way there. Rhaegar nodded, not wanting to trouble the maidservant caught in the middle, and followed her lead into the Red Keep. He was the firstborn son of King Viserys, and his mother was the late queen, Aemma Arryn, who perished during childbirth. His birthday was also the anniversary of his mother's death. Thus, to celebrate my birthday annually, I am truly grateful to the current queen, Alicent Hightower. The interior of the Red Keep was vast, magnificent, and solemn. Upon reaching a certain room on a higher floor, the sounds of a child's cries echoed from the ajar door. Rhaegar gestured for the maidservant to leave and approached the entrance. Inside, a lavishly dressed young woman cradled a wailing boy, while a little girl at her feet drooled over a cake. Out of the corner of her eye, Alicent caught sight of the slender figure of Rhaegar and immediately turned, apologetically stating, Aegon is eyeing your cake. If you don't come soon, I fear I will struggle to keep him entertained. Note, it is customary in the West to name descendants after their ancestors. Rhaegar entered the room, responding nonchalantly, It matters not if he desires to eat. Let him do so. How much can he possibly consume? You truly exhibit the demeanor of an elder brother, Rhaegar. Alicent entrusted Aegon to a nearby attendant, taking his small hand in hers and leading him to sit at a low table. With great care, she remarked, Your father is occupied with state affairs, and Rhaenyra seems to have disappeared for her own amusement. This year, it falls upon me to celebrate your birthday. Let us first blow out the candles and make a wish. Rhaegar remained silent. He joined in blowing out the birthday candles, clasping his hands together and closing his eyes. Due to his frail constitution, his disposition was rather quiet, and he spoke very little. The circumstances of his birth had been dire. His mother, Aemma, was compelled to undergo a cesarean section to bring him into the world, yet he was left with a frail body. Until the age of 3, he had only cried once at birth. The remainder of his early years were spent in a state of unconsciousness, sustained solely by human milk. At one point, the Grand Maester doubted he would survive until the morrow. Thus, he held the peculiar title of Crown Prince for a day. Fortunately, he did not succumb to death. At 3 years old, under the care of a foreign witch, he awoke from his stupor. However, his health remained precarious. Accompanying this was a troubling side effect, persistent nightmares. He was often tormented by bizarre and fragmented visions in his sleep dragons, flames, wars. In short, they were terrifying. He frequently awoke in fright, exacerbating his already fragile state leaving him mentally drained for extended periods. "I want to eat. Give it to me now." Suddenly, Aegon's voice rang out, prompting Rhaegar to instinctively raise his head. With a splat, a chubby little hand plunged into the cake, sending crumbs flying. A dollop of cream landed squarely on Rhaegar's face. Alicent promptly reprimanded the inattentive attendant, producing a handkerchief to wipe Rhaegar's face, apologizing. "I sincerely apologize, Aegon is quite the mischievous little monkey. If the cake displeases you, I can have the kitchen prepare another." Rhaegar, relishing the queen's attentiveness, calmly replied, "It is of no concern if my brother enjoys it. We shall share a piece." Alicent observed Rhaegar's composed demeanor, then glanced at Aegon, who was happily devouring the cake. For a fleeting moment, her composure faltered. Fortunately, a voice shattered the oppressive atmosphere. "Your Majesty, the king wishes to discuss your hunting plans and requests your presence." A knight clad in silver armor, draped in a white cloak, approached the doorway with a solemn expression. He was one of the White Knights, the king's sworn protectors. There were 7 of these elite guards, utterly loyal to the king, obeying his every command. Known as the White Knight, due to his white cloak, he delivered his message with gravity. "Very well, I shall go." Alicent cast a remorseful glance at Rhaegar and gently remarked, "Your father has summoned me. I must depart immediately. If there are any gifts you desire, now is the time to voice them." "None," Rhaegar replied succinctly. Then, as if struck by thought, he added, "If there were, I would wish for fewer medicines. They are quite bitter." Alicent managed a faint smile. "You must consult your father about that." With that, she rose and followed the White Knight out, not forgetting to remind the attendants to look after the prince and princesses, ensuring they did not overindulge. As Alicent exited, the little princess, seated nearby and picking at crumbs of cake, turned her gaze toward the window. In a nonsensical manner, she uttered, "Do not disturb the slumbering beast." Rhaegar looked at her quizzically. The little princess was named Helena, the daughter of Queen Alicent, and she was merely 2 years of age. Their interactions were scarce, as she often immersed herself in her own world, occasionally muttering strange things, seemingly lost in her own thoughts. It appeared the attendants had not been mistaken. Once Alicent had departed, Rhaegar's attention shifted to the gluttonous Aegon. "Do you take great pleasure in eating?" Rhaegar approached Aegon and inquired softly. Aegon did not even glance his way, casually handing a piece of cream to Helena while continuing to feast. Seeing this, Rhaegar smirked. "How thoughtful of you to share with your sister, truly a commendable brother, deserving of a reward." "What reward?" Only upon hearing the word reward did Aegon look up, his eyes reflecting a naive innocence. "Since you enjoy eating, indulge yourself, it is all for you." Rhaegar reached out to touzle Aegon's hair, then forcefully pressed him down onto the cake on the table. Bang! Little Aegon's entire face became buried in the greasy cake, prompting gasps of shock from the nearby attendants. Helena observed the scene with curiosity, her little tongue licking at the cream. Rhaegar released Aegon and approached her, gently stroking Helena's silvery hair. "Your Highness, please refrain from such antics. The queen will be displeased," the attendant exclaimed in alarm, hastily wiping Aegon's mess while pleading for the little princess. Rhaegar paid her no heed, merely ruffling Helena's hair affectionately. "Always take the initiative to fetch your food. Do not eat what is discarded or given by others." "Brother," Helena giggled, clapping her small hands in mockery of Aegon, whose face was smeared with cream. "How foolish," Rhaegar mused, withdrawing his hand from the now clean cream and circumventing the sobbing Aegon as he exited the room. Chapter 2. The Skull of Balerion. Upon leaving the chamber, Rhaegar shed the following attendants and descended the staircase alone. He appeared somewhat anxious. Who wouldn't feel urgency after striking the queen's son? Yet he was unafraid. Just before extinguishing the candle, he had heard a voice. "The Explorer system has successfully loaded. Please seek the lost treasures." Rhaegar presumed it to be a remnant of a nightmare. However, upon opening his eyes, he was met not only with Aegon's creamy onslaught, but also with an enigmatic panel. Rhaegar Targaryen. Talent: Dreamer Gold. Bloodline: Old Valyria. King 5. Skills: Literature Novice, History Novice. Artifact: None. Evaluation: a frail and feeble human whelp, destined to perish before the age of 10. What a pity for such a precious talent. A simple and pristine panel delineated Rhaegar's personal circumstances. Rhaegar was astonished, perplexed, and ultimately accepting in the brief moment that Aelion was wiping away the cream. He sorted through his thoughts, elated by the emergence of the system. Throughout 3 years of tormenting nightmares, he had envisioned many things, including fragmented glimpses of an unknown continent. Green-skinned serpents, iron dragons, towering concrete edifices, he harbored a vague recollection of the term system. It seemed to be a tool designed to aid the downtrodden in their resurgence, perfectly suited for a pitiable, weak, and helpless human whelp like himself. Amidst his joy, he could not resist bestowing a small reward upon his beloved brother Aegon, hoping he would find delight in it. Explorer artifact. With the system's prompt, I should seek out ancient and valuable items, Rhaegar reasoned, his youthful visage remarkably serious. Before exiting the chamber, he had already conceived of a singular item that was sufficiently ancient and valuable. Passing through the bustling halls of the Red Keep, Rhaegar arrived at a vast, vacant hall adorned with a statue of the Virgin Mary. At the center of the hall stood a circular platform crafted from stone, upon which lay an immensely large dragon skull. This was the skull of Aegon's dragon, the legendary Balerion, known as the Black Dread. Balerion had accompanied the Targaryen family from Old Valyria, safeguarding their fleet during their voyage. Upon Aegon's coming of age, Balerion aided him in his southern conquests, subjugating the 7 kingdoms of Westeros. After Aegon's demise, the dragon was tamed by his descendants, continuing to serve them. It was only when Balerion surpassed 2 centuries in age that Rhaegar's father, Viserys, managed to tame him. This dragon, who swept across the continent of Westeros, had once soared thrice above King's Landing with the young Viserys upon his back, marking his final appearance before the populace. Not long after, Balerion passed away, having reached the natural limit of a dragon's lifespan. To commemorate this extraordinary beast, the Targaryen family placed his skull in the Hall of the Red Keep, where it was venerated by future generations. Gazing upon the colossal dragon skull before him, Rhaegar could conceive of nothing more ancient or valuable. Balerion, I thank you for your contributions to House Targaryen. I implore you to assist me once more. With expectant eyes, Rhaegar silently prayed at the altar. Stepping upon a circular stool, he ascended the altar, which loomed over a meter high. He gently caressed the jagged, intertwined skull of the dragon, each bone more formidable than himself. Rhaegar cautiously stepped into the cranium from the unobstructed rear, his small hands gliding over the pale bones. A new exploration task has commenced, targeting the Black Death, the skull of Balerion. The abrupt sound of the system's notification startled Rhaegar, causing him to glance nervously around. Children who frolic recklessly are often reprimanded. He too was just a child, fearful of having his secret unveiled. Fortunately, the Grand Hall seldom saw visitors. Rhaegar exhaled in relief as a prompt panel materialized before him. Balerion skull. Exploration progress. 0.2. What does this mean? As Rhaegar withdrew his hand, the panel shifted. Balerion skull. Exploration progress. 0.2 paused. Does exploring artifacts require physical contact? Rhaegar pondered, reapplying his touch to the skull. Indeed, the exploration progress resumed its ascent. So that's how it works now. I must patiently await. Rhaegar plopped down, leaning against the cranium to rest, occasionally using his cheeks and tiny feet to make contact. His frail body left him breathless after just a few steps. Today, his excitement and the adrenaline rush had enabled him to endure the exploration of Balerion's skull. As dusk settled, the sun gradually descended. A voice emerged, startling the slumbering Rhaegar awake. This exploration is complete. Please retrieve the lost treasure. With bleary eyes, Rhaegar saw the system panel materializing. Balerion skull. Exploration progress. 100. I did it. What treasure waits? Instantly revitalized, Rhaegar scrutinized the panel, which displayed only a couple of lines. Rising to his feet, he scanned the surroundings. A red halo, the size of a watermelon, hovered above the closed dragon's fang of the colossal skull. Curiosity piqued. Rhaegar approached and gently reached out to touch it. Item retrieval, successful scanning. Scan complete, identified as a legendary artifact, the legacy of the dragon. Legendary grade. I believe I've struck gold. Rhaegar murmured softly, envisioning a dragon scale named the legacy of the dragon. With a mere thought, the scale manifested in his hand. This scale was entirely obsidian, marred by numerous scars, and only the size of an adult's palm. A dragon scale, how does one utilize it? As Rhaegar examined the scale, the text on the system panel transformed. Blood and fire are of the same essence to wield the legacy of the dragon. One must be a true dragon. Blood and fire. An epiphany struck Rhaegar. It is well known that dragons are synonymous with flames. Thus, the method of activation must involve blood, specifically that of a true dragon. A smile crept across Rhaegar's face. Though he was not a dragon, he was a true Targaryen. One hand clutched the dragon scale, while the other approached the sharp edge of the scale. With a determined resolve, he murmured, "I shall risk it all." With a swift motion, the dragon scale pierced his thumb, blood trickling forth in delicate streams. The scale, now stained crimson, radiated a brilliant glow. "Congratulations, the legacy of the great dragon has been activated. You have acquired Bloodfyre Convergence. Level, Legendary Red. Effect, 50 fire resistance. Evaluation, a true dragon fears not the flames, and the Targaryens are of the same ilk." The dragon's scale shattered, dissolving into dust that danced away on the breeze. Before Rhaegar could comprehend the transformation, a flush appeared on his pallid visage, his skin gradually warming. This sensation was not unpleasant. It resembled the cozy embrace of a winter blanket beside a crackling hearth. His body was infused with warmth. The feeling surged swiftly, only to recede just as quickly. As the heat dissipated, Rhaegar's skin became increasingly smooth, and the pallor of his face improved. At the very least, he had shed the appearance of one on the brink of collapse. He now bore the semblance of a convalescent. Enhanced fire resistance. What manner of ability is this? Rhaegar approached the edge of the altar, where a multitude of candles formed a dense circle. Igniting one candle, he placed his hand above the flickering flame. Rather than letting his imagination run wild, he chose to experiment. As his hand met the fire, the initial sensation was one of warmth. However, as time passed and the heat intensified, a burning sensation began to manifest. When a drop of wax fell upon his hand, Rhaegar furrowed his brow, registering a twinge of pain. Extinguishing the candle, he grasped the essence of his newfound fire resistance. Though the flames inflict pain, the damage is notably limited. Chapter 3. The Light of the Kingdom. Rhaegar Targaryen. Talent. Dreamer. Gold. Bloodline. Ancient Valyrian Dragon King. 8. Skills. Literature. Beginner. History. Beginner. Artifact. Bloodfyre Kinship. Fire Resistance 50. Evaluation. The ancient bloodline shows signs of revival. Should a miracle occur, perhaps it may escape its plight. Rhaegar gazed at the panel, lost in thought. The bloodline, artifact, and evaluation on the panel had all undergone transformations. The ancient bloodline. Rhaegar murmured softly. Has the Bloodfyre Kinship awakened the true dragon blood? Never mind. Pondering the incomprehensible is a waste of mental energy. It would be wiser to continue the search for the lost treasures. Feeling considerably lighter, Rhaegar attempted to leap down from the altar and succeeded. An explorer, surely, can restore my frail form. With a heart brimming with excitement, Rhaegar raised his eyebrows, secretly celebrating his serendipitous encounter. The exhilaration did not cloud his judgment. The young prince needed rest. Stepping out of the grand hall, twilight was fast approaching. Servants lit the oil lamps on the walls, illuminating the night-shrouded red keep. Unnoticed by anyone, Rhaegar swiftly returned to his quarters. Creaking open the door, the room lay in dimness, with moonlight filtering through the glass window, casting a hazy glow. Who's there? Rhaegar demanded sternly, his gaze fixed on a silhouette by the window. Was someone lying in wait in his chamber, plotting against him? It is I, Rhaegar. The figure turned, and in the moonlight, he could see a young woman clad in a form-fitting leather dress, with cascading silvery golden hair. The girl turned to face him, shrugging nonchalantly. What? Have I not visited you on your birthday that you no longer recognize your sister? Rhaenys, how did you come to be in my room? Upon recognizing the girl's features, Rhaegar sighed with relief, his eyes lighting up. She was his full-blooded sister, the rightful heir to the Iron Throne, the light of the kingdom. Princess Rhaenys. Leaning against the window, Rhaenys gazed at his pale visage, her expression reflecting a mix of concern and tenderness. Look away, she hesitated. Today is your birthday. And as your sister, I ought to check on you. Rhaegar smiled brightly. Sister, I am so pleased you could visit me. Yet, you know I do not enjoy celebrating my birthday. Rhaenys exhaled softly. I am aware. I visited Mother earlier today and came to find you this afternoon, waiting until now. Have you not eaten? Rhaegar asked aimlessly. Rhaenys momentarily faltered. I had a piece of bread this morning. Beyond that, I have not. Rhaegar interrupted her, rising to rummage through the nightstand. What are you searching for? Rhaenys inquired, puzzled. No hurry, I have provisions. With that, Rhaegar retrieved a packet of biscuits from the drawer and offered them to Rhaenys. He then placed a jug of cold tea from the table by the fireplace, igniting the coals within. The Red Keep stands in proximity to the coast, perpetually shrouded in a damp chill, regardless of the season. Rhaegar casually settled beside the fireplace, gesturing for Rhaenyra to take a seat across from him. How have you been lately? Still plagued by nightmares. Accepting her brother's kindness, Rhaegar generously broke a piece from the biscuit and joined him in warming by the fire. Give me a piece. I haven't eaten yet. Rhaegar snatched the second biscuit she offered, replying, nightmares are ever present. I have long since grown accustomed to them. Where have you been wandering off to? You haven't even eaten. Rhaegar's curiosity mingled with concern as she recalled the Grand Maester's words about Rhaegar's recent refusal of his medicine. Father and I are quite worried about you. Just wandering about. I know my own body. Medicine does not resolve the issue, but I believe I will improve soon. Rhaegar defended himself, shifting the topic. Now tell me, what news do you bring to share? Every time you visit, it seems you come laden with grievances. Rhaegar bit into the biscuit. Dear sister, I have grown accustomed to being your sounding board. Scoundrel, Rhaegar scoffed softly. Isn't it all just a filthy game of power? Those lords believe a woman should not ascend the Iron Throne. They wish to pull me down and have father replace me with Aegon. Father loves you dearly, sister. Rhaegar replied, unconvinced that King Viserys would harm his daughter based on the Lord's opinions. Absolutely not. Rhaegar retorted loudly, startling Rhaegar, who gazed at her sheepishly. I apologize. I did not mean to react so strongly. I am nearly driven mad by the rumors. Realizing her outburst, Rhaegar gently ruffled her brother's hair, lowering her voice significantly. Father wishes to marry me off to those powerful figures who could aid him in solidifying his reign. I feel as though I am being sold like a mere commodity. Rhaegar articulated her unspoken thoughts. Rhaegar, my brother. With her innermost feelings laid bare, Rhaegar's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she helplessly grasped her brother's hand. Since their mother's passing, after father wed her close friend and Uncle Demon was exiled from King's Landing, she had no one to confide in. Apart from soaring on dragon wings, she felt like a solitary specter within the vast Red Keep, unheard and devoid of genuine support. Rhaegar tightened her grip on her brother's thin hand. Thank the gods that the stranger did not take you. Otherwise, I would truly know not who would care for me. Rhaegar shook his head. Do not think that way, sister. Father's decision to retain your position as heir signifies his enduring love for you. The whispers outside do not only assail you, they also batter the father who shields you from the storm. Rhaegar lowered her head. But I do not wish to marry those ill-intentioned vultures. They merely seek to devour my flesh. If you are unwilling, perhaps I could speak with father. Perhaps witnessing our sibling bond will prompt him to temporarily forget this matter, Rhaegar suggested, his expression softening as he endeavored to console his sister. Yet, Rhaegar hesitated. Her words caught on the tip of her tongue. I know, Rhaegar said bitterly. Every time our father sees me, his frail son, he is reminded of our mother. Engulfed in guilt and remorse, he is reluctant to draw close to me, fearing the unbearable grief of losing me one day. However, I am Rhaegar Targaryen. I belong to the sky and the sea, and I cannot be confined within the Red Keep. With a resolute expression, Rhaegar gazed hopefully at his sister. Hearing her brother's words laced with expectation, Rhaegar felt a deep sense of empathy. Was she not also ensnared by their father's overprotectiveness, shackled by the burdens of power? Rhaegar's youthful face brightened with a smile as he nestled into Rhaegar's modest embrace, murmuring, Sister, this is the birthday gift I desire. Forget the ridiculous cake and celebrations. All he longed for was the affection of family. This was not an unreasonable wish. Rhaegar wrapped her arms around her brother, resting her chin on his bony shoulder. Her eyes clouded with confusion and helplessness. After a long silence, she lamented, How I wish you had a healthy body. Then we could fulfill everyone's hopes, and you could protect me. Before the stranger takes me away, I shall stay with you. Sister, Rhaegar replied softly. In his young world, there were only his father Viserys and sister Rhaenyra. He wished for no harm to come to his beloved family. Chapter 4. The plea from the stone steps. Isles. The following day, a ray of morning sunlight bathed the Red Keep as servants commenced their daily toil. After a hearty breakfast of milk and bread, Rhaegar and Rhaenyra made their way to the council hall. On their path, servants and knights dared not impede their passage, allowing them to proceed unhindered. Upon entering the Grand Council Hall, they were met with a lively atmosphere. King Viserys, in his 30s and beaming with joy, engaged warmly with several ministers. It was well known that Viserys was a king of tolerance and compassion, always greeting anyone with a smile. Rhaenyra, we are discussing the royal hunt. Your arrival is timely, he announced as Rhaenyra confidently entered the hall, instantly capturing Viserys' attention and invitation to join the discussion. Father, do you remember me? Rhaegar asked. Holding his sister's hand, his gaze filled with melancholy as he looked at their father. "Oh, Rhaegar, why does your sister take you wandering about?" Viserys exclaimed, his eyes widening at the sight of the small figure at the doorway, immediately rising from his seat. "Your Highness," the king addressed, and the other ministers hastily stood to greet Rhaegar, acknowledging him as the king's eldest son, inherently deserving of their respect. Had it not been for this frail young prince's prolonged slumber since birth, the title of heir would not have fallen to Rhaegar. Scanning the group of ministers, Rhaegar raised his hand, signaling them not to stand on ceremony, offering a gentle smile. This scene elicited a slight stir among the ministers. It must be said, in terms of appearance, Prince Rhaegar appears to be sculpted from the same mold as King Viserys. Calm and benevolent. Rhaenyra held her brother's hand as they walked and spoke. "Yesterday was Rhaegar's birthday, and we were not present. He wishes to see his father." Viserys, moved by her words, quickly approached the two siblings, knelt down, and said, "I apologize, my son. As a king, I am always burdened with endless duties. I hope you do not hold it against me." Rhaegar met Viserys' gaze, his smile unwavering, and, casting a furtive glance at the feigned indignation of Rhaenyra, softly replied, "It is of no consequence. How could I blame my king? I merely wish to see my father as a son. Since you absolve yourself with your royal title, I too may strike at your conscience as a son." Indeed, Viserys faltered slightly, a look of guilt crossing his face. Lowering his head slightly, he reached out to caress Rhaegar's pale cheek, his expression complex. "You have grown, just like your mother." "Perhaps," Rhaegar responded, his voice tinged with melancholy. "I only hope that in my lifetime, my father does not forget me or cast me aside." Rhaegar's tone was disheartened, relentlessly pressing against Viserys' vulnerable heart. He was no longer a mere 3-year-old easily swayed by sweet words. At 6, he understood the power of words and their effects. Viserys felt his palm tremble slightly, particularly noting his eldest son's gaunt, pallid visage, as if a hammer struck at his heart. Taking a deep breath, Viserys stood, lifted Rhaegar into his arms, and returned to the throne. Ruffling his silver hair, he remarked, "You have never sought me out. As a negligent father, may I do something to atone for my shortcomings?" As he spoke, Viserys discreetly glanced at Rhaenyra. Rhaegar gently shook his head, leaning against his father's embrace. "No. The more one says, the more one errs. The hunter who strikes first only becomes the prey." Viserys broke into a smile, turning to Rhaenyra, asking, "How was I unaware that your sibling bond was so strong?" "He is my brother, and better than Aegon," Rhaenyra retorted unapologetically. Viserys' smile faltered, and he ceased to engage his prickly daughter, redirecting his attention to several lords. He assumed the demeanor of a king and calmly stated, "Rhaegar has been granted permission to hear matters of state today." To which point had we discussed? "Some trivial matters. It would not harm the prince to listen," replied Linman, the chancellor of the exchequer. Rhaegar looked towards him, a kind-faced elder with hair of mixed hues. Noticing Rhaegar's gaze, Linman kindly nodded, appearing amiable. Rhaegar returned the smile. Their brief exchange was soon overlooked as Ser Laenor, the hand of the king, steered the discussion back on course. "Your Majesty, the royal hunt is scheduled to take place in 2 days. The seemingly unremarkable exterior of this rotund hand of the king belies his earnest demeanor as he meticulously outlines the requirements for the hunt." Upon concluding his report, King Viserys pondered briefly and found himself in agreement with the plan. Ever since the former hand of the king, Odor, stepped down, Lord Laenor has been the most capable assistant to King Viserys. He is diligent and principled, devoid of self-interest, earning the king's utmost respect. Rhaegar silently absorbed their discussion, then tugged at Viserys' arm, whispering, "The royal hunt sounds exhilarating. May I attend?" Having never ventured beyond the Red Keep, he longed to explore the world outside. Viserys, aware of this yearning, looked pained. His eldest son's frail constitution rendered the journey to the woods perilous. Viserys turned his gaze to Rhaenyra, seeking her support. "I find Lord Laenor's plan commendable and have no objections," she stated, feigning ignorance of her father's plea as she engaged with the ministers. As the heir to the Iron Throne, though her father Viserys granted her no decision-making power, her endorsement was a vital formality. With Rhaenyra's lack of support, Viserys felt a tinge of embarrassment as he said, "I also wish to take you to the royal hunt, but Aegon will be attending." "Why may I not?" Rhaegar feigned confusion. "Because of your health. I wish to avoid any misfortune befalling you." "No, I wish to go. My health is gradually improving. I will not encounter any mishaps." Rhaegar's determination was unwavering, Even if danger lurks, I ought to witness the splendor of the outside world, rather than remain a caged bird. Rhaenyra interjected at an opportune moment. We shall all attend the royal hunt. Rhaegar cannot be left alone in the Red Keep. Viserys cast an irritated glance at Rhaenyra, who met his gaze defiantly. As the father and daughter clashed, Rhaegar tugged at Viserys' sleeve, imploring, Please, father, I truly wish to go. Oh, dear heavens, you always present me with dilemmas. Viserys lamented, striking the table in frustration. Yet he ultimately yielded to the pleas of his children. He warned, You may accompany me to the royal hunt, but you must promise to obey and not stray with Rhaenyra. Of course I promise. Rhaegar replied without hesitation. Just then, a figure hurried into the hall. Urgency etched across his features. Your Majesty, a plea for aid has arrived from the Stepstones. You may wish to review it. Chapter 5. The Second Exploration. The newcomer approached Viserys swiftly, presenting a letter. Rhaegar scrutinized him without pretense. With golden hair slicked back and a neatly trimmed beard, he appeared to be a most respectable individual. Viserys took the letter and examined it, perplexed. A plea for help? This does not seem like something Daemon would do. Tywin Lannister nodded slightly, sighing. The letter was sent by Ser Vaemond Balerion, the brother of the sea snake. A knowing smile crossed Viserys' face. Soon, he finished reading the contents of the letter. His expression changed as he surveyed the lords present. The Stepstones are in a stalemate. Those fools feeding the crabs avoid battle. And Daemon is being held up. The lords exchanged glances and began to propose suggestions, which amounted to either sending troops for support or waiting for Daemon and the sea snake's forces to fail. Viserys pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling a headache coming on. He loathed war. This conflict over the Stepstones was entirely instigated by the sea snake urging Daemon to act independently. Now they found themselves in a perilous situation, writing to him for assistance. Should he truly be responsible for cleaning up after these insubordinate individuals? Rhaenyra, take your brother and go. Discussions will not conclude in a moment, so don't tire him out. Viserys kissed Rhaegar's forehead and entrusted him to his daughter's care. Aware of the complexity of the matter, Rhaenyra did not object, taking her brother's hand and leading him out of the hall. Upon exiting the council chamber, the siblings arrived at a large window in the corridor. Rhaenyra gazed out through the stained glass and asked, Do you think Uncle Daemon can defeat the crab feeder? Dear sister, your younger brother has just turned 6, Rhaegar replied, casting a glance at his own smaller stature, furrowing his brow in melancholy. After a brief silence, Rhaenyra slapped her forehead, defeated by her own foolishness. How silly of me. I always treat you like a little adult, forgetting you might not even know who the crab feeder is. Rhaegar said, If I hadn't heard Uncle Daemon call me the prince one day, I would not even know I have an uncle. Rhaenyra tilted her head slightly as Rhaegar quietly added, I noticed father is missing 2 fingers. He is ill, and the Grand Maester has been treating him. Rhaenyra stroked his head, responding in a soothing tone, believing her brother was simply frightened by their father's injury. Rhaegar merely looked at her, grasping his sister's small hand that was ruffling his hair, pinching a tender piece of flesh between his 2 fingernails. Suddenly, he squeezed hard. What are you doing? That hurts, you know. Rhaenyra, like a startled rabbit, withdrew her hand, a red mark beginning to bleed on the back of her hand. Facing her sister's furious gaze, Rhaegar said earnestly, A small wound makes you scream, yet father has lost 2 fingers and perhaps has other injuries as well. After a pause, he continued, He is the king and cannot cry, cannot show weakness. As his children, we should not concern ourselves with a war instigated by an individual, but rather focus on strengthening ourselves to aid our father. Rhaenyra was taken aback, pointing at her brother in astonishment, stammering, You just said you were 6. And now you turn around to lecture me? Regally, he stated, While age may constrain my experiences, books shall illuminate my wisdom. Sister, you ought to immerse yourself in literature rather than becoming ensnared in the trivialities of dragon riding and gossip. He feigned an intention to pat Rhaenyra on the shoulder, only to sadly realize that even on tiptoe, he could not reach her. Opting for a compromise, he gently patted her slender waist and turned away, departing with a casual grace. Rhaenyra stood frozen in place for a long moment, until a gust of cool wind jolted her back to reality. In the next instant, the corridor echoed with the fury of her roar. Rhaegar, how dare you show disrespect to your sister? Prepare to face the wrath of the sleeping dragon. 2 days later, a luxurious carriage made its way towards the royal precinct, followed by a retinue of guards and attendants. Within the spacious carriage, the royal family was seated. Viserys occupied the center, flanked by Queen Alicent and Rhaenyra on either side. Beside Alicent sat Aemond and Helena, the latter cradling an infant. Naturally, Rhaegar was beside his sister, boredly gazing at the small child. The tiny creature, when it cried, did so with a ferocity that was truly alarming. Muttering softly, Rhaegar made a face at the infant. Alicent, ever warm and smiling, remarked, "Aemond is still adjusting to the carriage. He cries quite a lot." Viserys chuckled heartily. "His cries are remarkable. He shall undoubtedly grow into a formidable warrior." Alicent smiled sweetly, presenting the infant towards Rhaegar, gently suggesting, "Would you like to hold him? You may give it a try." Rhaegar grasped the infant under the arms, allowing him to flail and kick as he played for a while. One could hardly deny it. In the future, should this little one dare to challenge him, he would not be spared. Rhaegar smirked, already envisioning the moment he would teach the child a lesson. Soon enough, Aemond, overwhelmed, returned to his mother's embrace, wailing. Viserys, witnessing this scene, felt the tension in his brow ease as he reveled in the presence of his wife and children within the luxurious carriage. What could possibly be more splendid than this? With a joyful expression, Viserys lifted his sheathed longsword, Blackfyre, proclaiming with pride, "Indeed, the symbol of royalty, Blackfyre, was wielded by the conqueror to subdue the 7 kingdoms. May I have a glimpse of it?" Rhaegar's eyes sparkled with eager anticipation as he gazed at Blackfyre. However, Viserys withdrew it midway, observing Rhaegar's slender frame with a hint of regret. "Not yet. Blackfyre is a weapon steeped in bloodshed. When you are older, you may wield it." "I wish to try," Rhaegar insisted. The legendary sword, with a history rivaling that of Balerion's skull, was not something he wished to relinquish. Viserys shook his head, returning Blackfyre to its place, denying his request. Disappointment etched on Rhaegar's face, he lowered his head. "If you desire to witness the sharpness of a blade, this would be an excellent choice." Observing his eldest son's discontent, Viserys unfastened a dragon-shaped dagger from his waist, casting it to Rhaegar with an air of mystery. Rhaegar clumsily caught the dagger, gazing at his father in bewilderment. Viserys chuckled. "This dagger once belonged to the conqueror Aegon, and before him, to Inar." "Wow, it's ancient," Rhaegar exclaimed, drawing forth the dragon-horn dagger. As the blade emerged from its sheath, it seemed to emanate a chilling light. Rhaegar squinted slightly, noticing the intricate patterns adorning the dagger, its craftsmanship impeccable. "Is this Valyrian steel?" Rhaenyra, captivated by the dagger, marveled at its beauty. Viserys nodded. "It is a remarkable heirloom passed down from our ancestors, each possessing its own extraordinary qualities." At that moment, a system notification rang in Rhaegar's ears. "Lost treasure detected. Containing trace magical elements. Initiating automatic analysis." "Magic?" Rhaegar's spirit lifted. The notification chimed again. "Analysis successful. Dagger chronicling the song of ice and fire detected. Would you like to initiate exploration?" Chapter 6. Ancient Valyrian Language. Initiate exploration. Faced with yet another exploration task, Rhaegar could not let this opportunity slip by. He silently invoked the initiation, and a progress panel regarding the dragonhorn dagger materialized. Valyrian Steel Dagger. Exploration progress. 25. "Hooray!" Rhaegar silently cheered, his face breaking into a broad smile. He declined Rhaenyra's request to examine the dragonhorn dagger, feigning fatigue and pitifully claiming he was tired. "Very well. Then you may sleep with the dagger, you miser," Rhaenyra huffed. Rhaegar rubbed his dark circles under his eyes, leaning against his sister's embrace. Yawning as he requested of his father, "I will return the dagger to you before we disembark. Do as you wish, just refrain from having nightmares and flailing it about." Viserys jested, watching him with a sense of pride. Heaven knows if it was simply that he hadn't seen his eldest in a while. But Rhaegar seemed more spirited these past few days, no longer panting after a few words. As a father, Viserys felt a swell of joy. The carriage continued its journey, from dawn until the sun reached its zenith. Exploration complete. Please retrieve the lost treasure. The carriage came to a halt as the driver expertly reined in the gentle white horses. Rhaegar was stirred from his reverie by the system notification. Feeling a tickle at the tip of his nose, he opened his eyes to find Rhaenyra playfully teasing him with a strand of her silver hair. "Hello, sister," Rhaegar greeted, propping himself up to realize he had unknowingly reclined on the seat, his head resting on Rhaenyra's lap. "We have arrived at the camp. Outside await the lords eager to greet us." Rhaenyra smiled gently, urging her brother to wake up. Rhaegar snapped back to reality, promptly checking the system panel. Valyrian Steel Dagger. Exploration progress. 100. His gaze fell upon the dragon-horn dagger in his hand, noticing a blue orb adhering to its hilt. Rhaegar discreetly glanced at the others in the carriage, discovering they were oblivious to the conspicuous blue orb. It seemed that only he could perceive it. Uncertain of the emotions that stirred within him, Rhaegar exhaled softly, secretly relishing the moment. He cherished this singular sensation. As he touched the azure orb, it effervesced into tiny luminous points that penetrated his palm, just as it had before. "Father, I return the dagger to you." Viserys, under the attentive care of Alicent, adjusted his attire, while Rhaegar placed the dagger in his hand. "Have your sister assist you in smoothing the creases of your garments. One must not appear careless before the lords." Cerise deftly secured it at his waist, reminding him to maintain a respectable image. Rhaenyra, not particularly gentle, pulled him closer, smiling as she combed through his disheveled silver hair from sleep. Seizing a moment of respite, Rhaegar examined the system panel. Relic acquisition successful, currently being assessed. Assessment successful. Classified as an exceptional grade relic, the Vigil of the Ancestors. Do you wish to activate this relic? Noticing the panel's distinct grading, Rhaegar paused in contemplation. The last exploration yielded the legacy of a dragon, deemed legendary. The relic's aura was crimson. This time, it was classified as exceptional, with a cerulean aura. It appeared that relics were ranked in various tiers, and the legendary activation of the bloodline of old Valyria's dragon kings must indeed be a rarity. Recognizing the transformation brought about by blood and fire, Rhaegar silently expressed gratitude to Balerion. "Activate the relic." He silently intoned, and the system panel revealed a line of text. "Congratulations, the Vigil of the Ancestors has been successfully activated. You have acquired proficiency in Old Valyrian level, exceptional, blue. Effect, mastery of the Old Valyrian language. Evaluation, learning a language is never a disadvantage." As he comprehended the panel, it felt as though a surge of electricity coursed from his tailbone upward, striking the crown of his head. Rhaegar shuddered, his mind brimming with knowledge of Old Valyrian, both arcane and common. The language seemed to take root in his consciousness, as if he had always possessed it. "Rhaegar, do you feel cold?" Rhaenyra noticed his peculiar demeanor and inquired with concern. Rhaegar shook his head vigorously. "No, I am well." He patted his chest, indicating that he was indeed fine. "Let us regain our composure. The lords have waited long enough." Viserys, with Blackfyre at his side, boldly parted the curtains and stepped from the carriage. Instantly, the crowd erupted in cheers, greeting their king. "Come along, children," Alicent murmured softly, following closely behind. Rhaenyra frowned slightly, displeased by this remark. Once, they had been inseparable friends, sharing every secret. After her mother perished in childbirth, Alicent had turned to wed her father. Now, she addressed her in a tone befitting a child. It was utterly distasteful. With a composed expression, Rhaenyra took Rhaegar's hand and descended from the carriage. In stark contrast to the cheers bestowed upon the king, the crowd's reception of Rhaenyra, the heir apparent, was notably less fervent. Accompanied by 3 princes, Princess Alicent graciously accepted greetings from several noble women, while some oblivious fools loudly proclaimed their support for Prince Aegon, inciting a throng of onlookers to cheer for him, thereby overshadowing the rightful heir, Rhaenyra, and King Viserys. Rhaenyra managed to maintain a semblance of a smile, feigning nonchalance as she trailed behind Viserys. Meanwhile, the trembling hand of Aegon, under the gaze of those who were bewildered, revealed a sweet smile, despite his pallid complexion and dark circles rendering him less than charming. "I'm fine, Aegon." Rhaenyra's voice scarcely concealed her despondency. Aware that the Targaryens never yield, Aegon softly concurred. Yet his gaze shifted towards the direction from whence the inappropriate remarks had originated. Within a heartbeat, he pinpointed the source of the ruckus. A golden-haired man with a prominent nose, flanked by an elderly noblewoman, presumably a seasoned lady of the court. "Foolish eldest son, I shall remember you," Aegon silently vowed as he recognized the man's visage. Not for any particular reason, but due to that conspicuous nose, which was simply asking for a reprimand. Following a jubilant welcome, the camp commenced its festivities, adorned with an array of wines, fruits, and pastries, available for the nobles and their kin who had participated in the hunt. Viserys entered the main tent and ascended the throne, receiving the salutations of his lords. Rhaenyra and Aegon also stepped within. A cluster of noble women gathered, engaging in discussions regarding rumors from the stepstones, one of which suggested a noble lady had been abducted by pirates while being fed crabs. As Rhaenyra approached, a lavishly dressed, white-haired matron hailed her, soliciting her opinion. When conversation ensued, Rhaegar unveiled a warm smile and leaned in. To her surprise, the intent of the interlocutor was far from benign. "Lady Jane, Daemon has brought this upon himself. The princess is far more suited to the position of heir," Alicent interjected, seating herself beside the elderly woman to defend Rhaegar. "The current king is Viserys, her husband. The question of succession, whether it be to Rhaegar or her offspring, is merely a familial contention. Daemon has long been deemed ineligible for succession." Alicent steadfastly opposed any insinuation that Daemon could usurp the claim to the throne. Lady Jane's retort faltered, only to pivot towards an indictment of Daemon's unilateral declaration of war. "This unnecessary conflict has embroiled the kingdom, as your uncle has dragged us into it, dispatching fleets and soldiers to eradicate the realm of the three sisters. Such endeavors demand immense resources and the sacrifice of countless lives." Chapter 7. The crooked foot of Larys. "The kingdom is not at war. My father remains in deliberation," Rhaegar rebutted, her smile fading as she countered the matron's harsh accusations. Another elderly woman interjected, "Though the king refuses to acknowledge it, war has indeed commenced, all stemming from your uncle and the sea snake. How have you served the realm of late, Lady Redwine?" Rhaegar, utterly devoid of patience, cast a disdainful glance at the Pekingese in the arms of her interlocutor, retorting, "Is it merely by consuming biscuits?" Her blatant mockery rendered the atmosphere momentarily hushed, plunging the scene into silence. Suddenly, a stifled laugh erupted, jarring against the quietude. Lady Redwine's countenance darkened as she turned her gaze towards the silver-haired boy, who was struggling to contain his laughter, and said gravely, "Your Highness, is this the prince in question?" Rhaegar, uninterested, turned away, leaving the elderly lady with a cool silhouette. Rhaegar, unable to suppress his mirth, stood before the assembly of noblewomen and introduced himself with a flourish. "I am Rhaegar, of House Targaryen. Aegon I is my father, and I am his eldest son." As he spoke, he looked towards Lady Redwine and inquired, "Forgive my frail constitution that kept me from public appearances. Might this lady of biscuits have any recollection of my name?" Another stifled laugh echoed through the gathering. Rhaegar turned his head and noticed a slender man with brown curls seated amidst the women, an oddity indeed. The man held a cane in hand, and Rhaegar's gaze fell upon a peculiar shoe, revealing the man to be a disabled individual with a deformed foot. Aware of Rhaegar's scrutiny, the man inclined his head politely and introduced himself. "Larys Strong, I extend my greetings to your highness." Rhaegar reciprocated the courtesy, inquiring curiously, "And what is your relation to Lord Larys?" "He is my father. I am his youngest son," Larys replied, retracting his malformed foot. "Your father is renowned as an honorable minister. The realm of the three daughters has invaded our lands, plundering vessels and enslaving those loyal to my father. My uncle Daemon did indeed wage war without authorization, yet it was to safeguard his brother's kingdom, fulfilling the duty expected of a Targaryen prince." Rhaegar paused briefly, surveying Lady Gillian, who had spoken first, and declared with conviction, "It is not we who instigated this conflict, but rather the three daughters, who have dared to provoke the authority of the Targaryen rule. I trust it will not be long before my father decisively shoulders the burden of war, dispatching forces to vanquish those foreign invaders who feed crabs. Furthermore, the governance of the kingdom is diligently managed by the king and his ministers, rendering unnecessary the concerns of this biscuit-loving lady." As his impassioned speech concluded, Rhaegar emphasized Lady Redwine, deepening her association with biscuits. Upon hearing his words, the noblewomen who had previously derided Rhaegar found their expressions shifting dramatically, as though they had been publicly slapped. No one anticipated that a 6-year-old child could articulate such profound statements, particularly Lady Redwine, who felt a deep sense of humiliation yet was at a loss for how to defend herself. "Queen Alicent, you ought to better discipline the king's offspring," she exclaimed, casting the Pekingese to the ground and storming away, her skirts dusted with biscuit crumbs, muttering discontentedly under his breath. Rhaegar realized that his comments had perhaps been too immature to resonate with the assembly. Maintaining a smile, he gently patted his slightly heaving chest, bowed his head in courtesy, and took his leave. He had no time to engage in idle chatter with a gaggle of short-sighted gossipers. He needed to seek out his sister. The insecure adolescent girl was prone to melancholy and required his comfort. Not long after exiting the tent, he heard an incongruous sound of footsteps behind him. Turning around, he beheld Sir Larys, leaning on a cane. "Sir Larys, do you also find the chatter of the ladies unappealing?" Rhaegar inquired, puzzled. Laris replied with subtlety, "No. I enjoy gathering various tidbits of information." "Is that so?" Rhaegar looked at him quizzically. Laris bent down, attempting to lower himself to Rhaegar's line of sight. Smiling in a somewhat ingratiating manner, "I have come specifically to see you, Your Highness." Rhaegar nodded, gesturing for him to continue. Laris stated, "I have heard that the king's eldest son, that is, you, Your Highness, has remained secluded in the palace due to health concerns." "Indeed. My mother suffered complications during my birth, and until the age of 6, I was at risk of untimely demise," Rhaegar candidly replied, intrigued to see Laris's intentions. "Thank the 7 gods. Despite your frail constitution, Your Highness, your remarkable intellect cannot be overshadowed. It is truly a blessing for the kingdom," Laris exaggeratedly praised. Rhaegar, gradually losing patience, replied tersely, "In the absence of a childhood filled with running and playing, one simply reads more." "Oh, what books do you favor, Your Highness?" Laris inquired. "Some historical texts. Studying history fosters wisdom and allows one to learn from the experiences of predecessors." Rhaegar, now disinterested in the conversation, bluntly remarked. "History serves as a warning to posterity, urging them to safeguard their honor and steer clear of those with ulterior motives before turning to depart." Laris, leaning on his cane, gazed at Rhaegar's retreating figure with a faint smile, his eyes laden with meaning. An intriguing young prince indeed. The waves of fate churned endlessly, yet the shore was not yet in sight. Without bidding farewell to the dubious uncle, Rhaegar continued his search for his sister. After an extensive search, he still found no trace of her, leading him to suspect that the emotional toll had driven Rhaenyra to a secluded corner to shed her pearls of sorrow in solitude. "Your Highness," a steady voice called out, cutting through the space between the bonfire and fruit platters. Rhaegar glanced around and spotted a knight clad in silver armor, draped in a white cloak. Beneath the helmet flowed a single braid, accompanied by thick brows, large eyes, and a bushy beard. He recognized this white knight's face, having seen it before, twice, in fact. Among the king's elite guard, there were a pair of twin brothers, the elder, Illic Cogul, the younger, Alec Cogul. Both brothers were exceptionally skilled and possessed a strong sense of justice, which earned them their place in the royal guard. "Sir Illic, do you seek me for a particular reason?" Rhaegar asked, curiously holding a cluster of red grapes. Illic appeared momentarily startled at being addressed by name, as if pleasantly surprised. It was common for names to be miscalled. Illic stepped forward with a respectful bow, announcing, "The king is looking for you." "Very well, lead the way," Rhaegar replied, his compliance evident. Illic hesitated slightly, cautioning, "Your Highness, the king has just had a quarrel with the princess, and his mood is rather foul." "A quarrel? What was it about?" Rhaegar inquired, momentarily disregarding Rhaenyra's return to the tent and his own irrelevant musings. He sought the root of the dispute, regarding the princess's marriage. "I dare not speculate," Illic responded, his demeanor straightforward, unwilling to delve into the private affairs of the king and his daughter. However, he mentioned a certain individual, Jason Lannister. The Duke of the Westerlands, Lord of Casterly Rock, and the protector of the realm. He listed a multitude of grand titles trailing behind. Rhaegar, caught off guard, only grasped the situation after Illic's prompt. This man was the elder brother of Tyland Lannister, the current head of House Lannister. The quarrel stemmed from Jason Lannister's private courtship of Rhaenyra, marked by an arrogant demeanor and unreserved expressions of his lust for beauty and power. Rhaenyra held him in contempt, dismissing him outright. Upon returning to the tent, she vehemently opposed Viserys' control over her marital affairs, leading to the inevitable familial confrontation. The debate concluded with Viserys' fury and Rhaenyra's sorrowful tears. Chapter 8. The White Stag. What of my sister now? Rhaegar sighed, a flicker of worry for Rhaenyra crossing his features. Illic did not conceal the truth. "The princess left the tent before I arrived, and the guards reported she has entered the royal stables." "Alone?" Sir Criston Cole was in hot pursuit. Rhaegar nodded, abruptly questioning, "Illic, what were the exact words when my father sent you to find me?" Illic, puzzled, replied honestly, "His Majesty commanded me to bring you back for your safety." "Excellent." Rhaegar smiled. "I shall require your protection henceforth." Under Illic's bewildered gaze, Rhaegar dashed towards the nearest horse enclosure, crouching to slip inside. "Your Highness, I do not comprehend your intent." Illic followed closely, bewildered. Rhaegar selected a tall black steed, inquiring, "What do you think of this horse? It appears quite robust." "Your Highness, please do not tell me you intend to venture into the royal woods." Rhaegar, gently touching the horse's foreleg, replied earnestly, "No, we shall go together into the woods. Your Majesty would not approve of your wandering about. With a white knight as my escort, it cannot be deemed wandering." Rhaegar offered no chance for Alec's refusal, lightly tugging at a tuft of the horse's mane and softly urging, "Sir, I trust you would not wish harm to befall me?" As he spoke, his small hand exerted a gentle pressure. The black horse, feeling discomfort, began to fidget, whinnying in protest. Rhaegar stood at the horse's side, quietly observing Alec. "What is your choice, sir?" Alec stared incredulously at Prince Rhaegar, who was threatening him with his own safety. In that moment, he mourned for the king. With such unruly offspring, his heart must be in turmoil. Simultaneously, he mourned for himself. He understood that one who intends to harm another cannot be easily deterred. Alec swallowed hard and lowered his head. "I will take you to find the princess, but you must follow my commands throughout the process." "No problem, my lord," Rhaegar replied, a faint smile breaking across his pale face as he relaxed his grip and opened his arms. Alec stepped forward, lifting Rhaegar's frail form and placing him upon the horse's back. After unfastening the reins, the horse bolted from the enclosure. The White Knight mounted, cradling the young prince with one arm while firmly grasping the reins with the other. He squeezed his legs against the horse's flank, issuing commands with a hint of frustration. Before long, the black horse galloped out of the camp, following the royal path. "My lord, do you know where my sister has gone?" Rhaegar inquired, his tousled hair dancing in the wind. Alec's expression grew solemn as he replied, "Cole is a clever fellow. He left markers along the way." At this, Rhaegar felt a sense of relief. No one who qualifies to be a member of the royal guard is simple. Leaving clues is child's play for them. Time passed swiftly. As they exited the camp, the sun hung high in the sky, and before they knew it, dusk began to settle. Under the glow of the setting sun, Alec led the black horse along the densely wooded royal path. "My lord, I have reason to doubt my own fortune. I am not suited for this search," Rhaegar lamented, his lips pale and a fine sheen of sweat gracing his forehead as he spoke weakly. "It must be Rhaenyra's doing. She doesn't want anyone to find her." Rhaegar sighed with a bitter smile. Alec offered no response, focusing intently on his surroundings as he sought the way back to the camp. The royal forest was vast, and under Rhaegar's haphazard directions, they had strayed too far. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound emerged from behind them. Alec, a member of the kingdom's strongest bodyguard unit, immediately sensed something was amiss and cast a wary glance in that direction. Rhaegar, already frail, appeared exhausted and was oblivious to the unfolding situation. Alec slowly led the horse back, one hand reaching for the sword at his waist, and murmured, "Prince, something is approaching from that direction, and it is quite large. Is there danger?" Rhaegar quickly adjusted his posture. "I cannot say. We must ascertain the nature of the newcomer. Is it a poacher or a wild boar?" Rhaegar whispered. "Should we ride away swiftly to avoid conflict?" Alec's voice brimmed with pride as he replied, "Fear not, my prince. I shall stand before you." As they spoke, the noise grew increasingly closer. A towering, snow-white stag emerged from the woods, appearing before them. "A white stag!" Rhaegar exclaimed in astonishment, admiring the creature's graceful strides. His love for history had imparted upon him knowledge of many customs and traditions. Before the conqueror Aegon unified Westeros, there was no age of dragons. On the continent, monarchs regard the white deer as a symbol of auspiciousness and royalty. A century has passed, and the white deer has long vanished from the eyes of the world. Unexpectedly, one appears within the royal forest. "Prince, this is not the time for curiosity. The white deer is substantial, and its charge could be formidable." Alec's expression shifted, his gaze fixed intently on the creature, his long sword slightly unsheathed. Noticing his words, Rhaegar became aware of the deer's imposing size, excluding its grand antlers. The white deer stood an estimated 2 meters at the shoulder and measured no less than 5 meters in length. Beneath its silken white coat lay sinewy muscles, hinting at the immense power this auspicious creature could unleash. Could they prevail in a confrontation? Rhaegar felt a twinge of concern. In a one-on-one encounter, "I would have a 50% chance," Alec stated. "What if I join you?" Rhaegar mused, hoping fervently that the creature would not initiate an attack. Alec's tone was imbued with resignation. Rhaegar, resting his hand upon his forehead, felt a pang of helplessness regarding his own slight frame. Perhaps fortune still favored him. The white deer did not attack, but rather emitted a gentle call, its amber eyes brimming with curiosity and innocence. It seemed devoid of any beastly ferocity. Realizing this, Rhaegar's racing heart began to steady. A a sensation akin to surviving a near calamity. Noticing their stillness, the white deer approached slowly, its nostrils flaring as it sniffed the air. "Sir, please set me down," Rhaegar urged, increasingly captivated by the deer's unique gaze. "It poses a danger, Prince," Illic cautioned. "The white deer is a symbol of auspiciousness. I trust it is not a beast." Interrupting Illic's warning, Rhaegar beamed at the white deer, waving his hand invitingly. "Come here, my friend." The deer lowered its head slightly, adopting a defensive stance, curiously assessing the young human atop the horse. "Hurry, set me down, sir. Be cautious, this is no jest." Despite Illic's reluctance, he complied with Rhaegar's persistent requests, gently lowering him to the ground. Once on his feet, Rhaegar opened a small pouch at his waist and retrieved a handful of ruby-red grapes, softly calling, "My friend, would you care to taste?" Upon seeing the vibrant fruit in the young human's hand, the white deer's eyes sparkled with interest, and it instinctively stepped closer. When the two were within 3 meters of each other, Illic's keen gaze sharpened, the long sword slowly unsheathing. "Immediately retract your weapon. Do not frighten my friend," Rhaegar implored. "This is an order, sir." Under the watchful gaze of the wary deer, Illic begrudgingly sheathed his sword, closely following Rhaegar. Should danger arise, he would be ready to shield him. Chapter 9. The astonishment bestowed upon the White Knight. Fortunately, calamity did not ensue. The white deer advanced closer, and Rhaegar's limbs trembled slightly as he cautiously moved forward, raising his hand high above his head. In the golden light of sunset, the shadows of the boy and the deer merged gracefully. The white deer came to a halt before Rhaegar, lowering its head to delicately inhale the aroma of the crimson grapes cradled in its small hands. Extending its tongue, it deftly rolled a grape into its mouth and began to chew. The succulent flesh shattered, releasing a sweet nectar that filled its mouth with a refreshing experience. One grape consumed, it swiftly devoured the remainder. Rhaegar, brimming with excitement, observed the white deer, his heart struggling to supply blood, causing his complexion to pale and beads of sweat to form, dampening his light attire. "Good companion, having consumed my provisions, might I have the pleasure of a touch?" He gasped, taking deep breaths as he extended his small hand toward the white deer, his clear eyes shimmering. His fingers brushed against the elegant neck adorned with soft fur. "Yoo-hoo?" The white deer did not flinch, allowing the young human to stroke it, playfully nudging his waist pouch with its muzzle. Rhaegar beamed with delight. "Glutton, have you caught the scent of my remaining supplies?" Wrapping an arm around the deer's neck, he pressed his cheek against its pristine coat, gently nuzzling. With his other hand, he unfastened the small pouch and emptied its meager contents onto the ground. A few grapes, a slice of fruit, and half an orange. The white deer eagerly lowered its head to feast. Witnessing this scene, Illic was taken aback, his lips moving in disbelief. "Prince," Rhaegar turned to the bewildered Illic, a blush creeping onto his pale face as he shyly remarked, "It's just the fruit I didn't finish. Discarding it would be wasteful." "No, I'm not referring to that. I mean," at this moment, Illic found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by a profound shock. Even he, who never wavered in the face of an ambush, was deeply moved by the sight of a white deer approaching him with such openness. History within the realms of Vistlot had never recorded such a breathtaking event. Were this to be entrusted to poets and singers, it would become a timeless legend. Regardless of the thoughts swirling in the mind of the White Knight, Rhaegar was oblivious to them. His heartbeat grew heavier, accompanied by a ringing in his ears, and he felt a dizzying sensation as his eyelids grew increasingly heavy. "Jasper, please do not harm my friend," he weakly uttered, loosening his embrace around the white deer's neck as his body succumbed to fatigue and collapsed. With a thud, after a day filled with turmoil, Rhaegar could no longer endure his overwhelming emotions and fainted. "Prince, Prince." Just before losing consciousness, Rhaegar seemed to hear Illic desperately calling out, shaking his body. Discovering a rare creature containing trace magical elements, the system initiated a detection process, which proved successful. A pure-hearted white deer. Should exploration commence? Given that the explorer had fallen into unconsciousness, the system automatically initiated exploration. As the system's notification echoed in his mind, Rhaegar was already beyond the realm of thought, completely unaware of his surroundings. Meanwhile, in a secluded area of the royal forest, Rhaenyra, having sorrowfully fled the camp, transformed her desolation into tranquility. Sitting calmly upon a withered tree, before her stood a handsome knight clad in silver armor and a white cloak, swiftly kindling a fire after setting down his sword. Cole, I hadn't realized your prowess extended beyond combat. Rhaegar rested her chin on her hands, her tone laced with playful sarcasm. Criston Cole, his dark curls framing a charming smile, was skillfully preparing a freshly hunted rabbit. He replied, I hail from humble beginnings. Before becoming a knight, I had to tend to all manner of tasks myself. It must be said that Criston Cole was indeed remarkable. Not only was he a knight of great honor, but his striking appearance also captivated the hearts of many young ladies. His gentle words and pure gaze were utterly disarming. Rhaegar, starved for affection, found herself enchanted by him, gazing dreamily at her very own white knight as he diligently prepared their evening meal. If Aegon were present, he would swear by the 7 gods that even if Cole were to serve a charred piece of meat, Rhaegar would swallow it without hesitation. Rustling sounds emanated from the nearby woods, breaking the tranquility and alerting the two. Cole unsheathed his longsword, ready to confront any lurking adversaries. Time ticked by, and from the darkened forest emerged a wild boar, charging with reckless abandon. Startled by the sudden onslaught of the mature beast, Cole widened his eyes and swiftly dodged. In a deft movement, his sword grazed the boar's flank, leaving a deep gash. The boar, with its tough hide and thick flesh, recovered quickly from the initial assault and turned to charge once more, this time targeting the bewildered Rhaegar. Watch out, Cole shouted, urgently warning her to evade the impending danger. In a flash, the boar leapt over the smoldering campfire, heading straight for the seemingly more vulnerable maiden. The fire scattered, embers dancing in the night sky. As the boar closed in on Rhaegar, its sharp tusks and soft underbelly were perilously close, the threat of death looming ever nearer. No! A piercing scream shattered the night. Echoing with terror, Rhaegar jolted awake, his body upright and his visage a mask of fear. In the next moment, he heard the joyful voice of Aelek. Reacting instinctively, Rhaegar turned to see the flickering campfire before him. The fire had not been extinguished. Relieved to see the flames alive and crackling, Rhaegar swallowed hard, still feeling parched. Footsteps approached from behind, and he turned to find Aelek striding toward him, a wild chicken ensnared in a grass rope in his hands. My lord, where are we? What of my sister? Rhaegar stammered, confusion etched across his youthful face. Aelek discarded his catch and stepped closer to the shaken prince, firmly grasping his shoulders with a serious expression. Do not fear, it was merely a nightmare. A nightmare? Rhaegar wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Aelek gently patted his back, patiently recounting the events of their day. Gradually, Rhaegar began to piece together the reality of their situation. With a heavy sigh, relief washed over him, the terror fading from his features. It had all been but a nightmarish illusion. Despite the vividness of the recent dream, Rhaegar had long since grown accustomed to the torment of nightmares. Jazz, I was truly frightened by that dream, he confessed, a flutter of anxiety subsiding as he mustered a smile to mask his embarrassment. Aelek shook his head. Everyone experiences unpleasant dreams, simply forget them. Rhaegar offered a quiet word of thanks. Subsequently, as if struck by a thought, he glanced around. Not seeing the familiar figure, he inquired, Where's the white deer? Where has it gone? Aelek replied candidly, After you fainted, the white deer remained by your side, even bringing you a red fruit. Before I went out to check the traps, the white deer had you resting on its belly. Perhaps, sensing your impending awakening, it departed. Rhaegar's expression fell. It left? I wanted to take it back to show my father. Aelek reassured him. The white deer does not belong to the human realm. It hails from the forest and has now returned there. You should be glad for your newfound friend. Indeed, I referred to it as a friend, Rhaegar murmured softly, his heart still heavy with longing. Chapter 10. A generous friend. The abrupt departure of a recently acquainted friend left Rhaegar with an indescribable sensation. There had not been time for further conversation. I still wanted to ride it around a bit, he gestured to Aelek, who chuckled in response. Having ensured that the young prince's emotions had stabilized, Aelek rose to attend to the carcass of the wild chicken. Observing Aelek's white robe, Rhaegar pressed his lips together and took a hearty drink from the water pouch nearby. I'm alive again. With his throat now moistened, Rhaegar suddenly recalled the system notification he had heard before losing consciousness. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? With a thought, the system panel materialized before him. Rhaegar Targaryen, talent, dreamer, gold, long life, green, bloodline, ancient Valyrian dragon king, 10, skill, ancient Valyrian language, mastery, relic, blood and fire, flame resistance 50, evaluation, fortunate lad. You have befriended a generous companion. Gazing at one particular line of small print on the system board, Rhaegar's eyes widened in astonishment. A new talent, long life? He blinked repeatedly, confirming that he had not erred. A new talent indeed. His heart raced, and he clutched his chest, overwhelmed with excitement. What does long life mean? Can I truly live to be 100? Rhaegar was acutely aware of his own frail body. While not entirely decrepit, he was certainly in a weakened state. His heart raced ever faster, his limbs grew cold, yet his spirit soared with joy. His frailty was due to organ failure, which caused him to become breathless after a few steps and to suffer from insufficient blood supply during moments of excitement. Now, it felt as though his heart might leap from his chest, and he experienced only a slight discomfort. Ha! I can live to be 100. This damned frailty shall no longer claim my life. After a prolonged illness, Rhaegar could no longer contain his exuberant emotions and burst into laughter. Eilike, who had just plucked the feathers from a chicken and was about to commence the barbecue, was startled by the sudden outburst. Turning around, he beheld the little prince, who was rolling on the ground in uncontrollable laughter, his arms flailing and kicking up dust in wild abandon. The sheer joy overwhelmed Rhaegar's youthful spirit, compelling him to express his delight, lest he be driven to madness. To Alik's eyes, however, Rhaegar appeared quite mad. Oh, tormentor of the 7 layers of hell. Cease your affliction, Eilike lamented, momentarily forgetting about the chicken as he rushed to assess the little prince's condition. Having just regained consciousness, he hoped that Rhaegar had not succumbed to lunacy. The king would surely pass judgment upon him for sneaking the prince out, and if he returned with a mad little prince, his head would undoubtedly be forfeit. Dear brother, I pray you don't bring trouble upon yourself, Eilike silently wished, hoping that his impending execution would not also implicate his brother, Alec. As it turned out, Alik's fears were unfounded. After allowing Rhaegar to revel for a good 10 minutes, he finally exhausted himself and lay still on the ground, not wishing to move. When asked what had prompted his laughter, Eilike received only the response, "A crippled man shedding his crutch. Does that not warrant joy?" Eilike was perplexed, but realized that the little prince seemed to be recovering well, unlikely to suffer from either unconsciousness or madness. His head was intact. Shaking his head, Eilike acknowledged that he could not fathom the Targaryen mindset. He resolved to focus on preparing the chicken, addressing the more pressing matter of their meal. Meanwhile, Rhaegar lay quietly on the white robe Eilike had spread out. Lost in thought, his mind wandered to many things: the generous evaluation from the system, Alik's mention of the white deer that had fed him a crimson fruit, and the steadily increasing bloodline of the Balerion dragon heritage. He perused the system panel, which indicated that the white deer was a rare species with exploration potential. While Rhaegar lay unconscious in its embrace, the system had automatically completed the exploration. That crimson fruit was, in fact, a reward for the exploration. Magical creature, white deer, exploration progress, 100 artifact auto pickup, analyzing. Analysis successful, classified as an epic artifact, blessing of auspiciousness. Would you like to activate the artifact? Artifact activated automatically. Congratulations, the blessing of auspiciousness has been successfully activated. You have received longevity, quality, good, green, effect, a blessing from a benevolent creature for a new friend, capable of fulfilling the most sincere wishes. Evaluation. The red grape was overly sweet. The tangy orange better suits my palate. Reading the evaluation imbued with personal sentiment, Rhaegar smiled genuinely, dispelling all disappointment at the white deer's unannounced departure. Thank you, dear friend. Rhaegar silently expressed his gratitude to the white deer. At that moment, he discovered a blind spot. The blessing of the mythical beast is deemed to be of epic caliber. However, the acquired longevity is merely of good quality. In comparison to the legendary blood and fire, and even the commendable proficiency in ancient Balerion, it pales significantly. Upon reflection, Rhaegar attributes this to the nature of the blessing. The latent blessing specifically addresses this aspect, bestowing upon him a robust physique and extended lifespan through longevity. Gazing at the crescent moon in the night sky, Rhaegar's eyes radiate a newfound ease, as if the dark circles beneath them had diminished considerably. From this night forth, from this moment onward, I shall no longer be a frail wretch. A Rhaegar Targaryen, free from the specter of early demise, shall herald a legend that will echo through the ages. With a resolute fist raised above his head, Rhaegar silently vows to make his name known to the world. Meanwhile, Illyris, who is preparing a meal, sniffs the golden brown roasted chicken, a look of confusion crossing his face. Odd, it isn't burnt? The following day, early in the morning, a groggy Rhaegar finds himself hoisted onto a horse, mumbling about dragon flames. As they tread along the path back to the camp, Illic smirks, truly, a child of Targaryen, dreaming of riding dragons. The morning dew gradually evaporates as the sun ascends higher in the sky. Around 8 o'clock, Illyris appears at the camp entrance, riding a black horse. Illic, you have finally returned. Before entering the camp, a figure darts out from a corner, voice laced with excitement. The already awake Rhaegar glances over, spotting another face resembling Illic's. Without a doubt, this is Illic's twin brother, Alec Kjell. Alec, with an urgent expression, snatches the reins and, before his brother can respond, interrogates him. Where did you go yesterday? Faced with his brother's indignation, Illic dismounts with Rhaegar in his arms, replying helplessly, what do you think? Alec's anger intensifies. The king commanded you to bring Prince Rhaegar to meet him, yet you sneaked him out of the camp. This alone is sufficient for the king to order your execution. Illic's gaze grows complex. His lips move slightly, ultimately transforming into a sigh. The events of yesterday were too bizarre. He struggles to process them, let alone convey them to his obstinate brother. Sensing his discomfort, Rhaegar steps in to mediate. Sir Alec, it was I who requested your brother to take me out of the camp. It was not his intention. Alec looks down at Rhaegar, who barely reaches his knee, and responds, Your Highness, it is not my intention to reproach you. The king waited for you and the princess for quite some time yesterday and was exceedingly enraged. Do you comprehend my meaning? Recognizing the underlying gravity in Alec's words, Rhaegar replies earnestly, Rest assured, I understand your concerns for my brother's sentiments. I shall do my utmost to advocate for Sir Illic. The circumstances stem from my actions, and I shall bear all consequences. Chapter 11. The first confrontation with the king. Thank you, Prince. With the young prince's assurance, Alec sincerely expresses his gratitude and leads the two into the camp. As his children remained absent throughout the night, Viserys was engulfed in a tempest of anger and disappointment, not solely towards his progeny, but also towards himself. As a king, the insurrection of his vassals was a testament to his ineptitude. As a father, his failure to adequately discipline his offspring rendered him ineffectual. After a night of counsel from Queen Alicent, Viserys found himself unusually vulnerable, resolved to take action. When Rhaegar entered the royal tent, he immediately beheld Viserys seated in the principal position. A glance around revealed that none of the nobles who had celebrated the previous day were present. Not even the trusted lords. Father, I have returned, Rhaegar greeted, facing his father's sullen demeanor. Viserys disregarded him, his cold gaze fixed upon Ser Harwin, who stood beside Rhaegar. White Knight, inform your king of the treasonous nature of leading the prince out of the camp without permission, Viserys demanded. Harwin knelt, his heart racing with trepidation. Your Majesty, it must be deemed treason. Excellent, you recall the laws of the realm. I thought you had long since dismissed them, Viserys retorted with a bitter laugh. Seize this traitor and behead him. His fury was palpable. Demon and the sea snake had conspired against him, and the lords did not recognize his chosen heir. His beloved daughter disregarded his paternal intentions, and now even the loyal White Knight dared to defy his will, leading his frail eldest son into the depths of the woods. What were his intentions? What else would he dare to do? Should he fail to impose severe punishment, other lords would inevitably follow suit, undermining the king's authority. As Viserys issued his command, footsteps echoed through the tent. He knew the guards had come to enact his judgment. Ser Harwin, stationed at the king's side, shifted uneasily, casting a furtive glance towards Rhaegar. Though it would tarnish the honor of his white cloak, the young prince was indeed his brother's only lifeline at that moment. Rhaegar, however, would not betray his own vow. As Viserys commanded, he stepped protectively in front of Harwin, feigning confusion. Father, why must Sir Harwin be punished? Surely, there is some misunderstanding. Viserys glared at him, his tone harsh. Silence. Do not presume that your name was not mentioned, granting you immunity. I have already learned the entirety of this affair from the stable hands. Harwin's fate is one you cannot evade responsibility for. Rhaegar's expression stiffened, realizing his subtle machinations had been seen through. The guards entered the tent, swiftly stripping Harwin of his white cloak and disarming him. Halt! You cannot treat him this way. Rhaegar interjected, placing himself protectively before his kneeling brother, obstructing the guard's actions. Impudent wretch, do you also intend to defy your father's will? Viserys thundered, commanding the guards to remove Rhaegar from their midst. Let go of me. There is no need to detain me in front of father. Rhaegar struggled fiercely to break free, and the guards, reluctant to harm the royal heir, could only restrain the unresisting Alec. Prince, please do not further provoke the king, Alec cautioned in a low voice. Aware that the situation was escalating, he was unwilling to incite the slumbering wrath of the king for the sake of his own trial. He had not been naive enough to expect salvation from a young prince. On the way back, he had anticipated this outcome. I shall bear all consequences. A Targaryen's word is his bond, Rhaegar declared, pushing aside the guards that obstructed his path and advancing swiftly to confront his father, whose face was a mask of fury. Father, I am well again, thanks to Sir Alec's invaluable assistance. Viserys scoffed. I only know Alec as a knight. I had no idea he was also a healer. Believe me, there is a white stag in the royal woods that gifted me a fruit brimming with blessings, restoring my health, Rhaegar asserted, raising the emotional stakes. Upon hearing of the white stag, a flicker of doubt crossed Viserys' eyes. A white stag cured your ailment with a mere fruit? Just yesterday, Prime Minister Leonor informed me of a white stag's sighting in the woods. Jaime Lannister even presented a golden spear, hoping to hunt it. Indeed, he ventured into the woods with guards, but only returned with a common buck. My eldest son left the camp before this event. He should not be aware of it. Thus, it is conceivable that his claim of encountering a white stag may be true. Rhaegar, oblivious to the myriad thoughts swirling in his father's mind, affirmed, yes. A pure white stag. I offered it fruit, and in return, it gifted me the fruit that healed me. He concluded, we are friends. Ha ha. That is truly the finest jest I have heard all year. Viserys chuckled derisively, unconvinced by his son's increasingly absurd narrative. Yet Rhaegar's confident words stirred Viserys, who turned his gaze toward the silent Alec, uncertainly asking, Alec, while you are still armored, will you reveal the truth to your king? Alec replied, every word from the prince is true. Viserys nodded slightly, bowing his head in contemplative silence. No one could fathom his thoughts at that moment. The tent fell into a brief quiet, with the sound of their breaths clear in the stillness. After a while, Viserys looked at Alec and inquired, do you believe what Rhaegar and your brother have said? I trust my brother, just as you trust your own children, your majesty. Alec responded without hesitation, steadfast in his defense of his sibling. Viserys chose not to speak further and commanded, summon the accompanying scholars, along with the other nobles and physicians brought by the knights. Without exception, as you wish, Alec replied loudly, lifting the tent flap and striding out. This turn of events alleviated the previously tense atmosphere. The guards exchanged glances, instinctively taking their positions to the sides. Rhaegar turned to Viserys and asked, Father, do you believe in me? If it could restore your health, I would indeed wish for the truth of your words. Until matters reached a conclusion, Viserys maintained a semblance of composure, scrutinizing his youthful firstborn. In truth, he had begun to entertain a flicker of belief in Rhaegar's assertions. 2 months prior, following a customary examination, the Grand Maester had informed him that the prince's heart was gravely failing, and if the deterioration continued, it would be remarkable if he lived past the age of 10. He had inquired about potential remedies, but alas, organ failure was an insurmountable affliction in this era. Not only was a cure unattainable, even alleviation was beyond reach. He had assumed his eldest son's days were numbered, thus he had deliberately avoided meeting him. As a father, even the king lacked the fortitude to confront this reality. However, just moments ago, Rhaegar's spirited defense astonished him. Despite the familiar, pallid visage, his voice resonated with vigor. The aura he exuded and the conviction in his words were unmistakable, truly a descendant of Valyria. Chapter 12. In the gripping urgency to save his brother, Elric did not keep the king waiting long. Within mere minutes, he ushered a sizable contingent into the main tent. Viserys spoke soothingly to the anxious scholars and healers, commanding them to examine Rhaegar thoroughly. Every inch of him, not a single strand of hair to be overlooked, was to be inspected. The scholars, well acquainted with Rhaegar's frail condition, were no strangers to such examinations, having occasionally assisted the Grand Maester in caring for the ailing prince. Prepared with the necessary instruments, they commenced their task. The examination was both simplistic and rudimentary. Bloodletting was the first step, observing the hue and viscosity of the blood. They even employed a leech to taste the blood for toxins. The remaining procedures were executed with considerable variety. Broad hands palpated the entire body, scrutinizing the skin, teeth, and hair roots. There was no limit to the ingenuity of these medical practitioners. One particularly gaunt elder suggested removing Rhaegar's trousers to inspect his posterior. Viserys, as a father, tacitly acquiesced to this behavior. Rhaegar, gripped by terror, regretted his reckless decision to permit such examinations. Fortunately, amidst Rhaegar's fervent protests, Elric intervened, delivering a punch that shattered the old man's nose, pleading with the king to spare his son from humiliation. Even if it costs me my life, the prince should not be subjected to such indignities. Rhaegar nearly lost control of his bladder, cowering behind Elric, trembling. Viserys refrained from reprimanding Elric for his audacity, gesturing for the less capable healers to withdraw. A royal scholar was the first to speak, his astonishment unmasked. Your Majesty, the prince's condition has indeed improved significantly. The vitality of his blood far exceeds that of his usual state. The other scholars quickly echoed his sentiments. The prince suffers from respiratory difficulties. However, the recent deep breathing test yielded standard results, devoid of any abnormal sounds. The urine exhibited a normal pale yellow hue, clear and slightly fragrant, indicating a swift recovery of the kidneys. With this positive report, Viserys was momentarily taken aback. He commanded the guards to escort the scholars away, rewarding them all with gold coins. Soon, the tent was left with only Viserys, his son, and the Cargill brothers. Rhaegar spoke first, as the scholars have stated. I am healed, thanks to the assistance of Sir Illic. Viserys responded, he has helped you. I shall be lenient in my judgment. Genuinely pleased for his eldest son, Viserys remarked, I am delighted that you have regained your health. When you meet your mother in the afterlife, I shall have no words of reproach. Father, I cannot speak on behalf of my mother to offer you solace. I only hope you can look forward, Rhaegar replied. The mention of his mother's tragic death during childbirth stirred discomfort within him. Rumors were like the cold winds of winter, not only piercing like daggers, but also insidiously pervasive, finding their way into the ears of those intended. Viserys felt guilt for having compelled his wife to bear children, leading to her demise. As a newborn brought into this world under such tragic circumstances, Rhaegar too was a part of the reason for his mother's passing. The young boy harbored guilt, having overheard the embellished tales. Seeing the melancholy on his son's face, Viserys felt a pang of sorrow, realizing he had evoked painful memories. Illic, I wish to speak privately with my son. You and your brother should step outside and ensure no one approaches the tent, Viserys instructed the Cargill brothers. Rest assured. Illic responded solemnly, taking his brother to guard the entrance of the tent. With the disturbance of outsiders removed, Viserys moved beside Rhaegar, lovingly stroking his head. Were you frightened earlier? He inquired. Rhaegar looked puzzled. What? Viserys chuckled mischievously. The Dr. Boris, that old man who wanted to strip you of your trousers. Rhaegar turned pale. I shall remember that name. Ah, a ruler must possess a broad heart, especially towards those who prescribe for him, Viserys taught, half serious, half jesting. Rhaegar, however, would not heed such notions of magnanimity, particularly as he had not yet found himself in the position of a king being restrained and disrobed. As for the matter of the white stag, if it were indeed true, did you truly recover your health due to consuming a miraculous fruit? Viserys shifted the conversation, pondering the fruit mentioned by his son. He had been wounded by the Iron Throne, and no treatment had ever healed his injuries. For nearly a decade, his body had been marred by scars, with many parts festering and decaying. The relentless pain incessantly tormented his nerves. If the white stag truly possesses such miraculous fruit, perhaps it could cure my afflictions, he mused. Rhaegar, aware of his father's train of thought, replied, I did not speak falsely. The white stag approached me and provided the fruit that restored my health. Viserys' face brightened with hope. Then, can you find the white stag again? Rhaegar spoke candidly. That extraordinary fruit is remarkably elusive, and it is improbable that another exists. Even should one encounter the white stag, it would be of no consequence. Without endeavor, how can one ascertain the absence? Viserys, reluctant to relinquish hope for healing, remained resolute. Rhaegar, unwilling to betray his companion, firmly asserted, the white stag is an omen of fortune. Those who cherish it shall be blessed, while those who dare to harm it shall face a curse. Viserys scrutinized Rhaegar, attempting to glean some insight from his demeanor. Rhaegar maintained his composure, his gaze steady. After a prolonged silence, Viserys conceded, sighing, You are correct. I ventured to hunt the white stag yesterday, yet saw not even a trace. Rhaegar was taken aback, surprised by this revelation. Viserys affectionately ruffled his hair. You are fortunate to have gained the friendship of the white stag, a privilege I do not possess. Rhaegar remained silent, uncertain of how to respond. The white stag was his friend, and he could not betray it. Furthermore, the fruit was a reward bestowed by the explorers, not the property of the stag. Even if he assisted his father in capturing the creature, a second fruit to effectuate healing would not materialize. Viserys felt a sense of solace, yet another thought lingered in his mind. The white stag symbolizes sovereignty, and as king, he was denied the opportunity to encounter it. Rhaegar's ability to do so was no mere stroke of luck. Despite the myriad thoughts swirling within him, Viserys reminded himself that his son's extraordinary encounter was indeed a rare blessing. With this contemplation, a notion emerged within Viserys. He took Rhaegar's hand and led him to the fire pit within the tent. In response to Rhaegar's puzzled gaze, he drew a dagger fashioned from dragonbone, placing its blade into the flames. Once the Balerion steel blade had thoroughly heated and turned crimson, he grasped the dragonbone hilt and presented it before Rhaegar. "Observe closely. What do you see?" Viserys encouraged. Rhaegar gazed at the glowing dagger, noticing that the heat revealed numerous tiny inscriptions. "Is that ancient Balerion?" Possessing a proficiency in the language, he swiftly deciphered its meaning. Aware that he had yet to master ancient Balerion, Rhaegar hesitated to reveal too much. Stumbling over his words, he read aloud, "The prophecy of bloodlines, the song of ice and fire." Subsequently, Rhaegar feigned speechlessness, casting a helpless glance at Viserys. Viserys was not taken aback. Rather, he was elated that Rhaegar could recognize part of the ancient Valyrian language. Clearly, his information was accurate. Rhaegar was indeed a child with a passion for reading. Chapter 13. Ambiguous Answers. This is the prophecy of the Song of Ice and Fire. Viserys patiently elucidated before Aegon's demise. The last fire mage of Valyria concealed his song within the dagger. To possess such knowledge is both a responsibility and a heavy burden, more significant than the throne and the title of king. As he spoke, he observed Rhaegar's every movement. In the brilliant glow of the flames, the shadows of father and son stretched and magnified. As the wind swayed the flames, they twisted and transformed incessantly. Rhaegar blinked. Bewildered, a song of ice and fire? I had thought it a mere fabrication of superstition from the pages of a book. Indeed, he was aware of the tale of ice and fire. Earlier, while exploring the Dragonhorn dagger, the system's prompt had alluded to its connection with the Song of Ice and Fire. Now, it seemed laden with significance. Viserys spoke gravely. "Prophecies are indeed real. I hope you will keep this in your heart and remain ever vigilant against the unknown darkness and the coming winter." "I will, Father," Rhaegar replied, though he was bewildered. He sensed the gravity of the matter. Viserys paced around the fire pit, hesitating before he continued. "I once posed a question to Rhaenyra. Would you like to know what it was?" "What was it?" Rhaegar asked, instinctively, as his father's words grew increasingly profound, leaving him perplexed. It was about dragons, and one's perspective on them. Having broached the subject, Viserys had no reason to halt and continued. "Dragons have been ancient creatures that followed the Targaryens since the days of old Valyria, magnificent yet flawed. What is your opinion on this?" Rhaegar shook his head. "My dragon egg has yet to hatch, and my sister refuses to let me ride a dragon. The closest I have come to one is the skull of Balerion. As a Targaryen, he possessed a dragon egg, a relic from a colossal dragon known as Dreamfire, personally selected by Rhaenyra from the dragon's lair before his birth. Throughout the years, that egg had shown no signs of hatching." Viserys was unfazed by this, emphasizing, "It matters not. I only wish to hear your thoughts on dragons." Observing his father's serious demeanor, Rhaegar recognized its importance. He recalled the immense skull of Balerion. Even stripped of scales and flesh, the oppressive aura emanating from the skull was undeniable. And then there was his dragon egg, placed in a specially crafted hearth. Impervious to the searing heat, its texture resolute, starkly different from the eggs of birds or chickens he had encountered. Lastly, there was Rhaenyra, who had soared on dragons since the tender age of 7, becoming a dragon rider. Each time he encountered her, in moments of intimacy, Rhaegar could detect a faint whiff of sulfur. He understood that this was the essence of dragons. After a moment of contemplation, Rhaegar gathered his thoughts and responded. "Dragons are the most formidable, controllable weapons in this world. Even Aegon the Conqueror, with his remarkable wisdom and courage, unified the 7 kingdoms whilst riding upon a dragon's back. Dragons are perilous, yet it is only by mastering them that the Targaryens can rise above ordinary men. Otherwise, they shall inevitably fall from the Iron Throne." This was his heartfelt truth, and the most objective assessment he could offer at that moment. Viserys listened intently, a trace of satisfaction gracing his countenance, and he inquired once more, "If one day you were to ride a great dragon and face the rebellion of the disrespectful, how would you respond?" "Burn them alive," Rhaegar replied without a moment's hesitation. "Did you not say that dragons are dangerous?" Viserys furrowed his brow. Rhaegar felt an unsettling truth. Should the dragons be lost, the majesty of House Targaryen would cease to intimidate the petty. In times of necessity, dragonfire would extinguish dissenters, ensuring a singular voice echoed across the continent of Westeros. Upon hearing his eldest son's intent, Viserys fell into silence. Subjectively, Rhaegar's assertion held merit. The Targaryens' ascendancy to the throne of the Seven Kingdoms was undeniably entwined with the presence of dragons. Yet, the foreboding prophecy of ice and fire lingered in his mind, dissuading him from over-reliance on these creatures. The ancient Valyrians, who believed themselves masters of the great dragons, ultimately summoned their own cataclysm through insatiable greed and desire. He recalled the eve before Rhaenyra was named heir, when he had posed a similar inquiry. Rhaenyra's response bore striking resemblance to Rhaegar's initial words. Yet her understanding of the bond between dragons and the Targaryens was far more profound. She did not equate the mastery of dragons with the attainment of all things. Her disposition mirrored that of her father, Viserys. Both eschewed conflict and held themselves to rigorous standards. In contrast, Rhaegar's answer reminded him of another, Daemon Targaryen, his own brother. Truth be told, there was a time he contemplated naming Daemon as his successor. Setting aside Daemon's treacherous and disloyal acts against him, his perspective on dragons was exceedingly radical. To him, dragons were akin to a double-edged sword. With such a potent weapon at his disposal, his latent desires would inevitably incite war. For reasons unknown, a pang of jealousy stirred within Viserys. Maintaining a stoic demeanor amidst Rhaegar's puzzled expression, he remarked, "I grasp your meaning. Do not forget the prophecy of ice and fire. You may retire now." Rhaegar refrained from probing further, responding thoughtfully, "Very well. Do take care to drink less, father." In the dim glow of the firelight, their faces appeared indistinct. Exiting the tent, the midday sun struck Rhaegar's face, blinding him. A shadow fell over him, shielding him from the glaring light. It was Ser Alys Karstark. Rhaegar tilted his head to discern the figure. Alys held a white cloak above the young prince's head, sincerely expressing, "Thank you for advocating on behalf of my brother, Your Highness." Rhaegar gently shook his head. "No need for such gratitude. It was I who compelled Illyrio to escort me from the camp. He should not bear the burden of my actions. The king's guard obeys the king's commands, and my brother's negligence is indeed a grave error." Alys, astute and perceptive, recognized the prince's esteemed position in the king's regard and held him in high esteem. "And what of Ser Illyrio?" Rhaegar inquired, shifting the topic. Alys replied, "There was unrest at the camp's entrance. He went to ascertain the situation." "Then I shall join you to witness the commotion," Rhaegar said, intrigued, but not forgetting to caution, "My father remains inside. Ser, do exercise caution. Duty-bound." Alys raised her hand in salute. Stepping away from the royal tent, Rhaegar did not immediately rush to join the festivities. Instead, he perused the various delicacies and roasted meats, satisfying himself to a modest degree. Having set off early in the morning, he had only managed a few sips of water. Poor child, bereft of a mother. "Rhaegar," came the voice of Rhaenyra as she stood by a barbecue pit. Startled, Rhaegar turned to find her drenched in blood, her silver hair darkened by congealed crimson, as if she had just emerged from a fierce battle. "Rhaenyra, what happened to you?" Forgetting his meal, he hurried over, his short legs propelling him forward. "I sought you out yesterday, but alas, I could not find you." Rhaenyra playfully tapped his forehead, admonishing, "You ought to call me sister, not Rhaenyra. And you shouldn't wander off recklessly. What is the point of such pretenses now? Are you hurt? Is it serious?" Rhaegar anxiously examined her wounds. Rhaenyra lifted his chin, a hint of pride in her voice. "This is not my blood. I am unscathed." Chapter 14. The Bone Crusher Halvin, a wild boar attacked me, but I slayed it, Rhaenyra declared, ruffling Rhaegar's hair with a tone tinged with pride. "Wow, the valiant boar huntress," Rhaegar blurted out, his words escaping him. Rhaenyra's expression darkened instantly. Just as Rhaegar braced for her wrath, a voice interrupted their moment. "Princess, I have heard you single-handedly dealt with a wild boar." The voice emanated from beside the barbecue. Both siblings turned to see a robust man with curly brown hair and a bushy beard. Rhaegar found his features somewhat familiar, though they had never met before. Rhaenyra, however, recognized him and greeted with a polite smile. It was merely luck, Sir Halvin the Bone Crusher. Upon hearing the name Bone Crusher, Rhaegar's mind clicked. It was the same surname that had unsettled him, Larys Halvin. Noticing his expression, Rhaenyra whispered, "He is the eldest son of Prime Minister Leonor, a renowned knight known as the Bone Crusher." Bone Crusher? Does he crush the bones of his enemies? Rhaegar asked half-jokingly. Halvin, while deftly skinning a pigeon, chuckled in response. Indeed, during one battle, I smashed a hapless fellow's skull with my warhammer, and the survivors dubbed me the Bone Crusher. Impressive. You truly are a formidable warrior, Rhaegar remarked, subtly hinting at the pride evident in Halvin's tone. A knight bearing such an imposing title indeed had grounds for pride. Efficiently finishing his task with the pigeon, Halvin wiped his hands with a cloth and approached with joviality. My skills at roasting are quite commendable. I just saw the prince enjoy a hearty meal. Would the princess care to sample my fare? With a light-hearted demeanor, this towering man exuded an amiable charm, making it difficult to imagine him smashing skulls on the battlefield. Faced with the invitation from the rather handsome knight, Rhaenyra smiled apologetically and declined, saying, "No, my father is still waiting for me. No one can say no to the king. That is quite all right. I shall be serving in King's Landing for a long while. And should the princess wish to sample my culinary skills, you are always welcome to visit," Harwin replied, displaying a sense of familiarity without undue eagerness. From him, Rhaegar perceived something profound: respect. The slightly older Rhaenyra also noticed this. A bit unaccustomed, she clasped her hands behind her back, her smile appearing more genuine. "I certainly shall." Ser Harwin bowed with a smile and refrained from further intrusion. This gesture further elevated Rhaenyra's esteem for him. Observing her somewhat elated sister, Rhaegar felt a twinge of confusion and shrugged. "I am off to see father. You may wander about at your leisure." Rhaenyra had to meet Viserys, and, with little time for more conversation, hurried away. At this moment, numerous lords and nobles gathered in the camp took notice of the bloodied princess. The boisterous atmosphere fell silent as they collectively maintained their quietude. Rhaenyra felt a strong aversion to the scrutinizing gazes. With a stern expression, she walked past, occasionally locking eyes with some, and most of the time, her presence overshadowed others. Those feeling guilty would lower their heads, unwilling to meet her gaze. The corners of Rhaenyra's mouth curled slightly in disdain for those timid souls. Observing her captivating silhouette, Rhaegar pressed his lips together, seemingly sensing a tinge of solitude. The royal hunt concluded, and Viserys promptly boarded the carriage with his family to return to King's Landing. In light of the siblings' errant behavior of leaving the camp, their father imposed separate punishments. Though the princess had reached marriageable age, she was disinclined towards the suitors chosen by the king. Viserys invested considerable effort in organizing a grand tour across the continent for Rhaenyra, showcasing the majesty of House Targaryen. Indeed, since becoming the heir, Rhaenyra had primarily been a passive observer of government affairs, wielding no actual power and remaining unfamiliar with the lords who had sworn allegiance to her. This endeavor was intended to elevate Rhaenyra's presence and foster acceptance of the heir among the vassals. Concurrently, various tournaments and feasts would be held, providing an opportunity for Rhaenyra to assess potential suitors. In Viserys' view, if Rhaenyra disapproved of his chosen candidates, she should be free to select for herself. Noble suitors from across the realm would be at her disposal. He was confident that at least one would catch her eye. This illustrates the significance he placed on his daughter's matrimonial prospects. Once the issue of the eldest daughter was resolved, the matter of his eldest son, Rhaegar, would be simpler. Using the pretext of illness, Viserys commanded Rhaegar to remain sequestered within the Red Keep, forbidding him from stepping beyond its gates. To this end, he dispatched several scholars to routinely examine his health, ensuring that his frailty was fully remedied. The freedom of personal autonomy was undeniably curtailed, much to the discontent of Rhaegar. After an earnest exchange of reasoning, Viserys concluded that his son had reached the age of enlightenment and subsequently appointed 2 venerable scholars to impart education upon him. The situation became dire. Each day at 6 o'clock, he was forcibly roused from slumber, subjected to an uninterrupted 8-hour regimen of academic instruction, followed by the torment of homework evaluations the following day. Rhaegar felt utterly overwhelmed. Viserys showed no regard for his son's recent recovery from illness, adhering instead to a relentless philosophy of learn or perish. Under such a draconian educational system, Rhaegar's pallid complexion began to show slight improvement, However, the dark circles under his eyes deepened with each passing day, far worse than before. Cursed be those scholars, and the wretched old town of Old Town. One day, I shall reclaim what I have lost. Faced with the rigid tutelage of the two aged instructors, Rhaegar practiced his penmanship while resolutely steeling himself. He had inquired of Viserys when his freedom would be restored, only to receive the disheartening reply, "You shall remain confined until your sister returns to King's Landing." Thus, Rhaegar's longing for Rhaenys became profoundly intense. How he yearned for his sister. "Return swiftly, dear sister." Time passed, and soon half a year had elapsed. The autumn leaves began to turn in King's Landing. As a coastal city, the climate remained relatively unchanged. However, the local farmers were busier than ever. Within the confines of the Red Keep, Rhaegar received delightful news. His long-awaited sister was returning. Rhaenys had concluded her travels prematurely and was embarking on a ship from Storm's End, destined to arrive in King's Landing within days. Regardless of others' opinions, Rhaegar was elated. Each day upon the conclusion of his lessons, he would perch by the stained glass window of the Red Keep's tower, gazing out at the sea, eagerly anticipating the sight of Rhaenys' returning vessel. How wonderful it was! His sister was finally coming back. His days of hardship were drawing to a close. Rhaegar felt a pang of nostalgia for the experiences of the past 6 months. He enjoyed reading, but it had merely been a means to pass the time during his frail state, not the torturous confinement of enforced study. "Prince, it would be prudent to refrain from such remarks. The king is quite displeased at the news of the princess returning unbidden," came a voice from the tower. Rhaegar did not need to look to know it was Ser Elric, standing tall and imposing like a spear at another window. "Sire, you are well aware of my daily tribulations. Do you not feel sorrow for my plight?" Rhaegar exclaimed, frustration evident in his tone. Elric could not suppress a chuckle. "Indeed. The king hopes for your enlightenment through knowledge. However, 8 hours of lessons coupled with homework is rather inhumane." Chapter 15. The Dreamfire Egg. Those two old scholars were, in truth, nothing short of murderers of a young princess spirit. The mere thought of it made Rhaegar's head throb with indignation. He wished nothing more than to smash their withered heads to pieces. One could only wonder if their minds held anything beyond mere knowledge, perhaps a heap of rebuttals. Since the royal hunt 6 months ago, the two had little contact. It was not until a few days prior that Viserys learned of Rhaenyra's return from her travels. He sent Ser Harwin to be by Rhaegar's side, pledging to safeguard the prince's safety and fulfill all assigned tasks. Rhaegar was unaware of his father's intentions, yet he found solace in the presence of a reliable white knight. Given their shared hardships, the two had developed a commendable rapport. Even Ser Harwin, a knight of strict demeanor, could occasionally exchange light-hearted banter with Rhaegar. "I am weary, my lord," Rhaegar murmured, losing patience after a brief respite, and returned to his chambers with Ser Harwin in tow. The king's guard was solely responsible for the safety of the king and his appointed individuals, and nothing would intrude upon the prince's quarters. They merely needed to stand guard at the door. Upon entering his small sanctuary, Rhaegar first approached the hearth, where a furnace-like container rested. Lifting its lid, a wave of warm air enveloped him. Undeterred by the heat, Rhaegar peered inside, where lay a dragon egg. Its surface a deep obsidian adorned with diamond-like patterns. This was his dragon egg. As he caressed the egg's scorching exterior, a flicker of disappointment crossed Rhaegar's eyes, and he sighed, still no movement. When shall you hatch? Perhaps it was simply misfortune. For 6 long years, his dragon egg had shown no signs of life, remaining inert within its vessel. Habitually, he stroked the egg, engaging in a soliloquy that he believed might aid in its hatching. When thirst overcame him, he replaced the lid. Concluding today's dialogue with the egg, pouring himself a cup of warm water, Rhaegar mumbled to himself, "At least that fool Aegon's egg hasn't hatched either. Otherwise, it would be quite the embarrassment." The thought of his foolish brother's egg remaining unhatched lifted Rhaegar's spirits somewhat. While it was indeed regretful that his own egg had not yet hatched, the prospect of his brother's egg doing so would only add to his anxiety. Days passed as the sun rose and set. Finally, Rhaenyra returned to the court. "You were correct, my lord," she stated, expressing her hunger as she rose and made her way to the banquet area. The needless bloodshed had left her discontented, and she sought some refreshing fruit. Ser Harwin shrugged and followed closely behind her. With the charge concluded, the next events included archery, MLE, and dueling. After rounds of thrilling contests filled with carnage, they entered the duel phase. The rules were simple. 2 combatants donned armor and wielded weapons without restriction, continuing until one conceded or fell. Commonly referred to as a one-on-one duel, the initial bouts were exhilarating, with knights brandishing swords and flails, their clashes igniting a fervor in the onlookers. Thanks to the excellent protection of their armor, injuries were minimal, sparing them from permanent harm or death. The combatants in the arena are not fools. They are driven by the pursuit of honor and gold. Having already showcased their prowess before the esteemed nobles of the realm, why must they engage in a fight to the death? A fierce display is sufficient to elicit applause and bets from the noble spectators, who are often unable to discern between genuine conflict and stage performance. The third duel commences. One contender is the formidable knight of the Iron Hammer, hailing from the Valley of Iron Oak. This knight, tall and rugged, is clad in silver-gray armor, wielding a war hammer in one hand and a shield in the other. Opposite him stands a young man of brown skin, adorned in light armor and brandishing a lance. It is apparent that he is a native of Dorne. Despite Aegon having unified the Seven Kingdoms, the Dornish have never acknowledged their fealty to the Targaryen dynasty, remaining in a state of perennial rebellion. It was not until a few years prior to Aegon I's death that Prince Martell of Dorne sent representatives to negotiate peace, thus concluding the hostilities between the Targaryens and the Dornish. However, while the Grand Wars may have ceased, skirmishes continue to erupt. The fierce Dornish often raid neighboring territories, causing distress throughout the kingdom. As Rhaenyra gazes upon the Dornish face below, a flicker of interest stirs within her otherwise dull heart. To her surprise, a Dornish warrior has joined the tournament. She turns to her companion, Cole, who stands guard nearby, and inquires with curiosity, "Who do you think will prevail?" Cole chuckles. How can one discern victory before the first blow is struck? They say the Dornish are fierce warriors, barbaric and savage. I wonder if the rumors hold any truth. Pointing at the dazed Bart, Rhaenyra derides. This knight seems rather unfriendly towards me and displays a clear disdain for our Dornish kin. Such prejudice is unwarranted. As the Dornish youth lops off one of Bart's ears with his lance, he taunts. I have heard it said that the women of the valley are not as comely as goats. Is there any truth to that assertion? Truth be told, I have yet to experience the company of a valley woman, so I cannot say if they truly pale in comparison. He gives Bart a kick to the head, sneering. Hey, Valley Knight, share your thoughts with me. I could use some insight. Bart, bleeding profusely from multiple wounds and feeling faint, musters his strength to utter something. The Dornish youth crouches down, gripping Bart's hair to pull him up, and grins maliciously. If you wish to speak, do so loudly. Coughing up blood, Bart spits a mouthful of crimson phlegm onto the youth, weakly cursing, "Damn you, Dornish monkey." The insult infuriates the Dornish youth, yet he refrains from delivering a swift death. A quick demise would be a mercy he is unwilling to when Bart could no longer endure. He pierced his throat with the gun's muzzle, putting an end to his suffering. Damn those Dornish. Retribution shall be yours. Suddenly, a voice of cursing erupted from the stands, followed by an empty wine glass hurled into the air. It shattered with a thud upon the muddy ground. This exclamation seemed to sound the trumpet for release. More and more spectators rose from their seats, hurling insults and objects at the Dornish youth. Wine glasses, apples, plates, and even high-heeled shoes belonging to ladies. Rhaenyra stood amidst the crowd, her expression impassive as she fixed her gaze upon the Dornish youth, who evaded and laughed mockingly. As the princess of the realm, she held no affection for the Dornish, and her mother, Aemma Arryn, hailed from the Vale's noble house. The Dornish youth not only butchered the knights of the Vale who pledged loyalty to her, but also brazenly mocked the people of the Vale. Undoubtedly, such provocations fueled Rhaenyra's desire for vengeance. Cole, you shall duel him next. Avenge Sir Bart. Rhaenyra commanded Cole, turning to him. Cole looked troubled. I would be honored to serve the princess, and that Dornish scoundrel is indeed detestable. However, as a king's guard, I cannot engage in a duel without the king's command. Rhaenyra dismissed Cole and approached Viserys, lowering her voice. Father, that man is too arrogant. He is insulting the kingdom. I can summon Cole to act. He will surely avenge Sir Bart. Viserys, already irate, acknowledged his daughter's proposal but remained rational, advising her to wait. The kingdom boasts many valiant knights. The king's guard cannot act impulsively. We must provide the youth an opportunity to prove themselves. While this reasoning was sound, Rhaenyra nearly retorted, ultimately holding her tongue. The competition must continue, and Laenor intervened to halt the crowd's verbal assaults and projectiles aimed at the Dornish youth. Under the watchful eyes of all, the Dornish youth brazenly taunted, the knights of the Vale are feeble. Is there no one stronger? I yearn for a true opponent. Not these weaklings. He laughed heartily, his arrogance boundless. I shall face you. A middle-aged knight in silver-gray armor stepped forward, wielding a longsword, and declared, I am Ser Baelor, hailing from the Stormlands. Allow me to teach you the virtue of respect. The Dornish youth smirked. Is that so? I hope you can maintain your bravado. Knight of the Stormlands. Meanwhile, in the banquet area, a lavish spread of delicacies adorned rows of tables, where numerous noble women and young ladies engaged in light-hearted conversation. Akin to a tea party, Rhaegar occupied a table alone, clearing a significant space before him, where he placed a particular pastry. It resembled a chocolate cookie but was shaped like an egg tart, with a sweet and chewy texture. Delicious. What is this delightful creation? Rhaegar savored the delectable delicacies, his eyes gleaming with delight. He mused to himself that upon returning, he must inquire with Alicent about the remarkable chef responsible for such exquisite pastries, hoping to have him cater to his whims in the future. Just as he indulged in his culinary treasures, an unexpected figure seated themselves beside him. Amidst Rhaegar's puzzled gaze, the stranger seized a plate of chocolate cake, relishing the morsel with evident ecstasy. Who is this individual, and why are they consuming my desserts? Rhaegar silently grumbled, yet refrained from voicing his thoughts. After all, there were still several plates remaining. However, reality imparted a valuable lesson to Rhaegar. When an annoyance arises, failing to address it only amplifies one's discontent. Having taken but a few bites, Rhaegar observed the individual voraciously devouring the treats. In an instant, the plate was emptied. Delicious indeed, a truly dedicated chef, the stranger mumbled, before promptly snatching another plate. Then came the third, and the fourth, until only a solitary plate remained. At last, Rhaegar could no longer contain himself. He leapt from his chair, shielding his final plate of pastries, and demanded loudly, Do you have any idea who I am? How dare you pilfer my desserts? Have you always been this audacious? His voice, though filled with vigor, betrayed his youth, sounding more akin to a child's playful squabble. The stranger, exasperated, tousled their curly hair and chuckled awkwardly. You are a prince, but the pastries on the table are intended for guests to enjoy, are they not? Rhaegar's ire flared further. Knowing I am a prince, and still stealing my dessert? You won't spare the last plate either? How shameless can you be? Grappling with a child over sweets? Ah, culinary delights know no age, the stranger retorted with impudence. Besides, dear prince, you are but a child. Excessive sweets may lead to cavities. If you cannot control yourself, perhaps it would be best to relinquish the pastries to me. I fear not the threat of decay. You scoundrel! Do you presume to deceive me? Do I appear to be a mere 3-year-old? Rhaegar pointed accusatorily at the individual, commanding Alec to intervene. Sir, teach this rogue a lesson. Let them learn respect, and see if they dare to act so brazenly again. At once, my prince, Alec replied, without drawing his sword. He strode purposefully behind the interloper, reaching out to seize their shoulder. Wait, noble knight. I believe there has been a misunderstanding, the stranger protested. Alec, uninterested in discourse, grasped the shoulder, intent on throwing them to the ground. In an instant, a swift shadow struck Alec's hand with a sharp crack, precise and resonant. The sudden pain made Alec instinctively release his grip, a bruise blooming upon his hand. Chapter 18. The wandering swordsman Alec was taken aback by the abrupt and fierce counterattack. Upon raising his gaze, he found the very individual he had restrained sitting comfortably in their chair, a silver chopstick delicately held in their hand. The White Knight, devoid of malice, was merely a pitiful soul, hungry and in search of palatable sustenance. Observing this, Rhaegar quietly set down his plate, retreating behind Alec. The swift motion of the stranger indicated a master of skills, someone not to be trifled with, especially given his diminutive stature. You are indeed generous, your highness. The visitor exclaimed upon seeing the pastries, his countenance lighting up with joy as he bowed respectfully to Rhaegar, seemingly devoid of ill intent. At that moment, Rhaegar took note of the stranger's appearance, a mass of curly brown hair, deep brown eyes, and a weathered face that retained a cheerful demeanor. Standing at no more than 160 centimeters, he appeared rather ordinary among the populace, yet strikingly small compared to the adept knights surrounding them. Sensing Rhaegar's scrutiny, the stranger chuckled. I am aware of your identity, but it seems you are yet to learn mine. And who might you be? Rhaegar inquired. A nameless nobody, the stranger replied. Rhaegar felt a twinge of irritation, sensing he was being toyed with. Just as he was about to express his frustration, the stranger offered his plate, and softly introduced himself. "I am Frail, a wandering swordsman from Bravos, here to share a meal with the prince." Rhaegar gazed into the stranger's eyes, which were as inscrutable as still water, revealing nothing of his thoughts. He glanced back at Illic, seeking silent confirmation. Illic nodded slightly, indicating that all was well. Within the Red Keep, no one had yet dared to assassinate the king's eldest son openly. Rhaegar picked up a piece of pastry and smiled. "I would be delighted to share with you, Frail." The latter, perpetually smiling, responded, "You may call me Silu. However, I am no nobleman and find myself temporarily out of work." "Oh, what was your occupation before?" "Given your remarkable swordsmanship?" Rhaegar inquired, intrigued by the stranger's evident skill and his foreign origins. "Let us converse as we dine," Silu suggested. And so they returned to their seats, the earlier tension dissipating as they engaged in light-hearted conversation over pastries. Through their exchange, Rhaegar learned that Silu had once been a squire to a knight, adept with the sword from a young age, though he had always aspired to be an elegant dancer. Upon reaching adulthood, he caught the attention of a wealthy merchant in Bravos, who hired him as a court dancer. He had believed his fortunes had turned, but within a few years, that merchant was assassinated. Silu, who had been performing for him at the time, became a suspect. To evade capture, he clandestinely sailed to Westeros and, under the patronage of a noblewoman, found his way into the Red Keep for a banquet. Rhaegar listened, entranced by Silu's tale. Feeling a deep sense of empathy for his unjust plight, Silu lamented the cruelties of fate while indulging in the feast, and in that moment, a bond of mutual understanding blossomed between the two men. Of course, this account is purely from Illic's perspective. In truth, Rhaegar appeared to be attentively listening, all the while internally scoffing. What a remarkable dancer from Bravos, gifted enough to master the art of swordsmanship. Such talent is indeed rare. Then, one cannot help but observe the appearance of Syrio, with both height and skill in swordplay. It is astonishing that a wealthy patron from Bravos would employ such a diminutive and unremarkable individual for entertainment. Does he possess an exceptionally unique taste? Perhaps he is a consummate liar, having duped some noble fool, thus managing to gain entry into the Red Keep for a lavish feast. Rhaegar smiled quietly, watching him spin his tales. After a brief exchange, the chocolate pastries at the nearby table had all been devoured, much to Sirio's chagrin. Suddenly, he brought up the upcoming martial competition. "My prince, the duels are quite spectacular. Do you not wish to witness them?" Rhaegar shook his head. "No. I am still too young and unaccustomed to the sight of blood." Syrio chuckled. "That is indeed true, yet the dueling grounds are in an uproar. Even the king has been enraged. What is the cause?" Rhaegar furrowed his brow, sensing the underlying intrigue in Sirio's words. A multitude had brutally slain their opponent, boasting loudly and behaving with outrageous arrogance. Syrio took a sip of his drink. "The Dornishman will continue to challenge. The second duel must have just commenced. Come, let us go and see." Immediately, Rhaegar rose, hastening alongside Illic toward the arena. Syrio smiled and followed suit. Upon arriving at the dueling grounds, they discovered the audience fervently cheering for a single individual. Rhaegar secured a vantage point near the railings to observe. Within the arena, a knight clad in silver-gray armor wielded his sword with ferocity, driving a brown-skinned youth to retreat step by step. Each time the great sword grazed the opponent, the crowd erupted in cheers, urging him to vanquish his foe. After watching for a while, Illic whispered, "The favored combatant is the Knight of Storm's End, while his opponent is a Dornishman, a shameless scoundrel." Rhaegar nodded, focusing intently on the duel. The Storm's End Knight was aggressive, exhibiting a classic charge and attack style. His strikes were swift and precise, relentlessly suppressing his opponent's movements, leaving no room for counterattack. The Dornish youth clearly recognized this strategy, leveraging the advantages of his light armor to dart and evade each assault. His spear transformed into a shield against the long sword, the clanging echoes reverberating throughout the arena. Just as the excitement peaked, Syrio suddenly remarked, "The outcome is already determined. The shift in offense and defense is not far off." Rhaegar cast a skeptical glance at him, inquiring, "Why do you say that?" "The Storm's End Knight is formidable. Indeed, on the battlefield, he seemed capable of taking on 10 foes single-handedly. Yet the Dornish lad merely needed to evade and prolong the bout until his opponent's stamina waned." Rhaegar scrutinized the duel further. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the Storm's End Knight was beginning to breathe heavily, his great sword struggling to close in on his adversary. Conversely, The Dornish youth appeared to still possess ample energy, retreating while engaging in combat. Do not forget to mock, noble knight, should you mount your steed. I would certainly refrain from engaging you in combat. Alas, you are confined to the mire beneath your feet. Huh. Even without a warhorse, severing your head presents no challenge. Shilong's voice was hoarse, laced with disdain, yet the sweat on his brow betrayed his true condition. Rhaegar tugged at Eirik's sleeve, inquiring, Sir, is it true that Sir Shilong is on the verge of defeat? The weight of Shilong's armor grew increasingly burdensome as time dragged on. Shilio interjected at an opportune moment. Armor may preserve a warrior's life in critical moments, yet it also constrains one's agility. Much like the Dothraki across the sea, who eschew armor, believing that nimbleness is the key to victory on the battlefield. Let us observe, I have faith in Sir Shilong. Rhaegar, with a solemn expression, silently cheered him on. Chapter 19. The Ranger Prince Demon awaits with bated breath. Shilio, nonchalantly resting his hands behind his back, demonstrated that an adept swordsman's gaze is piercingly acute. Within 5 minutes, Shilong's rate of sword strikes diminished significantly, ceasing his futile pursuit. The Dornish youth grinned broadly, aware that the moment for counterattack had arrived. Employing the same tactics as in his previous duel with Bart, he circled Shilong, maintaining distance while thrusting with his spear. Shilong raised his sword in defense. Yet even the most meticulous may falter. The Dornish youth cunningly feigned an attack, luring Shilong into striking. Just as victory seemed within reach, he executed a swift counter, thrusting his weapon and blinding one of Shilong's eyes. I concede, cease the duel. Realizing the tides had turned, Shilong endured the searing agony and, overwhelmed by humiliation, bellowed for the fight to halt, surrendering his resolve to continue. With Shilong's admission of defeat, the Dornish youth's arrogance surged, reveling in mockery and dismissing the remaining knights entirely. He had come here to humiliate this assembly of noble lords. As for the consequences, he would not have dared approach without a measure of assurance. On the dais, Viserys glared ominously at the Dornish youth, his knuckles whitening as he gripped the armrest of his chair. Damn those Dornish. Send a formidable knight to deal with him, he commanded of Laenor. At once, Your Majesty, Laenor replied, not daring to utter more as he made his way backstage to seek a knight capable of overcoming the Dornish contender. Many participants had signed up for the tournament. The Dornish would not be basking in their triumph for long. In a corner, Rhaegar turned away, her expression darkening as she wished to avoid witnessing the raucous display of the crowd. Do not be vexed. That Dornish lad possesses remarkable skill and wit. Few can match him, Shilio remarked. I am aware. The kingdom's warriors are as numerous as the stars, and that fellow will inevitably meet his downfall, Rhaegar asserted with conviction. Indeed, every formidable warrior possesses a distinctive style of combat. As Shilio shifted his tone, he remarked, if I were to face that young man, Dawn, the most prudent strategy would be to feign weakness, to present an opening and allow him to strike first, thereby seizing the opportunity for a counterattack. Rhaegar regarded him with a perplexed expression, inquiring, What? Do you wish to take the field? The wandering swordsman would not draw his blade lightly, unless he found a compelling reason to do so. Shilio's lips curled into a subtle smile, casting a meaningful glance at Rhaegar. What do you desire? A position as a dance instructor at the Red Keep? Rhaegar was not surprised by the revelation of Shilio's intentions. Kneeling on one knee, Shilio earnestly replied, If the prince so wishes, I would remain at the Red Keep as a dance instructor. Why? Rhaegar pressed. There is no reason. I simply wish to do so, Shilio asserted. Rhaegar raised an eyebrow, retorting, That rationale is insufficient. I cannot afford to harbor a dangerous individual within my home. Shilio pondered for a moment before responding. You are the eldest son of King Viserys I, the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. Your status and potential merit my loyalty. While this reasoning was commendable, Rhaegar found it lacking in sincerity. With that, he turned to depart, not sparing Shilio a glance. The man's appearance had been too abrupt, deliberately orchestrated from the outset. His extraordinary skills displayed in the competition for pastries and his precise insights during the duel served only to highlight his worth. Unfortunately, he had revealed his intentions too early. Did he truly believe Rhaegar to be an unsuspecting child? Presuming superiority, thinking that an aura of royal authority would compel others to bow and willingly follow? Such a crude tactic, with ulterior motives so nefarious. Should he encounter Shilio again, he would be promptly cast into the dungeons. As Rhaegar strode toward Rhaenyra's position, he expressed his discontent to Aelek. Indeed, my prince, Alec acknowledged, his expression betraying a hint of hesitation. Noticing Alec's indecisive demeanor, Rhaegar inquired, "What troubles you, my lord?" As the prince has observed, Hiliu's methods are rather simplistic, unbefitting the acumen of a master swordsman. Alec voiced his concerns. Rhaegar's gaze sharpened. A skilled swordsman is not necessarily a sagacious scholar. Nonetheless, he remained vigilant. Ever since word of his recovery had spread, the winds of King's Landing had shifted. Discussions had transitioned from urging Princess Rhaenyra to marry to speculating that Rhaegar had garnered the favor of the white stag, a symbol of royal authority, suggesting that he possessed the qualities of a ruler. It would not be long before some ministers, unable to restrain themselves, proposed to the king the revocation of Rhaenyra's claim to the throne in favor of her elder brother, Rhaegar. From Alec, Rhaegar learned that Viserys had confined him for 6 months to prevent undue scrutiny that might sway his resolve or entice him with treacherous whispers. Rhaegar harbored no objections to his father's intentions, accepting the paternal concern. Perhaps due to his youth, Rhaegar was not particularly invested in the legitimacy of his claim to the Iron Throne. Rhaenyra had held her status as heir for several years. There was no need for him to insert himself into a matter he deemed inconsequential. A sudden, eerie roar echoed from afar. Rhaegar lifted his gaze, his expression instantly shifting. A massive crimson figure loomed in the sky, advancing from the distance towards the arena. With its sharp horns, serpentine neck, and powerful red wings, it was a dragon. Rhaegar instinctively gasped, his eyes fixated on the soaring beast. The dragon's arrival captivated not only Rhaegar but the entire audience, as the powerful winds from its wings swept over them, causing Heir to dance wildly and leaving many unable to open their eyes. Several ladies' skirts were inadvertently lifted, much to the delight of the gentlemen nearby. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. The crowd gasped and shouted, eager to escape the looming shadow of the dragon. "Silence! This is a Targaryen dragon. The king is with you. Do not panic. Do not flee." At that moment, a commanding voice resonated, quelling the crowd's rising anxiety. It belonged to a robust elder with a white beard and hair, the captain of the Kingsguard, Harold Westerling. Beside him stood the king, who remained composed, observing the dragon with an air of regal authority. The sight of King Viserys appeared to calm the crowd, as if they had swallowed a soothing balm, and the chaotic scene began to settle. As the initial panic subsided, rationality gradually returned. Many began to discern the dragon's features, exclaiming in awe, "This was Caraxes, the dragon of Prince Daemon." Indeed, it was Caraxes. I had fought alongside Prince Daemon and could never mistake it. "Look, there is someone on the dragon's back. It is Prince Daemon." Caraxes, called by name, roared with excitement, spewing thick black smoke along with its crimson flames. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, Caraxes circled the arena 3 times before descending gently at the dual ground, commanded by the figure atop its back. Upon landing, Caraxes greedily surveyed the once arrogant Dornish youths, extending its serpentine neck and exhaling hot breath. The esteemed Prince Daemon faced the dragon, nearly petrifying the Dornish youth with fear. Trembling, they retreated, anxiously bowing in greeting to the figure on the dragoness back. In the distance, Rhaegar observed the dragon rider's visage. The Targaryen hallmark of silver gold hair and violet eyes was unmistakable. Upon closer inspection, he noted the rider's stern features, high nose, and rebellious brow, mirroring the dragon's fierce demeanor. Rhaegar recognized him from the whispers among the crowd, his uncle, Daemon Targaryen, a prince known for his audacity in riding dragons across the continent and leading followers against brigands in his youth. Tales of his exploits were legendary, and some had even taken to chronicling his adventures. "Look, it is a colossal dragon, a living dragon, magnificent in its size." The innocent heart of young Rhaegar causes him to disregard who Uncle Wong is, as his mind and gaze are solely captivated by the terrifying beast adorned with crimson scales. Grasping Alec's large hand, Rhaegar is filled with excitement. "I shall one day command a dragon as formidable as this one. No, it must be even mightier and more majestic. This dragon is too slender." The youthful boy unabashedly expresses his thoughts. Alec, however, is too preoccupied with vigilance to admire the dragon, his grip tightening on the hilt of his sword as he scans the surroundings, fearing that someone might inadvertently collide with the prince in their panic. Within the dueling arena, a young Dornishman is forced into a corner by Corlys, pressed against the wall in terror, drenched in sweat, as fear of the dragon fills his heart. Just as the young Dornishman's psychological defenses are on the brink of collapse, a steady voice resonates, akin to celestial music in his mind. Corlys, behave yourself. With a hiss, Corlys roars in response to his master, slowly lifting his head and no longer paying heed to the trapped Dornishman, docilely lowering himself to the ground. As the danger dissipates, the young Dornishman's legs give way, collapsing to the ground, cold sweat dripping down his cheeks in a cascade. Daemon dismounts from the dragon's back and strides toward the viewing platform, treating those gathered there as if they were invisible. No one dares to impede his advance as he approaches the throne of Viserys. Halt! No one may offend the majesty of the king, commands Harold, captain of the King's Guard. Drawing his sword, its tip aimed at Daemon's chest. Daemon casts a glance at him, dismissing the threat with an indifferent demeanor. Viserys remains still, his gaze as profound as the ocean, assessing his former brother. Daemon, too, scrutinizes him, and neither speaks, creating a tense atmosphere. Nearby nobles and ministers are filled with anxiety, uncertain of how the two brothers should meet. After a moment of silence, Daemon takes a step back, easing Harold's vigilance. He then produces a double-edged axe from his waist and throws it before Viserys, lifting his chin. Add this to the Iron Throne. Viserys remains unmoved, gazing at the crown atop Daemon's head, intoning gravely, "Have you crowned yourself, proclaiming yourself king?" When the Three Daughters' kingdom fell, people began to call me the king of the narrow sea. Daemon recounts his exploits, pausing to add, "But I know, your majesty, there is only one king in all the realm." With that, Daemon kneels on one knee, removing the vine crown from his head and bowing his noble brow. "My crown and the stepstones are yours." This act and declaration far surpassed the expectations of those present. Who could have anticipated that the traditionally proud Prince Daemon would voluntarily submit, affording his elder brother, the king, the respect and dignity he deserves? Looking down at his understanding brother, Viserys does not rush, inquiring, "Where is Lord Corlys?" "He has set sail back to his home on Driftmark," Daemon replies candidly. Viserys continues to question, "Who currently defends the stepstones?" "Tides, crabs, and the 2,000 souls who met their demise." Nailed to the beach as a warning to others, the three daughters of the Sea Pirate Kingdom. Daemon's voice resonated lowly in response to his brother's inquiry, aware that the answer held significant weight for him. Upon receiving a response that fell short of expectations, Viserys pondered briefly before nodding as if coming to terms with it. He rose and approached, first accepting the vine crown bestowed by Daemon, glancing at it dismissively before handing it to Captain Harold. It was evident that he held little regard for this crown, a symbol of the king of the narrow sea. Noticing the expressions of the lords and ministers around him, Viserys' gaze flickered, and he spoke softly, "Rise." Daemon looked at his brother with hopeful anticipation, and upon receiving the signal of forgiveness, he stood tall. Viserys' previously icy demeanor melted away, revealing a smile. "Welcome home, brother." Without hesitation, Daemon embraced Viserys. Before the eyes of all, the bloodline of Prince Balon was reconciled once more. Those with discerning eyes understood that this was the king issuing a subtle warning. While he welcomed Daemon's return, it did not imply that certain individuals could exploit this moment. Daemon was equally aware of this, hence his demeanor remained respectful, shedding the recklessness of the past. His clear yet naive purple eyes could not discern truth from illusion. They merely reflected genuine joy at his uncle's homecoming. At some point, Rhaegar squeezed through the crowd and took Rhaenyra's small hand. Upon hearing his call, Rhaenyra noticed Rhaegar's presence and smiled. "Uncle Daemon has returned. He has always been kind to me." Indeed, he appeared quite handsome. Rhaegar managed a strained smile, offering praise for Daemon's striking visage. As he struggled to identify any admirable quality to associate with this unfamiliar uncle. Despite his limited exposure to the outside world, he was aware that the title of heir apparent had first been uttered by this very uncle. He secretly wished for Rhaegar's demise to secure his claim to the Iron Throne from Viserys. How, then, could Rhaegar possibly hold affection for him? With Daemon's dragon appearing and the brothers reconciling, the day's tournament hastily concluded, and the gathered lords moved to the banquet area to welcome Daemon home. As for the Dorne lad, who had soaked his trousers, he was gently escorted by Prime Minister Lionel to a fine inn within the city, where not only was his lodging fee covered, but also a caretaker was assigned to ensure his comfort. The spectacle was grand, and many curious souls inquired about the matter. The answers were unanimous. The king admired the Dornish warrior who had traveled from afar and was first to host the victorious Prince Daemon. The tournament would continue the next day, with an invitation for him to participate in the duels. Refusal was not an option. A lavish feast was prepared. As Viserys walked alongside Daemon, behind stood a multitude of ministers and invited nobles, a gathering of lords. One cannot deny that Alicent is an astute and understanding queen. Upon receiving news of Daemon's return, she promptly commanded the servants to clear the remnants of the feast and replace them with dishes that had been prepared in advance. By the time Viserys and his entourage arrived in the banquet hall, everything was impeccably arranged, devoid of any semblance of hasty improvisation. Viserys was profoundly moved and publicly extolled Alicent as his wise companion, ever ready to share the burdens of his responsibilities. Alicent, unfazed by the praise, gently took Viserys' arm and remarked, "You toil relentlessly with matters of state. It is unseemly for you to fret over trivialities. Enough of this affection, lest we become the subject of jest among the ministers. Please, let us proceed to the banquet." A blush adorned Alicent's cheeks, her modest demeanor captivating all who beheld her. In this intricate dance of diplomacy, Rhaenyra observed with a sardonic smile, her expression betraying nothing of the turmoil within. The tension was palpable, causing her companion, Rhaegar, to shudder slightly. "Sister, your grip is rather painful," he whispered, prompting Rhaenyra to release her hold. "Forgive me, I momentarily forgot your presence. It's quite all right. Just be mindful of your demeanor. Many eyes are upon us in such a setting," Rhaegar gently reminded her, his small hand gesturing subtly. As Rhaegar scanned the crowd, his attention was abruptly ensnared by a familiar visage. Daemon stood beside Viserys, his gaze quietly scrutinizing the tender exchange between the king and queen, a hint of sardonic amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. Rhaegar's brow furrowed in curiosity, tilting his head to observe more closely. Suddenly, Daemon turned, locking his gaze onto Rhaegar with uncanny precision. Startled, Rhaegar instinctively stepped back. "What am I afraid of? Can he truly harm me?" Recalling his lineage, Rhaegar's spirit surged defiantly, and he widened his eyes to meet Daemon's stare. The anticipated confrontation did not materialize. Daemon regarded Rhaegar with an amused appraisal, nodding with a smile that seemed both genuine and disconcerting. The lack of hostility left Rhaegar feeling both disappointed and relieved. Such a terrifying gaze, the pressure is overwhelming, he thought, exhaling quietly while contemplating the subtle mockery that had flickered across Daemon's features. What could it signify? Why does he display contempt at the sight of our father and Alicent's affection? Rhaegar questioned his perceptions, yet the image of Daemon's enigmatic smile lingered in his mind. Never mind, no one else seems to have noticed. I shall remain discreetly behind others, Rhaegar mused, taking a couple of steps back to stand behind Rhaenyra. As the banquet commenced, the guests settled into their seats. Viserys summoned Rhaenyra and Rhaegar closer, greeting Daemon. Rhaenyra had long admired her uncle, and there was no need for elaboration. Viserys took Rhaegar's hand, introducing him. "Rhaegar, my eldest son, I trust you are already aware of this." Daemon nodded, his austere visage struggling to convey a semblance of warmth, resulting in a rather awkward smile. Viserys did not compel his brother, laughing as he said, "By the seven. Rhaegar has recently encountered a miraculous turn of fate. His ailment has been cured, alleviating my greatest anxiety." Daemon remarked, "I have heard of this matter. The miraculous fruit bestowed by the white stag sounds like something from a tale." Indeed, upon first hearing it, I too was incredulous. The will of the divine is often laden with profound significance. Rhaegar is a Targaryen favored by the gods. Viserys fixed an odd gaze upon Daemon, his words sending a chill through those present. The king's eldest son, favored by the white stag, had just been referred to as one touched by divinity by the king himself. What did the king imply? Was there, as whispered outside, a potential shift in the line of succession? His words struck like a hammer upon the hearts of the gathered. Rhaenys paled slightly, casting a glance at her increasingly vibrant brother. Daemon, seemingly indifferent, affectionately ruffled Rhaegar's hair and blessed him. "May you remain forever healthy, free from affliction." Most striking was Alicent. Her gentle demeanor faltered for a moment as she discreetly dug her nails into the flesh of her thumb, forcing a smile. She had known this day would inevitably arrive. Rhaegar, once gravely ill, had been given little time to live. Once the king's eldest son departed this world, she could elevate her son Aegon to the throne. Even if the king opposed her, the council's lords would likely covertly support her in the king's proposal to alter the heir. Yet Rhaegar's miraculous recovery undoubtedly dealt her a devastating blow. From this moment forth, even if some disapproved of Rhaenys as the heir due to her gender. They would rally behind the elder son Rhaegar, not favoring her younger son Aegon. Had all her years of sacrifice been in vain? Alicent felt despair gnawing at her as blood seeped from her thumb. To avoid drawing attention to her emotional turmoil, she bowed her head, diminishing her presence. In response to his uncle's blessing, Rhaegar felt uncomfortable and replied politely, "Thank you, uncle. I once spoke thoughtlessly. I hope you do not take it to heart. We have only just met, and a new future awaits us." Daemon, perceptive to Rhaegar's subtle feelings, swiftly grasped his intent. He rolled up his sleeves and removed a silver metal bracelet, speaking gravely. After the war on the Stepstones, soldiers unearthed many treasures. Rhaegar listened intently, fascinated by the war. Daemon presented the bracelet. This piece was discovered in a chest belonging to a crab feeder. It is forged from Balerion steel, a gift for our first meeting. Balerion steel? That is indeed precious. Rhaegar's eyes sparkled, yet his pride restrained him from reaching out, casting a hopeful glance at his father. Viserys nodded. "Your uncle's gift should not be refused." "Wonderful. Thank you, uncle," Rhaegar exclaimed, instantly casting aside his previous discontent towards Daemon, and swiftly seized the bracelet. Regardless of past grievances, in this very moment, Daemon is indeed his beloved uncle. A beautiful bracelet, adorned with intricate engravings, rests in the hands of Rhaegar, who delights in donning it upon his slender wrist. Rhaenyra cannot help but sigh, suggesting, "Perhaps you should stow away the bracelet. Your wrist is too delicate, and it could easily be lost." "Humph. I have always understood the value of cherished treasures," Rhaegar retorts with a huff, raising his wrist to admire the Balerion steel bracelet glistening in the sunlight. This is truly a worthy heirloom. As the exploration mission commences, the objective is the enigmatic Balerion steel bracelet. A sudden system notification resonates, amplifying Rhaegar's joy, his lips struggling to contain a radiant smile. With a mere thought, the system interface materializes, displaying mysterious Balerion steel bracelet, exploration progress, 05. After a half-year hiatus, the opportunity for exploration has returned, and Rhaegar could not be more elated. He gazes sincerely at Daemon, expressing his gratitude. "I truly thank you, Uncle Daemon." Daemon, taken aback by the unexpected display of affection, is nonetheless pleased to see his nephew's evident joy and graciously accepts it. Viserys gently pats Rhaegar on the back of his head, guiding him. No need to repeat such words of thanks, especially towards family. "Indeed, Uncle Daemon is my family." Rhaegar nods vigorously, his charming face radiating delight. Let us not speak of family ties. Should Daemon strike Alicent, Rhaegar would wholeheartedly applaud the resounding slap. "Now, put away that naive demeanor and exhibit the poise befitting a prince." Rhaenyra scolded her brother, delivering a firm tap to the back of his head, squeezing out a warning through clenched teeth. Rhaegar, rubbing the back of his head, protested, "If you both keep hitting me, who will be accountable for my foolishness? If you truly become a fool, I shall confine you to a small dark room in the Red Keep," Rhaenyra replied, her smile deceptively sweet. Chapter 22. A unique dream. The banquet lingered into the late hours, with the fervor coursing through the veins of the nobility, allowing them to revel in the dimly lit ambience. Prior to the waltz, Rhaegar excused himself, feeling drowsy as he retired to his chamber. At midnight, the silvery moonlight poured through the stained glass window, illuminating Rhaegar's bedside. In slumber, Rhaegar furrowed his brow, muttering unintelligibly. At this moment, he found himself ensnared in a nightmare. The young Rhaegar drifted upon an expansive, desolate sea, the sky shrouded in gloom, with fog obscuring all direction, rendering him blind to his surroundings. He stood upon a minuscule island, shouting yet unable to produce a sound, enveloped by a terrifying silence. At an indeterminate moment, the previously tranquil waters began to churn violently, waves rising ominously. The tides surged upon the island, the frigid sea engulfing Rhaegar's ankles, compelling him to retreat to higher ground. The island was but a speck, and even the tallest slope could not withstand the encroaching ocean. Rhaegar exerted himself to ascend a coconut tree, while the sea below surged relentlessly, encroaching upon the trunk. A pervasive dread filled his heart, rendering him powerless against the rising tide. Suddenly, a shadow swept overhead, casting a vast area below into darkness. Rhaegar yearned to look up, yet his body betrayed him. Just as anxiety gripped him, a familiar yet foreign roar reverberated from all directions. The jarring sound pierced Rhaegar's eardrums, inducing a suffocating agony. The water, So much water was chilling. The abrupt turn of events rattled Rhaegar's spirit, causing the small figures in the outside world to shake their heads, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. No, please no. The ocean in his dream submerged Rhaegar's ankles, and terror jolted him awake, his eyes flying open as frantic cries escaped his lips. A series of knocks echoed at the door, accompanied by Illich's voice. "Are you well, Prince?" Rhaegar, bewildered, glanced around the familiar surroundings, the soft feather bed. After a moment's pause, as Illich contemplated whether to enter and check on him, Rhaegar finally responded, "I am fine, my lord. Just a nightmare." Hearing this, Illich felt relieved and softly remarked, "If you need anything, feel free to call out." Having spent some time together, he had grown accustomed to Rhaegar's nocturnal disturbances. Feeling a twinge of sympathy for the young prince's troubled slumber, Rhaegar chose not to engage Illich further, curling up beneath the covers, clutching his pillow in melancholy. This nightmare had felt alarmingly vivid, far more terrifying than any he had experienced before. The rapid thumping of his heart attested to the intensity of his fright. Yet another nightmare. If this constitutes the dreamer's gift, I would gladly forego it. A shadow loomed over his heart as Rhaegar pondered the golden talents described in the system panel, murmuring in despondency. He had not dreamt for a considerable time, and was beginning to believe his sleep had returned to normalcy. The nightmare that struck tonight had caught him completely off guard. Rhaegar felt utterly disheveled, akin to a stray kitten or puppy in the biting wind. The exploration concluded, a prompt appeared. "Please collect the lost treasures." Lost in his thoughts, the system notification shattered the somber atmosphere. Rhaegar extended his arm, glancing at the silver bracelet adorning his wrist, recalling that the exploration task remained incomplete. Mysterious Balerion steel bracelet, exploration progress, 100. The system panel materialized, prompting Rhaegar to reflect on the duration required for the recovery of similar relics. This particular exploration had commenced around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Casting a glance at the feeble flame of the barrier, he surmised it was approximately 10 o'clock at night, given that the flames typically extinguished around dawn. It appeared he had successfully retrieved the relic after 8 hours, with the detection confirming its status as an exceptional artifact, an apparatus of the fire mage. In the realm of pyromancy, one ponders the nature of this exquisite artifact. Curiosity regarding the arcane triumphs over trepidation, as Rhaegar incessantly activates the relic. Congratulations, the magical apparatus of the pyromancer has been activated. You have obtained the spatial bracelet. Grade, excellent, blue. Function, the bracelet contains an interior space of 3 cubic meters, incapable of storing living entities. Evaluation, a magical creation traceable to the ancient era of Valeria. Its spatial attributes render it invaluable. Even the noble dragon kings vie for its possession. With a soft click, the Valerian steel bracelet upon Rhaegar's wrist gently sways, its surface fracturing into a delicate pattern, crumbling into dust. Upon examining the bracelet anew, the marks of time have vanished entirely. The overall hue has transformed into a subtle silver gray, with intricacies that appear as if meticulously sculpted by a master artisan once more. A magical bracelet, coveted by the ancient dragon kings of Valeria. Removing the enigmatic adornment, Rhaegar is filled with wonder. He never anticipated acquiring such a treasure by mere happenstance. Gratitude wells within him for Uncle Dai, who bestowed upon him such a generous gift upon their meeting. Rhaegar delves into the accompanying instructions for the spatial bracelet, absorbing its contents with great care. Thus, he discovers that Valerian steel harbors magic. By etching spatial runes onto this enchanted metal, one can forge a spatial artifact. Rhaegar is profoundly astonished, filled with admiration for the wisdom of his ancestors. Valerian steel is exceedingly rare, and wizards capable of mastering spatial runes are an exceptionally scarce breed. To create a spatial artifact, even one every few centuries, is deemed prolific. In the ancient Valerian epic, only the mightiest of Dragon King families possessed spatial artifacts, which were treasured heirlooms. Among 40 Dragon King families, the Targaryens were not particularly prominent, ranking in the lower tiers. Consequently, there are no records of spatial artifacts within their lineage. Those families that once possessed such artifacts have long since been obliterated by cataclysmic disasters, their legacies entombed within the ruins of ancient Valeria. Clutching the spatial bracelet, Rhaegar's breath quickens, and his gaze becomes increasingly distant. This secret must remain undisclosed, lest it incite discord. Without hesitation, Rhaegar retrieves a fruit knife from the bedside table, slicing the tip of his index finger, letting blood smear the surface of the bracelet. Simultaneously, Rhaegar perceives an inexplicable bond forming between himself and the bracelet. Forged by the strongest of pyromancers, the bracelet possesses a bloodline recognition feature. The Targaryen lineage is sufficient to forge a covenant with this piece. As Rhaegar embraces the role of the bracelet's master, he concentrates, and the bracelet gradually diminishes in size, becoming suitable for his wrist. Donning the bracelet and touching the fruit knife, he silently incants, retrieve. In an instant, the fruit knife vanishes into thin air. Rhaegar senses the expansive interior of the bracelet, now housing the fruit knife. This novel experience ignites his curiosity, as he repeatedly retrieves and stows the fruit knife with wonder. Even the various items within the room were remarkable. Exhausted from play, Rhaegar discovered a plethora of treasures hidden within the confines of his bracelet. A mountain of gold, several stacks of ancient Valyrian tomes, and a badge adorned with a dragon motif were among the treasures, while the rest consisted of peculiar garments and trinkets. All deemed as refuse. The gold dazzled Rhaegar's eyes. Although he was a prince, the treasury was not his to claim. His previous existence had never ventured beyond the Red Keep, nor had he ever needed to spend money. Now, liberated, this gold would perfectly fill his purse, alleviating any concerns about insufficient pocket money. Chapter 23. The Dragon Training Manual. Rhaegar poured the gold out, covering the entire bed with its gleaming presence. He reclined upon the glittering mound, enjoying the sensation despite the discomfort it brought. Taking a moment to peruse the books he had retrieved, Rhaegar, proficient in ancient Valyrian, began to read. The tome chronicled the brief history of a Dragonlord family known as the Targaryens. The dragon emblazoned badge served as the family crest, intricately carved with two colossal dragons entwined, exuding vitality. The Targaryen lineage was a prominent family with a rich legacy in ancient Valyria, boasting records of over 300 dragons. At the height of their power, the family simultaneously housed an astonishing 67 dragons, both young and old, placing them among the foremost of the 4 Dragonlord families, surpassed only by a select few. The spatial bracelet Rhaegar wore was one of the Targaryen family's treasured heirlooms, once belonging to a former heir. For reasons unknown, it had been lost to the outside world. As Rhaegar read on, a sense of astonishment washed over him, prompting him to sit upright, solemnly absorbing each line of text. The book briefly introduced several Dragonlord families allied with the Targaryens, providing a rudimentary analysis of these ally strengths. After finishing the first book, Rhaegar reached for a second. This one contained less significant information, merely detailing the vassals of the Targaryen family. Without pause, he continued to delve into the subsequent volumes, eagerly absorbing the knowledge within. It was during his exploration of one of the many texts that he finally unearthed something of practical value: the habits of dragons. Rhaegar's spirits soared as he silently prayed for insights regarding dragons, hoping for extraordinary revelations. What is a dragon? How are they born? What is the connection between dragon riders and these magnificent beasts? The opening pages describe the existence of dragons, detailing when they were first discovered and tamed by ancient Valyrian civilization. Much of this was familiar territory, echoing theories posited by various scholars. Rhaegar was unconcerned with the origins of dragons. His sole desire was to learn how dragon eggs are hatched. Regrettably, the text offered no information on this subject, though it frequently recounted the exploits of dragon riders taming dragons. The fire sorcerer has theorized that the wisdom of dragons surpasses that of mere beasts, second only to that of humans. Dragons possess an extensive lifespan, and their size continues to grow with the passage of time. Many dragons, due to their immense size, find themselves unable to soar in their twilight years. As Rhaegar meticulously perused the text, he suddenly chanced upon a crucial annotation. Dragons belong to the realms of sky and wilderness. The dragon kings permit them to roam freely and nest in various locales during their leisure, while in times of war, they summon distant allies with a magical horn. A magical horn? Yet another enchanted artifact capable of summoning dragons. Rhaegar had never heard of such a wondrous horn before. The Targaryen family commands their dragons using the ancient Valyrian tongue, devoid of any specialized dragon-taming apparatus. Continuing to reflect, he recognized that dragons are not slaves. They are the kin of Dragonlords by blood. To bind a dragon with chains and deny its return to the skies would surely invoke a severe curse. Upon reading this, Rhaegar furrowed his brow. One cannot treat dragons as slaves, for such an act would invite dire consequences. His thoughts immediately drifted to the Dragon Pit in King's Landing, a colossal edifice established during the reign of Rhaegar I to house the dragons bred by the Targaryen lineage. The formidable dragons, such as Balerion, Rhaegar, and Vermithrax, had all once resided within its walls. At this very moment, at least 3 dragons dwelled in the pit: Dreamfire, Caraxes, and Syrax. They were the permanent residents of the Dragon Pit, particularly led by Caraxes. Syrax, the dragon of Rhaegar, boasted shimmering yellow scales and had taken up residence in the pit shortly after hatching from its egg. Rhaegar had yet to encounter a dragon and was unaware of the distinctions between those in the Dragon Pit and those living in the wild. However, he understood one thing: the dragons that entered the pit would inevitably be shackled. Dragons are fierce creatures with a profound sense of territory. The coexistence of multi-headed dragons in a singular space inevitably leads to conflict. To safeguard the younger dragons, the scholars of the Citadel proposed to restrain the dragons within the pit with fetters to prevent mutual slaughter. Fixated on the pages, Rhaegar found himself believing the warnings contained within the tome. These books originated from old Valeria's freehold, notes bequeathed by Dragonlords far mightier than the Targaryen family. They were not mere fabrications conjured by presumptuous scholars of the Citadel. He resolved to find an opportunity to present this book to his father for deliberation. Rhaegar pondered deeply. Such invaluable knowledge is priceless, each word a testament to the essence of House Targaryen. There were many volumes yet to explore, and Rhaegar continued to peruse them. When one is engrossed in thought, time slips away swiftly, akin to a fleeting shadow. A whole night had passed in the blink of an eye. Dawn arrived, with the morning sun dispelling the darkness and bestowing warmth upon the earth. Having gone sleepless through the night, Rhaegar abruptly realized the sunlight streaming into his chamber, emerging from the ocean of knowledge. Cautiously, he cast a glance at the door, swiftly stowing away the books and the gold strewn across his bed into a small bracelet upon his wrist. He had no desire for his secret to be discovered, at least not for now. In the depths of despair, I lament the persistent shadows beneath my eyes. Gazing into the glass mirror atop my bedside table, I cannot help but sigh at my panda-like appearance. Fortunately, literature never betrays those who appreciate its essence. Throughout the night, I immersed myself in books, uncovering numerous intricate details about the Targaryen lineage that have long remained obscured. For instance, taming a dragon requires more than mere commands. It demands an unwavering belief in one's ability to master such a magnificent beast. Should the dragon rider waver in their conviction, the dragon will sense their trepidation, forever rejecting a spirit lacking confidence. The most effective method of dragon taming lies in boldly climbing atop the dragoness back and issuing commands with fervor, allowing the creature to feel the rider's intense desire for conquest, soaring through the skies and traversing vast oceans together. Thus, the dragon and its rider become one in thought and purpose. With a heart full of excitement, I prepared myself hastily, bestowing a fervent kiss upon my dragon egg before departing. I proclaimed my wish aloud: hatch swiftly, for the skies await our arrival. I was resolute in my belief that I would indeed become a dragon rider. Any doubt cast upon myself would be a betrayal of the ancient Valyrian blood coursing through my veins. As I pushed open the door, I immediately caught sight of Illich's gaze, his brown eyes brimming with encouragement. "Sir, could you refrain from looking at me with such ambiguous eyes? It troubles me greatly." After breakfast, I offered my thoughts to Illich, who appeared momentarily taken aback before responding. "Very well, but I share your ambitions." I felt a flush rise to my cheeks and feigned indifference. "Let us not dwell on trivial matters. There is a tournament to witness today." Yesterday's festivities in honor of Demon had led to an early conclusion of the tournament. However, it would continue for a full 7 days, with events held daily. That arrogant Dornishman remained confined within King's Landing, and today, I was certain a formidable knight would vanquish him and earn the king's favor. Chapter 24. The swordsmanship of Sir Heller. The tournament has always been a symbol of the kingdom's prosperity, drawing the fervent interest of many nobles. Upon my arrival at the venue, the crowd was already a cacophony of voices. I quickly spotted my father on the high platform and approached him with light steps. As I neared, I realized he was surrounded by a throng of attendants. King Viserys sat at the center, with Prime Minister Laenor to his right and Uncle Demon to his left. Princess Rhaenyra occupied the seat of honor beneath Laenor, not diminishing her status as heir. Whether it was the success of last night's banquet or not, Viserys wore a constant smile. Upon noticing my presence, He waved me over. Come here, my son. You retired early last night. Today, you must keep your father company. The scholars say children should rise early to grow strong. I made my way to Viserys, my feet betraying my eagerness, and settled into his embrace, perched upon his lap. Rhaegar generously savored the paternal affection as he picked up a platter of fruits from the table. Below, Rhaenyra noticed his empty wrist and inquired with a smile. Where's that bracelet? Did you not fancy it? It was too large. It was inconvenient to wear, Rhaegar casually replied. The bracelet, in its normal state, was cumbersome to carry, and once reduced in size, it could easily arouse suspicion. Rhaegar had concealed the bracelet within the hatching container of dragon eggs, intending to find an excuse to use it later. No one paid much attention to this minor incident, as they eagerly awaited the upcoming tournament. The focus shifted directly to the duel. In the arena, the two contestants took their places. Among them was, of course, a young man from Dorne, the rightful star of the day. The other, however, left the audience sorely disappointed, a diminutive, curly-haired swordsman who wore no armor, only a light leather outfit. It was frail. With a clear view, Rhaegar instantly recognized the curly-haired swordsman. Viserys cast a curious glance at Rhaegar. Rhaegar, have you seen this swordsman off the field? Rhaegar nodded. We had tea together yesterday. He is a rather skilled wandering swordsman who sought to pledge his loyalty to me. At this, Rhaegar couldn't help but chuckle. Viserys, with a barely perceptible frown, rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Let me guess, you did not accept his offer? Indeed. I would not entrust myself to a mysterious and potentially dangerous individual, Rhaegar answered, popping a red grape into his mouth. You have done well. I received some news this morning that I can share with you. Viserys ruffled Rhaegar's hair and signaled to Laenor. Laenor rose and read from a small note. Frail, hailing from a minor house in Bravos, joined a certain cult after coming of age, frequently undertaking perilous missions. Half a month ago, he masqueraded as a wandering performer to gain the trust of a lord's daughter and arrived in King's Landing by carriage. Yesterday afternoon, during the banquet following Prince Daemon's return, he signed up for the tournament, specifically calling for a duel with Digga of Orleans. After recounting Shireen's background in one breath, Laenor took a sip of red wine to soothe his throat, discreetly glancing at Daemon across the way. Daemon maintained a neutral expression, appearing indifferent to the revelation. Rhaegar listened intently, genuinely admiring Lord Laenor's intelligence-gathering abilities. Viserys, noticing the shock on his eldest son's face, smiled with delight. Let me impart a lesson. There are no secrets in this world. Honor and faith are the true sanctuaries for the strong. I shall remember that, Father, Rhaegar replied obediently, absorbing his father's teachings. His compliance greatly pleased Viserys' vanity, leading him to resolve to frequently impart lessons on conduct and purpose to his eldest son. The duel commenced, interrupted by Rhaenyra's clear voice as she broke the father-son exchange. Within the arena, the two contenders took their positions. As the referee sounded the horn, the young Dorne circled around Shirley, gun in hand, searching for an opening. Compared to yesterday, the young Dorne was notably more silent, perhaps intimidated by Kolak's presence. Shirley stood sideways, gripping a one-handed sword, calmly awaiting the encounter. Little dwarf, who sent you to your doom? The young Dorne taunted, attempting to provoke Shirley. With one hand resting behind him, Shirley replied casually, everyone must meet their end. Yet, I believe my time has not yet come. Is that so? But I foresee your demise. The young Dorne steadily advanced with his gun. To speak of death invites it. Perhaps it is you who will fall. Shirley maintained his stance, sword poised in one hand. Short swordsman, I shall sever your legs and transform you into a true half-man. The young Dorne struck first, thrusting his gun in a swift motion, akin to a serpent. However, Shirley was quicker. Before the gun's tip could approach, he struck the barrel with his sword, diverting its trajectory. Following this, he stepped forward decisively, swinging his blade down upon the young Dorne's elbow. Having landed a hit, Shirley refrained from pursuing, returning to his original stance. In the midst of the young Dorne's furious gaze, he remarked nonchalantly, Short, when your head rolls upon the ground, you shall realize my stature. Provoked by the words, the young Dorne's anger flared, yet caution compelled him to hold back. For a moment, the duel reached a stalemate. Shirley remained steadfast, while the young Dorne circled, hesitant to attack. This lackluster confrontation failed to captivate the audience, inevitably drawing their ire. They urged the combatants to act swiftly. Either the curly-haired swordsman should claim the young Dorne's head, or the young Dorn should eliminate the swordsman to make way for a more formidable knight to do the same. Listening to the clamor from the crowd, Shirlu sighed. I initially intended for you to linger a while longer. The decline of life is as merciless as the flow of water. Enough of your ramblings. I fear not the little dwarf without a horse's height. Despite the insults, the young Dorn did not make the first move. Shirlu scoffed lightly. You are mistaken. My height surpasses that of a horse's back. I have measured. No sooner had he spoken than the young Dorn realized Shirlu had already made his move. With legs swift as the wind, Shirlu closed the distance. The young Dorn, taken aback, swung his gun in a sweeping motion, attempting to repel him. As the clang echoed, Shirlu retreated from the gun's reach, striking the barrel with the back of his sword, forcing the tip into the ground. Seizing the brief moment of disarmament, Shirlu swiftly thrust his sword into the young Dorn's chest. A spurt of crimson erupted, and in an instant, the young Dorn lost all capacity to resist. Releasing his grip on the long gun, he stared at Shirlu with disbelief, unable to comprehend the abruptness of his demise. You ambushed the Dornish youth, who glared at Shirlu in frustration, only to be swiftly knocked to the ground by a kick. Your teacher has imparted to you the art of combat, but has failed to instill the value of cherishing your own life. With that, he raised his iron sword high and severed the Dornish youth's head. Chapter 25. The King's Intrigue. Well done, short swordsman. A fitting demise for the Dornish scum. Shirlu emerged victorious in the duel, immediately greeted by a chorus of cheers and applause. The referee inquired if he wished to continue competing. Shouldering his iron sword, Shirlu bowed to the king and the spectators, a smile gracing his face. Of course, I intend to claim the championship. The king, Viserys, held a degree of admiration for this foreign swordsman who had slain the Dornish youth, observing the spectacle with an amused demeanor. Shirlu was an exceptional swordsman, navigating the arena with remarkable skill, defeating numerous opponents in succession. The tournament persisted until midday, the sun blazing high in the sky. Viserys, having indulged in fine wine, reveled in Shirlu's graceful swordplay. His spirits lifted. Feeling the sun's heat intensifying, he called for a halt to the tournament. Rising from his chair, he stretched his weary back with satisfaction. What a thrilling contest it has been. As he moved, the gaze of the audience turned toward him. Bring forth the foreign swordsman. I wish to speak with him, Viserys commanded to the attendant beside him. The servant nodded and promptly descended from the stands to whisper to the referee. Soon, Shirlu approached the edge of the dueling arena, kneeling on one knee as he gazed up at the elevated platform. Viserys looked down upon him, perplexed. Swordsman, why do you not ascend the platform? With his sword resting upon his knee, Shirlu proclaimed loudly, I fight for honor. Once I secure victory in the tournament, I shall present my loyalty to your majesty. Honor? Viserys mused, his interest piqued. There are 5 days remaining in the tournament. Should you emerge as champion, I will grant you one wish. Your kindness is deeply appreciated, your majesty. Shirlu humbly expressed his gratitude. Viserys waved him off, taking the hand of Rhaegar as he turned to exit the venue. With the king's departure, the other guests naturally followed suit. Upon returning to the study in the Red Keep, Viserys retained his 2 children and posed a question. Are you not curious why I made a promise to that swordsman? Rhaegar wore a puzzled expression. Rhaenyra shrugged, finding it uninteresting. You once said that the best way to understand a person or situation is through prolonged observation. Very well. It seems you remember my words, Viserys replied with a faint smile. A competent ruler will nip risks in the bud. In the meantime, we can thoroughly investigate the sources of these risks. Rhaegar, still confused, asked, what if we fail to act in time? Wouldn't that lead to repercussions? Precisely, Viserys affirmed. Thus, I aim to teach you to be ever vigilant of potential dangers and never to be complacent. During the invasion of the Three Daughters' Kingdom, do you understand why I refrained from dispatching troops? Rhaenyra paused, gazing intently at her father for some time before responding. Because you did not wish to provoke war and face criticism from the entire realm. Incorrect. The War of the Stepstones, in strict terms, was a matter of defending our territory. Future generations will only recount the king's wisdom and strength in defeating the detestable pirates of the Three Daughters' Kingdom. Viserys did not concur with her answer. He turned to Aegon and inquired, what is your perspective? Aegon, with a furrowed brow, replied uncertainly, because someone would confront the Three Daughters' Kingdom. Precisely. A succinct statement that hits the mark. Aegon, you possess a remarkable talent. Viserys clapped his hands in amusement, unabashedly praising. The initial and most profoundly affected by the invasion of the Stepstones was the house of the sea snake, Corlys Balerion. He would never stand idly by. Rhaegar was bewildered. So, should we allow pirates to plunder your subjects, letting the sea snake sound the war horn and win victories and glory in place of the king? In her view, it was the king's undeniable duty to vanquish the Three Daughters' kingdom, rather than permitting his vassals to take up arms, thereby undermining royal authority. Unperturbed by his daughter's inquiries, Viserys patiently elucidated. When the Three Daughters' kingdom invaded, it coincided with your mother's tragic death in childbirth, and Aegon was born in a deep slumber, unable to assume the role of heir. By tradition, my brother Daemon naturally garnered the support of the lords, harboring ambitious designs for the Iron Throne. Yet, I resolutely chose my daughter, namely you, as the heir. This led to a fierce quarrel with Daemon, and in a fit of anger, I expelled him from King's Landing. As he spoke, Viserys fixed a stoic gaze upon Rhaegar. Do you believe the royal family could afford the recklessness of initiating war at that juncture? But we have dragons, and lords loyal to our cause. Rhaegar fervently attempted to counter her father's assertions. Dragons? Both Dragonstone and the Dragonmount housed dragons. But how many were capable of taking to the battlefield at that time? Even if we dispatched troops, who would command them amidst the tumultuous seas? Viserys countered. Rhaegar's expression faltered, recognizing the crux of the issue. Viserys' demeanor grew stern. At that moment, the royal family lacked dragons fit for battle, and the only suitable naval commander was Corlys Balerion. Daemon had Caraxes, and I could have fought alongside the fleet. Rhaegar sought to argue further, but Viserys interjected. Daemon had just been cast out by my own hand. He had lost his chance to become heir. Would he set aside past grievances to pledge his loyalty to me or my heir? Absolutely not. I would not demean myself by asking Daemon for assistance. Syrax is but a young dragon who has never seen battle. I am not so foolish as to send my newly appointed heir into war, waiting for the dreadful news of your demise to arrive. His piercing words struck Rhaegar's fragile heart like a sharp blade. Yet, she found herself at a loss for words, fully aware of the truth in his statements. Viserys ceased to reprimand his daughter and instead remarked, in contrast to the current state of affairs, the royal family has dispatched merely 3,000 soldiers. The sea snake, Corlys, along with Daemon, bear the ignominy of waging a war without royal consent, yet they have valiantly triumphed over the realm of the Three Daughters. What, then, are the fruits of their labor? Engulfed in years of relentless conflict, expending immeasurable resources, all for the sake of claiming a desolate cluster of rocky isles? Viserys raised his goblet, sipping delicately. His gaze placid, they gain nothing. The family of Corlys has suffered grievously, retreating home from the Stepstones in disgrace to lick their wounds. Your uncle Daemon has depleted a significant portion of his followers, forsaking the crown and the Stepstones to return to King's Landing, humbly seeking reconciliation with me, his brother. Meanwhile, my chosen heir has matured seamlessly, and the kingdom enjoys tranquility and harmony. Approaching Rhaegar, Viserys articulated, my daughter, do you comprehend? Rhaegar was profoundly shaken by her father's foresight. Her innocent heart had never conceived of such intricacies. In that moment, the image of her father, juxtaposed with the memory of the man who had always worn a pleasing smile, blurred into one, both familiar and foreign. Rhaegar pressed her lips together, lowering her head. Father, the Seven have bestowed upon you unparalleled wisdom, and yet I have harbored doubts. For this, I feel immense shame. Chapter 26. The Dreamwalker. Viserys gently patted his daughter's shoulder, softly reassuring her, there is no rush. You have a long journey ahead, and in time, you will learn the art of governance. I am truly sorry, father. Feeling the depth of her father's affection, Rhaegar's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she willingly embraced him. It is my duty as a father to smooth the path for my children, Viserys murmured, tenderly stroking her hair. Upon hearing her father's words, Rhaegar felt a twinge of discomfort, nestling closer within his embrace. All right. Do not let Rhaegar witness your embarrassment, Viserys jested. Humph, he wouldn't dare, Rhaegar retorted, pouting slightly as she extricated herself from her father's hold. What do you think? She added, casting a playful glare at Rhaegar. Rhaegar, feeling distinctly excluded, sighed. This is quite absurd. While you two indulge in sentimentality, I sit here all alone, feeling rather awkward. What more do you want from me? Viserys scooped Rhaegar into his arms, cautioning, do not bully your brother. In certain aspects, he possesses far greater talents than you. Rhaegar remained noncommittal, defiantly turning her head. Viserys chuckled and turned to Rhaegar, asking, "Why don't you share with your sister what insights you have gleaned from this situation?" "Do I really have to?" Rhaegar hesitated, glancing at his sister. "Of course, admirable qualities should not be overlooked," Viserys affirmed. Rhaegar nodded slowly and said, "I once encountered a condensed phrase in my dreams. To kill with a borrowed knife." "To kill with a borrowed knife?" Viserys paused, momentarily taken aback by this unfamiliar phrase as he pondered its meaning. After a prolonged silence, he chuckled. "Indeed, it is exactly that. To kill with a borrowed knife. Such a phrase carries profound significance, encapsulating immense wisdom." He turned to Rhaenyra and inquired, "So, do you recognize your brother's sagacity now?" "Everyone dreams. After all, Rhaegar's dreams merely happened to be more peculiar." Rhaenyra's pride prevented her from admitting that she was less perceptive than Rhaegar. "No, Rhaegar's dreams are anything but ordinary. Do you remember the dreamwalker Daenerys?" Viserys spoke with gravity. Daenerys Targaryen, known to the world as the girl who walked in dreams, used her visions to save the Targaryen lineage. Rhaenyra recounted her history lightly. Viserys gently caressed Rhaegar's forehead and said softly, "I rarely paid attention to you in the past, until recently when Alec reported that you often suffer from nightmares. I believe that may be a sign of a dreamwalker." Rhaegar did not deny it, muttering, "Perhaps, but I do not cherish this ability. The nightmares torment me." "Rhaegar, listen to me," Viserys implored earnestly. "Our family has produced many dragon riders, yet few dreamwalkers. In comparison to the capacity for prophetic dreams, what is the intimidation of dragons? Every dream you have, be it a pleasant vision or a nightmare, may conceal some form of warning. You should embrace this gift and approach each dream with discernment." Rhaegar nestled against Viserys, feeling the subtle tremor of his father's body, an undeniable indication of his excitement. Raising his head, he saw tears glistening in his father's eyes. "When your sister was young, I had a dream that has forever been etched in my mind, never to be forgotten. I pursued that dream relentlessly, paying a heavy price. Yet I still found nothing." With a deep breath, Viserys continued, "But now, you are healthy and possess the gift I have longed for. I should be content. Rhaegar, remember my words. Do not squander your gift, nor view it as a burden." As he gazed at his father, Rhaegar remained silent, raising his hand to wipe away his father's tears. "I will," he silently vowed. After addressing the matter of his eldest son, Viserys sensed the emotional turmoil and chose not to continue the conversation. He instructed the siblings to return to their chambers and find solitude. Exiting the study, the siblings wandered aimlessly down the lengthy corridor. Rhaenyra suddenly inquired, "Can your dreams truly foresee the future?" "Most of the time. They are merely bizarre fragments that I struggle to comprehend." Rhaegar replied honestly, "Indeed, they are often perplexing." "What have you experienced?" Rhaenyra halted, crouching down to meet Rhaegar's gaze. Feigning mystery, "I had a dream last night that was so terrifying it woke me up." "Do share," Rhaenyra urged eagerly. Rhaegar's eyes shifted thoughtfully as he mused. "I dreamt of an invisible dragon that desires me to become its dragon rider." "How can you ascertain it is a dragon if it is unseen and untouchable?" Rhaenyra interjected, perplexed. "I heard its roar, resounding and immense," Rhaegar retorted, visibly annoyed. "And please refrain from interrupting me while I speak." "Very well, continue," Rhaenyra replied, disinterested in quarreling with him. Rhaegar continued, "However, the dragon stated it could not meet me yet, for there exists a presence in King's Landing that it finds repugnant." "What is it?" Rhaenyra could not help but inquire. "Dragonstone," Rhaegar declared with gravity. "Why? Dragonstone has existed for many years. Many dragons have nested there, including my Syrax." Upon hearing Dragonstone mentioned, Rhaenyra was perplexed as Rhaegar elaborated. "The dragon claimed it belongs to the sky and the wilderness. Dragonstone is constricting and would hinder its growth. It also expressed a refusal to wear shackles or chains, as a slave would." "Did the dragon truly convey this to you, or is this mere fabrication?" Rhaenyra regarded him with deep suspicion. "Believe it or not, that is how it transpired in my dream," Rhaegar replied, freeing himself from Rhaenyra's grasp with a huff. "I shall inform father. I trust he will not doubt the authenticity of my dream." "Very well, but since the establishment of Dragonstone, the scholars have tended to it meticulously without error," Rhaenyra pointed out. "How can you be certain there are no malefactors among the scholars?" Rhaegar questioned malevolently, harboring disdain for the scholars adorned with their collars. "Perhaps you are correct. Father has advised that one should believe in their dreams." Rhaenyra did not contest this, encouraging her brother to value his dream. Dreamwalkers possess an ancient gift, and every Targaryen endowed with this talent defies conventional reasoning. She wished not to extinguish her brother's enthusiasm. After a brief conversation, the siblings parted ways, each returning to their chambers. Rhaegar walked forward with his head bowed, the door to his room not far off. Still contemplating the matter of Dreamwalkers. The system interface displayed: Rhaegar Targaryen, talent, dreamer, gold. Longevity, green, bloodline. Ancient Valyrian Dragonlord, 12, skills. High Valyrian, proficient, relic, blood and fire, fire resistance 50, evaluation, a robust Dragonlord bloodline. Remarkable even by the standards of ancient Valyria. Chapter 27. Helena. Rhaegar summoned the system interface, gazing intently at the description of his talent, which merely indicated the golden quality of the dreamer ability. The highest quality relic he had encountered was the Skull of Balerion, a legendary red artifact. The hierarchy of quality appears to be legendary, red, epic, purple, superior, blue, good, green. The existence of lower qualities beneath good remains to be discovered, while the quality above legendary is definitively presumed to be of golden quality. It is evident just how profound the dreamer's significance is. Indeed, he has experienced a multitude of dreams, ones that delve into the future, featuring dragons, flames, and wars, as well as bizarre creations from uncharted realms. Notably, he has encountered highly specific prophetic dreams. The white deer he once dreamt of truly appeared in the imperial forest, becoming his companion and aiding him in achieving good health. Upon hearing his father's account, he underwent a significant transformation in his perception of his nightmares, beginning to appreciate the innate abilities of the dreamer. Suddenly, a sound of rolling objects drew him back from his thoughts. Startled, he turned to survey his surroundings. Because his father had summoned him for a discussion, Illic was not by his side tonight. The unexpected noise left him feeling somewhat vulnerable. The empty corridor behind him was devoid of life, save for a solitary, exquisite leather ball rolling on the ground. Night had fallen, and the corridor lay shrouded in darkness, with only the erratically rolling ball for company. Rhaegar's complexion paled in an instant, his scalp prickling with unease. Whose ball is this, playing about in the dead of night? Despite his fear, he steeled his resolve and called out loudly into the corridor. Regardless of the presence of any malevolent entities, he thought it wise to raise his voice. Even in the worst-case scenario, drawing the attention of the night watch servants would be advantageous. His voice echoed through the silent corridor, met only with emptiness. A glance over his shoulder revealed the door to his room was in sight. Rhaegar swallowed hard and cautiously stepped back. At that moment, a light footfall resonated, reminiscent of leather-soled shoes upon the wooden floor. As Rhaegar turned to look, he beheld a fleeting white figure. "Brother, are you playing with the ball?" A delicate little girl emerged in the corridor, clutching a ball and gazing at him expectantly. Dressed in a white gown, with silver hair and alabaster skin. The sight of her countenance caused Rhaegar's expression to darken, barely containing his anger. "Helena, what are you doing out here playing with a ball in the middle of the night?" The girl was none other than his half-sister, Princess Helena. Leaning against the wall with her ball, Helena replied softly, "I played with the ball during the day. I wanted to play with it at night." Observing her fragile figure, Rhaegar approached hastily. "What is there to play at night? Children must go to bed early and rise with the dawn." Startled by her rarely engaging brother's approach, Helena lowered her head. "In one tea let me play with the ball, so I can only sneak out to play when he is asleep." Rhaegar paused, taken aback. "He doesn't he allow you to play? What about your mother? Is she not concerned? What kind of brother is Ing?" Anger surged within Rhaegar as he grasped Helena's small hand. "Come, let me take you back to your room to rest. Tomorrow, I shall have a craftsman make you a special ball, so you needn't rely on anyone else." Helena remained unmoved, leaning against the wall in silence. "What is it? Why are you not happy?" Unable to entice the petite Helena, Rhaegar inquired once more. Helena shook her head in silence, cradling the ball in one arm. Recalling Aegon's past demeanor, Rhaegar cautiously inquired, "Are you afraid Aegon will take your ball?" Helena glanced up at him, biting her plump lips, remaining silent. After a moment of hesitation, Rhaegar suggested, "Why not leave the ball with me? You can take it out to play when you wish, ensuring Aegon doesn't see it." Helena's violet eyes sparkled with understanding, her small head nodding vigorously as she whispered, "All right, I shall entrust the ball to you. Aegon wouldn't dare take it." She extended her hand, offering the ball she had been protecting in her embrace to Rhaegar. Despite her seemingly foolish demeanor, akin to a gourd with a sawed-off mouth, She was quite perceptive, knowing that Aegon would not dare provoke Rhaegar. Rhaegar chuckled softly, shaking his head. Not that. I shall get you a new ball tomorrow. And you can let Aegon play with the old one. Helena's rosy cheeks lit up with a smile, no longer resisting Rhaegar's gentle guidance as he led her along. Helena's room was on the same floor as Rhaegar's. Previously, she had lived with her birth mother, Alicent, alongside Aegon. However, with the arrival of the infant Aemond, Alicent could no longer endure the incessant crying and had arranged 3 rooms for the 3 children. Helena mentioned that her attendant, who often was summoned for various tasks, left her and Aegon to spend their days together, which allowed Aegon to frequently bully her. Thus, she could only escape to play during the nighttime respite. Rhaegar, however, harbored no suspicions. The recent happenings at the Red Keep, with the return of Rhaenyra and the convening of the melee tournament, made the shortage of personnel quite understandable. After escorting Helena back to her room, Rhaegar leaned against the doorframe, cautioning, "Do not wander about. There are fearsome dragons lurking at the Red Keep at night. Be wary lest you be devoured." He feigned a fearsome demeanor to frighten his little sister. Helena appeared unperturbed, stifling a giggle behind her hand. Oh, the little girl possessed quite the spirit. Observing her endearing expression, Rhaegar raised his hand to pinch her cheek, but before he could, he noticed Helena suddenly shiver, her smile vanishing instantaneously. "What is it, Helena?" Sensing her abrupt change, Rhaegar felt a twinge of concern. Helena stared intently at him. Anxiety etched on her face as she declared, "The hungry wolf has set its sights on the lamb." What did this mean? Had Helena seen or heard something? Rhaegar's mind raced to the rumors surrounding Helena, combined with his own prophetic abilities, leading him to surmise that she, too, might possess a similar foresight. Sensing an impending peril, yet, Helena, having shifted from her earlier amiability, silently closed the door. Left outside, Rhaegar hesitated, hand raised to knock, yet faltering. Helena's demeanor was evidently off, likely a response to her premonition, a form of self-preservation. Rousing her from this state abruptly might not yield favorable results. "Helena, rest well. I shall remember to procure a ball for you," he called softly against the door before departing, returning to his own chamber. He still has a multitude of ancient texts stored within his spatial bracelet that remain unread. To comprehend the dreamer's gift, it may be prudent to delve into this aspect. Rhaegar Targaryen, bloodline, ancient Valyrian dragon king, 12. Ever since awakening as an explorer, the bloodline entry has undergone frequent transformations. Initially, the bracket indicated only a 5, but following the acquisition of Blackfyre synchronization, it surged to 8. Subsequently, it has continued to increase gradually. Rhaegar speculates that the percentage reflects the purity of his bloodline, as noted in the evaluation section. A rich Dragon King bloodline is undeniably remarkable, even in the context of ancient Valyria. After 6 months, the purity of his bloodline has reached 12, more than double the initial figure. The disappearance of the percentage prior likely signifies that the effects of Blackfyre synchronization have reached their zenith, with no further increase anticipated. He resolves to revisit the texts and ponder the significance of bloodline purity among the numerous Dragon King families of ancient Valyria. Prompted by Viserys' insights on the dreamer's gift, Rhaegar places immense importance on all his abilities, unwilling to squander even a fragment of his potential. Chapter 28. Rumors and whispers. The sky is shrouded in thick clouds. The ocean churns with furious waves. The wind howls ceaselessly. Rhaegar's slender figure ascends a coconut tree, anxiously gazing at the rising water level. The frigid sea envelopes his ankles, steadily creeping up to his calves. He yearns to cry for help, yet his throat feels constricted, rendering him utterly voiceless. Thunder rumbles as a lightning bolt cleaves through the darkened sky, resembling a shattering silver vessel, deafening in its intensity. The roiling clouds unleash a torrential downpour, drenching the solitary Rhaegar. So cold, where is this place? The chilling rain soaks Rhaegar's skin, stirring a chaotic turmoil within him. Accompanied by a thunderclap, a monstrous roar reverberates in the distance, echoing endlessly. Rhaegar, bewildered, raises his gaze, and through the flash of lightning, he glimpses a colossal creature breaking through the dense clouds, soaring into the distance. He strains to discern the beast's form, but all he hears is the cacophony of rain. Water streams down his cheeks as he wipes his face. Upon reopening his eyes, he finds the creature inexplicably returned, its massive wings descending towards the island beneath him. "Ah, don't come closer." The indistinct shadow looms overhead, and Rhaegar cannot suppress a terrified scream, darkness enveloping him. In the next instant, Rhaegar bolts upright from his bed, heart racing violently. What was that? His chest heaves as he scans his surroundings, tense with fear. Familiarity greets his eyes in the layout of the room. After a moment of bewilderment, he wipes the cold sweat from his brow and collapses back onto the bed, voice laced with dread. Damn it, another nightmare. And it's connected to the last one. Unlike previous nightmares that would refresh every few days, this dream has plagued him for 2 consecutive nights, proving to be utterly exhausting. Rhaegar sighed. Perhaps this is what they mean by thoughts of the day manifesting in dreams at night. Last night, he perused ancient texts until dawn, his mind preoccupied with the dreamer. Now, it seemed, the nightmare had come to fruition. Unusual occurrences often herald the presence of the supernatural. Consecutive dreams are a rarity and undoubtedly bear some prophetic significance. Frustrated, Rhaegar tugged at his hair and muttered in annoyance. After his morning routine, the servant dutifully brought bread, milk, and fried eggs. Just as he finished the last sip of milk, Illic entered, timing impeccable. Rhaegar gently wiped the milk stains from his lips and said nonchalantly, "There's nothing to see here. Go explore the dragon's lair. I have yet to visit it." "Very well," Illic replied in a low tone. Before leaving, Rhaegar picked up a sheet of drawing paper from the table and carefully rolled it. The dragon's lair was not close to the Red Keep, so the servant had prepared the carriage in advance for their journey. They exited the confines of the Red Keep and entered the city of King's Landing. Illic occasionally stole glances at Rhaegar, a look of hesitance etched on his face. Growing weary of being scrutinized, Rhaegar inquired, "Sir, is there something amiss with my attire? Why do you gaze at me so?" "No, it's just that you seem a bit down today," Illic expressed his concern. They had traveled a considerable distance, and the usually jovial prince had remained silent, which was indeed worrisome. Rhaegar's eyes were heavy with fatigue, and he lamented, "I had another nightmare." Upon hearing this, Illic noticed the dark circles under the prince's pale complexion, which were becoming more pronounced, resembling the eyes of a panda. "Your Highness, perhaps you should seek counsel from a scholar regarding your troubled mind. Insomnia and vivid dreams are not auspicious signs," Illic suggested. Rhaegar smiled mysteriously. "No need. My father advised me to learn to embrace my dreams, whether sweet or bitter." Illic furrowed his brow slightly. "Do not fret for me. Life is a tapestry of flavors, bitter, sweet, sour, and spicy. Experiencing these tastes early on is not necessarily a misfortune." Rhaegar interrupted Illic's counsel, inquiring instead about a good blacksmith shop. Illic responded, "There is a reputable blacksmith on Silk Street. Old Aeon-esque craftsmanship is well known." "Then let us visit this establishment and procure some items," Rhaegar decided, prompting Illic to instruct the coachman to head towards their destination. The royal carriage was not only splendid but also swift, making its way through the bustling streets and into the renowned Silk Street. Eventually, it halted before a modest blacksmith-esque shop. Rhaegar lifted the curtain to peer outside and spotted a robust young man hammering away at the anvil beside the forge, sparks flying. This was old Aeon-esque grandson, also an apprentice. Illic mentioned, "Go and fetch your grandfather. Tell him a distinguished guest wishes to see him." Tossing a gold coin to the apprentice, Illic commanded without hesitation. "Yes, esteemed White Knight," the apprentice replied, quickly setting aside his work to rush into the shop. Shortly thereafter, a short, portly man with a bushy beard emerged. He was indeed the proprietor of this blacksmith establishment. Old Oren strode confidently towards the 2 men, his voice resonant as he welcomed them with, "Esteemed guests. The blacksmith Oren warmly greets your arrival." With that, he bowed laboriously to Rhaegar. Rhaegar scrutinized the rotund old man, finding him amusing. Standing face to face, Oren was not much taller than Rhaegar, yet his girth could easily overshadow him several times over. Rhaegar unfurled a rolled parchment, stating, "This is a design for a bracelet. I require you to craft an identical one with utmost haste." "Not a problem. Is it to be made according to your wrist measurement?" Oren inquired. "Indeed. This bracelet is to replace a gift that did not fit." Having clarified the client's needs, old Oren pounded his chest confidently, assuring, "Rest assured. You may collect the bracelet before sunset. It will be flawless." "I trust Illic's recommendation. The payment is for him, sir." Rhaegar concluded the transaction succinctly. However, Oren declined the pouch of coins offered by Illic, asserting firmly, "I require no payment. The honor of having a prince where my creation is reward enough." "Oh, how did you discern I am a prince? Care to guess which one?" Rhaegar chuckled at the old man's earnestness. Oren replied with solemnity. I have witnessed the king hosting events with his younger son, Aegon. Your age aligns with his. You must be the firstborn son of the late king, the slumbering whelp. Rhaegar, slumbering whelp? Is that what they call me? Rhaegar appreciated Oren's astuteness, yet he found the epithet distasteful. Oren promptly fell silent, realizing he had misspoken. Noticing his reticence, Rhaegar turned his gaze to Illic, displeased. Sir, when did I acquire this moniker? Illic shot a glare at Oren and whispered, since the last royal hunt. Rumors of your frail constitution and the blessing of the white stag have spread widely. The king has issued a decree forbidding gossip about you. Yet the public remains abuzz with speculation. It was only after your recent reception of Princess Rhaenyra, marking your first appearance before the populace, that this nickname emerged. Rhaegar frowned, questioning, so my father's restrictions on my movements outside the Red Keep are related to this? To some extent, yes, but the king has his reasons. It is not entirely connected, Illic explained. Chapter 29. The bastard Rhaegar interrupted his defense, exclaiming in frustration. Is it not absurd that my father confines me due to mere whispers? Rumors can be hurtful. The tales circulating were quite varied. His Majesty merely wishes to shield you from unnecessary troubles, Illic endeavored to clarify. Rhaegar scoffed. He fears that ill-intentioned individuals might instill harmful thoughts in me. Listen to the current epithet, slumbering whelp. Slumbering connotes my past frailties, while whelp carries dual implications of youth and untimely demise. Pray tell, what should a whelp do upon awakening from slumber? Naturally, it is to feast incessantly, growing into a true dragon. By that time, what prefix should be fitting? The awakened true dragon or the roaring fury dragon? This is a deliberate act by those with ulterior motives, spreading the identity of King Rhaegar's eldest son among the populace to incite turmoil. Let the sleeping hatchling remain a sleeping hatchling. It is certainly preferable to a stillborn one. Rhaegar consoled himself, fixing his gaze upon Illic, instructing him, ensure that he receives his wages in full, and relay to me any rumors concerning me at the earliest opportunity. Understood, Illic replied, his expression firm as he accepted the command. Let us proceed. Take me to purchase some children's toys, and then to the dragon's lair. Rhaegar turned and boarded the carriage. His already troubled spirits further dampened. The carriage lingered for a while on Silk Street, while Illic scurried about, gathering an assortment of toys. Once everything was stowed in the carriage, they set off towards the dragon's lair. The dragon's lair, nestled among the hills, was significantly quieter than the bustling city. Due to the impromptu visit, no one was there to receive them at the entrance, save for 2 armored guards. Upon sighting the royal carriage, one of the guards jogged forward, inquiring, May I ask which noble is visiting? Rhaegar Targaryen, eldest son of Aegon I. Illic announced Rhaegar's identity and disembarked from the carriage alone, although the prince's visage remained unseen. The sight of the White Knight's white cloak prompted the guards to bow respectfully and grant them passage. The dragon's lair sprawled over a vast area, with numerous entrances and exits. Not only was there the main gate, but also hidden caves and clearings in the cliffs. The carriage halted outside, where guards were stationed to keep watch. Rhaegar opted to enter on foot, traversing through a grand expanse reminiscent of a vast training ground. At the far end of this courtyard stood a towering and magnificent domed structure. Having walked a short distance, a scholar in charge of the dragon's lair and a dragon keeper approached. The dragon keeper, a caretaker of dragons, was mostly of Balerion descent, sworn to the Targaryen family for generations. They were proficient in High Balerion, capable of soothing the restless dragons, and responsible for their care. Having seen the prince, the newcomers bowed in unison. Rise, I apologize for the interruption. I merely wish to see what the dragon's lair is like. Rhaegar, lacking the inclination for idle conversation, got straight to the point. Very well, as Bachelor Ba is absent today, I shall be your guide. A young scholar with black hair and black eyes, his complexion pale, volunteered. What is your name? Out of basic respect, Rhaegar inquired politely. My name is Minas Vicewater, your highness. The young scholar smiled sheepishly, softly uttering his name. Vicewater? Rhaegar paused, recalling that this was a surname for bastards. Each region of Westeros had its own surname for illegitimate children. In the north, it was Snow, while in the Vale, it was Vicewater. Rhaegar scrutinized Minas, noting his modest attire, even patched in places. It seemed he had not fared well. Indeed, bastards were often not well regarded. Even a well-educated, illegitimate child finds little favor among the learned. Upon sensing his gaze, Minas's expression shifted. a wave of inferiority washing over him as he bit his lip in silence. As a bastardy, he had endured countless disdainful looks throughout his life. He reminded himself that this too shall pass. Raising his head, he recalled that his parents had bestowed upon him a visage that was not unpleasing. He should not shy away from it. Suddenly, Rhaegar spoke, urging him to lift his gaze. Minas complied, maintaining a composed demeanor and offering a humble smile. I cannot advise you to disregard your origins, for the world will ensure you are reminded of them. Yet, you possess your own talents. Not everyone can be a scholar, so do not underestimate yourself. Perceiving Minas's self-doubt regarding his lineage, Rhaegar offered a few words of encouragement before falling silent. The circumstances of one's birth can profoundly influence the course of a life. This reality is a heavy burden, one that Rhaegar could not alleviate. Fortunately, his mother had fought to bring him into this world, granting him a measure of honor. Thank you, mother. Silently praying for his deceased mother, Rhaegar beckoned Minas to lead the way. Though sadness may lead one to weep beneath the covers at night, now he must assume the role of a guide, keeping personal feelings aside during working hours. Along the way, Rhaegar inquired, how many dragons are currently in the lair? There are 3 in total, Dreamfire, Corlax, and Syrinx. Minas replied, quickly adjusting his mood and responding diligently, revealing none of his earlier melancholy. Take me to see them. I have yet to encounter a dragon up close. I fear that may not be possible, Your Highness, Minas replied. Why not? Do dragons also shun strangers? Rhaegar asked, puzzled. That is not the reason. Before you entered, Princess Rhaenyra and Prince Daemon arrived ahead of you, intending to ride the dragons. Minas answered truthfully. Rhaenyra is here too? Take me to her. I must meet the dragons. Upon hearing that his sister was present, Rhaegar's eyes sparkled with hope, eager to persuade her to take him for a ride on a dragon. Very well. The princess has only just arrived. We should hurry. We may still catch them. Minas calculated the time and did not refuse. What are we waiting for? Let us go. Rhaegar urged Minas onward, and the group entered the dragon lair, making their way toward the elevated platform at the lair's midsection. Hastening yet cautious, Rhaegar reached the platform breathlessly, just in time to see several dragon handlers soothing Syrinx and freeing its shackled feet. Meanwhile, the Crimson Corlax was prepared for the outing. Daemon and Rhaenyra, clad in dragon-riding attire, stood between the 2 dragons. Sister, Rhaegar called out loudly, disregarding Alec's admonitions as he excitedly rushed toward Rhaenyra. Hearing his voice, Rhaenyra turned in surprise, questioning, Rhaegar, how did you come to be in the dragon lair? Rhaegar approached her, skillfully taking her hand, and proudly declared, Did I not tell you last night? My dream revealed that the dragon lair was troubled, so I came to see for myself. To her surprise, upon entering, she heard that he was also present. She had thought he was watching the tournament. Rhaenyra looked at him with amusement, teasingly asking, So, are you here to find me, or the dragon? Of course, I'm here for you. The dragon comes after, he replied. The thrill of witnessing the 2 dragons up close was indescribable for Rhaegar, who flitted between them with unbridled excitement. This yellow dragon must be Syrinx. Just as beautiful as you, he remarked, favoring the well-proportioned Syrinx over the slender, horned Caraxes. Rhaenyra, aware of Rhaegar's flattery, crossed her arms and, feigning ignorance, inquired, So, my dear brother, now that you have seen them, is there anything else you wish to discuss? Chapter 30. A refusal of requests. I want you to take me for a ride on the dragon. Rhaegar exclaimed eagerly. Rhaenyra could hardly contain her laughter as she tousled his hair. I knew you must have a reason for seeking me out. Then, my beloved sister, will you grant your brother's request? Rhaegar gazed at her with hopeful eyes. I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I have made arrangements with Uncle Daemon to fly to Dragonstone, and will return quite late. Rhaenyra gently declined. I can go with you to Dragonstone. I haven't visited the ancestral lands yet, and it won't matter if we return later, Rhaegar insisted, his yearning to ride the dragon overpowering his reason as he shook her hand. Seeing the pleading look in her brother's eyes, Rhaenyra hesitated and cast a glance at Daemon, silently questioning him. Noticing his sister's demeanor, Rhaegar also turned to Daemon, eager to see how this generous uncle would respond. To their surprise, Daemon remained indifferent, calmly stating, If he wishes to go, then take him. However, if your father learns that I took his heir and eldest son on an outing, he may not be pleased. The implication was clear. He could take Rhaegar, but should anything happen, who would be accountable? Rhaenyra recognized the conventional refusal for what it was, and unable to find a solution, she tightened her grip on Rhaegar's hand and apologized. I'm sorry, Rhaegar. The distance today is simply too great. How about I take you for a dragon ride over King's Landing next time? Faced with rejection, Rhaegar felt an indescribable disappointment. Being a prince, he could never throw a tantrum like Aegon. Such behavior would tarnish his noble image. Withdrawing his hand from Rhaenyra's grasp, he forced a smile and said, "All right. I'll hold you to that promise." Though his words were understanding, the melancholy in his eyes remained evident. "Be a good boy and return to Red Keep after visiting the dragoness lair. Don't wander off," Rhaenyra advised, fully aware of his disappointment. Yet, considering her commitment to her uncle, she could only turn a blind eye. "I shall make it up to you later, Rhaegar," Rhaenyra promised silently to herself. At that moment, the dragon keeper unfastened the shackles of Syrax and reported to Rhaenyra in High Balerion. "Princess, you may ride Syrax and soar through the skies." Rhaenyra replied in the same tongue, "I am aware." She then took young Rhaegar by the hand, leading him to an open space away from the dragons, where she entrusted him to Alec. "Take good care of my brother. Do not let him wander near the dragon's lair." Alec nodded, "Yes, princess." After gently tousling Rhaegar's hair and uttering a few comforting words, Rhaenyra approached Syrax. Daemon remained silent, observing the interaction between the siblings. "Uncle, let us depart," Rhaenyra said as she mounted the dragon, securing the safety harness around her waist, addressing Daemon. "I thought you would bring him along." Daemon, mounting Caraxes, replied nonchalantly. "Rhaegar is still quite young. He would not withstand the winds atop a dragon for long." Rhaenyra laughed, explaining, "You were able to ride dragons at 7. Rhaegar is a boy. Early exposure to dragons can only be beneficial." Daemon's words were indeed reasonable. After all, who among the Targaryens was not a dragon rider? There would be future opportunities. Rhaenyra, disliking the gender distinctions, interjected, "Let us not discuss Rhaegar. Instead, let us race to Dragonstone." Daemon shrugged and fell silent. In the background, Rhaegar stood before the crowd, witnessing the two dragons take flight, their forms gradually vanishing into the clouds. Alec kept a vigilant eye on Rhaegar, relieved to see his calm demeanor, which revealed little emotional turbulence. He was not the only one observing Rhaegar. Minas lingered within the throng, his gaze fixated on Rhaegar's tightly clenched fists behind him. A splendid opportunity. Though Minas maintained a stoic facade, internally he was fervently exclaiming, his hands trembling slightly. He was weary of the scorn he faced. Those of noble birth among the scholars looked down upon him. Despite possessing knowledge that surpassed that of most scholars he had encountered, he could not alter their prejudices. After being assigned to the dragon lair, he had hoped that diligent work would earn him recognition, perhaps even attract the attention of royal members. Targaryens all had the ability to ride dragons. Who knew when he might encounter a benefactor and ascend to greatness? Alas, such aspirations belonged solely to the realm of dreams. Dragon riders required only to be guided by dragon keepers, with no need for scholars to report on the dragon's feeding and other needs. He had no real opportunity to engage with royal members. The young prince, neglected by his sister, was in dire need of comfort and companionship, provided that what he offered was engaging enough. Accurately discerning the young prince's psychological needs, Minas summoned his courage and spoke with a quavering voice. "Prince, do you not wish to see a dragon? In the lair, there is another dragon named Dreamfire, larger and older than the two that just took flight." Upon hearing this, Rhaegar glanced over and noticed that the young scholar's complexion had turned pale, his voice trembling as he nervously swallowed. He dismissed this triviality. A bastard, engaging with a prince of such high stature, was undoubtedly under immense pressure. Yet, his proposal was undeniably enticing. "Take me to see." Rhaegar's tone was flat, imbued with an air of finality that brooked no refusal. Alec, wanting to dissuade him, caught Rhaegar's icy gaze and immediately averted his eyes, unwilling to provoke the irritable prince. "Let us proceed. Our journey today is far from over." Rhaegar took the lead, pushing past the dragon tamers who did not comprehend the common tongue, descending the staircase under Minas' guidance. Within the dragon's lair, numerous nests crafted by dragons were visible. Most were situated underground to prevent the dragons from crashing against the ceiling and causing a collapse. Upon receiving Rhaegar's command, Minas felt a surge of elation. Throughout the journey, he expounded on the beauty and might of Dreamfire, the fierce female dragon, utilizing every ounce of his knowledge. Dreamfire had laid several dragon eggs, including the one that Rhaegar now held in his possession. Dragons reproduced through the laying of eggs, yet intriguingly, they lacked a defined gender. Humanity's perception of male and female dragons was fundamentally flawed. Minas reveled in sharing his insights about dragons, eager to display his erudition. So, do dragons reproduce asexually? Rhaegar interjected with a hint of indifference. Minas chuckled, I cannot say. The steed of King Run, Va Mizr Silverwing, is well known for its unique companionship, unlike solitary dragons. Enough of this, scholar. I have heard sufficient about dragons. When do we arrive at Dreamfire's nest? Rhaegar, growing impatient, interrupted the endless discourse on inconclusive topics. I apologize. My prince. Minas repeatedly offered his apologies, embodying humility, but we have now reached the entrance to Dreamfire's nest and shall not waste any more of your time. Upon hearing this, Rhaegar realized they had traversed a considerable distance through the tunnel. Before him loomed a vast opening, shrouded in impenetrable darkness. Chapter 31. Dreamfire gazing at the pitch-black entrance. Rhaegar momentarily lost his focus, murmuring softly, Sir, do you think I could tame a dragon? Alec's expression changed drastically. Panic evident as he exclaimed, Absolutely not. Inside resides an irascible adult dragon. The king would never permit you to take such a risk. Why not? Rhaegar fixed his unwavering gaze on the White Knight, demanding, Do you think I am incapable of taming a dragon? No, that is not my intent, Alec stammered, striving to articulate his thoughts with care. Gaining a dragon's favor is no simple feat. You must consider this carefully. But I wish to try, sir. Rhaegar took a step forward, inhaling deeply. My sister could ride a dragon at the age of 7. With this winter past, I too have reached 7. If she could, there is no reason I cannot. There was a statement that Rhaegar did not vocalize. He possessed the essence of blood and fire, granting him remarkable resistance to flames. His Balerion lineage was sufficiently potent, making it easier to gain the recognition of dragons. I shall not acquiesce to your request, Prince. Alec interposed himself before Rhaegar, his countenance solemn. I have sworn an oath to the king to protect his eldest son. I cannot bear witness to your recklessness. Yet you have also vowed to me to fulfill the task I entrusted to you, regardless of life or death, honor or disgrace. Perhaps it was a nightmare, a prelude. The neglect from Rhaenyra erupted within him at this moment. Rhaegar's heart was a maelstrom of chaotic negative emotions, fear of the nightmare, dissatisfaction with the prelude, even jealousy towards his sister. He was Rhaegar, a Targaryen. Targaryens are never inferior. Behind him lay the lair of Dreamfire. Rhaegar intended to tame this great dragon, to earn honor and respect through it. Alec could not deter him, for he was a white knight, bound to uphold his oath. Rhaegar's expression turned grave as he issued a command to Alec for the first time. Now, as the eldest son of Viserys, I command you to remain in place and not to defy this order. Your Highness, Alec attempted to dissuade him, but Rhaegar raised his voice. Silence, sir. Bound by his oath, Alec could not betray the mantle he bore, standing at attention with a conflicted expression, gripping the hilt of his sword. Very well. The oath-keeping White Knight. Rhaegar brushed past Alec, casting a glance at the stunned Minas beside him. Alec shall remain outside the lair to provide support. If you have no further business, you may return. Hearing Rhaegar, who was attempting to play the noble, Minas shivered with excitement, exclaiming, No, I wish to stay by your side. I am well versed in the nature of dragons and can be of assistance. He still hoped to earn the prince's favor and escape the injustices of fate. How could he retreat at such a critical moment? Rhaegar regarded him curiously, noticing his resolute demeanor, and nodded. Very well. Should I succeed in taming Dreamfire, I shall remember your contribution. Yes, your grace. Minas, invigorated by the acknowledgement, boldly stepped ahead to clear the path into the cave. Rhaegar did not refuse, turning back to Alec with a faint remark. He exhibits greater courage than you, sir. With that, Rhaegar hastened to follow Minas, their figures vanishing into the inky mouth of the cave. Alec closed his eyes in anguish, his heart a tumult of emotions. His duty was to ensure the prince's safety, yet the prince clearly favored adventure. Upon entering the lair, Minas picked up a torch from the ground and skillfully ignited it, illuminating the dark expanse. As the darkness was suddenly pierced by the flickering flame, Rhaegar instinctively shielded his eyes from the brightness. Once inside the lair, Minas's excitement waned considerably, and he spoke nervously. Your grace, Dreamfire has resided in this cave for many years, possessing a rather volatile temperament. You might consider observing from a distance. I shall do so, scholar. Rhaegar nodded thoughtfully, tilting his head and inquiring, Are you well acquainted with this environment? Minas shyly smiled and replied, Indeed. Master Balthasar mandates regular inspections of the dragon's lair. Other scholars are unable to tolerate the stench of dragon dung. Thus, this task falls upon me. Understanding now, Rhaegar perceived that Minas was diligent and committed to his responsibilities. Noticing Minas's familiarity with the path, Rhaegar considered him a promising talent. Your Highness, I usually bring 1 or 2 dragon keepers with me when entering the lair. They are fluent in High Balerion and can hum soothing melodies to calm the dragons. Flattered by the compliment, Minas blushed and divulged an important piece of information. At this juncture, he no longer pondered whether the prince genuinely sought to tame the colossal dragon or if such a feat was even possible. His sole desire was to showcase his capabilities and earn the prince's regard. Rhaegar scrutinized his demeanor, silently reflecting, the eager youth, suppressed for so long, is far too impatient. Nevertheless, he deemed it inconsequential. Urgency mattered little as long as one proved useful. In a hushed tone, Rhaegar remarked, Balerion is my mother tongue. I shall give it a try. Since mastering ancient Balerion, he recalled fragments of memories from deep within, recollections from his early childhood, likely before the age of 3. During that time, he remained in a prolonged stupor, his life precariously hanging by a thread. Unbeknownst to others, there were fleeting moments of lucidity, though he was too frail to open his eyes, rendering him indistinguishable from one who slumbers. Yet, his senses of hearing, touch, and smell remained intact. On numerous occasions, in that half-awake state, Rhaegar could hear gentle humming resonating in his ears. He was oblivious to the source of the sound. At times, the owner of that voice would tenderly caress his cheek and press a kiss upon his forehead. Although he could neither see nor speak, he remembered the sound of the singer's voice and could detect a faint, acrid scent. Upon regaining consciousness, he forgot the lyrics of the melody. Yet he recognized that subtle aroma, akin to the sulphurous stench of dragons. Now, he could vaguely recall the essence of the song, an ancient Balerion melody. Clearing his throat, Rhaegar mimicked the gentle cadence from his memories, slowly humming the tune known as the Shepherd's Twilight. His youthful voice, unexpectedly emerging from the darkness, dispelled the unease within. As he hummed, a colossal creature deep within the lair opened its eyes, raising its head in bewilderment. The subterranean chamber was not particularly spacious, and its depths were far less profound than those of the tunnels above. Rhaegar soon arrived at a more expansive underground realm. By the flickering light of the flames, he discerned numerous large animal skeletons strewn across the ground, accompanied by the foul stench of dragon dung. Suddenly, the flames flickered violently, the oppressive atmosphere growing stiflingly hot, and the sound of clanking chains echoed from the shadows. Hand me the torch. Your presence here suffices, Rhaegar instructed. Through the firelight, he glimpsed a massive figure crouched in the corner, recognizing it as the great dragon, Dreamfire. Minas obediently relinquished the torch, pressing his body against the wall, uneasily uttering, Your Highness, please exercise caution. Should the situation escalate, flee immediately. I shall. Pray for me, Rhaegar replied. He was averse to such poignant reminders of parting, humming a tune as he proceeded slowly towards the enormous silhouette in the corner. Chapter 32. The Failed Taming with a Crunch. Rhaegar stepped over a pile of foul dragon dung, inadvertently breaking a gnawed-upon bone, the sound stark in the tranquil gloom. The unexpected noise sent a chill of sweat cascading down his spine, his heart racing wildly. His gaze remained fixed on the shadowy figure, terrified that any slight misstep might provoke its wrath. Clutching his pounding chest, Rhaegar was certain that had his physical condition been as it was 6 months prior, he would have succumbed to a heart deprived of blood, potentially leading to a fatal collapse. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions, continuing to hum the somewhat unfamiliar melody. After a time, the clattering of chains echoed once more. By now, Rhaegar had closed the distance considerably, and he could faintly discern the form of Dreamfire. The dragon possessed a slender physique, adorned with pale blue scales interwoven with silver lines, and delicate blue wings complemented by silver dorsal scales. However, a pair of slightly curved silver horns jutted conspicuously into the air. Upon sighting this pale blue behemoth, Rhaegar instinctively halted. Dreamfire's elongated neck coiled against its side, wings folded tightly, seemingly at rest. Yet, Rhaegar knew that Dreamfire had been roused by the song and was covertly scrutinizing this intruder. Facing an unclaimed adult dragon alone, it would be disingenuous to claim he felt no fear. His arm, holding the torch, trembled, and his legs felt as though they were encased in lead, immobilized. Even his lips, uttering the melody, felt numb. Move quickly. Fear had seized control of his body, but Rhaegar summoned what little rationality he had left, pounding his legs in a desperate attempt to advance. He had come here to tame the dragon. He could not abandon his quest midway. After a prolonged moment, sensing that Dragonflame had not made any move to drive him away, Rhaegar's taut nerves began to ease slightly. Driven by an indomitable spirit, he took another step forward. 30 meters, 20 meters, 15 meters. As the distance diminished, he could see Dragonflame clearly. Contrary to his expectations, the dragon was indeed awake. Its majestic head rested upon its slender tail, amber eyes gazing at him with indifference. In that confined space, the presence of an adult dragon was overwhelmingly oppressive, akin to a Damoclean sword suspended overhead, threatening to descend at any moment. Rhaegar's humming faltered, his breaths grew heavy and audible. He could not allow his efforts to go to waste now that he had encountered the dragon. The adrenaline coursed through him, rendering his body rigid as he fervently encouraged himself internally, locking eyes with Dragonflame. Dragonflame, let us forge a bond. I shall take you back to the azure skies. With blood trickling from his bitten lips, Rhaegar let out a piercing cry, one hand raised high with a torch, the other outstretched. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to attempt to tame Dragonflame. In response to his actions, Dragonflime's throat quivered, emitting a low, guttural growl. At that moment, having just awakened, Dragonflime was in a relatively placid mood, showing no overt signs of rejection. It sniffed the air, sensing an inexplicable connection to the figure before it. In its decades of tumultuous existence, Dragonflime understood precisely what this bond entailed, the same bloodline connection it had once shared with its first and former master, Rhaegar. Dragonflime's chilling gaze met Rhaegar's, revealing a scrutinizing intensity. Rhaegar shouted once more, Dragonflime, acknowledge me. You do not belong in this dark dragon's lair, hidden from the light. The dragon responded with a resounding roar. In that moment, the young prince and the colossal dragon, imprisoned for years, locked eyes, an inexplicable connection drawing them together. Their reflections shimmered in each other's pupils. Through this subtle bond, Rhaegar felt the genuine emotions residing within Dragonflame: turmoil, rage, resentment, and a profound yearning for freedom. The immense negativity surged like an unfathomable abyss, leaving Rhaegar astounded. It dawned on him that a creature meant to soar the skies and roam the wilderness had been confined for decades after losing its master, transitioning from youth to adulthood in this lightless cavern, making such emotions entirely understandable. Summoning his courage, Rhaegar stepped forward, speaking earnestly, Dragonflame, let me take you away from here. Dragonflame regarded Rhaegar, though it could not comprehend his words. It sensed the empathy behind them. It had been imprisoned for far too long, and indeed wished to escape. Dragonflime stirred, its wings lifting off the ground, its head held high, eager to display its most magnificent form. However, the sturdy shackles tightened around its neck and limbs, and before it could rise fully, the chains forcefully yanked it back down. The force was reciprocal. The anticipation of standing was met with an equally painful pull. With a thud, Dragonflime crashed to the ground, its slender neck nearly breaking as it struck the cavern wall. Witnessing this, Rhaegar felt an overwhelming sense of concern and exclaimed, Dragonflime, are you all right? Unbeknownst to him, the moment Dragonflime fell, the tenuous connection they had just forged snapped. Dragonflime struggled for a moment on the ground before raising its head again, a fierce blaze erupting from its maw. Dragonflime, are you okay? Rhaegar cautiously stepped closer. As they exchanged glances once more, the warmth had dissipated from Dragonflime's eyes, replaced by fury and wildness. Suddenly, Dragonflime roared, its jaws wide open, spewing forth a torrent of orange flames mingled with azure. No, stay calm, Dragonflime, we can be allies. Rhaegar's expression changed dramatically as he struggled to regain Dragonflime's sanity, disbelief coursing through him. However, the dragon's flame was imminent. Confronted by the pillar of fire, the primal instinct for survival compelled him to swiftly turn and huddle amidst the jagged pile of bones. The dragon's flame missed him, yet the sparks inevitably landed upon his unprotected back. The inferno, far exceeding ordinary fire, consumed his clothing in an instant and seared his fair skin. A sharp, agonizing pain seemed to tear through Rhaegar's nerves, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream. His head jerked back uncontrollably, eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. For a fleeting moment, Rhaegar believed he would perish from the excruciating agony. It became evident that blood and fire share a source was not mere rhetoric. Despite the unbearable pain, Rhaegar clung to life. How could this be? Why had Dreamfire spiraled out of control? In the face of danger, rationality triumphed over fear, prompting Rhaegar to issue the most prudent command. Seizing the brief interval while Dreamfire unleashed its flames, he struggled to rise and recklessly sprinted away. Having lost his torch moments before, he pressed forward into the darkness, stumbling through the littered bones, his faltering steps becoming a grim routine. With a screech, a miscalculated strike only served to provoke Dreamfire's ferocity further, which strained against its chains, roaring and spewing flames erratically. The brilliant dragon fire illuminated the lair, wantonly incinerating stone walls and bones, occasionally brushing perilously close to Rhaegar. Damn it, he was so close to success. As he fled from the scorching flames in terror, Rhaegar couldn't help but ponder where he had gone wrong. "Prince, watch out behind you." A familiar voice rang out, and before Rhaegar could respond, a white figure tackled him. Boom. In the next instant, the very spot Rhaegar had occupied was engulfed by dragon fire, creating a half-foot-deep charred pit. Chapter 33. Escape from death tumbling to the ground. Rhaegar's head swirled in confusion as he gazed around in bewilderment. Turning to look behind him, he saw Illic, clad in silver armor and a white robe, pinning him down protectively. "Illic, you were supposed to guard the entrance. How did you end up here?" Rhaegar's mind struggled to comprehend the situation, his thoughts muddled. "Ensuring your safety is my foremost duty," Illic replied, his voice grave. With deft movements, he lifted Rhaegar into his arms and fled at a frantic pace. Rhaegar could not quite catch what he said, his head instinctively turning back to glimpse Dreamfire, which he had nearly tamed. Yet, the transformation had been swift, and it had turned on him without warning, rendering all his efforts futile. Illic moved swiftly, darting out of the lair and down the tunnel. Rhaegar's gaze remained fixated on Dreamfire, watching the pale blue beast vent its fury. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the chains encircling Dreamfire's neck. The creature writhed, its sharp teeth gnawing at the chains as thick as a man's thigh, sparks flying. It was the chains. They had interrupted Dreamfire's bonding ritual, inciting its wrath. A spark of inspiration ignited within Rhaegar's mind, prompting an exclamation of distress as he glared furiously at the chain that had thwarted his attempts to tame the dragon. His mood was no better than that of the frenzied Dreamfire, and he felt an overwhelming urge to slay the wretched creature that had ensnared him in this predicament. Before he could utter another word, Illic dashed around the corner, completely losing sight of Dreamfire. Moments later, he burst forth from the lair, returning to the initial cave entrance. Minas rushed over, anxiety etched across his face. "Your Highness, how are you? Are you hurt?" Illic shoved him aside, coldly retorting, "Silence. You had best pray that the prince is unharmed." With that, he placed Rhaegar on the ground and crouched down to inspect him. At that moment, Rhaegar was engulfed in remorse, allowing Illic to examine him at will. "Damn it, I was so close to taming Dreamfire." His heart ached with regret. Illic first turned Rhaegar's head to inspect it, confirming there was no injury to his skull before checking his limbs. His arms and legs appeared unscathed, fingers intact. Yet as he glanced at Rhaegar's back, his expression darkened considerably. The fabric of his clothing had long since burned away, revealing a back marred by a multitude of blisters, a severe burn. Minas gasped, as if the blisters had appeared on his own skin. "Quiet. I am not blind." Illic shot him a venomous glare, wishing he could vanquish this illegitimate scholar who had bewitched the prince into dragon taming. After their brief separation, Minas had regained his composure. He was acutely aware of the consequences that would follow should the prince sustain injuries. The thought of the gallows beckoning him caused his vision to darken. "Wait. I am knowledgeable in herbalism and medicine. I can treat the prince." Despite his fear, Minas clung to reason and considered a remedy, fearing Illic would disregard his advice. He tore a collar from his garments, adorned with rings of black iron, silver, and gold. "Step aside, I do not trust you." Illic, however, was resolute, lifting Rhaegar to carry him away. In the throes of life and death, Rhaegar had not felt the full extent of his pain. Now that the danger had passed, Illic's movements elicited a sharp intake of breath from Rhaegar, nearly causing him to faint from the agony. "Sir, wait. It hurts too much." His entire back, along with his neck, was severely burned, the fiery pain incessantly tormenting his nerves and beginning to spiral into numbness. "Allow me to provide temporary treatment for the prince," he insisted, knowing that Rhaegar's injuries could not withstand further jolting and required prompt care. Minas spread his arms to block Illic's path. Illic understood the urgency of the situation, hesitating as he glanced at Rhaegar. With gritted teeth, Rhaegar grimaced. Treat me. I can barely endure this. Illic nodded, casting a wary look at Minas as he warned. If I sense any trickery on your part, you will regret it. Minas scoffed lightly. I value my life more than you might presume. He then instructed Illic to carry Rhaegar steadily out of the tunnel. My residence is near the dragon's lair. There are herbs and instruments there. Emerging from the tunnel, Minas led the way up the stairs and into a narrow wooden cabin perched at the edge of the dragon's lair. Is this where you reside? Illic inquired, surveying the cabin's dilapidated furnishings and musty odor, astonished that a scholar had fallen to such depths. Minas hastened to the bedside, crouching down to pull a square wooden box from beneath the bed. Upon opening it, a myriad of jars and bottles filled with powders and pills was revealed. Lay the prince flat on the bed. I shall commence with a basic surface cleaning. Minas spoke urgently, his demeanor too preoccupied for banter with Illic. Be gentle. Bear with me for a moment. Illic cautioned as he witnessed Minas flipping Rhaegar onto his stomach, pressing him down onto the bed. Ouch! Wasn't that a bit late for a warning? Rhaegar grimaced, his features contorted in pain, indignation evident in his voice. Silence. Conserve your strength, your highness, Minas instructed, gently sprinkling a layer of medicinal powder onto Rhaegar's back from 2 ceramic jars. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Rhaegar gritted his teeth, his limbs convulsing uncontrollably. Turning his head toward Illic, he lamented, why haven't I fainted? Surely such an injury would have caused me to lose consciousness by now. Illic, at a loss for words, replied, one typically succumbs to unconsciousness when enduring unbearable agony. Your remaining consciousness merely suggests that the pain is not yet sufficient. But I feel it is quite enough. Rhaegar protested hoarsely. It wasn't that he was particularly loquacious. Without someone to divert his attention, he might very well succumb to the pain. Heavens above, how did the prince survive such extensive burns from dragonfire? Minas mused while applying salve and bandaging. Based on his knowledge, a mature dragon's breath could melt steel. Direct contact with dragonfire would reduce a human to ash in an instant. It was incomprehensible that Rhaegar remained conscious after such an encounter. Hearing Minas's astonishment, Rhaegar inquired, weren't you waiting by the lair? Why did Sir Illic come to my rescue? Minas faltered, his face falling with shame. In a moment of folly, I led you into the nest of Dreamfire. The instant you entered, I regretted it. I rushed out to seek assistance from the White Knight, fearing for your safety. Little did I anticipate that Dreamfire would go mad so swiftly, resulting in your grievous injuries. Rhaegar chose not to respond to him, instead turning his gaze to Illic. Illic did not deny it. With a thud, he knelt on one knee and declared, the duty bestowed upon me by the king is to ensure your safety. Allowing you to venture forth alone is a grave dereliction of my responsibilities. I apologize for failing to uphold the honor of the white cloak I bear. After speaking, Illic bowed his head, tearing away the singed remnants of his white cloak. Observing the charred state of Illic's garment, Rhaegar inquired with concern, are you injured, sir? Illic paused slightly, replying, no, your highness. Hearing this, Rhaegar let out a sigh of relief, his voice tinged with bitterness. There is no best outcome. Blame my obstinacy. If I were to endanger you and cause you injury, I would truly feel utterly ashamed. It is my duty, Illyric replied coolly. No, your task at that moment was to remain on standby. Rhaegar buried his face deep in the crook of his arm, despondently murmuring, my lord. I am grateful that you have set aside past grievances to rescue me. I am truly sorry. Chapter 34. Leonor's proposal, you need not apologize. Every Targaryen is captivated by dragons. It is not unusual to make erroneous judgments in a moment of impulse. Observing Rhaegar lying on the bed, writhing in pain, Illyric found himself devoid of the right to be angry. At the mention of dragons, fury surged in Rhaegar's eyes as he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, I was on the brink of taming Dreamfire. An accident occurred? Illyric sensed the complexity of the situation and furrowed his brow in inquiry. Rhaegar, filled with rage, replied, Dreamfire was about to accept me, but a chain bound it, rendering it unable to even rise. Our bonding ritual was forcibly interrupted by that chain, he concluded, nearly roaring the last words from his throat. His eyes were laced with crimson, intertwining with his violet irises, creating an otherworldly contrast. Failure is not to be feared. It is the thwarted success that is truly egregious. Illyric had not anticipated the situation unfolding in this manner. He harshly seized Minas, threatening, you are to conduct regular inspections of the dragon's lair. What is the situation with the chain? Even without extensive experience with dragons, He knew that chains binding them were typically of sufficient length to allow for free movement. As Rhaegar described, Dreamfire's predicament was anything but ordinary. Balerion had reason to suspect that this illegitimate scholar was conspiring against the prince. When Minas was seized by the collar and lifted high, he was taken aback, stammering, "It was not me. I am only responsible for cleaning bones and dragon dung. Menial tasks that no one else dares to undertake. How could I possibly approach a giant dragon? If it is not you, then who, Mongoose? Or perhaps the bachelor you speak of, Balthazar?" Balerion evidently had no intention of letting him off easily, landing 2 swift punches to his face that caused blood to spurt from his nose. Minas let out a wail, repeatedly insisting, "It was truly not me. Only the dragon keepers can change the chains on a dragon. They are the only ones capable of soothing the great beasts." Rhaegar, disturbed by the commotion, felt his burn throb more painfully and thought fretfully, "First, bind him. We must return to Dragonstone at once. This matter must be reported to my father." In pain and unable to concentrate, he now desired only 2 things: to seek his parents and to uncover who had dared to alter Dreamfire's chains, subsequently feeding the culprit to the dragon. Balerion assented, "Very well, my prince." With that, he threw Minas to the ground, stripped him of his belt, and bound his hands behind his back. Subduing this powerless, illegitimate scholar, Balerion carefully lifted Rhaegar and carried him outside. The carriage awaited just beyond the dragon lair's entrance, and Balerion moved with steady and swift strides. Ignoring the terrified expression of the driver, he laid Rhaegar upon the spacious seat of the carriage. With a swift motion, he kicked Minas into the arms of the coachman, instructing him to bind the man behind the carriage and ensure he follows closely. Finally, he cautioned, "The prince is injured. The carriage may move swiftly, but it must not jolt." "Yes, my lord," replied the coachman, who had never encountered such a spectacle. Obediently, he secured Minas to the rear of the carriage, muffling his mouth with a tattered rag. Task completed, he drove the carriage back to the Red Keep. In the Red Keep, King Viserys returned to his chamber, weary after watching the jousting tournament all morning, lamenting his fatigue. He summoned the Prime Minister, requesting a matter of discussion. Rubbing his lower back, Viserys called out towards the door. A servant responded promptly. Within 10 minutes, Prime Minister Laenor pushed open the door and entered. "Your Majesty, what business do we have to discuss?" he inquired respectfully, standing by the table with his corpulent frame. After the servant poured a glass of wine for each of them, Viserys signaled for him to leave. Once they were alone, Viserys swirled his wine glass, sighing. "The letters proposing marriage for Rhaenyra have piled up like a mountain. I am uncertain of what kind of suitor to choose for her." Laenor, wearing a look of hesitation, pondered before replying, "Your Majesty, I believe there is a matter of even greater importance regarding the princess's betrothal that requires your decision." "Oh, is there something more pressing than Rhaenyra's marriage?" Viserys asked with a hint of amusement. Laenor's expression remained grave, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the king's face since entering. His extensive life experience had rendered him taciturn, yet he possessed a keen insight into the hearts of men. Laenor understood that the king was feigning ignorance, habitually evading difficult issues. Downing the red wine in one breath, Laenor boldly stated. Viserys' countenance immediately darkened as he replied, "But the current heir is Rhaenyra. She is my chosen one, older than Aegon." With that, the matter was laid bare, and Laenor saw no reason to retreat. From a rational standpoint, Prince Aegon is male, and a legitimate male heir is more likely to secure the loyalty of the lords. Rhaenyra has been the heir for many years and has recently traveled the continent, gaining the lords' recognition. Viserys seethed with indignation. In this regard, he and Rhaenyra were indeed alike. Both were amenable to others' opinions, yet only regarded them as suggestions, acting purely based on personal preference. After years of acquaintance, Laenor understood Viserys better than the king understood himself. He knew precisely how to speak and act to persuade him. Unfortunately, regarding the question of succession, Viserys' stance was resolute and unwavering. He shook his head in discontent, asserting, "No, Rhaenyra has committed no transgressions. No one can strip her of her right to inherit. What then shall we do about Prince Aegon?" Laenor, unperturbed by the question of Rhaenyra's faults, replied calmly, "Prince Aegon was born as the heir. Once imprisoned by frailty, he now enjoys robust health. Would you truly disregard such an exemplary eldest son? Certainly not." Viserys firmly denied this notion and articulated his intention. "Rhaegar is a good child. He loves his father and his sister. I shall procure the finest tutors for him, nurturing him into a stalwart man. In the future, when Rhaegar ascends the throne, he could serve as hand of the king, regent, or even bear the weight of protecting the realm. Rhaegar was left speechless, unable to believe his ears. Your Majesty. Do you genuinely think so? This was merely a euphemism. Rhaegar's mind was a whirlwind of conflicting thoughts. Should not the son of Rhaegar, as proclaimed by the king, rightfully become the heir? Moreover, would such an outstanding prince truly resign himself to a subordinate role, silently toiling for others? Even brothers from noble families would fiercely contest their inheritance, fighting to the death, let alone the allure of an entire kingdom. Not even sibling bonds could withstand such temptation. Viserys, undeterred, insisted, I trust Rhaegar. He will adeptly assist his sister in managing affairs of state and safeguard the kingdom from harm. Rhaegar opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. He poured himself a cup of wine from the table and downed it in one gulp. Very well, I shall trust your judgment. Chapter 35, Trouble. After a considerable pause, Rhaegar ceased to wrestle with the issue of succession and expressed his acquiescence. He recognized the potential future perils that the king's decision could sow for the kingdom. As prime minister, he must devise a means to address this subtle conundrum. He had contemplated strategies regarding the heir countless times before. This was not a challenge. Rhaegar stated, returning to the matter of the princess's marriage prospects. I have a well-considered candidate. Who? If I recall correctly, you mentioned last time that it was the son of the sea snake, Balerion. Sir Rhaegar is indeed an admirable choice for a marital alliance, but that was a proposal made 6 months ago. Rhaegar, uninterested in playing coy, candidly declared, Your Majesty, I believe, from various perspectives concerning the kingdom, that the princess should adhere to Targaryen family traditions. Rhaegar? Viserys' smile faltered, perplexed. He is only 6 years old, while Rhaegar is already 14. By the time they reach marriageable age, Rhaegar will be nearing old maid status. Rhaegar, brimming with confidence, responded, This is not a dilemma. In reality, the age difference is only 8 years. They could wed in no more than 10 years. In the meantime, we should arrange their engagement to deter outsiders from coveting the princess. His insightful remarks demonstrated Rhaegar's remarkable wisdom and unwavering loyalty to the kingdom. Undeniably, his words stirred something within Viserys. Throughout the past 6 months, while Rhaegar regained his health, he had been silently contemplating this very matter. He wished to revoke Rhaegar's claim to succession for the sake of his eldest son. Such a decision would surely breed resentment in his daughter. He feels indebted to Rhaegar, overwhelmed with guilt for the young girl who has lost her mother. Simultaneously, he is acutely aware that Rhaegar is a more suitable heir than Rhaegar. Privately, ministers have subtly suggested to him the possibility of changing the heir, but he has deftly deflected their insinuations. To mitigate this, he has ordered Rhaegar to be confined, restricting his movements within the Red Keep and shielding him from any whispers regarding his claim to succession. He is deceiving himself. Perhaps if Rhaegar remains oblivious to such discussions, he would not feel discontent over his loss of status as heir. Moreover, this would alleviate some of the guilt he harbors towards his 2 children. Yet, he understands that one cannot forever suppress the truth. It is impossible to indefinitely curtail Rhaegar's freedom or silence his ears. Thus, he has taken a greater interest in Rhaegar's marital prospects. Should Rhaegar secure a powerful alliance through marriage, she would be positioned to firmly claim the Iron Throne. In that scenario, even if her siblings harbor dissent, they would lack the means to oppose her. Rhaegar has provided him with a commendable suggestion, encouraging him to explore another avenue that would lead Rhaegar to adhere to family traditions, quelling the ambitions of those who might covet the throne. This approach could also foster unity between the two, preventing any rifts over the matter of succession. Leaning towards this notion, Viserys remarked nonchalantly, but if they were to marry, would there not be some resistance from both sides? No matter, Rhaegar replied. The Targaryen family has always practiced such customs, a tradition that has endured since the days of old Valyria. Rhaegar, perceptive to the king's apprehensions, assured him, The young prince is still but a child and knows little of such matters. As long as we guide the princess gently, all will unfold as it should. Pleased with this response, Viserys smiled and said, Rhaegar, you are indeed my invaluable aid. I sometimes wonder how I would manage without you. Rhaegar adjusted his askew collar and replied earnestly, As hand of the king, it is my duty to serve you, without seeking personal accolades. I shall consider your proposal and discuss it with Rhaegar later. Viserys, accustomed to the humility of this chancellor, offered a nod of encouragement. Compared to Rhaegar's unwavering public spirit, Former Hand Otto Hightower seemed a mere shadow. Just look at Otto's overreaching actions. He even attempted on multiple occasions to persuade Viserys to alter the line of succession. Were it not for this, Viserys' naturally conciliatory disposition would have prevented him from dismissing Otto, sending him back to Old Town for a period of reflection. As the two men reached a consensus, enjoying their fine wine, a sudden and urgent knock echoed through the chamber. Viserys frowned, displeased, and inquired, "What is it?" "I am in discussion with the Hand regarding matters of state." A voice from outside, that of the captain of the King's Guard, Harold, replied, "Your Grace. Prince Rhaegar has just returned from the dragon's lair, and his attendants say he has sustained severe injuries." Upon hearing of his eldest son's wounds, Viserys could no longer remain seated. He hurriedly rose and opened the door. Harold's expression darkened as he listened to the attendant's report that Prince Rhaegar had suffered burns, seemingly a consequence of a failed attempt to tame a dragon. Cursed be the overseer of the dragon pit. How dare they allow Rhaegar to attempt such a reckless endeavor? Viserys erupted in fury. Leonos interjected calmly, "Your Majesty, this is not the time to assign blame. We must first assess the prince's condition. Injured by dragonfire. He was fortunate to still be alive. Yet, a mere misstep could lead to devastating consequences. The young prince held immense significance for the realm and was a vital asset to House Targaryen. He must not be lost at such a critical juncture." Viserys, realizing the gravity of the situation, exclaimed in panic, "Indeed, take me to Rhaegar. Summon the Grand Maester at once." As he spoke, his feet moved uncontrollably towards the door. "Your Majesty, the prince's chamber is downstairs." "Allow me to escort you," Harold said, halting Viserys' frantic actions and guiding him down the staircase. Soon, they arrived at Rhaegar's room. Standing in the corridor, Viserys noticed the door ajar and, upon peering inside, beheld his son lying unconscious on the bed, his back displaying unmistakable burn wounds. In that fleeting moment, Viserys' eyes widened in horror as he felt his heart wrench in agony. "Rhaegar," he cried softly, hastening to his son's side, his heart heavy with sorrow. Beside him, Grand Maester Maloros was unrolling bandages and cautioned, "Your Majesty, it is best not to disturb the prince's rest. His injuries are severe." Viserys turned to him, urgency in his voice. "How is Rhaegar faring?" Maloros shook his head solemnly and replied, "The prognosis is grim. He suffers from extensive burns caused by dragonfire, and recovery will be arduous. If his frail constitution were to falter due to neglect and be claimed by dragonfire, I fear Viserys would be driven to madness." The thought of how he would explain this to Rhaenys, or to his deceased wife, Aemma Arryn, is unbearable. Fortunately, there was no need for rare remedies. The prince's wounds had been promptly attended to with remarkable skill. Maloros wrapped the bandages around Rhaegar's body to prevent moisture loss and infection. This flurry of activity roused the slumbering Rhaegar. Before he could fully open his eyes, he heard Viserys' mournful plea, "Grand Maester, I implore you, do everything in your power to save him. I cannot bear to lose another kin." Chapter 36. The Curse of Chaine's father. "I am unscathed," Rhaegar managed to say, though his back felt numb. "Rhaegar, my child, have I disturbed your rest?" Viserys sat helplessly at the edge of the bed, reaching out to touch his son but hesitating. "No, I was not asleep," Rhaegar replied with a faint smile, grasping his father's large hand to offer comfort. "I have the blessing of the white stag. I shall live to see 100 years." Viserys tightened his grip on Rhaegar's hand, nodding fervently, "You are indeed favored by the Seven. Your pain shall not break you." Striving to muster a smile, Viserys cautiously inquired, "Pray tell, is it true that your injuries stem from your attempt to tame a dragon?" Rhaegar replied with regret, "Indeed, I was on the verge of winning Dreamfire's approval. By the Seven Hells, how dare you secretly attempt to tame a dragon without your father's knowledge, especially one as temperamental as Dreamfire?" Viserys nearly shattered. Unable to comprehend the audacity of his eldest son, Rhaegar explained, "I truly was close to gaining Dreamfire's recognition. What you claim I have not witnessed. All I have seen is my beloved child lying in a sickbed, his back covered in painful blisters." Viserys admonished in a hushed tone, expressing both anger and concern not to startle his gravely injured son. Rhaegar's face reddened from the salt rubbed into his wounds. "I did not lie. I sensed Dreamfire's heart brimming with fury at its confinement. It recognized me. But Dreamfire nearly incinerated you with dragonfire." Viserys bellowed, his eyes filled with dread. Rhaegar blurted out, "Someone altered Dreamfire's chains during the final step of the bonding ceremony. The chains enraged Dreamfire, prompting it to lash out at me. Chains! Viserys exclaimed, his expression momentarily frozen, his brow furrowing deeply. The chains binding Dreamfire were indeed irregular, forcing it to remain prostrate on the ground. Rhaegar immediately revealed the truth. Viserys fell into contemplation, pondering who had changed the chains and to what end. A voice interrupted from behind. Your Majesty, Ser Illic is outside. Shall I allow him in? Returning to the present, Viserys replied, irate, admit him. I wish to inquire how he has safeguarded my child. Illic entered the chamber, instinctively kneeling before the bed. Viserys regarded him with a piercing gaze, coldly stating, provide a thorough account of today's events, particularly how Rhaegar sustained his injuries. Omit not a single detail. Yes, Your Majesty, Illic responded. Under the scrutiny of those present, Illic candidly recounted the day's itinerary, from departing the Red Keep to the blacksmith's forge, from entering the dragon pit to encountering Princess Rhaenys and Prince Daemon, and from Rhaegar's solitary attempt to tame the dragon to his narrow escape from its jaws. In mere moments, Illic laid out every detail. The more Viserys listened, the darker his countenance became, glaring reproachfully at Illic for not accompanying Rhaegar every step of the way. At an opportune moment, Laenor interjected, Your Majesty, the scholar named Maegor appears quite suspicious. We should investigate him thoroughly. Where is that bastard? Viserys nodded in agreement, angrily demanding answers from Illic. Illic replied in a whisper, Maegor is locked in the dungeon. Ser Herald, you shall personally oversee this matter, Viserys commanded, approving of sending the seasoned herald to handle it. With the suspect in their grasp, Viserys' fury slightly abated, his focus returning to Rhaegar. Rhaegar hesitated, saying, Father, Maegor likely lacks the courage to conspire against me. Might we spare his life? Viserys snorted coldly, to think of others at such a time. I cannot discern whether you are compassionate or foolish. However, he did not refuse his eldest son's request and instructed Harold to leave a breath for him. Rhaegar turned to Ser Illyric and softly said, Ser Illyric, your unwavering dedication is commendable. I have been overly proud. Enough, I know what you wish to say, Aegon interrupted, pressing down on his hand, impatience evident in his tone. I shall not punish him. Is that satisfactory? Thank you, Father. Rhaegar felt a warmth in his heart as he lay honestly on the bed. For a moment, the father and son fell into silence. Noticing this, Laenor waved at Illyric and Maloros, discreetly exiting the room. After a while, Aegon gazed out at the evening glow, hesitating before asking, Did you truly come close to taming Dreamfire? Indeed, had it not been for that damned chain, I would have succeeded, Rhaegar responded, his disappointment palpable. Upon hearing this, Aegon fell silent again, his lowered eyelids betraying a flicker of intensity. Dreamfire was a fully grown dragon. Its size, although not rivaling that of Rhaegar, which hatched in the same era, was far more ferocious than the inexperienced Syrax and Sea Smoke. It even surpassed the Red Queen, Melisandre, and the Bloodworm, Caraxes, in strength. The eldest son had the potential to tame such a powerful ally, yet he was thwarted by a ridiculous chain, nearly losing his life. This loss and the psychological disparity were burdens too heavy for Aegon to bear. Gently stroking Rhaegar's tousled short hair, he spoke earnestly, Good child. Your father will advocate for you. Rhaegar replied, I recently had a dream concerning the dragon lair. You advised me to trust my dreams, and I wish to share it with you. Speak freely. You possess the gift of a dreamwalker, and I shall listen intently to whatever you say. Upon hearing the mention of prophetic dreams, Aegon was filled with anticipation. Rhaegar presented the narrative he had crafted during his conversation with Rhaenyra, emphasizing the dangers of the dragon lair. Dragons cannot be bound by chains, lest they be cursed. Aegon pondered, Are you suggesting that Dreamfire's rampage this time was indeed a curse? No. The majority of Dreamfire's outburst was due to human error. It does not constitute a true curse. Rhaegar warned ominously, This may merely serve as a reminder. Should chains continue to restrain a dragon's freedom, far graver consequences will surely follow. He was convinced that the wisdom contained within ancient texts was not baseless. Had Dreamfire not been shackled, no harm would have befallen him. Aegon's expression shifted, revealing a tumult of thoughts, before he ultimately resolved, Dreams do not deceive. I shall initiate a thorough investigation of the dragon lair, purging the hidden vermin. However, the family's dragons must not be without a lair in King's Landing. The lair shall remain, albeit with the chains removed to a reasonable extent. Rhaegar concurred with his father's decision, stating, As long as the dragons are no longer shackled, the curse shall find no ground to manifest. As darkness enveloped the sky, Aegon gazed at his eldest son with a pained heart and bid farewell. Rest well. I shall return to see you tomorrow. Yes, see you tomorrow, Rhaegar replied obediently, watching his father exit the room. Once the door closed behind him, silence fell heavily within the chamber. Only Rhaegar remained, despondently sprawled across the bed, grimacing in pain. How could he possibly be unscathed with such extensive burns? It was merely a fade he had put on before his father. Hiss. The power of the dragon flame was no exaggeration. A mere spark nearly incinerated him. As he gasped in agony, a wave of trepidation washed over Rhaegar. Thankfully, the effect of blood and fire share the same source, had shielded his frail body, or else he would have surely succumbed to the searing dragon flame. It was likely that he would have been scorched from back to chest. Once again, he expressed gratitude towards Balerion. Recalling the skull of Balerion displayed in the center of the sanctuary, a flicker of relief passing through his eyes. Chapter 37. Temper tantrum. As he pondered, a gentle knock echoed from the door, causing Rhaegar to furrow his brow in confusion at who might visit at such an hour. Brother, I've come to see you. Helena's soft, childlike voice floated through the door. Rhaegar remembered the promise made the previous night and replied, Come in, the door is unlocked. With a creak, the door was slowly pushed open, and Helena, clad in a silk nightgown, cautiously peeked her head inside. After ensuring there was no one else present, she swiftly stepped into the room, turning around to close the door with haste. Her movements were fluid, reminiscent of a skilled little thief. Rhaegar found it amusing and asked, What are you afraid of? Do you think there are monsters in my room? Helena shook her head, placing a finger to her lips. Show. I sneaked out. Mother is still awake. Is Alicent in your room? Rhaegar inquired, puzzled. Helena tiptoed to the bedside and responded, She just want to find father. Rhaegar smirked, knowing that Alicent had likely been summoned by their father. This was for the best. At least he wouldn't have to endure her insincere consolation. Glancing at the eager Helena, Rhaegar pointed towards the fireplace. I bought a ball and some other toys. Go have a look. MHM. Helena nodded enthusiastically, darting towards the pile of toys by the fireplace. Alec was a strict individual, diligently fulfilling the tasks Rhaegar had assigned. The toys he purchased were the most popular items from various shops, beloved by children. Helena was the first to seize a colorful ball, then grabbed a feather-stuffed dragon doll. The little girl plopped down on the carpet, engrossed in her new toys. Rhaegar chuckled softly, choosing not to interrupt her playful merriment, and lay back on the bed to rest. He had permitted Helena to play in his room, so there was no reason to decline her presence. Moreover, this half-sister of his seemed to possess prophetic abilities, and engaging with her could prove beneficial. It might even assist him in unraveling the mysteries of his dreaming talent, although he was uncertain if there were any discernible patterns to it. The two siblings sat in silence, the room enveloped in tranquility. The handsome young boy lay in a sickly state upon the bed, while the rosy-cheeked little girl played merrily by the fireplace, a scene of warmth and harmony, until Helena picked up a gleaming silver bracelet and raised it, asking, Brother, is this bracelet also for me? Rhaegar glanced over and noted it was a replica crafted by the blacksmith. Nonchalantly, he replied, No, that is my accessory. Oh, Helena responded, her voice trailing off as she silently set the bracelet down. Observing the little girl's crestfallen expression, Rhaegar was reminded of Rhaenyra's rejection, a heaviness settling in his chest. After a moment's hesitation, he smiled gently. It is yours now. If you like it, wear it as a gift from me. He did not wish to deny Helena, just as he did not want his sister to turn him away. The mood shifted, and Helena beamed. Yes, thank you, brother. I really like it. It's nothing. One must strive for what they cherish. You deserve this, Rhaegar replied softly, the movement stirring the pain in his back, causing him to wince. Noticing Rhaegar's discomfort, Helena returned to the bedside, appearing puzzled. Brother, why are you lying there without moving? I sustained a minor injury and must rest for a while, Rhaegar explained candidly. Does it hurt a lot? Sometimes, Aegon pinches me, and it really hurts. Helena, innocently believing Rhaegar had been pinched, tiptoed up onto the bed and puffed out her cheeks. Let me blow on it for you. Blowing will make it stop hurting. Rhaegar couldn't help but chuckle at the silly girl, though the laughter aggravated the ache in his back. Curse these chains, why don't they just kill me? In anguish, he silently cursed the scoundrels responsible for his predicament, venting his frustrations. Helena, startled by his outburst, shrank into a corner of the bed, hesitant to approach. Do not be afraid. I was cursing the one who hurt me, not you. Once she regained her composure, Rhaegar offered a bitter smile to comfort his sister. He found it exceedingly difficult. His back ached. And he had to reassure this Na'vi girl. Cautiously, she climbed beside Rhaegar, puffing her cheeks as she blew gently on the bandaged area of his back. Watching this scene, Rhaegar felt a strange sense of solace wash over him. He reached out to tousle Helena's silver hair and said, "All right, my wound no longer hurts." Helena ceased her efforts, gazing up at him with wide, innocent eyes that seemed to question, "Really?" Rhaegar noticed the bracelet in her hand and suggested, "Would you like me to help you put it on?" Helena tilted her head in thought before nodding eagerly. Taking the bracelet, Rhaegar clasped it around her wrist. Thanks to Rhaegar's past frailty, his own slender build meant that the bracelet fit perfectly on Helena's slightly chubby wrist. "What a plump little girl you are. Perfectly suited for this bracelet," he remarked approvingly. However, to his surprise, the previously rosy-cheeked Helena's expression shifted instantly. She withdrew, pouting and turning her back to Rhaegar, curling up into a ball. Rhaegar's smile faltered, surprised that even a 2-year-old girl would concern herself with matters of weight. He called out Helena's name several times, but she remained unresponsive, firmly expressing her dissent. Observing this, Rhaegar let out a resigned smile and turned his head, preparing to sleep. As for an apology? The Targaryen men never apologize. Time ticked away, and soon the night deepened. Helena glanced over at the sleeping Rhaegar, and seeing her brother's stillness, she quietly slid off the bed and left the room. Meanwhile, Rhaenyra had just returned from Dragonstone. Upon entering the Red Keep, she was halted by a servant, who informed her that the king wished to speak with her. "All right, let me change my clothes." After a day of revelry, Rhaenyra freshened up before heading to see her father. Upon reaching the door to Viserys' chamber, Rhaenyra was about to knock when the door swung open from within. Alicent, adorned in an exquisite gown, stepped out of the room. In high spirits, Rhaenyra greeted her stepmother and confidant. Alicent managed a strained smile, quietly advising, "Rhaegar is injured. Your father is quite upset, so do not provoke him." At this time, although Alicent's disloyalty to their former friendship had begun to surface, she had not yet reached the point of severing ties with Rhaenyra, particularly without the influence of her father, Otto Hightower. Alicent chose to show Rhaenyra a semblance of goodwill, maintaining the fragile bond of their friendship. Upon hearing of Rhaegar's injury, Rhaenyra's mind buzzed with alarm, and she immediately pressed, "How could Rhaegar be injured? Isn't he under the protection of Ser Harwin?" Alicent glanced back into the room, eager to divulge more information, but was interrupted by Viserys' voice. "Rhaenyra, how much longer do you intend to keep your king waiting?" His tone was decidedly displeased, suppressing a surge of anger. "Apologies, I must return to look after the children." Alicent replied with an apologetic glance, sweeping past Rhaenyra. Confounded, Rhaenyra furrowed her brow and entered the room. Viserys sat by the stone dragon-shaped model in the bedroom, fiddling with a piece of carved stone. Chapter 38. A father-daughter dispute. Rhaenyra strode forward with determination, her demeanor fierce. Alicent said, "Rhaegar is injured. What is going on?" Viserys retorted disapprovingly, "Rhaenyra, is this how you address your father and king?" Momentarily at a loss for words, Rhaenyra responded helplessly, "I apologize. I am merely concerned for Rhaegar's well-being. Rhaegar is gravely injured, with extensive burns on his body. The Grand Maester believes he may not survive," Viserys revealed, echoing the Grand Maester's ominous words. Yet, he did not share this sentiment internally. Rhaegar had seemed in good spirits during their last conversation, far from the brink of death. Viserys believed the Seven were watching over and protecting his firstborn. Rhaenyra, unaware of the true circumstances, was left stunned by his declaration. Frozen in place, speechless, nearly losing her balance. She had but one sibling, a brother whom their mother had bequeathed to her with the ultimate sacrifice of life. How could it be that just this morning, Rhaegar was in good health? Rhaenyra murmured to herself in bewilderment, unable to fathom the dreadful news she had just received. She could not accept this reality. "Where's Rhaegar? I must see him." After a moment of dazed contemplation, Rhaenyra felt an urgent need to meet with Rhaegar. Viserys scoffed. "So you do care for your brother? I thought your heart had been entirely ensnared by that scoundrel demon." "What do you mean? My heart has been taken by Uncle Demon?" Rhaenyra instinctively retorted, pressing on, "I must see Rhaegar. My brother needs me." "No, he needs no one. He merely requires peace to recover in solitude." Viserys resolutely denied her request. His keen perception had detected Daemon's apparent interest in Rhaenyra. The prospect of his own brother attempting to seduce his daughter for power was an intolerable situation for Viserys. Before any mischief could manifest, He had to extinguish the spark. Faced with her father's unyielding stance, Rhaenyra, perplexed, had no choice but to relent. "Father, I am Rhaegar's sister. You must at least tell me what brought him to this plight," she worriedly implored. Viserys, with no reservations, disclosed the reasons. Rhaenyra gasped. Rhaegar went alone to tame Vhagar. Has he lost his mind? It was well known that dragons were temperamental creatures, and Vhagar, a long-imprisoned dragon, was particularly fierce. Rhaenyra recalled her childhood attempts at dragon taming, all facilitated by the guidance of dragon keepers, step by step. To venture directly into a dragon's lair and attempt to tame a solitary, fully grown dragon was sheer folly. Each year on Dragonstone, there would be a few bold souls of Balerion descent who endeavored to tame wild dragons, but most ended up charred to ashes or devoured whole. Very few survived the dragon's flames. The mere thought of Rhaegar possibly being scorched by dragonfire sent a wave of unease through Rhaenyra's heart. If only she had acquiesced to Rhaegar's request to fly on a dragon, perhaps he would not have encountered such danger. Observing his daughter's guilt, Viserys' heart softened, and he decided against further intimidating her. With a sigh, he reassured her, "Rhaegar is quite fortunate. He has only sustained burns from dragonfire. With proper care, he should recover without significant issues. That is a relief, as long as Rhaegar's life is not in danger." Rhaenyra exhaled deeply, her heart, which had been lodged in her throat, finally settling back into her chest. With the initial impact of his words taking effect, Viserys turned to the true purpose of his visit. "Rhaenyra, do you have someone whom you admire, someone who reciprocates your affection?" Viserys felt a twinge of awkwardness as he posed this question, steeling himself for the sake of his children's future. The abrupt shift in conversation left Rhaenyra momentarily bewildered. "Why do you ask such a thing? Has another suitor approached you?" Coughing to mask his embarrassment, Viserys spoke confidently. "I believe you have reached an age suitable for engagement. If there is someone you genuinely admire, you may express it to me." He continued, "However, among the men I have encountered, most are utter fools, while the few intelligent ones are excessively arrogant." Rhaenyra's expression turned visibly disdainful as she criticized the peacocking men before her. Viserys rubbed his temples hesitantly and proposed, "What if I were to select a suitor who meets all your criteria for engagement? How would you feel about that?" Rhaenyra exhibited strong aversion to the idea of being pressured into marriage. Viserys quickly added, "You should at least hear out the candidate. It might please you. Suit yourself. After all, I cannot escape those few families," Rhaenyra retorted angrily, turning away to avoid her father's gaze. With his daughter's attention now lost, Viserys felt a weight lifted and blurted, "What do you think of adhering to family traditions?" Rhaenyra stiffened, turning back with skepticism. "Adhering to tradition? I can guess who you have in mind." Fuming, she exclaimed, "You would sacrifice my marriage for the Iron Throne and involve others in it?" Viserys, equally incensed, raised his voice. "What do you mean by sacrificing your marriage? As a royal princess, forming alliances is your duty. Even as king, I cannot evade this responsibility." Rhaenyra retorted defiantly, "If you wish to forge alliances, do it yourself. I have no interest in those vulturous nobles, nor will I allow you to make plans for me." "Rhaenyra, do you realize the foolishness of your words?" Viserys slammed his hand down, pointing at his daughter in anger. "You are a princess of the realm, the heir to the Iron Throne, enjoying the most esteemed privileges across the continent, save for my own. Yet now, look at how selfish you are. You only care for the rights your status affords you, unwilling to make sacrifices for that very identity." Viserys glared at Rhaenyra, questioning, "Is this your sense of duty as the heir to the Iron Throne?" Rhaenyra clenched her jaw, refusing to yield. Power is not about compromising with others. Everything must be fought for on one's own merit. What have you achieved? Aside from your title as heir, what else do you have to be proud of? Viserys pressed, his voice sharp. "Rhaenyra, you smile bitterly and dismissively, but is this truly what you have longed to express? You believe I should not favor you as my heir? Now that you have sons, Aegon, Aemond, and especially a healthy Aegon, you no longer need a daughter to be your successor." Viserys quickly denied, "No. I admit I have wavered at times, but I still recognize you as my heir." He cautioned, "A female heir defies convention. If you do not choose a partner of strong lineage, it will be exceedingly difficult to secure your position on the Iron Throne." He acknowledged her reluctance to marry those she deemed unworthy. He could be a commendable choice. He possessed an innate innocence, imbued with the blood of the Targaryens, and his lineage aided in solidifying your power. Chapter 39. Escalating conflict. Viserys spoke with heartfelt sincerity, revealing the depths of his thoughts. As his words faded, He cast a gaze filled with hope upon his daughter, wishing that his sentiments might resonate with her, guiding her back from her rebellious path. Rhaenyra's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she met her father's gaze with sorrow and resolve. Clearly, she did not heed his heart's call. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she choked out, "I do not wish to marry Aegon. I desire a companion who is a tall, handsome, and mature man, not my younger brother." This marked the first time she had expressed her true feelings, albeit somewhat obliquely. Since the loss of her mother, Rhaenyra's heart had been consumed by emptiness and fear. She did not want to wed a man she did not love, merely to become a vessel for childbirth. Her father, who loved her mother dearly, had still chosen to save her brother during her mother's harrowing labor, cutting open her abdomen. She could never forget the day she commanded Syrax to unleash dragonflame upon her mother's remains. Rhaenyra feared that such a fate would befall her as well. The husband she envisioned should be a tall, handsome, and gentle man who cherished her above all else. It was precisely for this reason that she harbored a vague affection for the ever-gentle Cole. Viserys understood the turmoil within his daughter, yet he responded only to the surface of her words. He believed he comprehended her plight. "You may become engaged to Aegon for now, and marry when he comes of age. You are both still young, with ample time to cultivate love." "Absolutely not." Rhaenyra vehemently shook her head, mentioning Aegon's fate, though her true lament was for herself. Viserys wished to continue persuading her, but Rhaenyra covered her ears and fled the chamber, desperate to escape the conversation. She was weary of her father's relentless pressure to conform. As she hurried away, Viserys, disheartened, smashed his goblet in frustration, silently lamenting her ingratitude. All his actions were motivated by a desire for her future well-being. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days later, the atmosphere was electric at the bustling tournament grounds. Viserys sat in his place of honor, a smile gracing his face as he listened intently to the report from his chancellor, Laenor. "Your Majesty, the dragon pit has been thoroughly investigated. Through the testimony of an elderly dragon keeper, it has been confirmed that Dreamfire's chains were clandestinely replaced by Rhaegar of Old Town. The justification was that Dreamfire exhibited a volatile temperament, often displaying aggression when livestock was brought by the keepers. To ensure the safety of the keepers, the chains were shortened to limit Dreamfire's movements." Upon hearing this, Viserys turned his head, raising an eyebrow. "Do you believe such a feeble excuse?" Laenor shook his head. "I do not. The explanation is far too contrived. Is there any connection between that bastard locked in the dungeon and this matter?" Viserys suddenly recalled the plea of Aegon for the life of Rhaegar. At present, this individual appears to harbor no motive to harm Prince Rhaegar. And Ser Bastian has also expressed disdain for his lineage. Laenor speaks candidly. Viserys, after a moment of contemplation, gestures dismissively, stating, "Since it is of no consequence, let him go." Rhaegar's burns have notably improved, thanks to the timely intervention of that young man. Otherwise, recovery would not have been so swift. Laenor smiles gently. The prince's self-healing abilities are indeed remarkable. It is said that his wounds mend rapidly, a blessing from the Seven for the Targaryens. Pausing momentarily, he adds in a hushed tone, "Ser Bastian is quite suspicious. I am uncertain how to decide." A glint of coldness flashes in Viserys' eyes as he retorts, "The scholars of Old Town are servants of the people, and when a servant meddles with their master's possessions, what should be the verdict? Is it sufficient to sever his hands?" Laenor responds, "Let it be so. If he is willing to serve as a night's watchman at the wall, do not impede him." Viserys nods in agreement. Laenor bows and takes his leave, for he has numerous state affairs to attend to and cannot linger. With the Prime Minister departed, only Daemon and Rhaenyra remain beside Viserys. Today marks the final day of the tournament, and most royal family members are in attendance. Rhaenyra, having eavesdropped, turns around and expresses her displeasure. "That wretched scholar nearly caused Rhaegar's death, and you intend to forgive him so easily?" Viserys frowns and replies, "Scholars belong to Old Town. No one can arbitrarily judge them. Severing hands or sending him to the wall is not considered a light punishment. Rhaegar nearly perished because of him. He should pay with his life. This cannot be. Power is not a blade wielded for life and death. Just punishment is what a king ought to enforce." Viserys, unwilling to dwell on this matter, silences Rhaenyra with a glance. "Proposals are always dismissed," Rhaenyra scoffs, adjusting her posture. Daemon silently observes the father-daughter dispute, a self-mocking smirk curling at the corners of his lips. He has long recognized the weakness and indecisiveness of his brother's character. Viserys remains oblivious to his brother's disdain, engrossed in the spectacles of the tournament below. He believes his approach to be entirely justified. A king must restrain his desires. He cannot, out of personal whim, lead the breach of law. The combat within the tournament arena is fierce. The clashes, charges, melees, and mounted archery have already determined their victors. Only the most crucial duel remains, vying for the championship. Under the watchful eyes of thousands, the two contenders engage in their final confrontation. One is a towering knight from Casterly Rock, clad in heavy armor and wielding a broadsword. The other is the dark horse of this tournament, the water dancer, Frail. Sirio's swordsmanship is as extraordinary as ever. His body is serpentine in grace, agile as a hare. Each of his strikes deftly avoids the opponent's blows, targeting the weak points of their armor, drawing forth splashes of vivid blood. In less than a quarter of an hour, the duel reaches its conclusion. In an unexpected turn of events, Shilio triumphed over his adversaries, claiming the championship of the duel competition. Amidst the jubilant cheers of both nobles and commoners from the audience, the moment arrived for the king to bestow his rewards. The first few victors of the preceding events received their prizes in succession, garnering the king's commendation. Soon, it was Shilio's turn. Looking down at Shilio, who knelt respectfully, Viserys smiled sincerely. I recall you, for you once proclaimed your intention to seize victory, and it seems you were not merely boasting. Shilio replied with deference, Your Majesty. I would never dare to boast before the kingdom. Excellent, Viserys stated. I mentioned I would grant you a request. You may speak it now. Valuing his own words, Viserys listened attentively as Shilio continued unabashedly. I hail from the distant Bravos, and here I possess no kin, no family, no honor. I beseech you, allow me to remain at the Red Keep, even if it is merely as a dance instructor. Why wish to stay at the Red Keep? I assumed you aspired to become a knight, Viserys inquired, perplexed, and a sense of wariness crept into his heart regarding this man skilled in assassination. Without hesitation, Shilio declared, It is because of your eldest son, Prince Rhaegar. Rhaegar? Viserys was taken aback. Shilio elaborated, As your firstborn, Prince Rhaegar exemplifies unparalleled character and wisdom. It is a fortune for a kingdom to have such an exceptional prince. I wish to remain at the Red Keep, to teach the prince the art of swordsmanship in my leisure, ensuring that before he reaches adulthood, he shall possess remarkable martial skills and become a valiant knight. With a booming voice, Shilio's words echoed throughout the entire tournament grounds, instantly attracting countless curious gazes. This marked the first instance someone publicly acknowledged the king's son, openly expressing allegiance. In response to such incisive rhetoric, Viserys pondered thoughtfully and replied candidly, Swordsman, I am aware of your origins. Should you truly wish to serve my son, you must first pledge your faith to uphold righteousness. Shilio drew forth his iron sword, raising it above his head with both hands, and declared solemnly, I am willing to swear. He then proclaimed loudly his oath to aid Rhaegar Targaryen in his maturation, vowing to uphold his authority until he reached adulthood. This scene did not escape the notice of many keen observers, who scrutinized Princess Rhaenyra's expression. She maintained a composed smile, seated gracefully, seemingly pleased for her brother, showing no concern for the matter at hand, as if it were merely a common knight wishing to follow a lord. Unbeknownst to many, Rhaenyra discreetly pinched her thigh beneath her sleeve. Viserys, observing Rhaenyra's demeanor, noted her lack of unusual reaction and nodded to himself. Accepting Shilio's iron sword and placing it upon his shoulder, he announced loudly, I hereby appoint you as the royal dancer and bestow upon you the title of knight, with the hope that you will not forget your oath. Thank you for your grace, your majesty, Shilio expressed with profound respect. Thus, the tournament held in celebration of the 5th anniversary of the king and queen has come to a close. Nobles and knights descended from the viewing stands, following the king back to the Red Keep for a grand feast. Rhaenyra meandered through the throng, her carefully managed expression failing to conceal her inner despondency. Daemon trailed behind her, observing his niece's desolate demeanor, a flicker of triumph crossing his gaze. As night fell, the hall of the Red Keep was alive with song and dance. Disinterested in revelry, Rhaenyra excused herself and unknowingly wandered to a familiar door. Upon seeing her brother's chamber, she suddenly awakened to her surroundings, realizing where she was. Ever since Rhaegar's injury, she had visited here each night to see her incapacitated brother. Meanwhile, she found herself wavering regarding her father's proposal. An alliance with her brother seemed far more appealing than marrying an unfamiliar stranger. Just as she hesitated to knock, she heard the sound of a little girl's laughter from within. Rhaenyra's expression shifted, and without a second thought, she pushed open the door. What she beheld was Rhaegar and Helaena, lying face to face on the bed, a chessboard set between them. "Rhaenyra, you're here?" Rhaegar greeted her with a smile, beckoning her to join their game. Rhaenyra gently closed the door behind her, seated herself beside Helaena, and affectionately ruffled her sister's hair, inquiring, "When did you become so close with Helaena?" Helaena blinked her large eyes at Rhaenyra, slowly calling her sister's name. Rhaenyra returned her smile, growing fond of this little sister. She was far less troublesome than her brother. Rhaegar propped a pillow under himself and said, "Helaena is often bullied by Aegon, so I've allowed her to come here to play with my toys." He gestured toward a large pile of toys beside the hearth. Rhaenyra nodded in understanding. Having already noticed the exquisite assortment of playthings, she had little inclination to dwell on this matter, instead guiding Helaena in their chess match while inquiring about Rhaegar's condition that day. Rhaegar appeared in good spirits, cheerfully stating, "It's getting better. The wound is beginning to scab, and the Grand Maester said it will heal soon. He mentioned that your constitution is unique, suggesting you could become a formidable warrior." Rhaenyra mused to herself, hinting at deeper implications. She refrained from mentioning the name of Ser Harwin, thinking it best for her brother to encounter that matter on his own. After some idle chatter, Rhaegar suddenly remembered the issue of the dragon pit and asked, "Have there been any developments in the investigation?" His concern was palpable as he had been inquiring about it for days. Rhaenyra brought good news this time. The one who exchanged the shackles is Ser Bastian. Father has sentenced him to have his hands cut off or don the black cloak and head to the wall. "I knew there would be villains among the scholars from Old Town," Rhaegar declared, shaking his fist in frustration. "Such a person deserves execution in public. It's far too lenient a punishment. I suggested to Father that he face severe consequences, but he dismissed my proposal," Rhaenyra replied with a resigned shrug. Rhaegar cast a sympathetic glance at her, choosing not to speak further. He understood that his sister's life was not without its own burdens. Despite her noble status as the heir, their father had consistently denied her any substantial power. Her suggestions were often dismissed as mere whispers in the wind. Shifting the subject, Rhaegar contemplated the pale blue dragon and inquired earnestly, "How is Dreamfire faring? Have the chains been removed?" "Do not worry," replied Rhaenyra. "Father has ordered the abolition of all shackles within the dragon's lair, allowing the dragon dens to be separated, thus providing a more expansive space for movement." Rhaenyra wholeheartedly agreed with this course of action. She, too, wished to see Syrax freed from chains, and it was indeed preferable to allocate a designated area for the dragons to roam freely. Rhaegar felt a sense of relief upon hearing this and sighed. Dreamfire has endured so much, confined to the dragon's lair for decades. I truly hope it will soon find a new master and return to the skies. Following the recent peril, Viserys had witnessed the recklessness of his eldest son. In a court meeting, it was decided that they would soon return to Dragonstone for a time, selecting new hatchlings for Rhaegar and his younger brother Aegon to tame. Fortunately, there were two suitable young dragons on Dragonstone, perfectly fit for the two brothers to master. Thus, Rhaegar relinquished his thoughts of taming Dreamfire, turning his anticipation towards the impending journey to Dragonstone. Observing her sentimental brother, Rhaenyra smiled knowingly and, almost unexpectedly, asked, "What would you do if Father decided to arrange a marriage for you?" Rhaegar's hand, poised above the chessboard, hesitated as he furrowed his brow, replying, "If necessary. I would willingly accept the responsibilities that come with it." Though he was still young, many of life's complexities were learned through the pages of books. Throughout the Targaryen family history, aside from a few reckless fools, both men and women had to endure arranged marriages. Conqueror Aegon had two wives. He married his sister Visenya out of duty and his younger sister Rhaenys out of desire. Subsequent monarchs either wed daughters of noble families to safeguard their lineage or engaged in close kin marriages. Even their father Viserys and Uncle Daemon had allied with the nobility of the Vale to ensure loyalty to the crown. Under such customs, Rhaegar did not believe he could escape the fate of an arranged marriage. To ponder otherwise would be sheer folly. Hearing her brother's response, Rhaenyra bowed her head in contemplation, acknowledging the truth in his words. Perhaps she should not be so willful and ought to embrace the responsibilities that lay upon her shoulders. After a moment, Rhaenyra lifted her spirits, exchanged a few more words with Rhaegar, and took her leave. Gazing at the closed door, Rhaegar remained silent for a long while. He surmised Rhaenyra's visit that evening was likely prompted by their father's insistence on marriage, seeking some solace from him. Yet, he could not provide her with the answers she yearned for. To speak merely to align with her thoughts would likely lead to unforeseen consequences. Wearing a crown was not a symbol of superiority. Rather, it was a means to illuminate the lives of all beneath its radiance. Chapter 41. A stealthy escape. Upon departing from Rhaegar's chamber, Rhaenyra's heart grew heavier with melancholy. She longed to retreat to her own quarters, indulge in a soothing warm bath, and nestle into her cozy bed for a rejuvenating slumber. The day's oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily upon her. She anticipated awakening to the dawn of a new day. Ser Cole stood vigil outside her door. Rhaenyra greeted him before proceeding to her room. As she began to remove her earrings, she habitually poured herself a glass of fine wine from the table. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught sight of an inconspicuous package placed awkwardly on the surface. The unexpected parcel piqued Rhaenyra's curiosity, prompting her to scan the room for any signs of another presence. Confirming her solitude, she grasped a corner of the package and tilted it downward. Out tumbled a coarse, unrefined sackcloth garment, accompanied by a plain piece of parchment bearing a rudimentary map. Upon examining the paper, Rhaenyra was astonished to discover it was a guide to the secret passages of the Red Keep. The instructions pointed to a specific location within her chamber. Arriving at the indicated spot, she found a wall adorned with intricate carvings. With a firm push, the wall swung open, revealing the enchanting nightscape beyond the Red Keep. Outside the wall, a staircase enclosed by iron railings led to an unknown realm. A smile graced Rhaenyra's lips, a surge of intrigue swelling within her. She relished the thrill of exploration, akin to the exhilaration of soaring through the skies upon a dragon's back. Returning to her table, she shed her opulent gown and donned the patched sackcloth attire. After taking a cautious whiff to ensure no unpleasant odors lingered, Rhaenyra, now disguised, ventured into the secret passageway. Traversing the dimly lit corridor, she passed the shrine housing the skull of Balerion, ultimately arriving at a secluded corner of the Red Keep. There, a figure cloaked in black awaited her arrival. As Rhaenyra's inquisitive gaze fell upon him, the cloaked man turned, revealing a familiar visage. "Demon," she gasped in surprise. With a smile, Demon proposed, "Shall we take a stroll? Experience sights you have yet to behold." Rhaenyra hesitated, glancing back momentarily. She felt a twinge of guilt at the thought of sneaking out in the dead of night with her uncle. Sensing her trepidation, Demon teased, "What? Are you afraid to step outside? Longing to return to your little princess's chamber? Very well. With that." Demon donned his hood and led her away from the Red Keep. Rhaenyra followed closely, her heart racing with a blend of anxiety and exhilaration. Demon guided her to the renowned Silk Street. In stark contrast to the daytime's bustling trade, the night brought forth a cacophony of voices and lang of people. The pair navigated through the throngs of revelers, encountering a variety of vendors and performers. In a shocking display of abandon, couples engaged in public displays of affection, utterly oblivious to the onlookers. The postures were scandalously bold, leaving Rhaenyra, raised within the confines of royal decorum, utterly astonished. With a sense of propriety, she raised her hand to shield her face, lest the indecorous scene taint her vision. Yet, curiosity compelled her to part her fingers slightly, allowing her to surreptitiously steal glances. Such sights were foreign to her. Two individuals meandered leisurely until they arrived before a circus stage bustling with spectators. At that moment, the performers were enacting a dramatic portrayal of the Targaryen dynasty. The scene was particularly riveting, with two men impersonating children and a jester enacting a princess clad in a white gown. The lead actor executed comical gestures while narrating with an eccentric tone. "Let us now speak of the illustrious Iron Throne, and who shall claim its seat." The benevolent king had designated his daughter as the heir, a girl born to the former queen, who had given birth to a son that languished in a perpetual stupor. The new queen had also brought forth a healthy son. Thus, who among them would ascend to the throne? The king's brother? His daughter? Or perhaps his two sons born of different wombs? At this juncture, the two child actors began to jostle one another, shouting their names with fervor. "I am Aegon, bearing the name of the conqueror, the embodiment of manhood. I am the slumbering dragon. The king is my father. Tremble before the wrath of the sleeping dragon." As the narrative reached its zenith, the audience erupted in cheers, applauding the ludicrous performance. Rhaenyra gradually lost her smile, gazing at the spectacle in confusion. Soon, the actor portraying Rhaegar forcefully shoved his opponent to the ground, pouncing upon him and shaking him violently while proclaiming, "I am the king's firstborn. None can rival me." The actor beneath him writhed in desperate pleas for mercy. The audience, now more exhilarated, continued to cheer. Rhaenyra could no longer suppress her discontent. Glaring at Demon, she expressed her disdain. "What a tedious farce you have brought me to see. Their opinions are of no consequence," she retorted, unwilling to endure any further of the dull performance. Demon followed closely behind, casually remarking, "If you intend to rule in the future, their thoughts are of utmost importance." "Sometimes, I truly wish to relinquish the burden of being the heir," Rhaenyra replied, her tone laced with self-deprecation. "Huh. If you abandon this position, it will only benefit others," Demon insinuated. Rhaenyra shot him an irritated glance, retorting, "Including you." Demon smirked, offering no denial. Observing his nonchalance, Rhaenyra seized a candied fruit from a nearby vendor and hurled it at him before sprinting away. The cacophony of the crowd could not obscure her exuberant laughter as she vented her frustrations. Demon, expressionless, pushed past the obstructing vendor and quickly pursued her. As night deepened at the Red Keep, Helena, fatigued from play, returned to rest, while Rhaegar extinguished his light to retire alone. Lying on his bed, Rhaegar once again succumbed to slumber, finding himself ensconced in a dream. He envisioned himself draped in a white robe. Rhaegar fortuitously stumbled upon this revelation. There was no time for contemplation. Initially, a solitary bloodstain began to expand outward, multiplying rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it spread across half of the white robe, with dark droplets cascading down. A chilling gust swept through, lifting the robe and draping it over Rhaegar's head. Witnessing this scene, an inexplicable terror enveloped him. When the wind ceased, the bloodied garment would surely descend upon him, staining his visage with its taint. A fleeting thought flashed through his mind, and Rhaegar bolted, desperate to distance himself from the white robe. If the bloodied cloak were to fall, it would not mar him. Yet, the half-white, half-red robe seemed to have fixated on him. No matter how far or fast he ran, it remained suspended above him, waiting for the wind to die down. A sense of helplessness flooded his spirit, and Rhaegar could run no more. The robe was poised to descend. "No!" A cry echoed through the chamber as Rhaegar jolted awake. Startled from his nightmare, he attempted to rise, but the pain from the blood crust on his back yanked him back to reality. Not again. Tears welled in the corners of his eyes as he pounded his pillow in agony. The pain was unbearable. Cuckoo, cuckoo. Rhaegar found the sound peculiar. It was usually the cicadas that filled the air, but where did this cuckoo come from? Cuckoo, cuckoo. The bird call persisted, rhythmically and uniformly. Rhaegar sensed something amiss. There were no cuckoos in the Red Fortress. They had all been devoured by the idle, foolish cats. Chapter 42. The eccentric messenger of secrets driven by curiosity. Rhaegar slowly propped himself up. He maneuvered cautiously toward the window, careful not to disturb his wound. Peering down, he discovered that it was not a cuckoo calling, but rather a short swordsman with curly brown hair. Hiliu cupped his hands around his mouth, mimicking the cuckoo's call, standing in the garden and gazing up at Rhaegar's window. Rhaegar opened the glass window and shouted down, "Hey, why are you making such a racket in the middle of the night?" Upon seeing Rhaegar, Hiliu bowed respectfully and silently departed from the spot. What a lunatic! Rhaegar scoffed, shutting the window. Yet, he pondered whether his recent nightmare held prophetic significance. What could it possibly be foretelling? Wait, how did Hiliu end up in the Red Fortress? Rhaegar suddenly recalled Hiliu's background and called out towards the door, "Illic, I need to speak with you." Creaking open, Illic entered, bowing respectfully. "How may I assist you?" Rhaegar recounted his encounter with Hiliu. Illic replied, "Hiliu has secured the championship of the martial arts tournament and requested the king to remain in the Red Fortress as a duelist, pledging his service to you." "Hiliu swore allegiance to me?" Rhaegar was momentarily taken aback, unaware of the tournament's developments. After Illic's repeated explanations, he finally grasped that Hiliu wished to become his sword instructor, hence his decision to stay. Rhaegar questioned, "If he has achieved his aim, why disturb my peace in the dead of night? Does he wish to see me?" "It is indeed quite possible. However, the night is late, and meeting him alone seems rather unsafe." Illic had been expressly instructed by the king to ensure that Rhaegar did not have any private encounters with Shatter and to remain ever vigilant. Rhaegar concurred with this reasoning. Yet, a sense of dread enveloped his mind, an inescapable feeling that it was somehow connected to Shatter. After a moment's hesitation, Rhaegar resolved to see him. "Sir, take me to the garden. I wish to discern his intentions," he commanded. Illic, rubbing the hilt of his sword, nodded. "Climb upon my back, Prince." Rhaegar did not object and allowed Illic to carry him outside. Though his injuries were healing rapidly, 3 days was still too brief a period. He relied entirely on Elik's assistance to venture out for fresh air. Descending the numerous staircases, they evaded the servants busy tidying the hall and entered a small garden. Shatter awaited beneath a tree. Upon their encounter, Rhaegar eagerly inquired, "Shatter, what compels you to seek me at such an hour?" Shatter, with a beaming smile, replied, "I apologize for the late intrusion. It is merely a matter of chance that has captured my attention. What have you seen?" Rhaegar's conviction that Shatter was entangled in his nightmares intensified. Shatter continued, "After the banquet concluded, I was wandering in the garden and happened upon 2 figures stealthily passing by." "Who were they? Did you recognize their faces?" Rhaegar questioned, filled with intrigue. Shatter described their silhouettes, mentioning, "One was tall, and there was an uncanny familiarity about him. If I am not mistaken, Prince Daemon had left the banquet earlier." At this, Shatter refrained from further elaboration, though his meaning was abundantly clear. Rhaenyra and Daemon had slipped away from the Red Keep. Rhaegar's brow furrowed as he scrutinized Shatter. It was well known throughout the Red Keep that Rhaenyra and Daemon shared a close bond. From a young age, Rhaenyra had idolized her uncle, and Daemon had showered her with affection, always bringing her gifts on his outings. Their clandestine departure was not an extraordinary event. Shatter, with hands clasped behind his back, kicked at a stone by his feet, displaying an expression of unspoken concern. Rhaegar, sensing the gravity of the matter, urged, "Speak plainly. Is there more?" Shatter confessed, "I inquired with Prince Daemon's servant. He has reserved a suite at a brothel on Silk Street tonight." Rhaegar stood momentarily dumbfounded, his gaze fixed on Shatter, as his mind echoed those last words. Brothel, suite, Daemon, and Rhaenyra? The young Rhaegar's mind momentarily faltered, grasping at the implications of a morally reprehensible possibility. Though such scenarios were not entirely unheard of within the Targaryen family, Daemon was a different matter entirely. He was clearly up to no good. Elik interjected at an opportune moment, "Your Highness, this matter is of utmost importance. I believe it is imperative to inform His Majesty." Such an act, Prince Daemon enticing his niece, Princess Rhaenyra, to a brothel, constituted a heinous betrayal. "Wait, do not alarm my father just yet." Rhaegar immediately opposed the idea of bringing this matter to his father's attention at this moment. A furious father could easily create a significant uproar, regardless of the outcome. Rhaenyra's reputation would be irreparably tarnished, inevitably causing a commotion. His mind raced, and Rhaegar turned to Shiryu, inquiring, "How long have they been gone?" "Approximately half an hour." Shiryu pondered before responding, "Are you certain it was my sister you saw? Misjudging with the eyes is forgivable, but speaking incorrectly could be fatal." Rhaegar still harbored a sense of disbelief. "I swear by the old and new gods, I did not mistake her," Shiryu stated earnestly. "That is good. Keep this matter discreet. Do you understand?" Rhaegar's tone was laced with veiled threats. Shiryu nodded, bowing as he took his leave. His purpose had been fulfilled, and remaining any longer would be futile. Rhaegar gazed at the fishbone tree before him, its grotesque visage weeping blood, seemingly merging with the blood of nightmares. Shiryu's sudden appearance had been jarring, yet he lacked the luxury to ponder his intentions. He needed to locate Rhaenyra. "Sir, we must set off immediately to find my sister." Rhaegar could not afford to wait, eager to retrieve Rhaenyra before anyone noticed her absence. The Red Keep was not far from Silk Street, and she had only slipped away half an hour ago. There was still time. Elik frowned. "This is a grave matter. Searching with just the 2 of us would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. That is of no consequence. I have heard Rhaenyra mention that the largest brothel on Silk Street is partly owned by Daemon. He is sure to go there." Rhaegar stated with determination. "Daemon harbors ill intentions towards my sister. We must intervene swiftly. Indeed, Your Highness, it appears we must resolve this issue before it escalates." Elik turned to leave with Rhaegar. Upon hearing his words, a sudden realization struck Rhaegar, sensing an underlying complication. "Wait, sir," he called out, gathering his thoughts. Shiryu was certainly not a trustworthy individual. His abrupt appearance could be perceived as an act of betrayal. Publicly, he seemed to be aligning with Rhaegar, but secretly, he might harbor ulterior motives. Rhaegar felt compelled to contemplate deeply, untangling the chaos in his mind. The notion that Daemon was luring Rhaenyra did not seem implausible. Daemon had long coveted the throne. If he could capture Rhaenyra's heart, he could become the royal consort and regain his position of power, even overshadowing Rhaenyra, the rightful heir. Shiryu's act of informing Rhaegar could be seen as an attempt to gain his trust. What role was Rhaegar to play in this unfolding drama? Was he merely a naive child alerting his father, invoking the wrath of the slumbering dragon of the king, who would then command Daemon's arrest? Or would he feign ignorance, concealing the matter, and await its escalation? Yes, let the situation intensify. Someone wished for this affair to grow as large as possible. Rhaegar experienced an epiphany, recognizing a sinister intent. Whether to inform his father or to conduct a secret search himself, the implications were profound. As long as those with determination disseminate this matter, it is bound to escalate, tarnishing Rhaegar's reputation. Should one choose to turn a blind eye, it would play directly into Daemon's hands. With this thought in mind, Rhaegar was suddenly enlightened, sensing the undercurrents of conspiracy. Rhaegar must seek assistance, but discreetly. A plan must be devised to divert everyone's attention. Chapter 43. The winds rise in King's Landing, sir. Do you possess a confidant you can trust implicitly? A strategy formed in his mind. Rhaegar resolved to enlist allies. Without a doubt, my brother Elric. We share mutual trust. We must call upon him for assistance. Prince. He currently serves as the guard to Prince Aegon. If the Queen discovers this, exercise caution to remain undetected. Time was of the essence, and Rhaegar wasted no moments. Sir, escort me to Rhaegar's chamber, and then seek out Elric. Indeed, your highness. Despite being unaware of Rhaegar's true intentions, Elric chose to lend his support. At the entrance to Rhaegar's room, Cole stood watch. Upon seeing Elric carrying Rhaegar, Cole inquired, Your Highness, what brings you here at such an hour? I had a dreadful nightmare and wished to speak with my sister. Rhaegar feigned trepidation, fabricating an excuse. Cole hesitated momentarily. The princess has just settled down. I fear, Cole. Rhaegar is my sister. She will wish to see me. Rhaegar's demeanor abruptly shifted to assertiveness, catching Cole off guard. Open the door and let me in. This command was directed not at Cole, but rather at Elric. Elric stepped forward to open the door, and despite Cole's attempts to intervene, he was pushed aside. Rhaegar's status was undeniable. Determined to see Rhaegar, Cole could not impede him. As Rhaegar entered, the door slammed shut before Cole could scrutinize the situation. Elric gently set Rhaegar down on the vacant soft bed. As they passed the table, Elric casually picked up an empty parcel and a sheet of paper adorned with a map. Rhaegar scrutinized the contents, catching sight of a dress carelessly strewn on the carpet. Confirming Rhaegar had indeed slipped away, he handed the paper to Elric, instructing, Act according to my plan. If you locate Rhaegar, return through this secret passage. Following the proposed plan could indeed have significant ramifications. Elric hesitated as he processed Rhaegar's outlined strategy. Sir, my sister is the heir to the Iron Throne. For her honor, we must not quibble over minor losses. Rhaegar placed a hand over his heart, gravely asserting, once again, whatever the consequences may be, I shall bear them alone. Recalling their past encounter with the white stag, Elric's resolve strengthened. I vow to safely return the princess. Under Rhaegar's watchful gaze, Elric turned to leave the room. Before closing the door, he obstructed Cole's view and emphasized, Do not disturb the prince and princess during their nocturnal discourse. Remain dutiful. As a newly minted white knight, Cole regarded Illic with respect, nodding in understanding. Illic strode away. On Silk Street, beneath the veil of night, Rhaegar navigated through the throngs of people, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. Occasionally, she would accidentally topple the wares of some unfortunate vendor, her laughter ringing out playfully. Daemon trailed closely behind her, a fool trying to keep pace. Suddenly, Rhaegar dashed into a dark alley, unwittingly colliding with a man clad in golden robes. He seized her by the arm and intoned gravely, What mischief have you been up to that necessitates such a hasty retreat? As she peered through the visor of his helm and recognized him, Rhaegar exclaimed his name. Ser Harwin. Princess, Ser Harwin responded, visibly startled, casting a discreet glance towards the mouth of the alley. There, Daemon approached at a leisurely pace. Rhaegar, spotting her uncle, implored Ser Harwin, Please, don't. After a moment's contemplation, Ser Harwin deduced that the uncle and niece had slipped away for some illicit revelry. He released his grip on Rhaegar and feigned ignorance, advising, Be cautious, child. Next time, fortune may not favor you. With that, he resumed his patrol, passing by Daemon without a word. Daemon smirked knowingly, dismissing the little golden-robed figure entirely. Until he was relieved of his command in the city guard, every golden robe remained his subordinate, unwaveringly loyal. Are you reveling in this chaotic escapade? He asked. As the chase concluded and they walked side by side, one could only wonder when they would next savor the taste of freedom. Rhaegar breathed heavily. clearly invigorated by the unrestrained frolic that had alleviated her burdens. The uncle and niece conversed as they strolled. However, Rhaegar soon sensed a shift in atmosphere. The street vendors and entertainers had dwindled, replaced by the sultry sounds of revelry. Upon stepping through the entrance, a disordered atmosphere, reeking of alcohol, assailed her senses. Men indulged in drink and merriment, their language coarse and crude. Unclad maidens brazenly meandered through the hall, weaving between men, allowing hands to roam and eyes to leer, eliciting lascivious laughter. Rhaegar stood frozen, dazed as Daemon guided her further inside, her gaze flitting over the debauched scene unfolding around her. This was a spectacle unlike anything she had ever witnessed. What kind of place is this? Rhaegar, two shadowy figures cloaked in black stood side by side. Witnessing Daemon leading Rhaegar by the hand into the brothel. Go ahead, I'll handle things here. One of the cloaked figures spoke first, revealing a stern visage beneath the hood. Mark my words, the greater the commotion, the better. The princess's honor is at stake. We must not be careless. Rest assured, the prince shall not be disappointed, Alec replied, giving his brother a reassuring pat on the shoulder before igniting a nearby pile of hay with his torch. The hay caught fire instantly, sending plumes of smoke spiraling upward amidst the roaring flames. Without uttering another word, Alec donned his hood and made his way towards the entrance of the brothel. Alec, nimble in his movements, scaled the wall to enter the brothel's kitchen, setting flames in the stables one after another. The brothers, operating in perfect harmony, split up to execute their plan. Upon entering the main hall of the brothel, Alec remained silent, skillfully avoiding the surrounding women, and headed straight for the dark alcove at the back. Lifting the sheer curtain that offered no resistance, Alec immediately spotted his target for the night. At that moment, Daemon had Rhaegar cornered, his gaze predatory as he scrutinized his prey. Rhaegar pushed against him, her face etched with fear. Just in time, Alec advanced swiftly, gripping Daemon's shoulder and yanking him away, delivering a powerful left hook that landed squarely on his face. The sudden assault left Daemon defenseless. He crumpled to the ground with a thud, stars dancing before his eyes. The turn of events unfolded so rapidly that only upon hearing Daemon's anguished cry did Rhaegar realize her chance to escape from his grasp. Your Highness, we must leave at once, Alec urged, tossing Daemon's discarded cloak to Rhaegar and forcefully pulling her away. As they departed, Alec cast a disdainful glance back at Daemon, delivering a final kick that elicited a pitiful wail from him as he clutched his groin, bending over like a shrimp. Who are you? Rhaegar gasped, quickly creating distance. Alec seized her arm, hastily draping the black cloak over her shoulders, dragging her towards the back exit. Who are you, and where are you taking me? Rhaegar protested, glaring at the obscured face of Alec. Alec, with no alternative, revealed his countenance and cautioned, someone saw you with Prince Daemon at the Red Keep. Prince Rhaegar sent me to escort you back. Rhaegar sent you? Rhaegar paused, her expression softening. Alec continued, the situation is urgent. It is best for you to remain quiet and conceal your identity. Rhaegar nodded repeatedly, falling into step beside him. As they exited through the back door, a beggar boy slumped helplessly against the wall. Alec positioned himself protectively in front of Rhaegar, seizing the boy by the hair and slamming his head against the wall. Blood splattered, and the beggar boy collapsed, unconscious. He was merely a little beggar? Rhaegar murmured in disbelief. Everyone knows that the beggars near brothels and gambling dens are nearly all spies, Alec replied, turning back to reassure her. He is not dead. He has merely lost consciousness. Rhaegar exhaled deeply, dismissing the little beggar from her mind. The house is on fire. Quick, extinguish the flames. A great fire erupted in the courtyard, rapidly spreading from the brothel at its center. The night winds fanned the flames, which soon engulfed the surrounding streets, igniting nearby homes. Amidst the frantic shouts, the slumbering citizens barely had time to dress, hastily grabbing buckets to join the firefighting efforts. The scene grew increasingly chaotic. Alec took a breath and guided Rhaegar away from the panicking crowd, slipping into a narrow alley. On the other side, Alec hurled a torch through the second-floor window of the brothel, then vanished into the night. Arson was his mission for the evening. Despite the dishonor it brought upon a knight, he had no reason to refuse his elder brother's orders on behalf of Prince Aegon. He had set his sights on the young king's firstborn, and the allure of duty, both in law and sentiment, compelled him to serve. As for Prince Aegon, that was merely the king's assigned protection, hardly worthy of his loyalty. The wind shifted. Alec and Rhaegar fled, colliding with a squad of golden-robed guards rushing to the blaze. "Avoid them," Alec whispered, veering into another narrow passage. Just as he looked up, he spotted a lone golden-robed figure approaching. "Who goes there?" lurking in the shadows. A familiar voice rang out. Rhaegar's gaze fell upon Harwin's face. Alec instinctively shielded Rhaegar behind him, threatening, "Step aside. This is none of your concern." Harwin drew his sword. Sneering, such bravado, daring to oppose the city guard. As a valiant knight, Harwin was a formidable opponent, unafraid of any challenge. Alec recognized him, but knew that concealing his identity was paramount to his mission. His hand brushed the hilt of his sword, prepared for action. "Don't be foolish. We are friends." Amidst the tension, Rhaegar, ignoring Alec's protests, stepped between the two to intervene. Upon hearing her voice, Harwin paused, bewildered. "Princess, what brings you here again?" Rhaegar removed her hood, her expression earnest. "There's no time for explanations. I got separated from Demon, but thankfully, the Kingsguard found me." She remained shrewd enough to obscure the truth. Harwin scrutinized Alec for a moment before smiling at Rhaegar. "In that case, Princess, you should leave. I must return to extinguishing the flames." "Thank you, Sir Harwin," Rhaegar replied, her focus fixed on the pale-faced Alec as she pulled him away. Watching their retreating figures, Harwin furrowed his brow in confusion, glancing at the distant blaze, lost in contemplation. The fire on Silk Street spread, alarming the city guard. All the golden-robed guards rushed to the scene, joining the firefighting efforts. After toiling through the night, the raging inferno was finally subdued. The source of the flames, the brothel, had been reduced to charred stone remnants. Along with a dozen nearby residences, they were all consumed by the raging inferno. Fortunately, due to the densely populated area, the fire was quickly noticed, and no casualties resulted. Prior to this, the arsonist, Alec, had already met with his brother at the Red Keep, parting ways in different directions. Alec, meanwhile, led Rhaegar through a secret passage back to her chamber. Rhaegar, supporting himself, made his way to the edge of the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the fiery glow engulfing King's Landing. He understood that the blaze was orchestrated by the Alec brothers, and he was the mastermind behind this catastrophic event. Rhaegar had fallen into Demon's trap, and there were others secretly observing the pair. Under normal circumstances, no matter how diligently Rhaegar searched for Rhaegar, he would inevitably fall into a snare, for her whereabouts were certainly under surveillance, especially concerning that brothel. The fact that Rhaegar had slipped out could not remain concealed. Far too many had witnessed her movements. All Rhaegar needed to do was sever the connection between Rhaegar and Demon regarding their visit to the brothel. A conflagration that consumed everything would obliterate any trace. Even if someone testified that Rhaegar had visited the brothel, who could discern authenticity from the ruins? Rhaegar's duty was to arrive at Rhaegar's room ahead of time to provide her with an alibi. By then, who would dare to accuse Rhaegar without evidence? Their father, Viserys, would ensure that such a person would be silenced. With a creak, the wall at the entrance of the secret passage rotated, and Rhaegar quickly turned around. Before him stood the long-awaited Alec and Rhaegar. "Rhaegar, you have finally returned," he exclaimed, a smile brightening his face as the weight in his heart lifted. He had feared that Rhaegar might be seduced by Demon and reluctant to return with Alec. It seemed she had not disappointed him. "Rhaegar, how did you know I slipped out?" Rhaegar asked, astonished, as she pulled off her dark cloak, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Rhaegar glanced at Alec, who had closed the passage. Alec replied in a hushed tone, "There were many eyes around. I didn't have a chance to explain to the princess." It went relatively well, though we encountered the patrolling Harwin Strong along the way, which exposed the princess's identity. Alec's voice carried a note of regret. Rhaegar bowed his head in silence, contemplating whether Harwin would speak out of turn and if he should issue a warning. That fellow was the eldest son of Prime Minister Laenor and the heir to Runestone. Regardless, considering his father's accomplishments and his own status, Rhaegar could not yet contemplate silencing him. Observing their cryptic exchange, Rhaegar interjected softly, "Harwin is Laenor's son. He respects me and should not speak out of turn." "That would be for the best," Rhaegar replied with a gentle smile. Laenor was indeed a trustworthy individual, and his son ought to be astute. Rhaegar moved closer to Rhaegar, her bright eyes sparkling as she feigned an elder sister's authority. "Who revealed your secret to you? And was this fire all part of your design?" She had been pondering these matters throughout their return journey. Suddenly, Alec appeared, and the fire was most opportune. Now, upon seeing Rhaegar in her room, Rhaegar realized that all of this was inextricably linked to him. "I have my own plans regarding the informant. I cannot divulge them to you just yet. Rhaegar concealed the identity of Shiryu, for this individual was peculiar, and it would be unwise to alert the enemy prematurely. He then adopted a serious expression, declaring, "The fire was my doing. I was protecting you." Chapter 45. Brotherhood. Within his voice lay a hint of pride. Rhaegar, was the fire your means of concealing my whereabouts? Rhaenyra lowered her head, feeling a sense of guilt as the significance of the fire dawned upon her. Who else, besides me, your brother, would resolve your troubles in the dead of night? Rhaegar's countenance turned grave, his voice rising. Hush, who informed you of my movements? Rhaenyra swiftly covered her brother's mouth, inquiring about the source of the leak. Rhaegar shook his head, evading her hand, his eyes wide with concern. There are no secrets that remain hidden. You have acted foolishly and fear the consequences? I never anticipated this. I merely sought a moment of respite, she murmured, a statement that struck a sensitive chord within Rhaenyra, leaving her in a daze. Did Demon bully you? Rhaegar asked with concern. He did not succeed. Lord Ellic arrived just in time. Rhaenyra tousled Rhaegar's hair, managing a weak smile. The events of that night had indeed taken her by surprise. In the past, she had held Demon in high esteem, placing her trust in him. Learning of the fire's origins left her with only fear and regret. The thought of Rhaenyra unwittingly stepping into someone else's trap infuriated Rhaegar, who bluntly stated, had the intelligence not arrived in time. Do you believe by morning, the tale of your escapade with Demon would not be common knowledge? I slipped out through the secret passage. No one noticed me. Rhaenyra fidgeted with her fingers, feeling anxious. Rhaegar spoke candidly. If no one knew, then who alerted me? Demon. Someone who has been watching you. Informed me. Rhaenyra fell silent. She was not foolish. She had merely placed too much faith in Demon. She never anticipated that her once meticulous uncle would suddenly reveal his predatory nature. Had Rhaegar not secretly assisted her, she dared not imagine the potential fallout. What rumors would circulate by dawn? I apologize. The pressure was overwhelming, and I merely wished to take a walk. Rhaenyra finally spoke after a long pause. That is for the best. Demon has always coveted the throne, and you are an enticing prize. Rhaegar gazed at Rhaenyra with melancholy. This sister was too naive. Being manipulated as a puppet, it was truly embarrassing for him. What does that look? I am still your sister, Rhaenyra retorted, unable to withstand the gaze of her brother, who appeared to see her as a fool, her face flushing crimson. Rhaegar quietly observed her display of frustration, shaking his head. With a sudden burst of laughter, Rhaenyra found amusement in his expression. Rhaegar turned his eyes toward her, and in that moment, the pair locked gazes. In the past, tender moments of mutual concern flickered in their minds, tugging at their hearts. In the next instant, Rhaenyra's eyes brimmed with tears as she silently crouched down and gently embraced Rhaegar, lamenting, I am so sorry for all the foolish things I've done, and for needing you to clean up after me. Your identity is of great significance. You must learn to cherish yourself. Rhaegar sighed, I'm sorry, truly sorry. Rhaenyra wept softly. I cannot always be there for you when you need me. Rhaegar leaned his cheek against the tips of Rhaenyra's hair and whispered, Sister, do not let father down any further. Rhaenyra found herself at a loss for words, yearning to hold her frail brother tightly, yet fearing to touch his wounds. Before the stranger takes me away, I will remain by your side. Rhaegar tenderly caressed Rhaenyra's back, his voice a gentle balm to her soul. Reflecting on the night's reckless revelry, their uncle Demon's wolfish ambition, and the embrace shared with her brother, Rhaenyra felt a tumult of emotions. Realizing she was merely a tool in the eyes of others, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Burying her head in Rhaegar's shoulder, she sobbed quietly, her tears quickly soaking his collar as he cast a helpless smile towards Elric. Elric bowed respectfully and silently departed through the entrance to the secret passage. Recognizing that remaining in such a setting would be improper, exiting through the main door was also unfeasible, as Cole was still on duty. The secret passage proved to be a wise choice. After crying for a considerable time, until Rhaenyra was too exhausted to continue and Rhaegar's collar was drenched, the girl's sobs gradually subsided. Rhaenyra wiped her nose on Rhaegar's collar, revealing her swollen, tear-streaked eyes. Rhaegar observed, I believe we both ought to change into clean clothes. Huh. Rhaenyra lifted her head in confusion, glancing at Rhaegar's soiled shirt before looking down at her own rough, patched tunic. Turn around. I will change my clothes. Rhaenyra lifted Rhaegar, forcing him to lie on the bed, while she slipped into his blind spot to remove her patched tunic and don a nightgown. She then rummaged through the wardrobe and tossed a small nightgown to Rhaegar. I don't have your sleepwear. Wear this for now. I have wounds on my back, and I want tea wear clothes to sleep. No, you must sleep with me tonight, and you have to wear something. Rhaegar reached out to pull off Rhaegar's shirt to replace it with the nightgown. No, no, no. I would rather go back and sleep alone than wear that. Rhaegar protested vehemently. After a playful struggle, the candles in the room extinguished. Rhaegar held Rhaegar, clad only in his undergarments, as she closed her eyes, breathing steadily. Rhaegar, reluctantly acting as a pillow, shifted awkwardly to find a comfortable, soft position against his face. The siblings said nothing, awaiting the arrival of slumber. The following day, early in the morning, a scout entered the Red Keep to convey news to the Prime Minister. Leonor sensed an impending crisis and promptly sought out Viserys, who was enjoying his breakfast. He conveyed the alarming news from the previous night. With a grave countenance, Leonor reported that a spy had relayed information indicating that the princess had ventured to Silk Street with Prince Daemon, only to later visit a brothel. Strangely, that very establishment had erupted in flames that night, and while Daemon was seen being assisted from the premises, the princess was nowhere to be found. Viserys' expression darkened significantly. He was well aware of his brother's character, a complete scoundrel capable of any misdeed. He shook his head, forcing a smile as he replied, "This must be a fabrication. You have been deceived." "I wish that were the case, Your Majesty," Leonor replied, his face heavy with concern. Viserys immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Leonor was not Otto Hightower, who would conspire against the rightful heir, Rhaegar, for the sake of his grandson. Leonor's every word and action were marked by unwavering integrity and selflessness. "Daemon, he is like a ravenous wolf," Viserys thundered, pounding the table like a furious beast. The mere thought of Daemon being involved with his daughter ignited a fierce desire to strangle that wretched brother of his. However, reason prevailed, urging him to temper his emotions. He mused, "This cannot be true. Perhaps Rhaegar merely slipped away, leaving before Daemon entered the brothel." He could not bring himself to believe that his daughter would stoop to such depths, let alone engage in debauchery with Daemon. Leonor interjected, "That precisely fuels my doubts. The fire's arrival was suspicious, and I have heard it was intentional arson. Daemon left the brothel just as the flames erupted, and many attest that he appeared injured. Yet, the princess has vanished without a trace. No one has seen her since." Viserys grasped at this thread of hope, exclaiming, "Indeed, if no one has seen Rhaegar, then no one can attest to her presence at the brothel. Everything may yet be well." Beneath his facade of relief, however, simmered a profound rage. He called out to the servants beyond the door, intending to probe Rhaegar's situation. At this juncture, regardless of the truth, her innocence was paramount. As a father, he must ascertain this to determine the course of events. "No need, for I have that intention myself." The door swung open, and Rhaegar entered gracefully, her radiant smile illuminating her face. Viserys looked on with uncertainty. "Rhaegar, what brings you here? Did you not wish to share breakfast with me?" She responded, her question oddly perplexing. Rhaegar seated herself comfortably on a stool, betraying no hint of guilt from any purported indiscretion. Viserys and Leonor exchanged glances, both recognizing the mutual apprehension in one another's eyes. "Rhaegar, someone has accused you of sneaking out of the Red Keep last night and visiting inappropriate places with your uncle Daemon. What do you have to say in your defense?" Viserys inquired, sensing the peculiar nature of the situation and probing for answers. Rhaegar gently tapped her chin with her finger and expressed her apologies, stating, "Indeed, I slipped out of the Red Keep with Daemon last night to witness a theatrical performance on Silk Street." Viserys inquired, "Is that all?" "That is indeed all," Rhaegar replied with unwavering confidence. "Very well, I have concluded my inquiries. I believe the Prime Minister has matters to discuss with you." Pleased with his daughter's resolute response, Viserys shifted the conversation towards Rhaegar. Rhaegar cast a sidelong glance at the Prime Minister and asked, "My lord, what counsel do you offer?" The situation grew increasingly convoluted as Rhaegar carefully chose his words, slowly articulating, "Your Highness, it has come to my attention that someone witnessed you and Prince Daemon entering a brothel last night. Of course, this is merely hearsay, yet I would appreciate your clarification." Rhaegar promptly denied the allegation, asserting, "Since you acknowledge it as hearsay, does that not indicate the matter is unfounded? Someone is attempting to tarnish my reputation, which constitutes treason." Rhaegar nodded in understanding and solemnly declared, "I shall uncover the source of this slander and restore your honor, Your Highness." At this juncture, the truth seemed inconsequential. The information could only substantiate Rhaegar's clandestine exit from the Red Keep. All other evidence had perished in the flames. As long as Rhaenyra steadfastly maintained her innocence regarding the brothel, no one could question her virtue. Laenor acknowledged Viserys with a nod and stated, "I will work to suppress the rumors." With that, he exited the chamber. Father and daughter exchanged glances, and Viserys, unable to contain his impatience, spoke first. "Rhaenyra, are you aware that a great fire occurred on Silk Street last night? It was fortunate, for the blaze allowed me to evade prying eyes. You see, Rhaegar informed me that someone tipped him off, prompting him to instigate the fire and discreetly escort me back to the Red Keep." Rhaenyra, not withholding the truth, recounted the events in full. Viserys was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment as he struggled to believe that his young son possessed such acumen. After a moment, he regained his composure and smiled with pride, remarking, "Rhaegar is a good boy and an excellent brother. That is beyond question." Rhaenyra beamed with delight, for she had come here to accept Rhaegar's proposal. The most effective way to unravel the conspiracy was to take preemptive action. Rhaenyra was innocent. As long as she held firm in her confidence, no one could defame her. Indeed, that proved to be the case. Observing his daughter's radiant smile, Viserys abruptly asked, "What have you considered?" "Considered what?" Rhaenyra momentarily faltered. "Consider Rhaegar assisting you in the future, as he did last night. But Rhaegar is still quite young. And so what? He will soon grow into a fine young man. Yet, I merely view him," as Rhaenyra hesitated, struggling to articulate her thoughts. The events of the previous night had left her mind in turmoil, uncertain of which path to choose. Viserys furrowed his brow and spoke gravely. "Whom do you favor? Pray, do not tell me it is some shameless fellow." "Certainly not," Rhaenyra quickly protested. "I confess that I developed feelings for Daemon due to his attentive nature. But last night's incident unveiled his treacherous ambitions. The candidates I have in mind are not to your liking, and you have dismissed Rhaegar as well. What then shall you do about your marriage?" Viserys' eyes reflected an indescribable disappointment. The thought of Daemon's sinister intentions almost coming to fruition sent shivers down his spine. He then issued a final ultimatum. "Laenor once proposed that you wed Ser Harwin Strong, the son of the sea snake, and I believe he is indeed a commendable choice. Marrying him could mend the rift between the Targaryens and Valerions, aiding you in solidifying your power in the future." Pausing, Viserys fixed his gaze upon his daughter. "Exuding the authority of a king, Rhaegar? Laenor? You must choose between the two. May I have some time to reflect?" Rhaenyra's expression shifted in the face of her unexpectedly assertive father, her voice barely above a whisper. Viserys, resolute, would not entertain refusal. The love and guilt he felt for his daughter culminated in a deep sigh, granting Rhaenyra a brief reprieve. He emphasized, "Rumors will not dissipate overnight. During this time, I shall take the entire family back to Dragonstone for a spell. There are young dragons suitable for taming. Rhaegar and Aegon each have one. Once they have tamed the dragons, I will journey to Driftmark. This could serve as your formal proposal to Laenor or an invitation to the sea snake regarding your marriage to Rhaegar. In any case, you must give me an account." With that, he left no room for Rhaenyra to retort and gestured for her departure. "I have matters to attend to. Return and contemplate." Seeing her father's firm resolve, Rhaenyra bit her lip and swiftly exited, feeling suffocated by the chamber, eager to escape. After Rhaenyra departed, a graceful figure emerged from the depths of the room, embracing Viserys from behind. "You heard everything? I have nowhere to retreat. Rhaenyra ought to marry Rhaegar. The siblings would stabilize the throne admirably." Yet Rhaenyra held a different perspective. She remained a girl with beautiful illusions. Viserys halted Alicent's attempts at persuasion, gently kissing her cheek. "Very well, I must attend to my dear brother." Dressed with Alicent's assistance, Viserys mounted Blackfyre and departed with a fierce demeanor. In the end, only Alicent, clad in a diaphanous gown, remained in the room. She picked up the remaining half of a loaf of bread from the table, taking small bites, while her inscrutable gaze drifted towards the window. Morning light filtered through a fabric curtain, casting delicate rays upon Daemon's face. After a night of heavy drinking, Daemon felt a throbbing headache and muttered about his thirst. Mysalia, clad in white, entered the room, drawing back the curtains to let in the dazzling light that roused Daemon from his slumber. Annoyed at being awakened from deep sleep, he cursed softly and raised a hand to shield his eyes from the sun. Mysalia knelt beside him, filling a bowl with water. Daemon drank it greedily and asked in a low voice, "Do you have any news? My informant has been gravely injured, and last night's fire was clearly a deliberate act." Mysalia sighed in her hoarse, exotic accent, lamenting for her informant. "He was just a young boy, and the medical expenses will be considerable. Daemon propped himself up, rubbing his face in frustration. Rhaenyra has been abducted. It seems my brother has never truly trusted me, keeping watch over my every move. Is there no one to stop you from seducing your own niece? My Shalia replied flatly. Perhaps not, as power is always an enticing poison. Daemon stretched lazily, wrapping an arm around my Shalia's slender waist and pulling her close, kissing her cheek. At a time like this, you still find the inclination? Not really. I was just kicked last night, testing if I still have my vigor. The spirited second son gave Daemon ample confidence, releasing the beauty from his embrace. He donned his attire and prepared to leave. My Shalia, with an impassive expression, reminded him, remember to pay for the room when you leave. Chapter 47. The deception of Alicent. After being pressured by her father, Rhaenyra returned to her room in despair. The emptiness of her bedroom deepened the solitude of her wounded heart. She could never comprehend why her father insisted she marry. Did he believe that without marriage she could not inherit the Iron Throne? Would she face universal opposition? Knock, knock, knock. As she attempted to calm her tumultuous emotions, a knock sounded at the door. Turning around, she saw Cole, clad in silver armor and a white cloak, entering her chamber. Cole, do you need something? She asked, hastily wiping her eyes, pretending nothing was amiss before the knight she once held affection for. Cole looked at her with concern, speaking softly, Princess, the king just came by and asked you to meet him in the garden. Upon hearing Alicent's name, Rhaenyra felt a flicker of suspicion. The timing was too coincidental. After adjusting her attire, she replied, Understood, I shall go at once. In the garden, Rhaenyra arrived alone. Alicent had already been waiting beneath the fishleaf tree for some time. Upon their meeting, Alicent's face was filled with worry as she eagerly inquired, What happened last night? What do you mean? Rhaenyra responded, a hint of suspicion flashing in her eyes. Alicent continued, I heard people making concerning accusations about you. Were you with your uncle? That single question instantly put Rhaenyra on guard. She smiled lightly. I haven't seen Daemon in many years. He took me to the city for some leisure. I am your sister, and you must speak the truth with me if I am to help you. Rhaenyra. Seeing that Rhaenyra was not speaking the truth, Alicent decided to play the emotional card, stepping forward with genuine concern to grasp her hand. Rhaenyra retorted, What accusation has been leveled against me? Have I partaken in drink? Did I sneak away from the castle under the cover of night? Alicent, with urgency, replied, It is said that you were in a brothel with Daemon. As she uttered these words, Alicent appeared deeply troubled, as if overwhelmed with worry for Rhaenyra. This is nothing but a vile accusation. Rhaenyra vehemently denied it. Yet Alicent remained unconvinced. Is it not so? Your Targaryen family does possess peculiar customs. Daemon, it seems, is oblivious to the consequences of his actions. A man with ulterior motives. Silence, Alicent. Rhaenyra sharply interrupted, her voice rising. If she had truly committed a transgression, she would not dare to speak so boldly. But she was innocent, and she would not tolerate Alicent's baseless slander. Releasing Alicent's hand, Rhaenyra glared with intensity. To question my integrity is tantamount to treason. Who confided such treachery to you? Alicent, taken aback by Rhaenyra's sudden outburst, averted her gaze, stammering, I was in your father's chamber this morning. Well, my father and the Prime Minister have reached a conclusion, and you dare to cast doubt upon me? Rhaenyra seized upon her words, her tone icy. Alicent, your majesty. We were once sisters who shared everything. I scarcely recognize you now. Alicent, flustered, attempted to mend the rift. It is not as it seems. I overheard something by chance, and I am genuinely concerned for you. Thus, you hurl unfounded accusations at me, seeking to ruin my reputation? Rhaenyra retorted, her words growing increasingly fierce. Alicent, at a loss for a response, pleaded, I merely wish to assist you, Rhaenyra. Rhaenyra, with a sarcastic smile, recounted, we ventured to a tavern for drinks. As night fell, I expressed my desire to return home, yet Daemon, still unsated, insisted on seeking out a courtesan. We parted ways on the street, each taking our own path. Upon my return to the Red Keep, the city was ablaze, and I had no knowledge of Daemon's whereabouts. I was attending to Rhaena last night. Rhaenyra had prepared her defense well, deflecting Alicent's inquiries without fault. Having delivered her retort, she left Alicent no opportunity for further entreaty, departing with a frosty demeanor. She discerned Alicent's ulterior motives, attempting to extract whether she had engaged in relations with Daemon, thereby tarnishing her name. Alas, Alicent miscalculated her approach. Clad in tattered garments, Daemon staggered back to the Red Keep, clearly still inebriated. The captain of the King's Guard, Harold, along with two of his men, approached him swiftly, confronting him directly. Without a word, the two Kingsguard seized Demon by the arms, apprehending him on the spot. Harold, looking down at Demon with indifference, stated flatly, "The king requests your presence." "Prince." The two Kingsguard, heeding his command, hoisted Demon and began to drag him forward. "Release your filthy hands." Demon writhed in discomfort, cursing under his breath. Yet no one paid him any heed. He was hastily dragged into the hall of the Iron Throne and unceremoniously discarded onto the cold, dark stone floor like refuse. Demon appeared utterly indifferent, lying face down, reeking of alcohol. Harold gestured for two Kingsguard to stand watch outside the door. With a furrowed brow, Viserys stepped forward, suppressing his fury. Approaching Demon, he coldly inquired, "What have you done to my daughter?" Despite his belief in Rhaegar's words, he could not resist the urge for confirmation. Demon, belching drunkenly, remained silent and dazed. Viserys' expression shifted as he pressed, "Do you not wish to deny it?" "I must know the charges to defend myself," Demon retorted. Feigning ignorance, seething at his insolent demeanor, Viserys delivered a fierce kick to his abdomen. "You lured her out, intending to dishonor her." Enraged, he kicked again, demanding, "Did you violate my daughter?" Demon rolled aside from the blow, defiantly stating, "What does it matter? By Rhaegar's age, we had already frequented the brothels of Silk Street." Viserys, infuriated, shot back, "We were young men then. She is but a girl, your niece. Rhaegar has grown, and the first to take advantage of her is that scoundrel." Demon continued his defiance. "You wretched bastard." Viserys, thoroughly provoked, lunged at him, seizing his collar and landing 2 punches to his face. Demon turned his head, blood and a tooth spilling from his mouth. Still gripping Demon's collar, Viserys admonished, "You will ruin her. After such an incident, what noble would wish to marry her? Who cares what those damn nobles think? You are the king, your word is law." The searing pain awakened Demon, forcing him to express his true feelings. Viserys, deeply disappointed, replied, "I have defended you all my life, yet your heart is more wicked than I imagined." Demon scoffed dismissively. The two brothers locked eyes in the silent hall. Suddenly, Viserys laughed mockingly. "You failed, did you not? My child thwarted you." "What?" Demon was taken aback. Viserys released his grip and stood over him, declaring, "Aegon, my firstborn, is 100 times your superior. Not only has he seen through your cunning schemes, but he also understands the value of family and protects his kin." Demon's expression stiffened as he hesitated. Was the man in black last night sent by Aegon? Did he set that fire? Indeed, a clever child, is he not? Viserys beamed with pride, casting a derisive glance at his disheveled brother. Demon shook his head and chuckled. A 6-year-old child, if he were that astute. "You ought to revoke Rhaegar's claim to the throne and pass it to the eldest." Chapter 48. The Exile of Demon. "Do not attempt to sow discord among my children. I have my own designs for them," warned Viserys, pointing at him. Demon took a deep breath and said, "Marry Rhaegar to me, when I present the crown. You said I could have whatever I desired, and I choose her. I shall cherish her above all, adhering to the traditions of our house." Viserys scoffed. "You are already wed." "Even so, Aegon the Conqueror took a second wife," Demon insisted. With a swift motion, Viserys drew the dragonbone dagger and pressed it against Demon's neck. Seething, "You are not the Conqueror. You are a scourge sent by the heavens to torment me." Demon remained undaunted, defiantly stating, "Marry Rhaegar to me, and we shall restore the glory of House Targaryen. Of course, you do not covet my daughter, do you? It is my throne you desire." Viserys, weary of conversing with his loathsome brother, retorted with disdain, "I would sooner betroth Rhaegar to Aegon and even offer both my daughters to him than allow you to tarnish them in your pursuit of my crown." Retrieving the dagger, Viserys looked at him with pity and said, "Return to the Vale, Demon. Go back to your lawful wife and endeavor to regain whatever honor you have left. Or simply let it all go, I care not. Just do not let me see you again." With that, Viserys wiped the dagger on his sleeve and departed in disappointment. His brother's words shattered Demon's mental defenses, leaving him staring vacantly at the ceiling, murmuring, "Not yet, brother." As dusk fell, Viserys stood alone by the window of his chamber, gazing at the distant coastline. The Targaryen seemed innately unafraid of heights, relishing the view from above, and Viserys was no exception. Alicent approached lightly, resting a hand on his shoulder, softly saying, "Demon has left." "Good riddance. I do not wish to see him again," Viserys replied, his anger flaring at the mere mention of Demon. "I have spoken with Rhaegar. She denies any involvement with Demon. Of course, Rhaenyra's brother will protect her. Demon schemes shall not prevail. Ah, how I wish for a brother like that, Alicent blurted out, her hand instinctively fidgeting with her nails behind her back. Viserys, oblivious to any underlying tension, continued, the blood of House Targaryen is formidable. They are restless and chaotic, and only with sufficient wisdom can they be governed. Our children shall undoubtedly be wise, united in purpose. Alicent smiled in agreement. I wish to betroth Rhaenyra to Aegon. As Viserys shifted the conversation to this troubling matter, Alicent's eyes flickered momentarily before she lowered her gaze. It is a commendable decision. Rhaenyra is inherently forthright, and as Rhaegar matures, he will undoubtedly become the type of young man she admires. Do you believe Rhaenyra currently harbors no affection for Rhaegar? Alicent hesitated, contemplating for a moment. I know Rhaenyra well. I understand the qualities she seeks in a suitor. Indeed, you do know her. She also enjoys challenging her father and shows no empathy whatsoever. Viserys mused with a wry smile. You might attempt to communicate with her. Whoever Rhaenyra chooses will surely be a worthy selection. Let us hope she does not forget the responsibilities that rest upon her shoulders, Viserys remarked as he turned to his wife, guiding her to the table and pouring 2 glasses of wine. The couple shared a glance and drank together as twilight descended. Alicent lay expressionless on the bed, ignoring the sounds of labored breaths around her, preoccupied with the disappointing dialogue she had shared with Rhaenyra earlier that day. Half a month later, the atmosphere was bustling. Hurry, get the boxes aboard the ship, the shipping officer called out, directing sailors as they loaded supplies at the river gate. Not far off, Viserys stood with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly gazing at a grand ship adorned with a black banner featuring 3 red dragons. Your Majesty, the supplies are ready, and we can set sail at any moment, Laenor announced as he approached with a checklist in hand. Viserys nodded in acknowledgement. Behind him, Alicent led Aegon and Helaena, cradling a small infant in her arms. Rhaenyra, meanwhile, lingered at a fruit stall with Rhaegar, laughing as she selected fresh produce. After nearly 20 days of recuperation, Rhaegar's burn wounds had healed considerably, no longer hindering his movements. Viserys often marveled at Rhaegar's remarkable resilience, attributing it to the blessings of the Seven. Come, everyone. Our voyage is about to commence. Viserys called to his family. Rhaegar perked up at the sound and hurried over, the first to respond. His father had informed him that their destination was Dragonstone, where 2 dragons awaited his taming. The mere thought of possessing his own dragon sent Rhaegar's blood racing with excitement and anticipation. Viserys affectionately ruffled his eldest son's hair and inquired. The ship is stocked with a bounty of fruit, far superior to that of the roadside stalls. I want to see how the fruit from the Red Keep compares to that outside, Rhaegar replied with a grin. Have you discerned the difference? Yes, I have. The fruit from the Red Keep is more expensive, even though the roadside fruits are of the same quality, yet much cheaper. Viserys momentarily faltered, rendered speechless by his son's astuteness. Laenor interjected at the opportune moment. The fruit at the Red Keep is procured from various regions, unlike the local produce. The flavor may be similar, but the price differs due to the clientele. Rhaegar muttered softly, the prince is indeed clever. Laenor replied, though at times, perhaps too clever. As they conversed, Alicent and Rhaenyra approached hand in hand. Since that day when the two had a fierce argument, they had been giving each other the cold shoulder for a while. It wasn't until Alicent took the initiative to invite Rhaenyra to a tea gathering that their relationship began to thaw. If it continued to stagnate, the head of the family, Viserys, would surely be displeased. With a way out presented, it was time to descend from their lofty perches. As night fell, a sailboat adorned with intricate dragon carvings drifted in Blackwater Bay, propelled by the sea breeze. Inside the opulently decorated cabin, Viserys appeared pale, clutching a wooden bucket as he struggled to suppress his nausea. Alicent and her brother, Aegon, stood by his side, their faces etched with concern. Ironically, Viserys had once tamed Balerion the Black Dread, the largest and most ferocious dragon in the annals of Westeros. Yet he was plagued by seasickness. This very fact made him averse to seafaring. Were it not for the dual purpose of witnessing his son's dragon riding and alleviating the strained relations with House Balerion, he would hardly venture onto the open sea. He preferred the pursuits of hunting in the royal woods and jousting tournaments. Father, the Grand Maester provided a potent remedy before his departure. Taking just one can ease your discomfort, Aegon remarked tenderly. Viserys glanced at the glass vial Aegon offered, feeling a pang of concern for his elderly father. He accepted the vial, opened it, and swallowed a pill. I have taken too many medicines. I hope this one proves effective. It will, Aegon assured him. I also have a sleeping aid. Would you like to take some? During this period of illness, he had been in frequent consultation with Grand Maester Melas. Upon learning of Viserys' recurring nightmares, Melas had prepared a calming potion for him. Aegon had discreetly investigated the ingredients, finding them harmless and safe for consumption. In Chapter 49, Green Eyes Under the Family's Gentle Persuasion, Viserys swallowed the sleeping pill and lay on his bed, enduring the discomfort. As his breathing gradually steadied, Alicent offered a warm smile to Aegon and Rhaenyra. It's getting late. You should both return to your quarters to rest. You have worked hard, Your Majesty, she said softly. Aegon smiled back at Alicent as he followed Rhaenyra out of the cabin. The siblings chatted idly as they walked along the corridor before parting ways to their respective cabins. In the dim candlelight, Aegon undressed, standing before a full-length mirror to inspect his back. The old skin had sloughed away, revealing fresh, tender skin with faint traces of his burn. Recovery is swift. It seems fitting, given the blood and fire connection, Aegon whispered to himself, activating the system panel. Aegon Targaryen, talent, dreamer, gold. Long-lived, green, bloodline. Ancient Valyrian Dragonlord, 14, skills, proficient in ancient Valyrian relics, blood and fire connection, flame resistance 50, evaluation. Your bloodline has been refined once again. You seem to have uncovered a remarkable secret. Aegon gazed intently at the bloodline section, noting that its purity had risen from 12 to 14. This change had become apparent since the day his skin began to shed. The only explanation he could ascertain for this transformation lay in the burns inflicted by dragonfire. Perhaps it was the dragon's flame that infused the essence of dragons into my bloodline. Before being assaulted by the Dreamfire, Rhaegar seldom encountered dragons. A dragon rider must not perceive dragons as mere tools. They are companions to their riders. The deeper the bond between the rider and the dragon, the more astonishing the unleashed power. This hypothesis is drawn from ancient texts. Rhaegar held a sense of skepticism, yet one truth remained undeniable. Frequent interactions with dragons are advantageous. The ship will reach Dragonstone Island tomorrow, and soon I shall possess a dragon of my own. As drowsiness enveloped him, Rhaegar collapsed onto his bed, wrapping himself in the blanket to slumber. He needed to conserve his strength for the upcoming dragon-riding journey. Before long, he drifted into dreams. The darkened sky, the surging waves, the tempest of thunder and lightning conjured a familiar dreamscape from half a month past. This time, however, Rhaegar remained conscious. The cold rain lashed against his skin, and he could distinctly feel its chill. Raindrops cascaded from his hair, drenching his bare body. Dark clouds churned in the distance, as fierce winds and torrential rains bore down upon him. The furious roar of a dragon echoed from afar, accompanied by the crack of thunder that resonated throughout the realm. Rhaegar lifted his head, disregarding the rain that streamed down his cheeks, and gazed upward into the heavens. In the midst of the rolling thunder, a massive shadow burst forth from the shroud of clouds, dancing with the lightning. After enduring 2 terrifying nightmares, Rhaegar clenched his fists, fixating intently on the silhouette. His unwavering resolve seemed to draw the entity closer. The shadow shifted direction, diving toward Rhaegar's position. He stood tall, his gaze unwavering as he confronted the shadow. The entity approached with astonishing speed, the distance between them rapidly diminishing. With a resounding roar, the shadow surged forth, revealing a claw as dark as coal. Rhaegar was momentarily stunned, his senses blurring as he began to detach from the dream. In that final instant, he beheld an indelible scene. It was a pair of eyes filled with malevolence, cunning, and arrogance. The deep green gaze was as profound as an abyss, equally fixed upon Rhaegar in that moment. Rhaegar jolted awake, murmuring continuously, the eyes, a pair of green eyes. He had glimpsed a fragment of the shadow's form. It was a colossal dragon, a pitch-black behemoth with emerald eyes. The mere thought of the dream's imagery sent shivers through him. He could not discern whether it was fear or exhilaration that gripped him. His chest heaved, breaths coming in ragged gasps, a sheen of sweat forming on his brow. After a prolonged moment, he finally emerged from this state. Give it to me. Hurry. Rhaegar, dazed, leaned against the headboard, faintly hearing a commotion from the corridor outside his cabin. Who was out there? Puzzled, Rhaegar rose, donned his clothing, and opened the door to let in some air while investigating the source of the noise. Upon pushing open the cabin door, he found the corridor deserted. Yet, the earlier sounds echoed again in his ears, causing him to furrow his brow, recognizing a hint of familiarity. in the left corner. Rhaegar determined his direction and walked slowly towards it. Upon reaching the corner, he found himself in a dead end. Standing by the corridor, he identified the source of the sound. It was two children. The older one, roughly Rhaegar's age, was a sturdy little boy, while the younger one, a chubby little girl, was his sister Helena. Rhaegar was well acquainted with the pair, his half-brother Aegon and half-sister Helena. At that moment, Helena was curled up against the wall, cradling her little head, while the elder Aegon was loudly berating her, tugging at a strand of her silvery hair. It was evident that this was a case of an older brother bullying his younger sister. Rhaegar took a step forward, intending to admonish Aegon, but hesitated and retreated. Although Helena was indeed his sister, she shared a closer bond with Aegon, having been born from the same womb. It was not his place to interfere. Rhaegar turned to seek out Alicent to discuss Aegon's upbringing. "Take it off, or I will break your fingers," Aegon threatened, causing Rhaegar to pause in his departure, contemplating whether he should intervene on Alicent's behalf. Just then, Helena's cries reached his ears. Turning back, Rhaegar saw Aegon atop Helena, gripping one of her arms and twisting her fingers mercilessly. "This is what you get for disobedience. You want to give me the bracelet." Aegon menaced while inflicting cruelty upon his sister. "Hand over the bracelet, or I will make your nights miserable." Helena refused to relent, shaking her head vigorously, tears clouding her vision. It was at this moment that Rhaegar noticed the bracelet on Helena's arm, the very bracelet he had gifted her. He raised his hand, revealing an identical bracelet adorning his wrist. His was the genuine spatial bracelet. A glint of danger flickered in Rhaegar's eyes as he gazed at Aegon. Without uttering a word, he stealthily approached the depths of the corner. Aegon abandoned his torment of Helena's fingers and instead began to forcibly tug at the bracelet. "Do you want it?" Rhaegar's voice resonated from behind. Startled, Aegon turned to find Rhaegar standing there, having approached unnoticed. He felt a twinge of fear for this brother, who had always been frail, yet possessed a particularly dark disposition. Swallowing hard, Aegon feigned bravado, retorting indignantly, "What business is it of yours?" Rhaegar remained silent, his gaze fixed on Aegon, calm as placid waters, devoid of any turbulence. Observing Rhaegar's silence, Aegon's courage swelled, and his demeanor grew increasingly bold. With one eye catching the bracelet on Rhaegar's wrist and the other on Helena's, a thought struck him. "Why do you two have matching bracelets, and I have none?" Upon hearing his cries, the beleaguered Helena lifted her head, only to discover that Rhaegar had arrived. Chapter 50, The Lament of Aegon. Upon seeing Rhaegar's visage, a spark of hope ignited within Helena, and she called out pitifully. Rhaegar glanced at her, his tone inscrutable. "Have you been bullied again?" "Aegon wants my bracelet," she confessed, tears cascading down her cheeks, her tender voice laden with injustice. "I can see that," Rhaegar nodded, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his own bracelet. Aegon, however, was unconcerned with such matters. He gave Helena a playful rap on the head, warning, "I am your brother. Do not call him brother." Helena, her small head bobbling from the tap, bit her lip and glared at Aegon in silent fury. "Still daring to glare at me? Just wait and see how I will discipline you," Aegon scolded, then turned his attention to Rhaegar, extending his hand toward the bracelet, shamelessly declaring, "Give me your bracelet. I shall share it with Helena. I want to take hers." Rhaegar chuckled at Aegon's chubby little hand, but before it could touch the bracelet, he swiftly grasped it. "What are you doing?" Aegon's expression shifted, anxiety creeping into his voice. Rhaegar smiled. "Since you desire a bracelet, I shall gift you one." With that, he yanked Aegon back, causing him to stumble and fall from Helena. As Aegon landed on the wooden floor with a soft thud, he gasped and scrambled to rise. Bang! A foot pressed firmly on his back, forcing him down. What are you doing? Let me go, or I'll tell Mother," Aegon cried, attempting to invoke Alicent's name as a threat, but was abruptly interrupted. Rhaegar mounted him, twisting his arm in the opposite direction and inquired, "You bend your sister's fingers. So I shall bend my brother's arm. Seems fair, does it not? Please, I was wrong. Just let me go," Aegon pleaded, crying out in distress. After a moment of relentless bending, Rhaegar could no longer tolerate Aegon's shrieks. He removed Aegon's deerskin shoes, took his 2 yellowed socks, and stuffed them into his mouth. "Your own socks, don't be picky," Rhaegar said with a playful smile, then seized Aegon by the hair, pulling him up and dragging him outside. He had given Helena a bracelet to conceal her distress, and he had subsequently fashioned another in his cabin, perfectly intended for Aegon. As Rhaegar dragged Aegon away like a rag doll, Helena rose from the ground, standing dazed in place. "Fire! Be careful of the flames." Helena jolted, suddenly frightened, and burst into tears. Her cries were loud enough to summon the night watchmaids. Rhaegar continued to drag Egan to his cabin. In Egan's fearful gaze, he tossed him inside and shut the door. Rhaegar sneered. The bracelet was a gift for Helena. By taking her belongings, you show me disrespect. Now, I shall make you aware of the consequences of disrespecting me. Rhaegar feigned rummaging beneath the bed, but in truth, he retrieved the counterfeit bracelet from his spatial wristband. Brandishing the imitation before Egan, he quipped, "Do you fancy it? It shall soon be yours." The vessel sailed upon the ocean, the atmosphere chilly and damp. As a royal ship, each cabin was equipped with a heating stove. The base of the stove was lined with charcoal, separated by a layer of iron, ensuring excellent fire safety. Rhaegar opened the stove and removed the iron plate from the center, exposing the glowing coals to the air. He cast the fake bracelet into the embers. The steel bangle, known for its remarkable thermal conductivity, soon radiated a fiery red. Using a cloth to shield his hands, Rhaegar retrieved the scorching bracelet and approached Egan with a smile, beckoning, "Come now, my dear brother. No, you cannot treat me thus. Father would never permit it." Egan had already extricated the sock from his mouth, his eyes widening in terror at the glowing steel bangle as he collapsed to the ground, retreating in fright. With a swift kick to Egan's chest, Rhaegar pinned him to the floor, kneeling and pressing the bracelet close to his face. "Did you not desire it? I promised I would gift it to you, and I shall." Egan struggled against Rhaegar's grip, pushing with his hands, but Rhaegar held firm, relentlessly pressing down. Meanwhile, a maid, carrying the unconscious Helena, hurried to Alicent's cabin. Ignoring Harold's protests, she pounded on the door with urgency. Upon seeing the fainted young princess, Harold's expression shifted dramatically. "What has transpired?" The maid, flustered and incoherent, continued to knock. With a series of urgent knocks, the cabin door swung open. Alicent, clad in her nightgown, stood at the threshold and immediately noticed the unconscious Helena. A wave of unease washed over her. Taking her daughter from the maid's arms, Alicent asked anxiously, "What has happened? Why is Helena unconscious?" The maid, trembling, replied, "The princess fainted from crying," repeating the names of the two princes, Egan and Rhaegar. "What has happened to Egan? What does Rhaegar have to do with this?" Upon hearing her son's name, Alicent's panic intensified as she scrutinized the maid. The maid shivered, whispering, "The princess warned to be cautious of fire. I do not comprehend her meaning." Seeing her daughter in a state of unconsciousness, Alicent's eyes widened, her anxiety reaching a crescendo. "Take care of Helena," she instructed the maid, before turning to Harold, saying, "Sir, something must have befallen Egan and Rhaegar. I shall seek out Egan. You go to Rhaegar's quarters." With that, she dashed out. After a few strides, Alicent halted, her pupils dilating as she turned back and declared, "I will go to Rhaegar's room. You search for Egan." Perhaps sensing her son's peril, Alicent hurried toward her intended destination. The cabin was confined within a limited space, and as I traversed the shadowy corridor, I found several chambers prepared for the royal members not far apart. Upon reaching another corridor, a piercing shriek from Egan echoed through the air. "May the seven gods protect my child," Alicent murmured, her complexion paling as she fervently rushed towards Rhaegar's chamber. The door was firmly shut, yet a surge of adrenaline propelled Alicent to kick it open, her high heels clattering against the wood. Inside, she witnessed Egan cornered, desperately pleading for mercy, tears streaming down his face. Rhaegar had one foot pressed against Egan's back, wielding a heated steel bracelet, its crimson glow swaying menacingly beside Egan's cheek. Overcome with rage at the sight of her son being tormented, Alicent bellowed, "Stop! Release him!" Rhaegar turned to face her, only to be forcefully shoved aside as she enveloped the sobbing Egan in her arms. The bracelet clattered to the floor, leaving dark streaks on the wooden surface. Alicent's fury intensified upon witnessing this scene, and she unleashed a torrent of invective at Rhaegar. "You madman! Egan is your brother, yet you torment him with a burning bracelet." Rhaegar rose from the ground, rubbing his aching backside, and coldly replied, "I am not Egan. He may abuse his sister, but I shall not persecute my brother." He picked up the bracelet from the floor, the scorching heat failing to sear his skin. With a mocking tone, he pointed at the petrified Egan, taunting, "A coward who preys on younger girls, possessing less courage than a mouse." Chapter 51. Unveiling talent ridiculous. "I clearly saw you inflicting harm upon him." Fueled by rage, Alicent could hardly process his words, glaring at Rhaegar with disdain. Rhaegar smirked, "If I truly intended to harm him, You wouldn't have had time to cradle him and soothe him. Feeling a dampness on her chest, Alicent instinctively covered her heart, only to discover her nightgown stained with Egan's tears and her own emotional overflow. Rhaegar tossed her a cloak, turning away as he remarked, "If you cannot educate your son properly, as his older brother, I have every right to discipline him. I trust only my own eyes." Alicent glared at him with venom, grasping Egan's head to wipe away the filth from his face. "Egan, tell mother, did he hurt you?" Egan trembled, fearfully glancing at Rhaegar, his body quaking in trepidation. Unable to voice a word, Rhaegar shrugged, his brow raised in triumph. With a determined bite of her lip, Alicent delivered a sharp slap to Egan's face, admonishing, "Wake up. Egan, quickly tell mother, did Rhaegar harm you?" Her voice crescendoed to a piercing pitch. Egan, momentarily stunned by the slap, felt the imprint of her hand swell on his cheek, muttering, "He hit me, and he also burned me." Rhaegar's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze darkening as he glared at Egan. "You little brat, dare you embellish the truth?" With the testimony of her son, Alicent completely erupted, exclaiming, "Did you hear that? Aegon says you struck him, and I witnessed you sear him with a burning bracelet." She questioned furiously, "What did he ever do to deserve such cruelty from you?" Faced with Alicent's accusations, Rhaegar was rendered speechless, dismissing her as merely throwing a tantrum. Observing his silence, Alicent's eyes filled with resentment, believing he regarded her with disdain. Just as she was about to unleash her wrath, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. Rhaegar looked up to see Ser Harold, the captain of the Kingsguard, assisting Viserys as he approached, with Rhaenyra trailing behind in disheveled hair. Viserys, struggling against dizziness, scanned the room and weakly inquired, "What is the matter? Why are you making such a commotion in the middle of the night?" Upon seeing her husband, Alicent immediately broke down in tears, lamenting, "Look at Aegon. If I hadn't arrived in time, he would have been tortured to death by Rhaegar." Aegon, not one to be outdone, joined his mother in loud sobs. For a moment, all eyes turned to the weeping mother and son. A flicker of doubt crossed Viserys' gaze as he directed it at Rhaegar, solemnly asking, "Rhaegar, is what your mother says true?" Rhaegar retorted, "She is not my mother, merely a stepmother." The two had reached an impasse, and Rhaegar was disinclined to feign politeness, his words dripping with denial towards Alicent. His true mother had perished during childbirth long ago, and Alicent was but a stepmother, coveting her sister's claim to the throne, a fact he had long despised. "Silence. Even if Alicent is a stepmother, she is fulfilling a mother's duty by caring for you. You must respect her." Viserys reprimanded his eldest son for his disrespectful behavior. Rhaegar opened his mouth to argue that it was his attendants who cared for him, but recalling that Alicent was the queen, he wisely chose to remain silent. Rhaenyra, witnessing her brother's aggrieved demeanor, shifted the conversation, asking, "Rhaegar, what exactly happened? Why does Her Majesty claim you bullied Aegon?" Her choice of words was quite intriguing, substituting torture with bully. In her mind, Rhaegar was a well-behaved child, incapable of inflicting torment. Alicent, discerning the implication, quickly countered, "He is a monster, using a burning steel bracelet to sear Aegon." Viserys, upon hearing this, noticed the red bracelet in Rhaegar's hand and exclaimed in astonishment, "Rhaegar, you cannot be mistaken. That bracelet must indeed be made of heated steel." Rhaegar's bare grip on the steel bracelet left his father utterly astounded. It was only after Viserys remarked that the others recognized this detail, including Alicent, who had earlier confronted Rhaegar. Faced with the stunned expressions of those present, Rhaegar casually remarked, "After the burn healed, my tolerance for flames has significantly increased. See, I told you he is a monster, who would not fear fire." However, apart from her, no one else shared that sentiment. Viserys, having recovered from his seasickness, promptly commanded, "Captain Harold, block the corridor and prevent anyone from approaching." Harold immediately nodded, his gaze lingering on Rhaegar as he departed. The cabin was left with only the three of them. Viserys, breathing heavily, inquired once more, "Rhaegar, do you not feel any pain?" "No, just a slight warmth." Rhaegar replied truthfully. Ever since he had been scorched by dragonfire, the effects of the blood and fire bloodline seemed to have been amplified. Ordinary flames struggled to inflict harm upon him. Presently, he grasped a glowing steel bracelet. Apart from a mild warmth in his palm, he bore no blisters. Viserys was profoundly astonished, gazing at Rhaegar as if he were a rare treasure, his excitement barely contained. "It appears that dragonfire has awakened your ancient lineage, granting you the ability to withstand flames. The Targaryens, as an ancient family, had chronicled numerous gifted individuals throughout their long history. During the era of Valyria, the Dragonlords had revered fire sorcerers. A select few of Dragonblood could master magic. Although the Targaryen lineage had never known an ancestor unscathed by fire, Viserys believed this was indeed a facet of their hereditary capabilities, as their family's motto proclaimed, "Blood and fire are one." His powers could not remain concealed indefinitely. A modest display would foster wider acceptance in the future. Observing the father and son converse, Alicent interjected urgently, "Viserys, Rhaegar has harmed Aegon. You must take responsibility." She had witnessed Rhaegar tormenting her child. The children were her emotional support, and she would not allow anyone to bully them. Viserys' earlier excitement dissipated as he scrutinized the disheveled Aegon, noting the swollen handprint marring his face, which paled in color. He then turned to Rhaegar, reproaching him. "He is your brother. Why did you strike him?" "He bullied Helena and attempted to seize the bracelet I gifted him, which I happened upon," Rhaegar candidly explained, humorously gesturing at Aegon's face. "The most severe injury he bears is not from my hand." Aegon trembled at the accusation, clutching his mother tightly, too frightened to reveal himself. Viserys pondered, realizing the mark on Aegon's face was indeed beyond what Rhaegar, of his age, could inflict. He approached Alicent, took Aegon's hand, and sternly commanded, "Aegon, look into your father's eyes." Aegon, intimidated, began to weep, prompting Alicent to shake him gently, gritting her teeth as she urged, "Your father will advocate for you. Summon your courage. If you truly possess courage, confront Rhaegar, just as you would when bullying a little girl." Rhaenys' cold words dripped with unmasked sarcasm. Helena consistently sought Rhaegar's company, and she understood the reasons. Given their status, Rhaenys particularly loathed Aegon's cowardice. Naturally, she would defend her younger brother. Chapter 52. "Pick it up," Rhaenys exclaimed, her voice cutting through the tension. "Rhaenys, be silent." Viserys admonished loudly, turning once more to engage with Aegon. "Tell me, did you bully Helena?" "Yes." Aegon, frightened into silence, responded meekly. "Did Rhaegar punish you for this?" "Yes." Under the weight of his father's authority, Aegon could not lie, and he obediently confessed. Viserys touched Aegon's swollen cheek and glanced at Alicent's hand, comprehending everything in his mind. "Alicent, Rhaegar's method of disciplining Aegon was indeed inappropriate. But in my view, it has not reached the severity you suggest," Viserys stated solemnly. Alicent, displeased with this interrogative line of questioning, retorted, "If no one intervenes tonight, who knows what Rhaegar might do to him?" Yet Aegon bore no burns. Rhaegar had not acted so cruelly. Viserys quietly scolded her, his displeasure evident in his glare. Alicent was about to voice her thoughts again when Viserys interrupted. "Brotherly tussles are common. I was the same with Daemon in the past. Have you ever cornered Daemon, reducing him to tears?" Alicent embraced Aegon, her gaze fixed intently on her husband. Her father had once warned her that Rhaenyra would not spare her children once she ascended the throne. At that time, she had been skeptical. Now, it seemed highly probable. Before Rhaenyra had even taken action, Rhaegar was already restless. Viserys, growing irritable, raked his fingers through his hair, helping Alicent to her feet, striving to temper his anger. "Let us end this for tonight, my dear." Rhaegar must apologize to Aegon and assure him that he will not threaten him again. Alicent, fully aware of her husband's tendency to pacify, seized the opportunity to advocate for her child. Viserys hesitated briefly, glancing back at Rhaegar and Rhaenyra, then lowered his head. Contemplating, "Both children are at fault. Let them apologize to each other." Aegon initiated this by bullying his sister. Alicent remained silent, her gaze on Aegon, who looked battered and timidly stole glances at Rhaegar. After a long pause, he mustered the courage to close his eyes and utter, "I'm sorry, brother." "Well done. Now it's Rhaegar's turn." Viserys signaled for Rhaegar to respond. Rhaegar's gaze was deep as water, but suddenly he smiled. "I accept your apology, and I apologize for my rough behavior. I should not have frightened you so." He did not wish to make things difficult. Complying with Alicent's maternal instincts was not a burden. Viserys managed a strained smile at Alicent and suggested, "It is late. Let the children return to rest." Alicent nodded, refraining from further comment. She had achieved the justice she sought. Aegon was merely frightened and could not pursue the matter further. As Viserys turned to leave, Alicent took Aegon's hand. Just when they thought the matter was resolved, Rhaegar suddenly spoke. "Aegon, do you not like the bracelet? Take it with you." Viserys turned back to see Rhaegar, expressionless, tossing the heated steel bracelet onto the floor before Aegon. Aegon was startled and hurriedly retreated, fearing being struck. Viserys, enraged, bellowed, "Rhaegar, this matter is concluded." Rhaegar replied nonchalantly, "I am aware, but Yegan has a fondness for the bracelet. I promised to gift it to him." As he spoke, Rhaegar fixed his gaze upon Yegan, pointing at the bracelet on the floor with a stern demeanor, commanding, "Pick it up and take it with you." "I cannot." Yegan vehemently shook his head, retreating into Alicent's embrace, fear evident in his eyes as he regarded Rhaegar. "It belongs to you. You must take it." "I do not want it. I truly do not desire it. Not now nor ever," he protested. Rhaegar, indifferent to Yegan's pleas for mercy, coldly insisted, "Pick it up. I command you to pick it up." "No, I refuse." Observing Yegan's state of sheer terror, Alicent's expression gradually crumbled as she silently glared at Viserys. Her tear-filled eyes seemed to convey a message. "Do you see? Your beloved son dares to torment Yegan in your presence." The situation was spiraling out of control. Rhaenyra produced a damp handkerchief, folded it, and wrapped it around her hand before placing it in Yegan's palm. Then, with concern, she addressed Rhaegar, saying, "Cease this, Rhaegar." Casting a glance at his self-serving sister, Rhaegar's icy demeanor thawed, and he teased, "It is a simple matter. How could Yegan possibly fail?" With the exchange between the siblings, the tense atmosphere in the cabin slightly eased. Yet, all were acutely aware that the equilibrium of this family had been disrupted. Viserys scrutinized Rhaegar with a complex gaze before exiting the cabin alone. Alicent seized the damp handkerchief from Yegan's grasp, tears streaming down her face as she choked out, "Remember your promise. I will keep Yegan away from you." Rhaegar watched her depart, his expression devoid of warmth. Alicent evidently held a grudge against him. No matter how he explained himself, it was perceived as mere prevarication. Disinclined to say more, he remained silent. Once they had left, only Rhaegar and Rhaenyra remained in the cabin. Rhaenyra closed the door, leaning against it with her arms crossed, sighing. "Who has provoked you to such a furious outburst?" "I merely intended to frighten Yegan," Rhaegar lamented. Yet, to Alicent, it was no trivial matter. "What could I do? She fortuitously witnessed it and accused me of plotting against Yegan." Seeing her brother's weary demeanor, Rhaenyra's heart softened, and she stepped forward to embrace him, stroking his silver hair. "Do not meddle in matters that do not concern you. Alicent is a protective lioness. And so, without our mother, are we deemed inferior? You know that is not my meaning. There is no distinction. A cub bereft of a lioness's protection must grow sharper fangs and claws more quickly." Rhaegar brushed aside his sister's comforting hand, dejectedly returning to his bed. His initial intention had merely been to defend Helena. Yet he found himself viewed as a villain by Alicent, who wielded her maternal instincts with reckless abandon. Was it not simply an act of bullying due to his lack of a mother? Were it not for his disdain for Alicent's overprotective attitude, he would not have troubled Yegan once more. "Calm down. There's no need to be upset. Tonight, I will hold you as we sleep." Rhaenyra, fully aware of her brother's thoughts, gently caressed his right hand, lying beside him. She sensed that Aegon's hand had not changed at all, not resembling the appearance of iron heated to a fiery red. "You are truly different, Aegon." Alas, Aegon showed no interest in conversation, shedding his garments and drawing the covers around him. Rhaenyra ceased her chatter, instead gently patting his back while humming a lullaby, reminiscent of the times she sang to the unconscious Aegon in their childhood. As the night passed, the vessel braved the waves, arriving at the strait. On the deck, Rhaenyra held Aegon's hand, gazing at the sea, recounting her observations. "The waters under our dominion are the Blackwater Bay. We have sailed for a day and a night and are about to enter the strait. Do you comprehend the significance of the strait?" Aegon, enjoying the fresh air, replied, "The strait is the entrance to Blackwater Bay, as crucial as the throat. Indeed, the strait is encircled by Dragonstone Island and the 3 fortresses of the Tidehead, forming a maritime defense against a myriad of foes." Rhaenyra pointed towards the distant cliffs of a colossal island, introducing, that is Tidehead Island, the ancestral lands of Lord Corlys Balerion. "House Balerion?" Aegon inquired, his interest piqued. Rhaenyra smiled. "Indeed, a family skilled in long voyages, allied with ours for generations. I have heard that Lord Corlys is no trifling adversary, causing much distress for our father." Aegon implied a deeper meaning, reflecting on the issues that arose from inheritance disputes in the previous generation. Their journey also aimed to reconcile with House Balerion. Rhaenyra wished to dispel any bias from her brother and revealed a fragment of secrecy. Aegon, puzzled, asked, "If House Balerion is not as powerful as House Targaryen, why seek peace?" "That is a matter for the king to ponder," Rhaegar retorted, tugging at his nose in discontent. As an heir without power, how could she discern her father's concerns? Aegon pondered, it is perilous for House Balerion to ride our dragons. Rhaegar was taken aback, exclaiming, that is solely due to Aunt Rhaenys. The sun hung high in the sky as the ship docked in the waters governed by Dragonstone. Guards rowed 2 small boats, ferrying the group to the beach. With the voyage concluded, Viserys exhaled in relief, relishing the sensation of the soft sand beneath his feet. Your Majesty, the castle has prepared a lavish feast and fine wine, announced the acting Lord of Dragonstone, who had awaited their arrival with attendants, bowing respectfully. Upon hearing of the banquet, Viserys beamed, excellent, that is precisely what I desire. He beckoned his wife and children forward, attempting to mend the rift from the previous night with words and smiles. The distinction between the parties was clear. The acting Lord of Dragonstone, perceiving the moment, astutely initiated a conversation. The little prince and the princess were visiting the island for the first time. Should I introduce them? Rhaegar did not even glance at him and replied, my sister is the Princess of Dragonstone. Rhaegar squeezed his hand, signaling him to refrain from such remarks. The acting lord of the castle appeared slightly awkward, but Rhaegar came to his rescue. Lord Robert, would you kindly explain to my younger siblings? At your command, Princess, Robert responded with a slight nod and a smile. Dragonstone is a colossal island, characterized by rugged rocks and sparse crops. However, due to the presence of an active volcano, it is remarkably suitable for dragons. This lord, though seemingly serious, was quite the chatterbox. Despite being ignored by others, he continued to ramble on. Viserys shook his head in amusement, while Rhaegar occasionally exchanged a few words with him. As they passed towering cliffs, a dark gate adorned with dragon carvings emerged before them. Lord Wood halted his speech and called out to the towers guarding either side of the gate. The black gate slowly creaked open, revealing a winding staircase that stretched for miles, leading up the mountain to a gigantic castle. This edifice, constructed entirely of black stone, was designed to resemble a colossal dragon. Behind the gate stood a regiment of tall, poised guards, who saluted Viserys in unison as the gate opened. The grand atmosphere was overwhelming, leaving Rhaegar quite astonished. Viserys took the lead, stepping onto the bridge-like stone staircase, clearly pleased with the reception. Lord Robert began to chatter once more. The castle of Dragonstone was built during the ancient Valyrian era as a stronghold on the continent of Westeros. Thanks to the stone civilization of the ancient Valyrians, this castle was constructed entirely of black stone, featuring architectural designs that are currently beyond our technological capabilities. From a distance, it resembles an ancient dragon perched atop the mountain, gazing over the continent of Westeros. Rhaegar listened intently this time. The dragon-shaped castle on Dragonstone, along with the long staircase beneath their feet, was indeed a marvel of craftsmanship. After a while, they finally entered the castle. The grand hall was predominantly decorated in shades of black and red, perfectly reflecting the aesthetic of House Targaryen. After washing their hands, they formally took their seats. Once the meal was nearly concluded, Viserys, satisfied, rubbed his belly and sipped his wine, inquiring, I sent you a raven. How is life on Dragonstone? Lord Robert reported, Your Majesty, 2 days ago, the volcano on the island erupted, startling Rhaegar and Silverwing. Fortunately, they did not harm anyone and quickly returned to their lairs. As long as no mishaps occurred, we can prepare for my 2 sons to train the dragons tomorrow. Viserys replied with a smile. Lord Robert shook his head, looking troubled. Due to this disturbance, the 2 young dragons that were previously secured have hidden themselves, and we are still searching for their whereabouts. Upon hearing this, Viserys' expression darkened instantly. He set down his wine cup and fixed a questioning gaze on Robert. The 2 young dragons have completely vanished. What are the dragon keepers and dragon guards on the island doing? Robert lowered his head, resembling a remorseful child, and apologized. I am truly sorry. The young dragons were initially quite calm. Their free-range existence on Dragonstone Island has made us overly complacent. A mistake is a mistake, and Lord Robert exhibited commendable accountability without evading responsibility. Viserys glared in fury, his recently filled belly appearing even larger, and exclaimed, We must find the young dragons swiftly. The princes need time to establish their bond with them. Yes, most gracious Majesty. Lord Robert bowed repeatedly, hastily urging the search for the young dragons. Only the family remained at the dining table, and Rhaegar raised a question. It is rather surprising that Rhaegar and Silverwing have resurfaced after years of slumber. There is nothing extraordinary about it. Volcanic eruptions are natural disasters, and dragons are instinctively drawn to seek safety. Viserys reminisced about his own dragon, the Black Dread, Balerion. Regrettably, he had only ridden Balerion too late in life. He had merely soared above King's Landing in his youth, never even making the journey to Dragonstone. Reflecting on those bygone days, Viserys chuckled softly, pushed back his chair, and stood up, declaring, "Your king and father has dined sufficiently and shall now indulge in a pleasant afternoon nap." After his departure, the dining table fell silent. The family, having hastily satisfied their appetites, dispersed. The day was still young, and Aegon clung to Rhaenyra, imploring her to show him around Dragonstone. With little else to occupy her, Rhaenyra acquiesced to his request. They first strolled within the castle, admiring the grandeur of ancient Valyrian architecture, which left Aegon in awe. Not only was the castle constructed in the shape of a dragon, but a towering spire also rose in the likeness of a dragon, its head surveying the surroundings. As the afternoon wore on, Rhaenyra, unable to withstand Aegon's persistent pleas, led him to the beach for a walk. Gazing at the towering cliffs, Aegon felt elated and exuberant. He greatly preferred Dragonstone, with its natural ambience, over the cage-like confines of the Red Keep. Rhaenyra laughed as her brother dashed along the shore, remarking, "Poor child, you've never ventured far from home." Aegon remained oblivious, unaware that Dragonstone was merely the doorstep of House Targaryen. "Sister, come quickly and see. There is a deep, dark cave." Chapter 54. Dragonstone. As she stepped upon the soft sands of the beach, Rhaenyra shook the water from her boots, and Aegon's call echoed from afar. She lifted her gaze, only to find that Aegon had vanished from view. Momentarily flustered, she cried out, "Where are you? I shall find you." "I'm here, let me take a look first." Aegon's voice echoed again, albeit much softer. Rhaenyra hastened toward the direction of the sound, the moss-covered cliffs stretching endlessly, dotted with numerous caves at their base. "Where did he go?" she mused, scanning the cliffs filled with caverns, utterly unable to discern which one Aegon had entered. "Rhaegar, do not hide from your sister. Come out." Rhaenyra called out loudly, filled with both anger and concern as she searched for her brother. She believed Rhaegar was deliberately teasing her. However, after waiting for a protracted time without a response, panic set in. She inspected each cave entrance, finding only bat droppings and shells left by the rising tide. There was no sign of Rhaegar. Taking a deep breath, Rhaenyra's pupils dilated as she realized that Rhaegar was not merely playing hide-and-seek. He had genuinely ventured into one of the caves. Heavens above, who could fathom the depths of such a cave or what lay within? Rhaenyra, in a state of agitation, dashed back to summon the guards for a search. Meanwhile, within the castle, Viserys slumbered deeply in his chamber. In the midst of middle age, his physique had begun to soften, and his vitality had waned. Had this been before Rhaegar's birth, he would have embraced his wife, indulging in their intimate moments before drifting into a restful sleep. Alicent peeked into the room, noting his peaceful slumber, and with a furrowed brow, she retreated to another chamber. After years of marriage, the lady, steeped in decorum, still found herself repulsed by the lingering scent of her husband's intoxication. She entered the adjacent room, equally lavishly decorated. With an air of freshness, having entrusted the children to the maid's care, she sought a moment of respite. As she settled into a rocking chair, half awake and half asleep, a series of knocks jolted her from her reverie. Alicent turned towards the door, anticipating the cries of her children or a maid calling for her. Yet, the door revealed no unusual happenings, nor did she hear the maid's voice. The knocking persisted, causing Alicent to frown slightly as she followed the sound, only to be startled into an upright position in her chair. The knocks emanated from the wall of her chamber, specifically from within the wall. A sudden anxiety gripped her, compelling her to summon assistance. At that moment, the wall slowly began to shift, astonishingly rotating open. Alicent stood frozen in disbelief, hastily grasping a small knife from the table and retreating toward the door. The wall completed its rotation, revealing a pitch-dark space. Alicent could scarcely believe that a mere room she had chosen concealed a secret passage. Cautiously, she scrutinized the entrance to the passage, her grip on the knife growing slick with sweat. Who is there?" she called out. Another series of knocks echoed, and a gentle breeze wafted from the passageway. In the next instant, a figure cloaked in black surged forth. Within the dimly lit cave, a rustling sound ensued. The sharp clink of flint striking echoed, and a torch flared to life, illuminating the cave and casting a rosy hue upon Rhaegar's face. Rhaegar hasn't he followed? Should I return? Rhaegar murmured quietly as he tucked the flint back into his enchanted bracelet. Ever since acquiring this treasure, he had secretly stashed away numerous supplies for unforeseen circumstances. Rhaegar surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was indeed within a tunnel. The surroundings bore the marks of extraction, suggesting that someone had once traversed this place. Since he was already here, he decided to venture further. Calming his racing heart, Rhaegar raised the torch and proceeded deeper into the cavern. The cave was spacious, with excellent air circulation, offering a tantalizing opportunity for exploration. More importantly, Rhaegar hoped to find the fledgling dragon that had fled. Perhaps the young dragon was concealed within the cave, waiting to be discovered by him. As he walked, the tunnel gradually narrowed, revealing ever more signs of excavation. A peculiar black crystal began to emerge on the stone walls, seemingly capable of devouring the light. Was this dragon crystal? Rhaegar touched the black crystal on the wall, recalling the half-year of rigorous education under two scholars. He had learned that this crystal was known as dragon crystal, a mineral unique to Dragonstone Island, also referred to as obsidian. Dragon crystal could be found in the Red Keep, adorning certain special garments and weapons, though its practical utility was nearly non-existent. Rhaegar pried off a piece of dragon crystal from a loose chisel mark, cherishing the rare find within his spatial bracelet. He could not leave empty-handed after venturing in. Illuminating the path ahead, he discovered that the tunnel extended even deeper, and he continued onward. After all, it was a single path, and he had no fear of losing his way. As he proceeded, the tunnel grew increasingly constricted, with dragon crystals densely populating the walls. Ultimately, the entire passage was excavated within the confines of dragon crystal. Soon, he reached the end of the tunnel. Under the glow of his torch, Rhaegar discerned carvings on the dragon crystal wall depicting various figures: shepherds, colossal dragons, giants, and even a grotesque monster. Drawing closer, he scrutinized the engravings, seeking to comprehend what they documented. The Song of Ice and Fire. The thought struck him immediately. The carvings on the dragon crystal wall represented the prophecies of the Song of Ice and Fire. They chronicled the 14 flames of the ancient Balerion era and the crossing of the sea by Heir. There was even a depiction of a long night brought forth by monsters, a tale from countless years past. The prophecy of the conqueror Aegon was indeed true. Did others truly exist in this world? Rhaegar stared in astonishment at the dragon crystal wall, murmuring to himself. The magnitude of this revelation far surpassed that of a mere dragon. The legendary monsters were real, and the foretelling of this calamity was etched within the dragon crystal mine of Dragonstone Island. Rhaegar extended his hand to wipe the dust from the carvings. As soon as he made contact, the system notification chimed in his ear. The exploration task had commenced, targeting the dragon crystal wall. Accessing the system panel. Exploration data appeared. Dragon crystal wall, exploration progress, 02. He had embarked on an exploration task, indicating that these carvings were indeed authentic. This suggested they were either exceedingly precious or of great antiquity. The prophetic engravings held undeniable value, with a timeline far beyond his knowledge. It seemed he was on the brink of acquiring yet another high-quality relic. Rhaegar retrieved a small stool from his spatial bracelet and leaned against the wall of the dragon crystal cave, awaiting the conclusion of the exploration. He hoped Rhaenyra would not grow anxious, thinking he had lost his way. In Alicent's quarters, she sat in a chair, drenched in cold sweat and seething with anger as she glared ahead. The figure in the black robe stood before her with arms crossed over his abdomen, gasping for breath. Alicent demanded, "What are you doing on Dragonstone? What is your purpose here?" Unfazed by her hostility, the black-robed figure replied in a deep voice, "My purpose is of little consequence. It is your mission that holds significance." "What do you mean?" Alicent inquired, perplexed. The black-robed figure continued, "The two princes wish to tame young dragons, but alas, they have been frightened away. The guards are tirelessly searching and will soon uncover their hiding places." "Is that so?" "I happen to know where two young dragons are located. What do you want in return?" "I will disclose the location of the dragons. Prince Aegon may choose first, but you must share the other location." The black-robed figure spoke with cryptic intent. Alicent scrutinized him, unable to fathom his true motives. However, considering the significance of a dragon to the Targaryen lineage, she pressed, "Where are the young dragons?" Chapter 55. The second legend. In the blink of an eye, twilight descended. In the dragon crystal cave, before the wall adorned with murals, the young prince was lost in slumber, oblivious to the passage of time. Suddenly, Rhaegar shivered and awoke from his dream. Groggily surveying his surroundings, he was greeted by the system's prompt. Exploration complete. Please collect the lost treasures. Instantly alert, Rhaegar's eyes scanned every corner. Dragon crystal wall, exploration progress, 100. Where could it be? After a thorough search, he discovered a round crimson glow above him on the dragon crystal wall. Red, an artifact of legendary status. Rhaegar widened his eyes and cautiously punctured the crimson aura. A burst of red light erupted like fireworks, cascading above his head. Artifact collection successful, undergoing detection. Detection complete, classified as a legendary artifact, the Last Ember. Indeed, it was legendary, comparable to the mysterious relic, Blackfyre's origin. Rhaegar rubbed his hands together in anticipation, examining the faint flicker displayed on the system panel. The core of the flame glowed orange, its edges wavering in a vibrant red, resembling an ember that could extinguish at any moment. The last ember appeared to be on the verge of fading away. Filled with curiosity, Rhaegar attempted to activate the flickering flame. Activation failed. Legendary artifacts possess uniqueness and require specific conditions to be activated. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Rhaegar recalled his initial exploration of Balerion's skull, where he obtained the legacy of dragons. The battered dragon scales demanded true dragon blood to be activated. Precious items have always been one of a kind. Rhaegar furrowed his brow slightly as he accessed the annotation font on the system panel to examine the notes on the last ember. Fire symbolizes the dawn of civilization. Ancient cultures evolve from tender beginnings into colossal entities, journeying from prosperity to ruin. Each civilization possesses a unique heritage, with indestructible crystals safeguarding the final ember, awaiting the valiant warrior to restore its former glory. 2 lines of small text elucidated the origins of the last ember, but refrained from revealing the means to activate it. Rhaegar's brow furrowed further, lamenting the possession of a treasure without the knowledge to wield it. Being the last ember, it must surely be connected to fire and magic. When contemplating fire and magic, the first thought that sprang to Rhaegar's mind was of dragons. The legacy of giants requires the bloodline of true dragons. Perhaps the last ember demands dragonfire? Rhaegar's thoughts spiraled into a whirlwind of speculation. As darkness enveloped the sky, the temperature within the cave gradually plummeted. The breath he exhaled formed a mist, contrasting starkly with the flickering torchlight. Alas, it must be quite late. Having successfully unearthed the relic, Rhaegar's adventure had reached a satisfying conclusion. However, he now faced the repercussions of his escapade. Retracing his steps, he pondered how to craft a plausible excuse. The waves crashed upon the shore, unable to muffle the footsteps of the searching guards. Just as Rhaegar emerged from the narrow opening, he looked up to see torches swaying and heard the cacophony of voices calling his name. "I am here," Rhaegar exclaimed, raising his torch to signal the guards nearby. "Your Highness, come quickly. We have found Prince Rhaegar," a guard shouted urgently. The chaotic footsteps on the sandy beach surrounded Rhaegar. Soon, the figures of Viserys and Rhaenyra appeared before him. Without waiting for any paternal response from Viserys, Rhaenyra rushed forward, tackling him to the ground. Her youthful face was contorted with fury, her voice thick with a choked sob. "You fool, where have you been?" "I was in the cave. I found something," Rhaegar replied, hesitant to move, lowering his head meekly. "What could possibly be more important than your safety? You nearly scared me to death." Rhaenyra, resembling a furious mother dragon, let tears cascade down her cheeks as she choked out, "You vanished right under my nose. If anything had happened to you, what would I have done? You are my only support. Without you, I would be lost." As she spoke, Rhaenyra's tears flowed freely, and in her anger, she pinned Rhaegar down, delivering playful smacks to his backside. Faced with his sister's deep sorrow, Rhaegar dared not resist, covering his face with his hands and submitting to her reprimand. "Enough, Rhaenyra," Viserys interjected, his earlier anger dissipating as he approached his daughter to offer comfort. "Now that we have found our son, let us not further distress our daughter." Rhaenyra ceased her playful assault, wiping her tears with her sleeve, her voice laced with a threat. "If there is a next time, I shall break your legs and drag you back to the Red Keep, locking you away in the attic for eternity." Rhaegar nodded fervently, repeatedly assuring her there would be no next time. As he drew a piece of dragon crystal from his bosom, its authenticity ambiguous, he remarked, "I did not intentionally wander. Rather, I felt an inexplicable call beckoning me." "Nonsense. Those are merely your excuses," Rhaenyra retorted bluntly. Viserys furrowed his brow, questioning, "You ventured into the dragon crystal cavern?" Indeed, an unknown entity guided me to the cavern, unveiling ancient legends, Rhaegar asserted with conviction. What entity? Viserys regarded his eldest son's cryptic musings with skepticism. Yet he held a deep respect for a dreamwalker and was inclined to hear of his son's adventures. Rhaegar meticulously sketched several images in the sand, stating earnestly, "Long ago, someone carved the legends of ice and fire within the dragon crystal cavern." Viserys observed the sand drawings, eagerly pressing for details. Is it truly the song of ice and fire? Which cavern? He recalled the prophecy inscribed within the dragonbone dagger, with similar legends recorded. How could he resist the allure of exploration? Rhaegar indicated the entrance to the cavern, and Viserys instructed, "You and Rhaenyra should return to rest. She has had a long day." He then led the captain of the King's Guard, Harold, and 2 guards into the depths of the cave. Rhaenyra, half aware and utterly perplexed, inquired, "What is this song of ice and fire? Isn't that just a myth?" Unable to clarify in that moment, she suggested, "Let us return first." Rhaegar, seeking to placate her, took her hand gently. "Please explain everything to me upon our return," she insisted, turning her head away, gripping his hand tightly. It is already past midnight. She had been searching since after lunch, thoroughly exhausted and famished. After their meal in Rhaegar's chambers, the siblings completed their evening rituals and lay in their beds clad in nightclothes. Rhaegar carefully recounted the history of the Song of Ice and Fire and his experiences within the cavern. Rhaenyra's eyes widened in astonishment as she whispered, "Do creatures like White Walkers and the army of the dead truly exist? Who knows? The last age of legends was millennia ago," Rhaegar replied, reclining against her. Relishing the warmth of her presence, his eyes half closed. "Our ancestors were the dragon kings of ancient Valyria. Tracing back, they were merely shepherds. I believe the Song of Ice and Fire signifies a unique calamity for the continent of Westeros." Rhaenyra raised an eyebrow. "Much like the apocalyptic disasters of ancient Valyria? That seems unlikely. The Long Night was a frigid catastrophe wrought by the White Walkers, yet history tells us that human armies triumphed over the Night King, saving the continent. In contrast, the civilization of ancient Valyria, with its multitude of dragons, was utterly obliterated by its own cataclysm. This illustrates the sheer terror of such apocalyptic disasters, leaving no room for resistance." Chapter 56, A Resolution of Determination. "You seem to know a great deal." Observing Rhaegar's animated discourse, Rhaenyra playfully pinched his cheek. "Of course. I was compelled to read thousands of books. My mind is brimming with knowledge." The recollection of this matter filled Rhaegar with trepidation, as he had suffered under the burdensome weight of rote education. Rhaenyra let out a soft huff and inquired, "With your intelligence, assist me in analyzing this conundrum. Bring it forth." A confident Aegon replied, "Father has considered a marriage alliance for me with Laenor, the son of the sea snake." Rhaenyra's tone remained flat, concealing the fact that there was another potential match involving Aegon himself. Aegon was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that her question would pertain to this matter. As a mere child, what did he know of politics? After a brief hesitation, Aegon asked, "Do you like him?" "Not at all," Rhaenyra directly refuted. Aegon strained his young mind and queried in confusion, "Is father attempting to ally with the sea snake?" Rhaenyra tightened her embrace around him slightly, responding coolly, "The sea snake is a renowned naval commander. The Balerion family is exceedingly wealthy and possesses 3 dragons for protection, making them worthy of any effort to befriend." It was a sound strategy, in line with father's modus operandi. Aegon seemed to sense the weight of his sister's silence, his voice losing its buoyant tone. "Should I agree and shoulder the responsibilities of the heir?" A glimmer of amusement danced in Rhaenyra's eyes. "If it were me, I would likely consent." Aegon murmured in a whisper, his head bowed, unable to meet Rhaenyra's gaze. Rhaenyra huffed again, pushing him away. "I knew you were in cahoots with father." "No, I am not," Aegon immediately countered, his urgency evident. "But you are the heir. Until a better solution presents itself, we must confront the trouble head-on." "Who is the trouble?" "Me?" Rhaenyra retorted, displeased. "The sea snake," Aegon declared with newfound clarity. Rhaenyra was momentarily speechless, rubbing her forehead, when Aunt Rhaenys lost the throne. "The sea snake has harbored resentment, and everyone knows he is the source of trouble. If we cannot eliminate the trouble, we can remove the one who causes it," Aegon asserted earnestly. "Aegon, I forbid you from entertaining such perilous thoughts," Rhaenyra exclaimed, startled, delivering a stern warning. Aegon shook his head. "I do not intend to eliminate the sea snake. With so many in the Balerion family, losing one Corlys will not diminish them, as there are still numerous sea lions and seals. Everything he does stems from a thirst for power, which we could exploit to dismantle his stronghold. Rhaegar appeared puzzled. If you were in my position, what would you do? The Balerion family's greatest strength lies in their naval fleet and 3 dragons. The Battle of Stepstones has severely weakened the Sea Snake's fleet, and it will take time for them to recover. We should focus on the dragons of their family. Aegon paused, his brow furrowed. Rhaenys is a princess of House Targaryen. She would not oppose her family. However, her 2 children, the eldest, Lena, has tamed Rhaegar, and it is said she is already betrothed, destined to marry outside the family. Lena rides the newly hatched Sea Smoke, who participated in the Battle of Stepstones and possesses commendable military prowess. Continue, what ideas do you have? Rhaegar's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Rhaegar contemplated, realizing that to dismantle the 3 dragons, it was imperative to establish corresponding regulations. He considered the formation of a royal dragonrider order, which would involve summoning dragonriders outside the Targaryen lineage for proper management. Currently, the only dragonriders apart from those of Targaryen descent were the 2 offspring of the sea snake, rendering the situation excessively targeted. Rhaegar deemed this approach unfeasible. Seeking his cooperation was certainly out of the question. It would require a series of coercive incentives. After a lengthy period of reflection, Rhaegar sighed in resignation, lamenting that if only his father possessed an adult dragon, they would not be in such a vulnerable position. Enough of such musings, Rhaegar interjected gently. Ever since Balerion's passing, father's desire for dragons has waned significantly. She smoothed his furrowed brow and added with a smile. You are already quite astute. When you mature, you will undoubtedly become a formidable politician. I wish to assist you. Rhaegar expressed disappointment. You can only assist me once you grow up. Rhaegar's voice softened as she kissed his forehead. I fear time may not be on our side. Suddenly, Rhaegar looked up, his seriousness palpable. I no longer wish to tame a hatchling. Since I did not personally hatch it, I might as well train an adult dragon. Rhaegar, puzzled, inquired, what has prompted this sudden notion? Rhaegar rose from the bed, donning his shoes as he replied, I am off to seek Lord Robert. He knows the lairs of Rhaegar and Silverwing. Do not be foolish. Has the lesson from Dreamfire not yet sufficed? Rhaegar admonished, pulling him back with a mixture of concern and resignation. An adult dragon is perilous. Rhaegar, known as the Bronze Fury, has a temperament more volatile than Dreamfire's. You must obey and nurture a hatchling gradually. It will surely aid me. Rhaegar retorted confidently, I nearly tamed Dreamfire. I possess the capability to tame an adult dragon. He exuded self-assurance, believing his pure lineage and innate talent rendered him unafraid of challenges. I absolutely forbid you from taking such risks. Do you understand, Rhaegar? Rhaegar insisted, firmly grasping his shoulders in a manner that brooked no dissent. Rhaegar's lips moved, but under her intense gaze, he ultimately exhaled a sigh of acquiescence and nodded. Very well. Do not give me cause for worry, and be a good brother. Rhaegar lifted him back onto the bed. Rhaegar remained silent, his expression a tempest of emotions. Yet inwardly, he was devising how to tame Rhaegar or Silverwing. Alicent took advantage of the fact that he and Rhaegar had no mother, while the sea snake, emboldened by his mastery over the 3 dragons, harbored ambitious designs. Ultimately, it was merely a matter of exploiting the perceived weaknesses of his father, Viserys, that allowed such audacity. He believed the time had come to tame an adult dragon and alter the prevailing dynamic of weakness among lords. Father needs me, and so does Rhaegar. He resolved silently as he lay on his side moments before the lights went out. The following day, Rhaegar had scarcely awoken when he heard a knock at the door, followed by Cole's reminder, Princess, the king has sent for you to discuss matters. Very well, Sir Cole, Rhaegar replied hastily, donning her dress and admonishing Rhaegar. Do not wander off, understand? Rest assured, Rhaegar reassured her, patting his chest. Rhaegar stepped out, instructing Cole, keep an eye on him, and do not let him wander. She felt uneasy leaving Rhaegar alone, as he had a troublesome past. Cole nodded in agreement. Yes, your highness. Only when she was assured that there would be no errors did Rhaegar feel at ease to depart. Inside the chamber, Rhaegar was already dressed. A servant brought breakfast, and Rhaegar picked up a piece of bread, glancing back at Cole, who was stationed at the door, and inquired, Have you eaten? Care to join me? Cole politely declined. Thank you for the kind offer, but there is no need to trouble yourself. Rhaegar did not press the matter and dined alone. Unfortunately, Alec did not accompany them. Only the captain, Harold, and Cole were present among the Kingsguard. Otherwise, he could have shared a meal. Sir Cole, have there been any updates on the search for the young dragons? Rhaegar casually asked. Not yet. I have heard that Queen Alicent has dispatched additional personnel, Cole replied candidly. Is Lord Robert searching as well? Rhaegar continued, feigning casual interest. Indeed, Lord Robert is leading the search himself. He even went to the seaside last night to look for you, Your Highness, Cole informed. Rhaegar's eyes glinted as he rose, stating, I am full. I shall take a stroll around the castle. Regardless of Cole's willingness, she briskly walked away. Cole hesitated briefly, recalling that the princess's command was merely to keep an eye on the prince, and staying within the castle should not be considered wandering. He followed Rhaegar closely in his protective capacity. What do you suppose my sister and father are discussing? Rhaegar queried after walking a short distance. Given the significance of the matters they discuss, I could hardly speculate. Cole maintained his humility. Take a guess. My sister has such trust in you, Rhaegar urged. As Cole was pressed for answers, he began to waver, gradually responding. In recent discussions, most have revolved around the princess's marriage. My knowledge on the subject is quite limited. Lord Corlys Valerion's eldest son? It seems you are acquainted with him, Rhaegar observed. During Lord Corlys' tenure as the master of ships, the princess often interacted with his children. I have been fortunate to have met them, Cole replied. Rhaegar turned with a serious expression. What kind of man is Laenor? Answer me earnestly, sir. Cole maintained a composed demeanor, offering an impartial assessment. Ser Laenor is exceedingly handsome, with a genial disposition. He is an exemplary knight. Does he possess any disreputable habits? Rhaegar continued her inquiry. Considering Rhaegar's knowledge of Rhaenyra, if Laenor truly embodied the perfection Cole described, it would indeed be a match made in heaven. Rhaenyra was drawn to handsome and gentle men, making it illogical to resist. Cole fell silent, refusing to comment further. Rhaegar perceived the implication. Laenor must have flaws, for a knight's honor compelled Cole to refrain from speaking ill of others. Does he indulge in drinking or gambling? Rhaegar probed. Ser Laenor enjoys drinking, but never gambles, Cole replied with precision. Rhaegar pressed on. Does he frequent brothels or lead a chaotic private life? Cole hesitated, opening his mouth before responding. Ser Laenor does not engage in such activities. What of illegitimate offspring? Rhaegar's focus sharpened. It is occasionally heard that Sir Laenor is not inclined towards women, and there are no rumors regarding such matters. Cole meticulously selected his words. Rhaegar furrowed his brow. You do not deny his chaotic private life, yet assert that he is disinterested in women. This is quite contradictory. Cole turned his head away, embodying a sense of righteousness. Unsatisfied with the response, Rhaegar continued walking, pondering the implications of Cole's words. Suddenly, Rhaegar halted in his tracks, a possibility flashing through his mind. Does he prefer men? Rhaegar looked at Cole in astonishment. Cole lowered his gaze, neither affirming nor denying. This reaction left Rhaegar with clarity. His father intended to marry Rhaenyra to a man whose orientation was questionable. Did he not fear that this might lead to marital discord and repercussions? Rhaegar mused internally. The members of House Targaryen are no mere innocents. They are all predators. Absurd. His father's decisions were utterly foolish. Rhaegar murmured, his resolve for the forthcoming plans growing stronger. Take me to Lord Robert's chamber. He should possess a map of Dragonstone. Rhaegar commanded Cole. Cole inquired, pardon my curiosity, but what purpose do you have for the map of Dragonstone? To find the dragons. A map would facilitate our endeavors, Rhaegar asserted. The search for the young dragons has its own protectors. You need only wait, Cole responded. Her Majesty has already dispatched individuals to seek them out. Naturally, it is Aegon who will tame them first. I cannot merely wait indefinitely. Rhaegar provided a reasonable justification. Cole agreed with this notion and suggested, you need not go to Lord Wood's chamber for the map. A copy is hidden in the princess's bedroom. Why did you not mention this sooner? Rhaegar questioned, a look of exasperation crossing his face. You just asked, Cole replied candidly. Rhaegar smacked his forehead and turned back. Upon returning to the bedroom, he rummaged until he uncovered a map of Dragonstone, nearly 2 meters wide, tucked beneath the bed. Leaning over the map, Rhaegar scrutinized it, searching for the location of the volcano. Vhagar and Silverwing reside in nests beneath the volcano. To find them, one must begin close to the volcano. Here, in the eastern mountain range of Dragonstone, the island's uniqueness lies not only in its dragons, but also in its stones. This peculiar mountain range stretches from east to west, with an active volcano nestled within. Committing the general location to memory, Rhaegar felt prepared and resolved to venture forth in search of dragons. Seeking the young dragons, Cole had intentions to refuse, but Rhaegar's expression hardened, displeased. Taming dragons is the duty of every Targaryen. I must join the expedition and contribute. Allowing you to venture out makes it difficult for me to report back to the princess. Cole shook his head. Then accompany me. We shall return before dinner. As Rhaegar spoke, he moved towards the exit, denying Cole the chance to refuse. Cole sighed deeply, helplessly following suit. The prince's status was too unique. Both the king and the princess cared immensely, and he could only do his best to ensure the prince's safety. The castle lay to the north of Dragonstone. Rhaegar exited the Red Keep, bypassing the stone corridor, and made his way towards the agricultural area behind the castle. There were quite a number of commoners on Dragonstone. A portion of the Targaryen family's bastards and their descendants have resided on Dragonstone for generations, enjoying relatively favorable conditions. After their conversation concluded, Rhaenyra stepped out of her father's chamber, a faint trace of melancholy etched upon her brow. Last night, Viserys had spent the night poring over the prophetic stone wall, returning only at dawn. Without the luxury of rest, he hastened to find Rhaenyra, sharing with her the prophecy of the Song of Ice and Fire and revealing the account of the Dragonhorn dagger. This revelation filled her with trepidation regarding the potential arrival of Eternal Night and the others. She pondered deeply, questioning whether she possessed the confidence to lead the Seven Kingdoms against the encroaching darkness when that day arrived. The answer she found was a resounding no. Fortunately, the Eternal Night had not manifested for millennia, and the prophesied prince named Aegon could hardly be that timid, weeping boy. The thought of Alicent's son Aegon rekindled her faith. As she traversed the path homeward, she heard Alicent's voice behind her. "Rhaenyra, shall we have a word?" Rhaenyra turned, deflecting. "What is there to discuss?" "It is not yet time for afternoon tea. Come on, I deeply regret my previous doubts about you and wish to have an earnest conversation." Alicent's current demeanor incited Rhaenyra's profound disdain. The tension between them was palpable, teetering on the brink of confrontation, despite the pretense of sisterly affection. "Very well, let us converse." Rhaenyra acquiesced, eager to discern her intentions. Alicent stepped forward, taking her hand with a cheerful demeanor as they made their way to the castle gardens. As they walked, Alicent inquired, "Where's Rhaegar?" "He is resting. He sneaked out yesterday, and I forbade him from going out," Rhaenyra replied candidly. "I heard he discovered some ancient prophetic mural." "Indeed, the Song of Ice and Fire," Rhaenyra responded with a hint of sarcasm. "I thought that was merely a frightful tale to lull children to sleep." "It is indeed steeped in myth." Rhaenyra chose not to elaborate further. The Song of Ice and Fire was a prophecy that heirs must understand, not something for Alicent to grasp. Chapter 58. The White Cloak at Dusk. Rhaegar halted amidst a stretch of farmland, with the desolate stony hills stretching endlessly into the distance. "Your Highness, we must return to the castle," urged Ser Cole, who had taken on the role of his protector. Rhaegar gazed longingly at the distant mountains, whispering, "The island's active volcano lies in that direction. Your Highness, if we do not return soon, the princess will be displeased." Ser Cole sighed in resignation. "I am aware. We shall return before nightfall," Rhaegar replied nonchalantly. After meandering through the small town on the island, Rhaegar had gleaned considerable information, such as the approximate location of the lair where Vormisol and Silverwing dwelled. "Let us depart," Ser Cole. After casting one last glance at a group of silver-haired children frolicking at the town's entrance, Rhaegar turned to retrace his steps. Ser Cole followed closely, curiosity piqued. "Your Highness, do you lack companions for play?" "No, it is merely peculiar to observe the hair color of those children." Upon seeing the hues of their locks, Rhaegar pondered whether one of them might be his illegitimate brother. His father was once a vigorous young man in his youth. In the evening, after the family had dined, they retreated to their chambers. As was customary, Rhaegar was drawn into Rhaenys' bedroom, where the siblings exchanged whispers. Rhaenys initiated the conversation. "Cole mentioned you went into town?" "I aspire to seek out a young dragon and tame one," Rhaegar replied with composure. "That would be preferable. A young dragon is more suited for a young Targaryen. I grew up alongside Syrax." After a moment's reflection, he added, "Alicent sought me for a conversation, and we chatted for quite some time." "What could you possibly discuss?" Rhaegar inquired, a hint of curiosity in his tone. "I posed the same question to Alicent," Rhaenys mused. "She spoke of my betrothal and offered some suggestions, which I declined." "And what else?" Rhaegar pressed. My tone was less than pleasant, yet Alicent remained unfazed, even mentioning the whereabouts of two young dragons. So, you suspect something is amiss. The siblings exclaimed in unison, sharing a knowing smile. Rhaegar chuckled. Alicent is a woman of small-mindedness. If she deigns to set aside her pride to seek you out, her intentions cannot be pure. I share your sentiments. Alicent has always surpassed me in every regard, harboring a deep-seated disdain for me. She would not extend kindness without reason. Rhaenys remarked, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Rhaegar inquired, did she reveal the location of the two young dragons? They were spotted on the eastern coast, engaged in a skirmish, Rhaenys explained. That region is near an active volcano. It is likely accurate, Rhaegar analyzed, considering the geographical implications. Dragons thrive in warm environments, and the caverns beneath a volcano provide an ideal habitat. Rhaenys twirled a lock of hair around her finger, her gaze resolute. We must locate the two young dragons before she does. They are likely together. There is no need for haste, Rhaegar responded nonchalantly. What do you know? Dragons come in various ranks. A gifted young dragon will mature swiftly in the future. Rhaenys retorted, exasperated as she gave him a light nudge. I have no idea what the two young dragons even look like. How can I discern their worth? Rhaegar replied, feigning innocence. Rhaenys sat up, her demeanor serious. Choose Sunfire, the golden-scaled dragon with pale pink wings. The hatchling from the same clutch as your Syrax? Rhaegar queried, intrigued. Indeed. Sunfire hatched several years after Syrax and is an exceptionally magnificent creature. You must strive to claim it, Rhaenys emphasized earnestly. The notion of Targaryen siblings riding golden dragons sounded splendid to Rhaegar, eliciting a chuckle. Rhaegar, I am not jesting. Sunfire is truly suited for you. And you wouldn't want to be outshined by Aegon, would you? Rhaenys expressed her concern for her brother's choice of dragon. She had kept a watchful eye on that golden hatchling, initially intending to bring Rhaegar to tame Sunfire when he turned 10, should the egg not have hatched by then. In this endeavor, both Rhaegar and Aemond are tasked with the training of dragons, with Rhaegar being the first to engage with Sunfire as arranged. However, an unexpected volcanic eruption causes both young dragons to flee in terror, refusing to return to their lair. Should Aemond encounter Sunfire first and successfully tame him, Rhaenyra would undoubtedly be beside herself with rage. Observing her sister's impending fury, Rhaegar suppressed his smile and earnestly promised, I shall strive to tame Sunfire and deny Aemond any opportunity. Humph, that's more like it, Rhaenyra responded with a dismissive huff, reclining once more. In her view, it was only fitting that the siblings each tame a golden dragon, as it was a matter of destiny. The following morning, Rhaegar rose from his slumber and donned a black dragon-riding suit under the attentive care of a maid. He touched the shoulder pads fashioned to resemble dragon scales and remarked with a hint of reluctance, Must I truly dress this way? Rhaenyra, languidly sprawled across her bed, replied weakly, The fabric of the dragon suit is of exceptional quality, durable and breathable, making it ideal for prolonged activity. As long as you consent to my venture in search of dragons, or whatever you like. After much persuasion the previous night, Rhaegar had finally secured her approval to join the dragon hunting expedition. Before he departed, Rhaenyra called out to him, cautioning, I am feeling unwell. Cole will accompany you. And I have dispatched a contingent of dragon guards as well. Rest assured, no matter how cunning Alicent may be, she would not dare lay a hand on me. Rhaegar patted his chest, his heart brimming with excitement as he set off. Exiting the castle, he headed directly toward the active volcano. Your Highness, shouldn't our journey commence toward the east coast? Cole inquired, noticing their route diverging. The east coast is based on intelligence from Alicent. How much of it do you believe? Rhaegar countered. Cole found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had heard whispers of the conflict between the queen and the prince during their voyage, aware of the deteriorating relations between the two factions. Therefore, accompanying me is not an issue, correct? Rhaegar asserted. Your reasoning is sound, Prince, Cole replied, pressing his lips together and falling silent. Stealing a glance at the diligent Cole, Rhaegar's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the white cloak cascading down his back, prompting a momentary pause. Does the white cloak signify the honor of the royal guard? He inquired. Indeed, Your Highness, Cole replied, gently caressing the fabric, a flicker of pride illuminating his eyes. I hail from humble beginnings. Having served as a squire to a certain lord in my youth, it was through valor in a fierce battle against the Dornish that I earned my current honor. You must cherish your present life, Rhaegar remarked with a light-hearted smile. Cole nodded earnestly, stating, It is this white cloak that has bestowed upon me unprecedented honor and dignity. His deep sense of responsibility was palpable. For reasons unknown, Rhaegar felt an odd sensation regarding Cole's white cloak, so pristine, so pure. A fleeting memory of a dream washed over him, and he pondered aloud. If it were to gather dust, would it not become a mere soiled handkerchief? Glancing back at the earnest-faced Cole, Rhaegar's expression fluctuated. Cole, cherish it well, and do not allow it to be sullied. He declared in a steady tone. I shall. Your Highness, Cole assured him. Despite a slight confusion regarding the prince's insistence on safeguarding the white robe, Cole smiled reassuringly, his eyes brimming with anticipation for the future. Chapter 59. The Grey Shadow. Following a brief interlude, the group journeyed on in silence. An accompanying dragon guard explained that the active volcano posed a risk of molten lava eruptions, prompting the adult dragons on the island to nest in the nearby subterranean depths to avert disaster. The canyon before them had once been inhabited by Wormisol and the Silver Wing, but it was subsequently abandoned for reasons unknown. Rhaegar inquired, shall we venture inside? Let the dragon guards investigate. There is no need for you to take such risks. Cole replied, beckoning several dragon guards to step forward as they sprinted toward the canyon. Rhaegar did not oppose, recognizing that it was merely an abandoned lair, with minimal likelihood of encountering dragons. It was not worth the trouble to investigate personally. After a while, the dispatched dragon guards had not returned, but two soldiers approached from behind. The soldiers approached the group and bowed respectfully. Rhaegar asked, what brings you here? One soldier promptly responded, Lord Robb has located 2 young dragons. One is currently in captivity, while the other was discovered at Dragon Mountain. Dragon Mountain, situated on the western side of the active volcano, is a vast expanse of towering peaks, where the Silverwing had recently laid eggs. An accompanying dragon guard elaborated. Then what are we waiting for? Let us depart. Upon hearing of the Silverwing's presence at Dragon Mountain, Rhaegar was instantly invigorated. Cole leaned down and whispered, Your Highness, Dragon Mountain is known for its adult dragons. We should not take such risks. We will search only in the vicinity, and Lord Robb will dispatch additional personnel. There is no cause for concern. Rhaegar was precisely in search of the adult dragons and was troubled by the lack of opportunity to encounter them. He gestured for one soldier to wait in place for the absent dragon guards while instructing another to lead the way. The two groups were not far apart, and they soon arrived at Dragon Mountain. The proximity to the active volcano rendered the area particularly desolate, strewn with ominous black rocks devoid of life. The temperature was also notably elevated, evoking a sensation akin to being in the throes of summer. As they entered the cavern of Dragon Mountain, Cole inquired, When will Lord Robb arrive? Do we lack the manpower to capture a young dragon that may resist fiercely? He may not have arrived yet, my lord, the soldier responded, somewhat puzzled as he continued to lead them deeper. After traversing a distance, the heat within the cavern intensified, accompanied by a foul odor. Rhaegar surveyed the surroundings and pointed at the soldier, questioning, Who conveyed this information? Did you see Lord Robb with your own eyes? The soldier's complexion paled, and he uneasily replied, Lord Robb is en route. Chapter 60. The Glutton. A dragon guard whispered, Your Highness, shall we attempt to capture the Grey Shadow? Shut your foul mouth. Cole retorted angrily, warning, a severely injured young dragon could attack at any moment. Do you wish to be incinerated to ashes? The dragon guard sulked, retreating to the back to keep watch over the communicating soldier. Your Highness, we should return immediately and request Lord Robb to send additional assistance to rescue this dragon. In the dimly lit surroundings, accompanied by the roar of the young dragon, Cole felt an ever-present sense of peril, urging Rhaegar to retreat for safety. Rhaegar shook his head and spoke to himself. This is a trap. There should not be only one severely injured Grey Shadow. Because it is a trap, we must evacuate swiftly. Cole, brimming with impatience, struggled to contain his voice. Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberated from above the cavern, reminiscent of the howling winds before a tempest. The group looked up and beheld a colossal creature with vast wings circling above Dragon Mountain. 7th level of hell. Cole's eyes widened in shock, unable to tear his gaze away, uttering a gasp of fear. After circling once, the immense creature descended, its powerful feet landing on the cliffs above the cavern. Sharp claws piercing the rock, stabilizing itself atop the mountain. With a screech, the beast stretched its neck, its wings unfurling to their fullest extent, and the fearsome dragon head raised high, unleashing a roar. Through layers of obstruction, Rhaegar glimpsed the true form of the giant beast. Its obsidian scales, comparable to a small mountain, and a pair of green slitted eyes. Such features were beyond description. In Rhaegar's youthful experience, he had never encountered such a monumental sight. This dragon was simply colossal. Neither the first dragon he had seen, Caraxio, nor the nearly century-old Minghua could compare. It was akin to the disparity between a crow and a sparrow. Quickly take the prince to safety. Cole was the first to regain his senses, pushing several dragon guards and shielding Rhaegar behind him. Wake up, glutton. We must leave at once. Cole delivered a sharp slap to him. Another dragon guard trembled, fear evident in his voice. That is Glutton, the largest wild dragon on the island. Cole was unfamiliar with the term glutton, but he understood one thing. If they did not flee now, they would soon become dragon dung. At that moment, Glutton let out a low growl, its serpentine neck curving downward as it sniffed the air, seemingly searching for something. Prince, allow me to escort you. Cole, sword in hand, grasped Rhaegar's hand to lead him away. Yet Rhaegar shook him off, standing transfixed, gazing upward. Cole cast a puzzled glance at him, observing Rhaegar trembling, his pupils dilating, his breathing becoming labored. Prince, what is wrong with you? Cole thought Rhaegar was merely frightened and waved his hand in front of him. However, Rhaegar appeared oblivious, his eyes fixated on the enormous black dragon above. With an indescribable thrill, he stammered, Glutton is such a magnificent dragon. I have seen it before. From the moment he laid eyes on Glutton, Rhaegar entered a state of intense focus, having encountered this immense black dragon in his dreams, a total of 3 times. The final vision occurred the night before he arrived on the island, revealing distinct physical traits. He had assumed it was merely a prophetic dream heralding the taming of dragons, never anticipating that this dragon truly existed in reality. With eyes alight, Rhaegar felt his heart racing, overwhelmed by an indescribable surge of excitement as he gazed at the devourer. Cole shook his body, attempting to rouse him from his stupor. Meanwhile, the devourer ceased its olfactory pursuits, its dragon head lowering toward the cavern below, drawn by the scent of a delectable morsel. The devourer's wings flapped, wide enough to engulf several warhorses, as its maw opened, brewing a torrent of scorching air from its throat. Boom! In the next moment, emerald dragonfire, matching the hue of its pupils, erupted forth, cascading into the cavern like a deluge. The heat wave surged, the air crackling as it ignited, while the surrounding stone walls melted under the searing flames, oozing like wax. Run! Run! Cried a dragon guard, as molten lava splattered the ground, erupting like fiery blossoms, compelling him to flee in terror. With swiftness surpassing his companion, Cole's sword cleanly severed the guard's head. Cowardice in battle is punishable by death, he declared. The remaining dragon guards, stricken with fear, urged, My lord, the devourer is the most perilous of wild dragons. To it, even kin are mere fodder. We must escape. I am aware of the need to flee, but first, I must ensure the prince's safety. Cole admonished before turning to Rhaegar, stating, I apologize, prince. I must carry you away. He attempted to hoist Rhaegar onto his shoulder, but Rhaegar deftly evaded his grasp, his expression resolute. You may go. The 7 gods have guided me here for a reason, to encounter it. This is not the time for stubborn faith. The devourer has clearly come to hunt young dragons, and we cannot save it. Cole suspected Rhaegar harbored misguided compassion for the wounded Grey Shadow. No, what I seek is not the Grey Shadow. Rhaegar shook his head with a smile, darting past Cole's obstructive form. In disbelief, Cole watched as Rhaegar surged forward, braving the rain of molten rock and rushing into the expansive cavern. Rhaegar raised his head, cupping his hands to his mouth, and shouted with all his might in High Valyrian, Devourer, look at me. His youthful voice echoed through the cavern, reaching the ears of the immense black dragon. The devourer halted its fiery assault, swaying its head, assessing whether the cavern could accommodate its colossal frame. Confirming there was no issue, the devourer folded its wings, releasing the crushed stones beneath its claws, and began to descend into the cavern. The Grey Shadow, trembling on the ground, gazed in terror at the approaching devourer, letting out a hoarse, threatening roar. It did not even notice Rhaegar as he approached. Placing his hands on the Grey Shadow's tail, Rhaegar shouted in High Valyrian, Stand up, change your position. With repeated exhortations, the Grey Shadow finally stirred from its stupor. Struggling to crawl, its vertical pupils filled with uncertainty as they scrutinized him. Hide. Retreat deeper into the cavern. Rhaegar continued to convey his intent in High Valyrian. The low growl of the grayscale echoed with a sense of vigilance as its head scanned the surroundings in search of a refuge. Rhaegar was also on the lookout and soon discovered a slope suitable for climbing. He waved at the grayscale, swiftly maneuvering around the pools of lava, racing towards the incline. Meanwhile, the devourer had already burrowed into the cavern, its claws gripping the cliff as it descended step by step, a predator teasing its prey. Cole remained within the cave, dazedly observing Rhaegar as he entered the lair and communicated with the young dragon. He took a step forward when a massive chunk of lava plummeted from above, crashing directly in front of him. The searing red magma streaked past his eyes, instantly scorching the hair on his forehead, the intense heat enveloping him. In that critical moment, his instinct for survival kicked in. Cole exerted his legs, leaping backward just in time to narrowly avoid the splatter of lava upon impact. He fell to the ground, and the dragon guards quickly rushed to assist him. "My lord, we should retreat," one urged. "Indeed, the prince risks his life. We must return and seek help," echoed another. The dragon guards clamored with anxious persuasion, eager to flee. Cole, with a fierce swing of his sword and eyes aflame with determination, growled, "If you fear for your lives, then go. Should anything happen to the prince, none of you will escape." Chapter 61. A leap of faith. Witnessing the prince plunge into the torrent of molten lava nearly shattered Cole's resolve. This was the king's eldest son, and should any misfortune befall him, he would bear the weight of disappointment from the white-robed figures behind him. Summoning his courage, Cole sought to charge out of the cave once more. However, the temperature within the cavern surged alarmingly. Lava dripped ominously to the ground, a peril too great for an ordinary person to approach. Cole could only watch helplessly as the prince led the young dragon grayscale up the slope, unable to draw near. At last, the devourer landed with a thud, its mighty roar reverberating through the magma chamber, as if declaring the predator's judgment upon its prey. In that moment, Rhaegar and Grayscale ascended the slope, backing against the searing rock wall, moving cautiously. After the roar, the devourer turned its gaze towards them, its enormous green-slit pupils glinting with amusement. The two tiny beings struggled to climb higher, barely reaching the height of its chest. To consume them, it would need to lower its head. The devourer twisted its neck, scanning the surroundings, its keen sense of smell detecting the scent of the living. It was a voracious wild dragon, typically hunting large fish in the sea, occasionally indulging in the dragon eggs laid by a mother dragon on the island, or preying on frail younglings. Humans were not part of its diet, but once they entered its line of sight, they were fair game. With claws curled and back arched, the massive dragon's head lower confronting the seething emerald dragonfire of the dragon's kiss, he found himself ensnared in a state of rigidity. It was as if he beheld his late grandmother beckoning to him. He understood that an invitation was being extended to him by an unfamiliar entity. Just as the dragonfire was about to unleash, a thunderous roar resonated throughout the subterranean cavern. "Glutton, gaze upon me." The dragon, possessing a partial comprehension of the ancient Balerion tongue, discerned the meaning behind the words. As a seasoned dragon nearing a century in age, the glutton cast a disdainful glance at the ordinary humans within the cave, who were rendered speechless with fear. It retracted its dragonfire, closing its maw and turning its head. In its line of sight stood a human whelp precariously perched upon a steep cliff, eyeing a young dragon treat below. The glutton regarded the child with indifference, a flicker of irritation crossing its eyes at the disruption of its meal. It resolved to consume this oblivious human whelp first. Meeting the gaze of a brutal adult dragon, Rhaegar was filled with exhilaration, shedding the previous unease he felt in the presence of Dreamfire. He was Rhaegar Targaryen, a scion of pure dragon lineage. He had experienced fear of dragons only once in his lifetime. He turned the timid gray shadow, cowering behind him, and issued an order, "Stay put, you cowardly dragon." The young gray shadow, still unable to comprehend the ancient Valyrian language, sensed the intent of the human before him. Trembling, it curled its body, burying its head beneath its wings, too frightened to look. Rhaegar found it both amusing and infuriating. How could there exist such a timid dragon? Truly a disgrace to their kind. In a brief moment, the glutton, unable to contain its savage impulses, roared and displayed its murderous intent, dragonfire gathering in its throat. In that critical instant, Rhaegar patted the pale membrane of the gray shadow's wings and said, "Take care of yourself. I am about to embark on my adventure." With that, Rhaegar took a bold step forward, fearlessly confronting the prostrate glutton below. "Foul beast, destiny decrees you shall be conquered by me," he bellowed in High Valyrian, summoning every ounce of courage within him as he leapt from the precipice. As Rhaegar descended, the dragonfire erupted with a low growl, unfurling a tapestry of destruction in its emerald glow. From a distance, Cole sat paralyzed on the ground, his eyes vacant. "Madman," he muttered, the rumors proving true. Targaryens were indeed lunatics. He could scarcely fathom that a 6-year-old child would dare to charge at an adult dragon. Yet, such thoughts mattered little now. He sensed the impending doom that awaited the dragon, foreseeing the end of his own life, rendering his honor meaningless. However, the dragonfire was always a moment too slow for Rhaegar. In the fleeting moment before the emerald flames unleashed, Rhaegar spread his arms wide, evading the torrent of dragonfire with the agility of a bird. His diminutive form struck precisely upon the broad back of the glutton, which lay sprawled on the ground. With a thud, Rhaegar fell heavily. The dragon's scales, as hard as steel, sent shockwaves through his body, nearly rendering him unconscious. Rhaegar, swaying unsteadily, managed to rise, his head spinning as he unleashed a guttural shout, a testament to his resolve to rise from the brink of death. "Devourer, soar." He invoked the timeless wisdom inscribed in the Dragon Tamer's manual, issuing his first command in High Valyrian. The reality was harsh. The Devourer disregarded his command entirely, letting out an enraged roar, thrashing its body in wild defiance. It was determined to cast off this human whelp who dared to tame it, intending to reduce him to ashes with a breath of dragonfire. The Devourer was the oldest and largest wild dragon king ever to roam Dragonstone and the continent of Westeros. Many had attempted to tame it in its early years, all of whom had perished in fiery ruin, including the small creature on its back. The ground trembled violently beneath him, and Rhaegar stumbled, falling to the ground. In a moment of desperation, he grasped the Devourer's spiny back, summoning all his strength to steady himself and prevent being flung away. As the looming crisis hung overhead, not a trace of fear stirred within Rhaegar. Instead, he could not suppress a roar of laughter. In that moment, he walked on thin ice, undeterred by the impending disaster that threatened to topple his spirit, instead igniting the madness and fearlessness buried deep within his veins. "Devourer, I command you to soar, carry me through the skies." Amidst his maniacal laughter, interspersed with High Valyrian, Rhaegar steadied himself with all his might and issued the command once more. This time, the Devourer did not reject his order, its furious vertical pupils ablaze with rage. It steadied its immense form, claws gripping the rocky wall as it swiftly ascended from the narrow cavern. "You wish to fly? Then fly to your heart's content." In its gray-blue eyes, Rhaegar's small figure was mirrored. As the Devourer climbed out of the cavern, that clear reflection gradually faded until it vanished entirely, eliciting a mournful shriek from the creature, unwilling to part with the small human. The Devourer, massive as a mountain yet remarkably agile, soon emerged from the underground cave, revealing itself beneath the vast, boundless sky once more. "Devourer, soar." The blinding light forced Rhaegar to squint, his hands gripping the spines tightly as he repeated his command. He was demonstrating his indomitable will to the dragon. A dragon would not acknowledge a coward with wavering resolve. He had faced failure once before and would not falter again. Beneath the azure sky and clouds, the Devourer's coal-black form loomed like a mountain, its wings unfurling majestically. Distracted by the incessant clamor, the Devourer turned its neck, bringing its fearsome dragon head close to the small figure upon its back. Its cavernous maw opened wide, revealing a bloodthirsty arc to its dragon kiss. It did not unleash its fiery breath, nor did it intend to rend him asunder. With a powerful flap of its wings, the immense body departed from the mountaintop, soaring into the infinite expanse of the sky. As the sensation of weightlessness engulfed him, Rhaegar managed to pry his eyes open just a sliver, discovering that there were no obstructions around him, with only drifting clouds above. "I am flying." His eyes widened in astonishment as he whispered, overwhelmed by the novel vista before him. Soon, elation surged within him, and he laughed joyously. "I am soaring through the skies," triumphantly perched upon the dragon's back. Rhaegar adjusted his position, settling more comfortably atop the dragon, peering down at the earth below. The gluttonous one flew swiftly, effortlessly soaring above the clouds. The Dragonstone Isle, which had once taken him an entire day to traverse on foot, now appeared to him as a mere ordinary speck of land. Rhaegar understood that it was not the isle that had shrunk, but rather, being upon the dragon's back rendered all once mighty entities small in comparison. In a moment of distraction, the gluttonous one unleashed a torrent of dragon fire into the sky, accelerating dramatically as it plunged into the searing blaze. Rhaegar's pupils constricted, and he hastily crouched low to evade the roaring tide of flames. Each dragon possessed distinct characteristics, and so too did the form and hue of their fire. The gluttonous one's flames emanated a deathly shade of green, swirling like smoke, oscillating between gaseous and liquid states, exhibiting formidable adhesive properties. Once tainted by its fire, one would find it nearly impossible to extinguish, akin to a maggot burrowing into bone. While Rhaegar could momentarily withstand the searing heat, he could not endure the lingering damage inflicted by the dragonfire. With a thunderous roar, the gluttonous one soared through the all-encompassing green flames, its wings beating powerfully forward. Clinging tightly to its back, Rhaegar felt the flames consume the rear of his garments, leaving behind angry, swollen burns. Though he had been scorched again, the severity of his wounds was mitigated. Perhaps due to his pure lineage, his resistance to the dragonfire had grown stronger. Snuffing out a singed strand of hair, defiance flickered across his face as he shouted, "Dragonfire!" He sensed the gluttonous one's resistance. This formidable black dragon did not acknowledge him. Very well then. Let us embrace the all-consuming dragonfire, he commanded resolutely. Let us see whether this furious beast submits first, or if Rhaegar meets his demise in the inferno. Upon hearing the command in High Valyrian, the gluttonous one grew increasingly agitated, twisting and turning in midair while simultaneously exhaling fire, attempting to dislodge him. Rhaegar gritted his teeth, refusing to relinquish his grip. He sensed that victory would belong to the one who persevered until the end. Within the cave, the gluttonous one's form had long since vanished, along with the king's firstborn. After a brief moment of respite, Cole regained his composure and led a hasty retreat. The prince was missing, and he needed to report to the princess and the king. Regardless of the outcome, he must bear the burden of responsibility. Stumbling out of Dragon Mountain, Cole encountered the dragon guards returning from their reconnaissance of the valley. The guards sought to join him, but he brusquely pushed them aside, heedless as he rushed toward the castle. Unbeknownst to him, the once clear sky had darkened, heavy with ominous clouds. The incessant patter of large raindrops washed over the earth, the cool breeze mirroring the chill within his heart. After much difficulty, he returned to the castle just in time to witness the royal family gathered in the hall. Observing Cole, drenched like a drowned rat, Viserys was the first to speak, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Sir, why the panic?" With his head bowed, Cole, in a state of despair, replied, "The prince has been taken by a great dragon." "A dragon?" Viserys was momentarily stunned. Suddenly, Rhaenyra leapt from her seat, her gaze fixed intently on Cole, demanding, "Weren't you supposed to be searching for the young dragon? We were deceived by false information and led to Dragonstone, where we found a young dragon, but were then attacked by an enormous adult dragon." Shaking his head helplessly, Cole continued. The prince sensed something was amiss but stubbornly refused to leave, choosing instead to leap onto the dragon's back, intent on taming it. "Damn it! You stood by and watched as Rhaegar charged at a dragon?" Viserys erupted in anger. Rhaenyra rushed to Cole's side, her voice tinged with anxiety. "Where is Rhaegar? And where is that dragon?" "I do not know. The prince commanded the dragon to fly, and we could not intervene in time." Having accompanied Rhaenyra for many years, Cole was somewhat familiar with the nuances of High Valyrian. A resounding slap echoed through the empty hall as Rhaenyra, her hand raised in fury, pointed at Cole, her heart swelling with wrath as she gritted her teeth. "I have but one brother, and I entrusted you with his safety. Spare me your excuses. Send someone to track the dragon's whereabouts, immediately." With her voice cold, Rhaenyra stormed out of the hall. Taming an adult dragon was no trifling matter. Each year on Dragonstone, audacious souls attempted to secretly tame wild dragons, yet none had ever succeeded. In the end, they either turned to ash or were scorched beyond recognition. She had hoped that the lesson of Dreamfire would have quelled Rhaegar's desire to tame an adult dragon. To her dismay, Rhaegar's ambition remained unquenched. The untamed dragons of Dragonstone had long been without a rider, exuding fierce wildness. The difficulty and danger of taming them far surpassed that of the bound Dreamfire. Rhaegar's yearning for an adult dragon stemmed from a desire to assist her. If anything were to happen to Rhaegar, she shuddered at the thought. Her remaining years would be consumed by endless guilt. The soaring dragon surpassed all the world's wild horses. A frenzied adult dragon unleashed a power capable of obliterating any town. No matter how it attempted to shake off its rider, the greedy, green-eyed beast radiated madness, each roar reverberating through the heavens. "Greedy one, breathe fire," Rhaegar commanded, clinging determinedly to the dragon's back. Yet the beast, undeterred by these tumultuous commands, chose to defy its rider, its body stretching out as it tilted its neck downward, fixated on the cerulean sea below. In a rapid dive, Rhaegar found himself suspended in midair, with only his blistered hands gripping the dragon's scales. The oppressive air pressure made it difficult for him to breathe. Rhaegar tightly shut his eyes, his mouth instinctively agape. He yearned to emit a triumphant shout, yet was overwhelmed by the rushing winds filling his mouth. With a resounding splash, the devourer plunged into the undulating sea, its entire form submerged beneath the waves. Following the tempest, Rhaegar found himself inundated with seawater, choking and gasping as it quickly flooded into his lungs through his mouth and nostrils. In that fleeting moment, a profound sense of helplessness washed over him, urging him to release his grip. The devourer roared fiercely beneath the waves, consuming the passing fish, its tail thrashing with power as it surged upward. The dark dragon burst through the ocean's surface, its wings unfurling as it ascended toward the azure sky. While the dragon could momentarily dive into the depths of the sea, it could not linger there for long. Disdainful of the salty waters, the devourer soon broke free from the ocean's grasp, granting Rhaegar a moment to breathe. Seizing the opportunity as the devourer escaped the water, Rhaegar pounded his chest and violently coughed up a bellyful of seawater. As he blinked away the confusion, he beheld the dark dragon gliding along the water's surface, its powerful legs churning up sprays of foam. Chapter 63. Successfully mastering the devourer, do you not acknowledge me? Rhaegar lay weakly upon the dragon's back, attempting to communicate with the colossal beast beneath him. Contrary to its usual temperament, the devourer turned its head. Its green-slitted eyes no longer frenzied, but rather imbued with a semblance of human understanding. It was undeniable that the will of the small creature upon its back had touched its heart. The devourer snorted at Rhaegar, arrogantly retracting its head and soaring onward. In that instant, Rhaegar gazed into the depths of the devourer's eyes, where his own reflection emerged. A fleeting yet fragile connection was forged. Through this nebulous bond, Rhaegar sensed the essence of the devourer's spirit, ferocious, proud, and indifferent. This was the soul of a pitch-black dragon that had never been tamed. It held itself above all else, unperturbed by the presence of a potential rider intruding upon its solitary existence. Now, however, the devourer perceived Rhaegar's unwavering resolve, willing to grant him an opportunity to earn its submission. Understanding its will, Rhaegar broke into a smile. Bring it on. The more arduous the trial, the more worthy the risk. With a piercing roar, the devourer soared into the sky, its wings beating powerfully. The sheer speed shattered the air currents as it ascended, piercing through layers of moisture-laden clouds. Reaching the pinnacle of its ascent, the devourer steadied itself. Casting a glance back at the small creature sprawled upon the ground, it revealed a cruel grin. With a swift motion, the devourer arched its robust neck backward, executing a somersault in midair. Once, twice, 3 times in succession. It utilized the momentum of its flips to position itself upright, wings outstretched as it dove downward. Rhaegar clung desperately to anything within reach. Enduring the dizzying spins that clouded his senses, his body rendered weak in the state of weightlessness. The devourer roared as it broke through the clouds. Rhaegar could no longer grasp the scales and fell from the dragon's back. The glutton observed the small creature behind him with keen interest. Upon witnessing its eventual ejection, the glutton emitted a triumphant screech. The weighty body descended with increased velocity, stabilizing its form before Rhaegar could react. Below, a gaping abyss opened wide, its throat brimming with surging draconic flames, poised to incinerate him into cinders before feasting upon the remains. With a thunderous roar, emerald flames erupted, painting a vivid tapestry across the gloomy, overcast sky. Rhaegar retained a clear consciousness as his body plummeted, the searing heat of the dragon's breath encroaching upon him. The pressure of impending death bore down, and Rhaegar's eyes widened, his mind racing to devise an escape. The glutton loomed directly beneath him, rendering death not an absolute certainty. He spread his arms and legs, exerting every ounce of strength to alter his trajectory. The dragon flames surged toward him, an unavoidable onslaught. I am Rhaegar Targaryen. My will is sufficient to tame any dragon that roams this earth. He repeated this mantra internally as he closed his eyes, embracing the inferno, possessing the blood of fire. He believed that if he could surge through these flames, he would surely conquer this obsidian dragon. Enveloped in dragon fire, Rhaegar's garments were entirely consumed. Just as his flesh began to sear, a system notification resounded. Congratulations, the last ember has been activated. You have acquired Blood of the True Dragon, level, legendary, red, effect, fire element affinity 50 evaluation, an ancient lineage imbued with mysterious power. You embody blood and fire. A flicker of flame hidden within the system panel suddenly erupted, piercing Rhaegar's chest and melding into his heart. In an instant, he opened his eyes. An unnatural flush blooming on his pale cheeks, veins bulging in his neck. His personal panel materialized before him, beginning to transform. Rhaegar Targaryen, talent, dreamer, gold. Longevity, green, bloodline. Ancient Valyrian Dragon King, 20, skills. Mastery of Valyrian language relics. Blood of fire, fire resistance 50. Blood of the True Dragon, fire element affinity 50, evaluation. The ancient bloodline further ignites, pure as such. Rhaegar fixated on the bloodline section, the percentage steadily rising, 20, 23, 27. In the span of a single breath, the bloodline soared to 33, and the rising figure vanished. Unbeknownst to him, a layer of flame erupted from his skin, swiftly engulfed by the dragon's fire. He perceived nothing amiss, only a surge of power erupting from his heart, coursing through his veins. His body continued its descent, the eerie green flames enveloping every inch of his skin, the searing heat deeply stimulating his nerves. Rhaegar emitted no cries of anguish, although his skin remained soft and supple, while his body temperature gradually rose. He was adapting to the fire. Rhaegar maintained a gliding posture, swiftly breaking free from the encirclement of the Devourer's flames. He evaded its gaping maw, altering his trajectory to narrowly brush past its dragon's kiss, rolling along its spine. The distance between the head and tail of the Devourer was considerable. After a considerable struggle, just as he was about to plummet once more, Rhaegar finally grasped the tip of its tail. Silence. In that moment, the sky and the ocean seemed to still. The howling winds ceased, and the rain no longer fell. The Devourer hovered above the sea, its wings creating a powerful gust, remaining motionless. Perhaps it was questioning its own fiery essence. Or perhaps it was astonished by this small creature. Seizing the opportunity, Rhaegar clawed his way upward, returning to the Devourer's back, securing a grip on its dorsal scales. He prepared for the creature's resistance. Yet, the Devourer remained still. At some point, it turned its head, gazing at Rhaegar with calmness. Their eyes met, reflecting each other's forms in a silent exchange. The dragon's kiss loomed less than a few meters from Rhaegar, its breath radiating intense heat. Sensing a shift, Rhaegar tentatively extended his palm. The green-slit pupil of the Devourer flickered with suspicion, releasing a huff that nearly unseated Rhaegar. He turned his face to shield himself from the sulphurous breath of the massive dragon. His outstretched hand remained suspended in the air. After a moment, he felt a rough texture against his palm. Slowly turning back, Rhaegar's brow unfurled in relief. The Devourer elongated its neck, the scales covering its dragon's kiss meeting Rhaegar's palm. He stared dumbfounded at this scene, his lips quivering as words lodged in his throat. The Devourer, too, regarded him with an air of proud defiance, as if to say, "You have triumphed, young one." Rhaegar suddenly broke into a smile, his hand caressing the Devourer's scales. A profound sense of accomplishment swelling within him. "Devourer, soar." Rhaegar retracted his hand, gripping the creature's dorsal scales, issuing commands in the ancient Valyrian tongue. The same hissing command, the same roar. This time, the Devourer no longer resisted its rider. With powerful wing beats, it ascended into the sky, its body remarkably steady, devoid of any jostling sensation. Rhaegar was filled with wonder, astonished by the Devourer's exceptional flying prowess. He attempted to loosen his grip, closing his eyes to savor the refreshing breeze. At that moment, the bond between Rhaegar and the Devourer deepened. Rhaegar sensed the creature's discomfort, still adjusting to the notion of having a master. The Devourer, in turn, perceived Rhaegar's thoughts, deliberately slowing its flight, carrying him across the vast ocean, while occasionally emitting triumphant roars. The Devourer was aware that Rhaegar had never ridden another dragon before. As it soared, it held its head high, showcasing its most magnificent visage. Rhaegar was amused by this sentiment, feeling an indescribable sense of emotion. Pressing his cheek against the cold scales of the Devourer, they embraced tightly. This was his dragon, uniquely belonging to Rhaegar Targaryen. He harbored a profound expectation and affection for it. With his eyes closed, he inhaled the scent of the Devourer deeply, whispering, "From this moment forth, our tale shall echo through the ages." Chapter 64. The Return of the Dragon Rider on Dragonstone. In the castle, Viserys sat alone in the dimly lit hall, his gaze contemplative as he listened to the sound of rain. The castle hall was opened, and a drenched Rhaegar strode in. "Is there any news of Rhaegar?" Viserys inquired solemnly. Rhaegar, in a somber mood, replied, "Fishermen have spotted a massive black dragon soaring over the narrow sea. Dispatch more men, gather everyone in the castle, and send out all the boats capable of sailing," Viserys commanded, his expression shifting as he sighed deeply. He had already uncovered the origins of the black dragon. It was the largest and oldest wild dragon on the island, often stealing young dragons and eggs, known among fishermen as the Devourer. It was a particularly ferocious black dragon. Rhaegar, merely a 6-year-old boy, had a very slim chance of taming the Devourer. All they could do now was pray that the Devourer had a taste for human flesh, hoping it would spare Rhaegar's life. Wiping the water from her face, Rhaegar said dreamily, "All the available personnel have already been dispatched, and I have also arranged for a ship to return to King's Landing." "Return to King's Landing?" Viserys looked at her in confusion. Rhaegar's face was clouded with worry. "If I do not hear from Rhaegar tonight, I will return to King's Landing to ride Syrax and set out to find that black dragon. That is not a wise course of action. The size of that black dragon far surpasses Syrax. You and your dragon would merely become its prey," Viserys responded with clarity, resolutely rejecting the idea. "If it comes to that, I shall slay the wild dragon," Rhaegar insisted steadfastly. On the third floor, Alicent sat at the edge of her bed. A figure in a black robe stood by the balcony's floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the commotion within the castle. "You orchestrated that child's fate, allowing the wild dragon to carry him away." Alicent's expression tightened with anxiety, her voice laced with anger. The figure turned, speaking in a calm tone. "That was merely his misfortune. I had intended to lure in the silver-winged dragon that had lost its egg. I did not anticipate a wild dragon intervening. You instructed me to mislead Rhaegar into revealing information, guiding him to Dragonstone." Alicent's eyes were red, filled with an inexplicable fear. She was acutely aware that the figure had sought her out to devise a plot against Rhaegar. Yet, after the deed was done, the turmoil in her heart left her uneasy. The figure, aware of her distress, remarked with irony, "With the king's firstborn dead, your son Aegon becomes the primary male heir. Shouldn't you be pleased?" Yet fear gnawed at her. What if Rhaegar had not perished? What if he still drew breath? Alicent spoke in a disjointed manner. The figure in the black cloak interjected. "The greedy one is the most savage of wild dragons. That fool would wish to tame it, but he has likely already become its meal." He did not believe that a wild dragon, having survived alone for decades, could be subdued by a mere child. He had already relocated the dragon tamer who had disseminated false rumors. Nothing could be uncovered from the 2 guards who were merely detained for interrogation. Alicent fell silent. Her hands pressed painfully against her face. She remained terrified, consumed by insecurity. The cloaked figure reassured her indifferently. "Do not worry, even if that boy miraculously survives. I possess other means." Chaos reigned within the castle, with Rhaegar at the center of discussion. Unbeknownst to him, he reveled in the exhilarating experience of dragon riding. After soaring over the expansive narrow sea for a considerable time, Rhaegar finally indulged his desires. "Greedy one, let us return to Dragonstone," he commanded in High Valyrian. Their connection remained insufficient. Most commands still relied on verbal communication. The greedy one was a proud adult dragon. Having acknowledged Rhaegar, it ceased its song. The dragon turned its head, flapping its mighty wings to accelerate their departure. The speed achieved under the dragon's full power was remarkable. They soared above the billowing clouds, resembling a black meteor streaking across the sky. Soon, the greedy one descended, revealing Dragonstone below. "Greedy one, descend from the clouds. I wish to showcase your might to Rhaegar and the others," Rhaegar exclaimed, his face alight with anticipation. Wealth that does not return home is akin to a splendid garment worn in the dark. He had single-handedly tamed the mightiest of wild dragons and must astonish everyone. Meanwhile, the castle was in disarray. Rhaegar had an argument with Viserys and dashed out of the castle hall. "I must return to King's Landing before dawn." "I cannot afford any delay," Rhaegar urged. Lord Robert appeared troubled, hesitant to arrange the princess's return without the king's consent. Suddenly, a deafening roar of a dragon reverberated throughout the castle. Rhaegar looked up as a fierce wind swept by, tossing her damp hair. In her line of sight, a massive beast, as black as coal, soared above the castle, its enormous wings casting a shadow over half the structure, shielding it from the rain. A dragon. It is a dragon. A guard exclaimed in panic. The others snapped to attention, fear gripping them as they stared at the dragon overhead. A disheveled Cole rushed from a corner toward Rhaegar, breathless as he declared, "Princess, this dragon brought the prince." "I know. I have seen Rhaegar," Rhaegar replied. Her gaze locked on the circling black dragon, eyes unblinking as she focused on the figure upon its back. Though the distance was great and the sight unclear, Rhaegar was certain it was Rhaegar. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, the devourer circled thrice above the castle before gracefully gliding down. With a thunderous roar accompanying a crack of lightning, the devourer deftly avoided the castle as towers and landed steadily atop the towering walls. With a rasping sound, its talons met the stone, and as its magnificent wings unfurled, it stretched its long neck skyward, releasing a haunting, emerald dragon flame that sliced through the torrential downpour. Witnessing the ferocious blaze, the guards stood frozen in terror, too paralyzed to move. Seated upon the dragon's back, Rhaegar spoke softly, "Devourer, set me down." In response, the creature let out a low growl, folding its wings against its body and lowering its elongated neck to the ground near the castle's training yard. As the devourer bowed its head, it revealed Rhaegar to the multitude below. Rhaenyra stood just beneath, her eyes wide with excitement as she called out, "Rhaegar," and hurried toward the edge of the wall. Rhaegar looked down at his sister, but hesitated to leap from the dragon's back. He steadied himself by grasping one of the curving, gray-white horns that jutted backward from the creature's skull, peering down from his lofty perch. Rhaenyra dashed to the front of the devourer's head, her gaze caught by those piercing green eyes, causing her to instinctively swallow hard. The devourer was indeed the mightiest of wild dragons. Its immense size and ferocious demeanor were enough to haunt one's nightmares. Clad in a pitch-black sheen, devoid of any blemish, its green eyes glimmered like two malevolent flames, indifferent to all. The fearsome head bore sharp, menacing horns, with 3 pairs, one large and 2 smaller, curving backward to form a crown of gray-white. Standing before the devourer, gazing into its eyes, one might be led to believe they were in the presence of an evil deity, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence and dread. Feeling the creature's scorching breath, Rhaenyra instinctively took a step back, signaling her peaceful intent. She turned her gaze to Rhaegar atop the dragon's head, her heart swelling with joy as she exclaimed, "Thank goodness, Rhaegar. I thought you were in danger." Little did she express the depths of her worry. He was her only brother, and the loss would be profound. Rhaegar lifted his chin with confidence, replying, "I told you I could tame an adult dragon, and now I have." Chapter 65. Nightmare indeed, you have. You are a brave man. Tears streamed down Rhaenyra's cheeks as she felt the overwhelming joy of reunion. Her voice choked with emotion as she showered him with praise. Hearing her words, Rhaegar's lips curled into a proud smirk. "Of course, I promised to protect you all." However, the moment of joy was fleeting. With a blush adorning her cheeks, Rhaenyra chuckled through her tears. A gentleman should first don some clothing. Standing bare before a lady is quite uncouth. A chill breeze swept by, prompting Rhaegar to lower his head. His pale body was starkly exposed, causing him to shrink in embarrassment. "Come down. I have so much to tell you," Rhaenyra said, wiping her tears and stifling a laugh. Abandoning his earlier bravado, Rhaegar obediently slid down from the dragon's back. Rhaenyra enveloped him in her cloak, shielding his bare body from the chill. Aegon, striving to mask his embarrassment, gestured toward the dragon and inquired, "My dragon? Its name is Rhaegar. Isn't that a name bestowed upon it by fishermen?" Rhaenyra cared little for the dragon's name, holding her brother tightly. Aegon replied with pride, "Rhaegar appreciates this title, as do I. It perfectly embodies its dark, voracious nature that devours all light." "Very well, you have matured, Aegon." Rhaenyra's gaze was complex as she kissed his cheek. "Come, father nearly fainted upon hearing the news of your encounter with Rhaegar." She clutched him fiercely, reluctant to let go. Aegon, lacking proper clothing, protested. He turned and shouted at Rhaegar, "Stay put. I shall return for you tomorrow." The dragon roared in response, leaping down from the castle walls to rest on the cliffs beyond. It was only when Rhaegar closed its eyes that the guards within the castle dared to emerge, encircling the drenched siblings. Aegon pointed at one guard, commanding, "Prepare ample cattle and sheep for my dragon." "Yes, your highness." The guard hurried away, scrambling to fulfill the order. They entered the castle hall, where Viserys awaited at the entrance. Upon seeing Rhaegar cradling Aegon, his eyes glistened with emotion as he nodded repeatedly. "It is good that you are back. All is well." Aegon, suppressing his smile, lowered his head and said, "I apologize, father, for taming the dragon without your consent. It is of no consequence. I once worried for your safety, yet you have accomplished what we deemed impossible." Viserys, unusually open-minded, approached and gently caressed Aegon's cheek, speaking kindly. "Good child, your sister has informed me of your intentions. You did this not solely for yourself." "Not entirely. I indeed desired a full-grown dragon." The sudden emotional revelation left Aegon flustered as he awkwardly confessed, for he held little regard for a mere hatchling. Only a powerful adult dragon was worthy of him. Upon hearing of Rhaegar, the mightiest dragon in existence, he had once fantasized about that ancient beast. Alas, Rhaegar had been tamed by Lena Balerion. Yet fortune favored him, bestowing upon him the tyrannical creature, Rhaegar. Its fierce appearance and formidable strength captivated him utterly. Viserys chuckled softly. "Non-committal, as long as your intention is to protect your family. That is sufficient." As if recalling something, he grew serious. "Both of you are soaked. Hurry and take a warm bath. I shall have Lord Borros prepare a sumptuous feast to celebrate your taming of the greatest wild dragon." His emotions had fluctuated dramatically that day. Initially fearing that his eldest son would face peril in taming the wild dragon, he realized he had underestimated the boy. He possessed an enviable lineage, blessed by the divine light. Miraculously, she tamed the black wild dragon that had never been subdued by anyone before. This creature was a second-generation giant dragon, hatched in the same era as Dreamfire, Rhaegar, and Silverwing. Moreover, due to its untamed nature, the devourer had remained in a wild state, growing larger and more robust. Following her father's advice, Rhaegar led Rhaegar back upstairs. She was drenched from head to toe. Her father noted that he had not perceived her discomfort earlier, but now she felt both cold and wet, which was quite unpleasant. Viserys gazed at the silhouettes of his children, feeling a mix of contentment and melancholy. He had never seen the devourer in its full size, and in his estimation, it was likely comparable to Rhaegar, a creature brimming with destructive potential. During dinner, Alicent was absent. The maid explained that she was unwell and had been frightened. Viserys felt a tinge of displeasure but masked it with a facade of cheerfulness in front of his children. Rhaegar appeared somewhat disenchanted, as he had hoped to display his mighty dragon. After their meal, Rhaegar was forcibly dragged into Rhaenyra's chamber. Without further ado, she pushed him onto the soft bed. With a tense expression, Rhaegar asked, "Sister, what are you planning to do?" Rhaenyra retorted, "What do you think?" Upon entering the room, her demeanor shifted dramatically. She glared at him with fierce intensity. Rhaegar murmured, "I didn't mean to keep it from you, but I truly wish to have an adult dragon." Rhaenyra recalled his earlier words, fearing he might cause a ruckus on Dragonstone. An unpredictable child, he dared to leap onto the back of a wild dragon by day and would likely ride off to breathe fire at night. "Rest assured, I promise to be very obedient. I understand that a dragon is not a weapon," Rhaegar earnestly vowed. Rhaenyra pinched his face hard, scolding him. "When has your promise ever held weight? You lack credibility with me. What do you suggest? I have already tamed the devourer. You can't possibly deny me the chance to ride it, can you?" Rhaegar resignedly flopped onto the bed, protesting verbally while secretly contemplating flying away on a dragon the very next day. He longed to explore the world beyond, and now with a dragon, he felt compelled to embark on an adventure. You are not allowed to act recklessly. At least during the round trip to Dragonstone, you may have some autonomy," Rhaenyra stipulated. "Very well, I shall behave obediently." Rhaegar feigned compliance. Rhaenyra grasped his chin and playfully bit his cheek, warning, "You better remember that." This younger brother was exceedingly wild, with an unprecedented audacity. If left unchecked, he might soon find himself in serious trouble. Their conversation concluded, the lights in the room dimmed, and Rhaenyra and Rhaegar lay in their respective beds, back to back, in silence. Gradually, Rhaegar drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he traversed the continent atop the Devourer, leaving behind tales of legend. Upon returning victorious, he and the Devourer arrived at Dragonstone Island. Before they could land, the island resonated with two distinct dragon roars, leaving Rhaegar dizzy and disoriented. Suddenly, two colossal dragons soared from Dragon Mountain, flanking the Devourer. He commanded the Devourer in battle, repelling the two dragons and narrowly escaping. Just as he believed he was safe at the precipice of Dragonstone Island, another indistinct dragon emerged from the shadows. unleashing a torrent of crimson flames that sent him tumbling from the dragon's back. The other 2 dragons pursued relentlessly. The 3 dragons encircled the devourer, and he fell, grievously injured, helplessly watching as the devourer was torn apart by the 3 dragons, leaving only its lifeless head, its green eyes gazing at him in defiance. Chapter 66. The Dance of Dragons. As expected, Rhaegar was jolted awake from this nightmare. Unlike before, he did not scream. Instead, he opened his eyes in a daze. Silent and contemplative, dragons were besieging both him and the devourer. As a dreamwalker, such a nightmare was bound to provoke his thoughts. After a moment's pause, he heard a series of groans beside him, drifting into his ears. Rhaegar turned his head to the direction of Rhaenyra. The room was occupied only by the 2 of them. It could only be Rhaenyra. Unaware of his gaze, Rhaenyra continued to moan, her voice laced with unbearable pain. "What troubles you, sister?" Rhaegar inquired, rising with concern to assess Rhaenyra's condition. Bathed in the moonlight filtering through the window, he saw her face contorted in agony. Her complexion was pale, tinged with an unnatural flush, her brow furrowed, and beads of cold sweat glistened on her forehead. Rhaegar noticed numerous herbal tomes scattered about, instantly recognizing that Rhaenyra was unwell. "Rhaenyra, are you feverish?" He placed his hand against her forehead, confirming it was indeed feverishly hot. "Honora, come quickly. My sister is ill." Rhaegar called out urgently to Rhaenyra's regular maidservant outside the door. The night watch maid rushed in at the sound, lighting a candle to assess Rhaenyra's condition. "The princess is burning with fever. I shall summon the scholar," the maid exclaimed, having tested Rhaenyra's temperature before hastily exiting. After a flurry of commotion, Rhaenyra stirred from her slumber, her eyes fluttering open in pain. Rhaegar attempted to cool her forehead with a damp cloth, but she turned her head away, evading his touch. Her lips moved as if she wished to utter something, yet her throat was inflamed and sore. Rhaegar leaned closer, eagerly asking, "What do you wish to say?" "My stomach aches terribly," she whispered. Rhaegar was perplexed as to why Rhaenyra was experiencing such abdominal pain, yet his concern for his sister only deepened. "Hold on. The scholar will arrive shortly." Rhaegar warmed his hands and placed them beneath the covers on her abdomen. Upon contact, he was met with an icy chill. Rhaegar was taken aback, not anticipating how cold Rhaenyra had become. "My prince, the scholar has arrived." The maid quickly returned, presenting the disheveled old scholar, who was still adjusting his clothing while carrying a medicine pouch. The scholar examined Rhaenyra and remarked, "You caught a chill from the rain during your menstrual cycle. Drink some ginger tea and keep warm." The maid hurriedly prepared the ginger tea, while Rhaegar offered Rhaenyra some warm water. Hound was attentively caring for the ailing Rhaenyra when a tremendous sound erupted from outside the castle. Rhaegar's hand trembled as he held the water, a sense of foreboding rising within him. He entrusted the basin of warm water to the maid and approached the window to survey the situation outside. The heavy rain had ceased, yet a flicker of fire caught his eye. At the castle's edge, where the wall once stood, a section had collapsed into ruins, engulfed in fierce flames and thick smoke. Above the wreckage, a massive dragon circled, roaring in fury. It was not the cannibal. This dragon was significantly smaller than the cannibal, and Rhaegar furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why a dragon would assault the castle. A resounding dragon roar echoed through the night sky, followed by a cascade of golden flames descending upon the cliff outside the castle. Rhaegar felt his anxiety spike. That cliff was the resting place of the cannibal. Simultaneously, the tremendous commotion roused everyone. Lord Robert, disheveled, burst from his chamber, rallying the guards to secure the king's safety. Though the castle was alight with flames, Rhaegar's focus remained unwavering on the tumultuous perimeter. As anticipated, a familiar dragon roar reverberated, the cannibal's wrathful growl. The colossal black dragon soared from the ground below the cliff, its emerald eyes fixated on the intruding kin. The moment the cannibal appeared, 2 dragons emerged from the night sky, illuminated by the castle's fiery glow. Rhaegar discerned their forms. One was a massive dragon with bronze scales and brown membranous wings, while the other was a slightly smaller dragon with deep green scales and silver wings. If all went as expected, these 2 dragons were none other than Rhaegar, known as the Bronze Fury, and her companion, Silverwing. Both dragons were currently unclaimed, having once belonged to Rhaegar's great-grandfather, King Jaehaerys Targaryen, and his first wife. Since the passing of these long-lived elders, the dragons had resided on Dragonstone for nearly 2 decades. Witnessing the 2 dragons, Rhaegar inhaled sharply. Damn it. The nightmare has come to fruition. The uproar within the castle paled in comparison to the sight of the three dragons beneath the night sky. Rhaegar and Silverwing launched their assault on the cannibal from either side, unleashing torrents of dragonfire. The cannibal, undaunted, faced both adversaries without fear, flapping its wings to evade. The ethereal green flames illuminating half the night sky. The three dragons transitioned from mutual blasts of flame to a fierce chase and battle. Soon, even from a considerable distance, Rhaegar could still sense the furious emotions of the devourer. "Hold on, I am coming to assist you," Rhaegar murmured as he stepped away from the window. Passing by the bed, Rhaenyra called out to him with a hoarse yet frail voice. "Rhaegar, what has happened?" "The devourer is agitated for reasons unknown. I shall go and soothe it," Rhaegar told a small fib. Rhaenyra, lying on her side, could barely open her eyes, breathing heavily. "Do not deceive me. I heard the roars of dragons in battle. It is truly nothing. I will calm the devourer and return shortly," Rhaegar explained softly, wiping the sweat from her brow. Unexpectedly, Rhaenyra grasped his wrist, her expression dazed as she implored, "Do not go. Dragon fights are perilous, and you are still too young." "I am no longer a child. I am a dragon knight now," Rhaegar asserted, freeing himself from her feeble grip, his voice resolute. "My dragon needs me. I must fight alongside it." "You are more important to me than the dragon," Rhaenyra said, forcing her eyes open, unwilling to see her brother venture into danger. "To me, the dragon is equally important," Rhaegar declared firmly. With that, he leaned down and kissed her forehead before rising to leave. As the knight of the devourer, he could not shrink back in the face of danger. Otherwise, the dragon would not acknowledge him, nor would he recognize himself. The thunderous clash of battle reverberated throughout the castle, awakening Viserys, who quickly dressed and remained in his chamber under the guard's protection. The corridor bustled with soldiers, the atmosphere thick with tension. Three dragons fought at the castle's edge, and anyone would feel fear in such a circumstance. Rhaegar evaded the guard's gaze and dashed down the staircase, escaping the castle. In the distance, the three dragons continued their fierce engagement. The devourer, initially holding its ground, gradually found itself at a disadvantage. Womazar and Silverwing, having fought together for years, executed their attacks with perfect synchrony. One on the left and one on the right, they ensnared the devourer, preventing its escape. Golden and orange flames erupted simultaneously, leaving the devourer with no refuge. It was bound to be struck by at least one of the dragon's fiery breath. In a moment, aerial supremacy was firmly held by Womazar and Silverwing. They unleashed their flames from a higher vantage point, creating curtains of fire that forced the devourer to retreat step by step. The devourer, attempting to evade, struggled due to its massive size, often unable to escape in time. It could only rely on its broader and more powerful emerald flames for a counterattack while remaining confined to the lower ground. Shortly after Rhaegar fled the castle, the two dragons engaged the devourer in close combat, their roars echoing fiercely. As a cunning wild dragon, the devourer possessed extensive combat experience, never allowing the two dragons a chance to rend it apart. Faced with either dragon, it felt no fear, confident in its ability to defeat them. However, when both engaged simultaneously, it would shatter the already precarious situation. The devourer unleashed its flames while maneuvering at high speed. Two dragons engaged in a fierce confrontation, one soaring high above, unleashing torrents of dragonfire, while the other recklessly plunged into the fray. In no time, the greedy one found itself cornered, unable to retreat. One of its wings sustained a grievous blow from the golden flames, and with a piercing shriek, it plummeted uncontrollably towards the ground. The impact was thunderous, shattering half of a city wall, sending stones and dust swirling into the air. As the choking dust settled, Rhaegar hastened to the side of the greedy one. The fallen creature writhed in agony, its dragon head twisting to catch sight of Rhaegar. A flicker of caution flashed in its green-slit pupils. Rhaegar extended his palm, raised high as in daylight, and intoned in the ancient Valyrian tongue, "Greedy one, I stand with you." Observing the unwavering resolve of its rider, the caution in the greedy one's gaze gradually melted away. It let out a deep snort, lifting its neck majestically, extending a wing before Rhaegar. "Very well, let us fight together." Rhaegar ascended onto its wing, running along the membrane to the broad back, his face alight with unprecedented excitement. With the dragon rider in position, the greedy one steadied itself, shaking off the debris clinging to its body. Under Rhaegar's command, it took to the night sky once more. As the black dragon rose, the two wild dragons circling above fixed their fierce, glinting eyes upon it, screeching as they launched another assault. Perched upon the back of the greedy one, Rhaegar keenly observed the movements of the two colossal dragons, instructing, "Listen to my commands." Greedy one, having only just begun to bond with the creature, their connection remained tenuous. A clash of intentions during battle could lead to dire consequences. The greedy one emitted a low growl, its maw gathering a surge of green dragonfire, exuding a sense of affirmation. With a resounding roar, as the greedy one ascended, a torrent of orange flames rained down upon its neck. Fortunately, the greedy one's robust scales provided formidable resistance. It shook slightly but quickly regained its balance. The greedy one launched a full-scale assault on the deep green dragon, determined to take down one of its adversaries. Rhaegar pointed towards the silver-winged dragon that had just repositioned itself, issuing a directive for priority engagement. He had previously observed a stark contrast in the aggressive tendencies of Vomisol and the silver-winged dragon. Curiously, the latter never engaged the greedy one in close combat, opting instead to bombard from above. Strangely, the smallest and most placid of the three dragons, the silver-winged one, remained in a state of fury, relentlessly entangling itself with the much larger greedy one in a near-manic struggle. This behavior was a significant deviation from dragon norms. Rhaegar had no time to ponder such matters. The immediate priority was to repel the two colossal dragons or divert their attention. The chaos resulting from the three dragons' brawl was nothing short of terrifying. Should they continue their battle, the fortress on Dragonstone Island would surely be reduced to ruins. The greedy one accepted the command, soaring higher as it prepared a long-awaited blast of dragonfire aimed at the silver-winged adversary. The silver-winged dragon, however, proved more agile, deftly evading the torrent of flames. Above, the golden dragon flame of Vormissor once again descended, launching an assault upon the glutton. Rhaegar's gaze remained fixated on Vormissor's movements, upon witnessing its fiery breath. He swiftly issued a command to evade. The glutton, momentarily hesitating in its attack on the Silverwing, promptly adjusted its flight trajectory. In the next heartbeat, the golden flame grazed its spine, the searing heat warping the very air around it. Rhaegar, perched upon the glutton's back, narrowly escaped the fiery onslaught. A strand of silver hair at the back of his head ignited, rapidly spreading flames across his form. Fortunately, Rhaegar's reflexes were quick, extinguishing the feeble blaze before he found himself riding bareback on a dragon once more. "Glutton, trust me, I am your second pair of eyes." Barely surviving the initial clash, Rhaegar was drenched in cold sweat, acutely aware of the profound bond between dragon and rider. Moments prior, had the glutton hesitated for just one more second, he would have faced the full brunt of Vormissor's flame. Even with the Blackfyre kinship and true dragon's blood, he could not afford to fall beneath the dragon's wrath. Prolonged exposure to dragonfire could also cause severe burns. Through their recent maneuver, the glutton recognized the rider's influence, acknowledging his command. With a fierce screech, it resumed its pursuit of the Silverwing, recalling its directive to eliminate the unassuming green dragon first. The Silverwing, undaunted by the approaching glutton, spread its wings wide, readying itself for close combat. It had allies. As long as it could delay the black dragon that had pilfered its eggs, its companion would rush in to aid in the fray. The glutton, with its fierce temperament, roared in fury at the audacity of the Silverwing, revealing its fangs and claws, eager to rend it asunder and devour it whole. The battle of the two dragons was imminent. The two colossal dragons charged at one another, their wings beating furiously to maintain altitude, claws tearing at each other, and jaws snapping relentlessly. Rhaegar, gripping tightly atop the glutton, hunched low to avoid any stray attacks. He turned his head, his eyes locked onto the overhead Vormissor. The moment that tempestuous dragon made a move, he would command the glutton to disengage, evading the onslaught from both dragons. Contrary to expectations, Vormissor did not descend, but rather circled above, observing the clash between the two dragons with a calm demeanor. Rhaegar furrowed his brow in confusion. Logically, Vormissor and the Silverwing shared a partnership, and having launched an offensive together, it should not have remained a passive spectator. Most importantly, dragons were solitary beings, seldom forming steadfast bonds. In hunting and battle, they typically operated independently. Vormissor's apparent indifference suggested that it was merely a hired aid for the Silverwing, unwilling to exert its full strength. This presented an opportunity. Facing one dragon was far more advantageous than contending with two. Rhaegar was resolute in his strategy for a swift resolution. "Glutton, unleash your dragonfire," Rhaegar commanded loudly. The Devourer and the Silverwing were locked in a fierce struggle, their claws raking against each other as they twisted their necks to evade and bite. Upon hearing a sound, the Devourer arched its neck and dodged a bite from the Silverwing, unleashing a torrent of green dragon flames. The flames struck the Silverwing's head with a thunderous roar, eliciting a pained scream as it flailed its wings in panic. Seizing the moment, the Devourer bit down on the thrashing neck of the Silverwing, its fangs gleaming ominously. With a brutal crunch, it sank its teeth into the Silverwing's neck, blood gushing forth in a crimson spray. Witnessing this scene, Wormizor finally sprang into action, roaring as it lunged towards the Devourer. "Devourer, retreat." As Wormizor moved, Rhaegar immediately issued a withdrawal command. The scent of blood ignited the Devourer's ferocity. Seemingly oblivious to the command, it viciously clamped its jaws, intent on delivering a fatal bite to the Silverwing. In a moment of life and death, the Silverwing thrust its sharp claws into the Devourer's abdomen, howling as it expelled dragon flames. However, with its neck ensnared, the flames could not find their mark, dispersing uselessly into the night sky. Taking severe damage, the Devourer could not suppress its roar of fury, instinctively loosening its grip. At that critical juncture, Wormizor glided in, its golden flame striking like a celestial pillar against the Devourer's jaws on the Silverwing's head. The blow sent the Devourer into a momentary daze, causing it to inadvertently release its hold. The Silverwing, utilizing its claws, kicked free amid its struggles, ultimately paying the price for its momentary lapse in judgment. As the two dragons parted, the Silverwing, neck bleeding profusely, retreated unsteadily. Wormizor let out a low growl at it before turning to pursue the falling Devourer. Rhaegar felt the weight of the Devourer's recklessness. Despite prior instructions to heed commands, its bloodlust had led it astray. With the Devourer's defeat, Rhaegar too began to plummet. Experiencing weightlessness once more, he grasped the Devourer's back scales, determined not to fall. "Devourer, wake up," he shouted, trying to rouse it before they hit the ground. Should the Devourer remain unconscious, the moment of impact would spell doom for Rhaegar. At long last, the Devourer opened its eyes, shaking off its daze as it flapped its wings to slow its descent. It was a formidable wild dragon, having roamed the world with a robust physique. Mere dragon flames could not fell it. Just before hitting the ground, the Devourer regained its balance, spreading its wings to glide, ascending along the steep cliffside. In that moment, Rhaegar noticed the Devourer's injuries. Its neck and wings were lacerated, and two large gashes marred its abdomen, dragon blood flowing profusely, revealing glimpses of its pulsing innards. Rhaegar instantly realized that this dragon duel could not continue any longer. The strategy of inflicting injury in return had severely wounded the Silverwing, leaving the Devourer itself battered and bruised. The opposing force still possessed a formidable Vomisoul in peak condition. Should that colossal bronze beast ensnare the Devourer, even a victory would yield dire consequences. Rhaegar could not accept such an outcome. The Devourer took flight toward the vast ocean. As Rhaegar glanced back at the pursuing Vomisoul, he issued a retreat command. Both dragons advanced towards the Devourer, and once it departed, the battle would conclude. With a hiss, Vomisoul clung closely behind, its golden flames piercing the night like lightning. Sensing the imminent danger, the Devourer's rationality prevailed over its ferocity. Obeying Rhaegar's command, it soared over the cliffs, heading towards the beach. Rhaegar remained vigilant, his gaze fixed behind him. The Silverwing, perhaps hindered by its severe injuries, lay on the ground, roaring defiantly, struggling to take flight, but falling back down. With the Silverwing incapacitated, there was finally a glimmer of hope. Rhaegar exhaled a silent sigh of relief. As Vomisoul closed in, Rhaegar maneuvered the Devourer to evade, occasionally glancing back to unleash bursts of green flames in resistance. The Devourer's fire was exceptionally potent, overpowering Vomisoul's flames on several occasions, hindering its pursuit. In the blink of an eye, the Devourer hovered above the beach, poised to soar into the ocean. Suddenly, Rhaegar noticed the towering cliffs on the shore. In a flash, his heart raced, a wave of unease washing over him. He recalled the scenes from his nightmares. It was upon such a cliff that another dragon had emerged to ambush. With this thought taking root, Rhaegar's expression shifted dramatically, and he instinctively shouted, "Dragon flame." Having forged an initial bond through their battle, the moment Rhaegar called out, The devourer intuitively turned its head, unleashing a torrent of flames toward the cliff below. In that instant, another crimson flame erupted from beneath the cliff, colliding directly with the devourer's emerald fire. The scarlet flames were swiftly dissipated. The close proximity of their fiery clash generated a tremendous shockwave. The devourer was momentarily buffeted by the force, but it quickly regained its bearings, propelling itself out of Dragonstone Island without a backward glance. Rhaegar, crouched upon the devourer's back, cast a sidelong glance at the cliff, who had launched the ambush. He fixated on the cliff, desperate to glimpse the hidden dragon lurking below. He was convinced that tonight's dragon battle was no mere coincidence. Someone had orchestrated it from the shadows. Unfortunately, his gaze revealed nothing but the moss-covered cliffside. Do not let me find you. With thoughts of the silver wing on Dragonstone Island and the pursuing Vomasol, Rhaegar gritted his teeth and commanded an accelerated retreat. This conspiracy was directed squarely at him. Remaining on Dragonstone Island posed not only a risk to himself, but also threatened his family within the castle. Departing swiftly was undoubtedly the wisest choice. The glutton's speed is swift, making it exceedingly difficult for the dormant Wormasol to keep pace. After a brief pursuit, the glutton swiftly outdistances its pursuer, returning in anger. Cloaked in the cover of night, the glutton vanishes from sight. On Dragonstone, a figure in a black robe lurks in the shadows of the beach, gazing into the void where the obsidian dragon once soared. Has it been thwarted? Is it mere coincidence? Or was it anticipated? The robed figure murmurs to himself, withdrawing a coin from his pocket. At the birth of each Targaryen, the gods cast a coin to determine whether they are destined for greatness or madness. Are you truly great, or are you mad? The figure's voice is imbued with profound gravity, laced with skepticism. He tosses the coin into the air and captures it deftly, palm up, revealing its flat surface. The robed figure fixates on the upward-facing side of the coin, enveloped in an inexplicable silence. After a prolonged moment, he vehemently hurls the coin into the sea and departs silently. Meanwhile, within the castle, Viserys stands before the large window, seething with rage as he stares at the ruins of the battlements. He has just received alarming news. During the chaos of the Three Dragons battle, Rhaegar had slipped away, riding his dragon into the fray. The mere thought of the cataclysmic aerial dance of dragons moments before fills him with dread, fearing for his eldest son's safety. Fortunately, the ebony dragon managed to overpower the silver-winged one and fled under Wormasol's pursuit. As long as a fully grown dragon is not slain on the spot, it is exceedingly difficult to kill one intent on escape. This also implies that his son has eluded danger, at least for now. What have the two false messengers revealed? Viserys inquires of his chancellor, Laenor. Laenor hastily replies, the two guards have uncovered nothing. The false messengers and dragon keepers have vanished, leaving us without leads. Continue the investigation. There are no secrets that remain concealed, Viserys asserts, stifling his fury. Furthermore, regarding tonight's dragon assault, Wormasol and the silver-winged dragon have always resided within their lairs. It is implausible they would appear together without cause. Laenor offers his conjecture. The glutton is the mightiest wild dragon on the island, often stealing dragon eggs and hunting younglings. It is conceivable that this enraged the silver-winged dragon after it had laid its eggs. The scene of the dragon skirmish is evident to all. For the typically docile silver-winged dragon to be driven to madness, it could only be due to its eggs being pilfered. Investigate thoroughly. Spare no one within the castle. Viserys exclaims, his fingers turning white with tension, his eyes glinting with menace. This is a conspiracy against the heir. Whoever is responsible must pay the price. Chapter 69. Crabclaw Peninsula in the dark of night. Over the narrow sea, Rhaegar rides the glutton, soaring above the tumultuous waves. The glutton bears grievous wounds in its abdomen, blood flowing freely and staining the surface of the sea. After enduring a harrowing ordeal, Rhaegar's heartbeat quickens, dawning upon the gravity of their situation. He patted the scales of the glutton and inquired, what provoked those two dragons to launch an attack on you? He understood that this was a conspiracy, yet his curiosity lingered regarding how Wormizor and Silverwing had been enticed. The glutton emitted a low growl, expressing its displeasure. Rhaegar discerned its meaning. As night fell, someone fed it an abundance of cattle and sheep, even tossing it a dragon egg. Being a wild dragon with a penchant for dragon eggs, the glutton naturally accepted the offering, compensating for its earlier failure to prey upon a young dragon. Rhaegar sighed in exasperation. He had suspected that the glutton must have committed some heinous act to provoke the wrath of Wormizar and Silverwing. Dragon eggs and young dragons are treasures of Dragonstone Isle. You shall no longer indulge in thievery. Rhaegar issued his command sternly. Despite its grievous wounds, the glutton remained proud, growling defiantly in response. Rhaegar attempted to negotiate, suggesting the relinquishment of its obsession with dragon eggs and young dragons. The glutton, being straightforward, did not conceal the reasons for its thievery. The territory of Dragonstone Isle was too small. If it did not pilfer dragon eggs and young dragons, the burgeoning dragons would encroach upon its living space. Rhaegar comprehended its plight. Rest assured, there is indeed limited space for dragons on Dragonstone Isle. I shall seek out new habitats for the next generation of dragons. And you, my friend, are forbidden from stealing dragon eggs and young dragons again. I will ensure that sufficient livestock is provided for you. Understanding the glutton's concerns, Rhaegar proposed a solution. The glutton soared silently, neither consenting nor rejecting. Rhaegar ceased further dialogue. When it comes to territory and living space, neither dragons nor humans would easily concede. By locating more suitable lands for dragons to thrive, the glutton's habits would inevitably change, likely within the confines of the narrow sea. However, there was one troubling aspect. Rhaegar astutely noticed that the glutton's flying speed was gradually diminishing, its breaths becoming labored. Your injuries are severe. We must find a place to land, he cautioned, observing the glutton's bleeding abdomen and other wounds. The glutton responded with a low growl, yet it sounded feeble compared to its earlier resonance. As dawn broke, the sun's rays pierced through the mist, and Rhaegar, exhausted, lay on the glutton's back, gazing down at the ocean below. Suddenly, he spotted the edge of land. Gradually, more land revealed itself. Lush forests and undulating mountains stretched endlessly. Quick, we have found land, glutton, Rhaegar exclaimed excitedly, pointing downward. The glutton cast a sidelong glance at him and silently descended. It was well aware of where the land lay, for as a dragon who relished wandering, it knew precisely where suitable resting spots could be found. From the ocean to the land, Rhaegar experienced a novel sense of wonder. He initially intended to ride the Devourer across the continent, embarking on a journey of exploration. However, unexpectedly, without a well-prepared plan, he set off passively. The Devourer traversed the desolate coastal expanse, soaring between the intricate mountain ranges. It descended into a valley interwoven with dense forests, swamps, and rivers. At the moment of landing, the Devourer stumbled, its legs unsteady, and fell heavily onto the muddy grass, carving a deep furrow. Rhaegar, having not closed his eyes all night, was utterly exhausted and, failing to hold on before the descent, was unceremoniously thrown off the dragon's back. He landed with a splash, rolling twice before losing consciousness. In an instant, both man and dragon lay sprawled, a sight somewhat tragic. The resilience of the Devourer was indeed formidable. Despite suffering a second injury to its abdomen, bleeding profusely, it managed to muster the strength to rise, swaying unsteadily as it gazed down at the unconscious Rhaegar, a flicker of hesitation appearing in its slitted eyes. Lowering its head, it nudged Rhaegar's body, shifting him from a prone position to lying flat. The steady rise and fall of Rhaegar's chest attested to the fact that his dragon rider was still alive. Thankfully, the soft grass where Rhaegar had fallen effectively cushioned the impact, leaving him merely fatigued and disoriented, without any visible injuries. The Devourer extended its neck, surveying the surroundings of the valley. It had deliberately chosen a favorable location to land. Nearby were elements that could aid in hastening the healing of its wounds. The valley was devoid of large predators, and the cliffs were dotted with numerous suitable caves for concealment. The Devourer gently grasped Rhaegar in its jaws and, with purposeful strides, made its way toward a spacious cave. Placing Rhaegar at the cave's entrance, it cautiously nudged the interior with its snout. It needed to search for healing remedies, for its rider was far too fragile to venture into such places. Hiding was indeed a prudent choice. After all, with its speed, it could swiftly return. The Devourer crawled out of the valley, pausing at the mouth to glance back at the cave where Rhaegar was sheltered. After a brief moment, it raised its tail slightly and left a pile of dragon droppings, a precautionary mark to deter any beasts from intruding. Having prepared everything, the Devourer released a long, echoing cry and took to the skies once more. By noon, the sun hung high in the sky, casting warmth over the valley within the forested area. Inside the cave, Rhaegar's eyelids fluttered, as though on the brink of awakening. At that moment, sounds echoed from the valley, Come quickly. There are enormous, lengthy bloodstains. One wonders what colossal beast left them. Tremble, be cautious. There is something peculiar about this valley. Amidst the chaotic chatter, Rhaegar slowly opened his eyes, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. Where was he? Where was the devourer? Observing the cave, adorned with cobwebs, Rhaegar felt momentarily dazed. He recalled that the devourer had discovered a piece of land and that they had arrived in a secluded valley, but beyond that, he was at a loss. Someone has designed a scheme against me, lurking in the shadows like a dragon. The sudden memory of an ambush flashed through Rhaegar's mind. But who possesses the skill to infiltrate Dragonstone and orchestrate a conspiracy against him? As he pondered, only one name echoed in his thoughts. When I return, I shall not let you escape. Realizing the identity of the perpetrator, Rhaegar clenched his fists tightly. Sister, come quickly. There are fresh tracks before this cave. Just as he was lost in thought, a youthful voice called out from outside the cave, beckoning its companions. The sound of hurried footsteps followed closely behind. Rhaegar's heart raced with anxiety. He rose quietly, retrieving a dagger from his spatial bracelet and concealing it behind his waist. In a fleeting moment, the voices outside grew nearer. Rhaegar furrowed his brow, tightening his grip on the dagger. Alone in this unknown place, without the dragon by his side, he felt the weight of danger bearing down on him. Who is inside? Come out. A girl's authoritative voice echoed from outside the cave. Rhaegar tilted his head, his mind racing. Judging by the earlier voices, there were likely 3 individuals outside, 2 older boys and a girl referred to as sister. He blinked, sensing a significant decrease in the threat level. If they were merely noble hunters, that would be even better. Not only might they host a grand celebration in his honor, but they would also ensure he was well-fed and safely escorted back to King's Landing. Chapter 70. Free Folk. Relax, I am coming out. After careful consideration, Rhaegar decided it was best to proceed with caution. He sheathed the dagger back into his spatial bracelet and raised his hands as he stepped slowly out of the cave. Upon emerging, he was met with the sight of a drawn bow aimed directly at him. Rhaegar flinched and took a half-step back. Was it a child? The one holding the bow was a young girl clad in a leather skirt and coat, gazing at Rhaegar with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. Seeing her attire sent a chill down Rhaegar's spine. The girl did not lower her bow, but instead took a cautious step forward. Is there anyone else in the cave? Come out together. Rhaegar stood frozen, unwilling to move, and answered honestly, there's no need to shout. It's just me. Nonsense. How could a mere child traverse the marsh and jungle? The girl retorted sharply, her keen eyes scanning Rhaegar from head to toe. In an instant, Rhaegar understood. She had mistaken him for a child of some noble family based on his clothing. After a moment's reflection, he inquired delicately, are you from a certain tribe? He chose his words carefully, avoiding the term savage. The term savage referred to the free folk, those who defied the authority of local lords. A group deemed unruly and uncouth. This was what his tutor had taught him. The girl, however, paid him no mind and continued to fix her gaze at the cave entrance. Behind her, 2 small boys rushed out. Clad in garments of animal hide and wielding a bone axe, one individual firmly grasped Rhaegar with one hand, dragging him aside. Be gentle. There's no need to exert such force, Rhaegar remarked, discomfort evident in his tone. The 2 boys, one perhaps around 10 years of age and frail in stature, paid no heed to Rhaegar's words, their attention solemnly fixed on the movements of the girl in the leather skirt. It soon became apparent that Rhaegar had not spoken falsely. The girl swiftly positioned herself at the cave entrance, releasing an arrow that struck the hard rock wall. Scanning the cavern, it was barren and desolate. No sign of hidden individuals. Not even a mouse. The tense atmosphere began to ease as the girl in the leather skirt discreetly sighed in relief, reclaiming her bow and gesturing for the 2 young boys to usher Rhaegar into the cave. The frail boy bound Rhaegar with a hemp rope and discarded him in a corner of the cave. Rhaegar shifted uncomfortably, keen to avoid the dust-laden spiderwebs. The girl approached, gripping his chin and demanding fiercely, who are you? Which family do you belong to? Where are your guardians? Rhaegar winced at her grip, glaring at her in displeasure. Dare to glare at me again, and you shall regret it, she threatened, tightening her hold. After some initial interaction, Rhaegar's courage began to swell. He stole a few glances at the girl. Her chestnut curls, prominent nose, and well-defined features marked her as a capable young woman. Yet, these traits were of little concern to him. He focused instead on 2 aspects, her sun-kissed, smooth skin and the blisters on her knuckles. Rhaegar's eyes flickered with intent as he spoke. You are not a wildling, are you? The girl's expression shifted slightly, her voice icy as she retorted. I am the one asking the questions. Do not divert the topic. That is your brother, and neither of you are wildlings, Rhaegar asserted, his confidence growing under her scrutinizing gaze. Wildlings survive in the wild from a young age. They do not cultivate smooth faces, nor do they raise frail children. He cast a pointed glance at the frail boy. As a seasoned sufferer of ailments, he was acutely aware of health matters, easily discerning that the frail boy did not exhibit the vitality expected of a wildling child. In fact, it was unlikely that a wildling could nurture a child with such inherent weaknesses. The girl's expression darkened as she released her grip on Rhaegar's chin, retorting bluntly, So what? You are clever, but your cleverness will not save your life. Reveal your origins, or I shall show you no mercy. No, I am merely 6 years old. Mistreating a child is unacceptable anywhere, Rhaegar protested vehemently, shaking his head. If you unbind me, we can have an earnest conversation. Who knows? I might be able to assist you. He emphasized, I know many scholars skilled in herbal medicine who could help your brother. My brother is not ill. The girl scoffed in rebuttal. Rhaegar, skeptical, replied, Your brother's pallor suggests otherwise. Speak again, and I shall strike you. The girl threatened, raising her fist. Instantly, Rhaegar complied, offering an awkward smile. Beneath the eaves, one must bow their head, for the pain of flesh and bone is a fate to be avoided. Given Rhaegar's slender frame, the young maiden pondered for a moment before deciding to untie his bonds. Sister, he appears to be a child of nobility, the frail lad whispered. Nonsense. Just look at his attire. He is undoubtedly a nobleman's offspring, the burly boy retorted. The frail lad fell silent, sulking in the corner. The maiden shot a stern glance at the burly boy and commanded, Tez-san, go fetch Uncle Falcon and the others. I shall interrogate him with Tommen. However, the boy named Sun bore an unwilling expression, compelled by the maiden's fierce gaze to retreat, hesitantly exiting the cave. What is your surname? Rhaegar inquired cautiously. We bear no surname. We are bastards, despised by all, she replied, her tone and demeanor reflecting her deep indignation regarding her origins. Indeed, who would accept such a status with equanimity? Balon then asked, Who are you, and why are you alone in this cave? What is the meaning of the bloodstains and that pile of dung outside? Rhaegar pressed his lips together, hesitating to reveal his true identity. If his captors were rational, they could hold him for ransom from the royal family. Yet, who could predict the reckless actions of a discontented bastard? Balon's gaze never wavered from him, intuiting his trepidation. Speak freely. I shall not harm you. The Falcon tribe is a community that safeguards children and women. Very well. I trust you will not be too astonished, Rhaegar said, shrugging slightly. I am Rhaegar Targaryen. The king is my father, and I have come riding a dragon to behold the wonders of the continent. His words were a blend of truth and fabrication, revealing his lineage while simultaneously intimidating his interlocutors. Targaryen, you are a prince? Balon was taken aback, her mind racing to comprehend the revelation. Her younger brother Tommen, eyes alight with excitement, leaned closer and asked, You said you came riding a dragon. Where is your dragon? One question at a time, please, Rhaegar replied earnestly. I reiterate, I am indeed a prince. Observe my silver hair and purple eyes, symbols of the Targaryen lineage. He needed to ensure his personal safety. As long as they remained rational, he should not face harm. The siblings before him were still enraptured by the prospect of having captured a prince. To apprehend a true scion of House Targaryen in one's lifetime was indeed a remarkable twist of fate. Chapter 71. Negotiation. After an extensive discussion with Balon and her brother, dusk began to settle. Rhaegar gleaned a wealth of useful information. For instance, the land beneath his feet was not part of the mainland, but rather the Crabclaw Peninsula, a desolate region bordering Dragonstone and Tidehead Island, sparsely populated and wild. As far as Rhaegar is concerned, the Crabclaw Peninsula is a land of marshes and pine forests, severely lacking in resources, with only a handful of local nobles. This implies that establishing contact with the nobility is virtually impossible. A cluster of campfires flickers in the cave, where a few children gather around. Tommen, brimming with excitement, repeatedly inquires, Is your dragon out hunting? Is it truly enormous? Indeed, the devourer is terrifyingly large. Perched upon its back, I feel akin to a mere flea. Rhaegar nibbles on a wild fruit while engaging in conversation. Out in the world, one's identity is merely a matter of words. How Rhaegar speaks determines how others perceive him. Although he is unaware of the devourer's whereabouts, it matters not. As long as there is indeed a dragon nearby, no one would dare lay a finger on a hair of Rhaegar. Your dragon is injured. The valley bears a large stain of blood, which I initially thought belonged to some colossal beast, but it appears to be your dragon without a doubt. Balon pokes at the campfire, timely dousing it with cold water. Unfazed, Rhaegar replies, "We encountered other dragons over the narrow sea, or I would not be here alone." Other dragons? Tommen's eyes widen in astonishment. Dragonstone is teeming with dragons. My ancestors conquered the continent of Westeros with their might. Rhaegar speaks with conviction. Nonsense. Only 3 dragons appeared during the conquest, Balon counters. You are well versed in history? Rhaegar inquires with curiosity. I have read as well. I am not a fool to only listen to your fabrications, Balon retorts coldly. Rhaegar chuckles, offering no explanation. Reading is indeed a virtue. A well-read individual should comprehend the significance of a prince. It renders him all the more secure. Just then, a resounding eagle's cry echoes from beyond the valley. Balon and Tommen simultaneously raise their heads and rise to move outside. Has your tribe arrived? Rhaegar follows suit, his heart laden with insecurity. He attempts to call out to the Devourer through their bond, yet receives no response. The Devourer is gravely injured. He suspects it has flown off to recuperate. During its absence, Rhaegar's fate rests solely upon his own efforts. Emerging from the cave, Rhaegar trails behind Balon and Tommen, witnessing a throng of rugged individuals surging into the valley. They are robust, clad in leather garments and armor, exuding a primitive wildness. At the forefront stands a tall, muscular man in middle age, with thick brown braids adorning his beard and eyes sharp as an eagle's. As if sensing Rhaegar's gaze, the burly man turns his head. Locking eyes with him, Rhaegar's complexion shifts slightly, striving to maintain his composure. This group appears formidable. He has truly stumbled into a den of savages. Balon offers reassurance. Fear not. Uncle Falcon is a principled leader and will not harm children. The entire Falcon tribe floods into the valley, creating an instant uproar. The leader, known as Falcon, possesses notable capabilities, organizing the gathering, lighting fires, and establishing a campsite with remarkable efficiency. With a sense of purpose, Balon led Rhaegar to the campfire of the hawk. At that moment, the hawk was deftly skinning a wild rabbit, his movements remarkably swift. Once he had gutted the rabbit and impaled it on a stick for roasting, he slowly inquired, "Is he the noble child you found?" Balon cast a glance at Rhaegar and replied earnestly, "He is the king's child, a true dragon." A prince? The hawk's head shot up, his astonishment palpable. He was indeed a wild man, yet the status of a prince was undeniably lofty. Fixing his gaze upon Rhaegar, he stated with gravity, "Rhaegar Targaryen, I was born in the Red Keep of King's Landing. Do you have any particular recollections of this leader? How could I possibly know of a place 1,000 miles away?" The hawk replied nonchalantly, "I traversed the continent with my dragon, but encountered troubles along the way. If you are willing to assist me, I assure you, I will offer substantial rewards," Rhaegar proposed, laying forth tangible benefits for negotiation. The hawk chuckled, "I find that believable. You have a king for a father and mountains of gold and silver at your disposal. So, does that mean you are agreeing to help me?" Rhaegar's eyes brightened at the prospect. "Absolutely not." The hawk's smile vanished, replaced by a direct refusal. "Why not? I can give you gold and iron. All I ask is for your protection for a time," Rhaegar responded, taken aback by the wild leader's refusal, adding more conditions. The hawk, turning the roasting rabbit over the fire, dismissed him with disdain. "The Falcon tribe does not trust outsiders, nor do we offer assistance to them. It has always been this way." Rhaegar furrowed his brow and turned to Balon, who nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it has always been so. What do you intend to do with me, then? What conditions would compel you to assist me?" Rhaegar asked candidly. "Join the Falcon tribe and become one of us, and I will provide you protection unconditionally," the hawk replied with utmost seriousness. Rhaegar laughed, sitting down on the ground, arms crossed as he scrutinized the hawk. "Do you truly believe a Targaryen prince would join a tribe of wild men? There is no greater jest." At this point, the remnants of Rhaegar's fear had evaporated. He recognized that the hawk had no intention of aiding him. As a dragon rider, the bloodstains in the valley attested to the genuine presence of the Greed Eater. He did not believe the wild man before him would dare to threaten him. The hawk, undeterred by Rhaegar's words, chuckled, "Yet you have not sought my assistance either." Rhaegar found himself momentarily speechless. That is true. He possessed a dragon and merely needed to wait for the Greed Eater to locate him, at which point he could soar away on his dragon. His real need was to delay these wild men and prevent them from inflicting harm upon him. The hawk sliced a piece of the sizzling rabbit and offered it to Rhaegar, speaking in a low tone. I have seen a great beast, but it is wounded and has flown towards the despair marsh. I will tentatively accept your identity and provide you protection until your dragon returns. However, you must ensure that your dragon does not harm my tribe and depart swiftly. He was a primitive wild man, consumed with thoughts of plunder and chaos. He has engaged in battles with the noble lords of the peninsula, displaying greater insight than the average savage. The young lad before him is the son of the king. The bloodstains and ravines in the valley, aside from that colossal beast, indicate no creature possesses such destructive power. The pile of dung at the valley's mouth is likely a marker left by the dragon before its departure, intended to ward off wild beasts. From the very beginning, this young lad has been an exceedingly perilous presence. The wild dragon could return to the valley at any moment. At this juncture, no matter how many conditions are discussed with this young lad, once the dragon stands before him, it will all amount to naught. He could indeed slay this lad and flee under the cover of night. Yet, the tribe is fraught with danger, and tradition forbids harm to children. In comparison, it may be wiser to keep this lad well fed, so that when the dragon appears, he can ride off on its back. Should this lad possess any sense of morality, he would naturally find a way to repay him. Hearing the falcon's insinuation, Rhaegar's perception of the savages shifted considerably. Indeed, scholars often speak with a blind naivety, lacking accuracy. This savage is quite astute, far from reckless. You are truly a wise leader. I assure you, I will restrain my dragon and coexist peacefully with you. Being a leader is no easy task. I must consider the well-being of all. The falcon shook his head, tearing off 2 strips of meat and offering them to the siblings, Balerion and sister. Chapter 72. The Shadow Monster. With the negotiations concluded, the wariness in both parties diminished significantly. Rhaegar consumed the food provided by the savages and drank their clear water, observing them as they danced around the campfire. The falcon and the Balerion siblings remained by his side, sharing the warmth of the fire, exchanging stories of their lives. The falcon, picking at the remnants on the rabbit skeleton, inquired, "You seem quite young, the king's youngest son?" "I am the king's eldest son," Rhaegar replied with a laugh. "If I recall correctly, the tradition among the noble scions dictates that the eldest son is the heir. You shall one day be the new king?" The falcon expressed in astonishment. "No. In fact, the heir is my sister," Rhaegar answered nonchalantly. A rough, boisterous savage drew closer to join in the merriment, eliciting laughter from the nearby savages. Rhaegar cast a sidelong glance at him, his gaze shifting back to the falcon, remaining silent. The falcon's expression soured slightly as he grasped the rough savage's calf and said firmly, "Sander, step aside." Yes, Sander, step aside." The savage named Sander repeated with a casual attitude until a black-spotted white falcon alighted on a nearby branch. He shuddered and reluctantly departed, watching him vanish into the crowd. The falcon turned back, his voice devoid of discernible emotion. "The tribe has been restless lately. Many warriors are agitated. His mouth is foul. I wonder how it compares to the dragon's dung at the valley mouth?" Rhaegar replied with a faint smile. "I will teach him a lesson and also warn the others." The falcon's actions paused, his tone tinged with irritation. He was not angered by Rhaegar's threat. Instead, it was the tribe's subordinates who caused him to lose face in front of the esteemed guests. As night deepened, having filled his belly, Rhaegar returned to the Awaken cave to rest. The falcon had provided him with some soft animal skins, arranging for Bao and her brother to stay by his side. Personally laying out the pelts, Rhaegar called over the siblings, sharing the remaining skin with them. "Thank you," Torment murmured softly. "May I inquire about certain matters, such as the tribulations faced by the tribe?" Seizing the opportunity to gather information, Rhaegar probed further. Torment clutched the animal skin, gazing blankly at Balerion. With a nod, Balerion turned to spread out the grass mat. The tribe's original dwelling was attacked by a monster, resulting in several fatalities. "Uncle Falcon had no choice but to lead us in migration," Torment recounted with a hint of trepidation. "A monster? Crocodiles or pythons from the marsh?" Rhaegar inquired, intrigued. "Neither," Torment replied. "It is a creature that lurks in the shadows, moving like a python, piercing through our bodies." The fear etched on his face revealed the profound psychological impact this creature had on him. "I have not heard of such shadowy monsters. Is this truly the case?" Rhaegar questioned, casting a half-doubtful glance at Balerion. Being of an age similar to Rhaenyra, Balerion's words carried more weight. "It is true," Balerion affirmed, her expression grim. "Even the people within the tribe have never seen or heard of this creature. It seems to appear out of thin air. Wow, it appears we have stirred up trouble. Rhaegar remarked hesitantly, furrowing his brow. He was uncertain whether shadow monsters existed on Crabclaw Peninsula, but it seemed this tribe was not as secure as he had imagined. After a brief exchange, silence enveloped the cave. The three lay on their respective bedding, still able to hear the raucous shouts of the wild men outside. After a while, Balon could no longer contain herself and spoke up. Why is your sister the heir? You are deceiving yourself. Those noble lords prefer to be led by men. True as it may be, my father chose her as the heir. We are kin, and I simply wish to assist her, Rhaegar replied. Humph, she will wed, have her own husband, and bear her children. They will be her lifelong kin, Balon retorted with a cold scoff. And you, a brother who ranks behind her, will only serve as an obstacle. Which lord is your illegitimate child? You seem quite familiar with the Targaryen family, Rhaegar quipped, a smile playing on his lips. That is none of your concern. After all, you are just a scoundrel who cannot control his own trousers, Balon responded, clearly displeased with the mention of her lineage. Then my affairs are likewise none of your business, milady. Rhaegar shot back, countering her with wit. Huh, he calls you milady, Mon chuckled foolishly from his corner. And you, young master? Balon retorted, rising to deliver a swift kick that silenced him instantly. With their words failing to resonate, the cave fell silent once more. Midnight arrived. The damp air exhaled vapor as large clouds ascended to the heavens, obscuring the crescent moon. With the moonlight lost, the night grew ever deeper. Within the valley, the wild men, exhausted from their revelry, sprawled on the ground in small groups, succumbing to slumber. The once roaring bonfires dwindled to mere flickers, accompanied by the occasional crackle of embers. In the dimness, a peculiar, dark entity twisted its form, emerging from the shadowy undergrowth. This obsidian creature blended seamlessly with the darkness, slithering like a serpent toward a slumbering wild man. Gradually, it infiltrated the man's nostrils, ears, and mouth, appearing to divide itself, penetrating every orifice and invading the wild man's body. A soft, rod-like appendage breached his throat, causing the wild man to stir uncomfortably from his dreams with a few muffled sounds. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of a grotesque, dark mass perched upon his chest, extending tendril-like appendages. Terror filled his heart, and he attempted to scream, but before he could emit a sound, two tendrils pierced his nostrils, churning his brain. Thus, the creature effortlessly claimed the life of a wild man, writhing and retracting its appendages in search of its next prey. Inside the cave, Rhaegar was deeply ensconced in slumber. Suddenly, a chilling scream reverberated through the valley, startling all awake. Groggy, Rhaegar blinked and glanced around in confusion. The siblings, Balon, also awoke, seizing their weapons and hastening out of the cave, warning, "It's dangerous outside, don't go out." Rhaegar hesitated for a moment, then quickly rose to follow. He understood the peril of being alone in times of danger. Upon exiting the cave, chaos reigned among the wild men outside. Some added fuel to the fires while others ignited torches, illuminating the night to a slight degree. Rhaegar pressed closely behind Balon, peering out to discern the cause of the commotion. The air was filled with raucous cries, yet no useful information surfaced. After a considerable wait, the tumult gradually subsided as the hawk returned, leading a band of wild warriors. They bore several corpses, all robust male wild men. 3 were bleeding from their orifices, their bodies seemingly unscathed. One bore an arrow wound to the chest, precisely piercing the heart, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. In front of the entire tribe, the hawk tossed the 3 uniformly deceased bodies into the bonfire, incinerating their remains. He then extracted the arrow from the 4th body, his gaze darkening as he surveyed the scene. "We have drawn the attention of other tribes," he growled, gripping the arrow tightly, his voice laced with fury. Chapter 73. The promise. As soon as the hawk spoke, the wild men erupted into chaotic clamor, calling for vengeance. Rhaegar tugged at Tommen's arm, whispering, "What is the story behind those burned bodies? Only one bore an arrow wound, yet the other 3 died under suspicious circumstances." It was difficult for Rhaegar to ignore the peculiarities surrounding their demise. Tommen turned around, his voice trembling with fear as he said, "That is the fate of those slain by the shadow creature, which continues to pursue the tribe." As he spoke, his body shook uncontrollably, and his pallor deepened. Facing the tribe's members, the falcon raised his hands high and proclaimed loudly, "Silence. The enemy lurks nearby. Prepare your weapons at once." The slain wild man was one of the night watchmen. Moments earlier, a wild man had ventured into the bushes at midnight and stumbled upon a corpse, unleashing a blood-curdling scream to alert the tribe. The discovery of the other 3 corpses occurred only after most had awakened, for tribesmen had perished in a single night. The Falcon tribe seemed shrouded in a veil of dread, the atmosphere somber and oppressive. The Falcon led the strong wild men in grasping their weapons, igniting torches, and forming teams to venture beyond the valley. The murder of the night watchman indicated that the enemy was concealed in the vicinity, poised to strike at any moment. Rhaegar observed the scene, a frown creasing his brow. This tribe was targeted by an unknown creature, and now their migration route had been uncovered by other tribes. A reckless assault might lead them into an ambush, potentially resulting in their annihilation overnight. Rhaegar took a step forward, intending to offer a word of caution. Balerion seized the back of his collar and admonished, "Do not act foolishly. Impulsive wild men possess little thought. Tonight will be perilous." Rhaegar expressed his viewpoint, stating, "I understand. And so does Uncle Falcon, but the existence of wild men is defined by constant conflict and conquest." Balerion, with a bow slung over her back, grasped Rhaegar with one hand while clutching Tommen with the other. "We shall follow the wild woman with children. Typically, tribes do not slay women and children." The capable wild men have accompanied Falcon out of the valley. Rhaegar found himself grouped with the elderly, weak, and infirm, alongside pregnant women and wild children resembling little monkeys. Puzzled, Rhaegar remarked, "Your tribe seems to have few men, yet an abundance of children? The tribes that are assimilated see their men and elders slaughtered, women violated, and children abandoned." Balerion replied, "Many of these children are orphans that Uncle Falcon rescued. He believes they will grow into fierce warriors." Falcon truly was a remarkable wild man. Rhaegar shook his head in amusement. As hunters, how could the wild men profit? As he turned around, others fled even faster, frantically shouting in their panic. Rhaegar was left behind, his small limbs unable to keep pace with the adults. Yet, there was still no response. "Don't just stand there, hurry." A swift figure dashed from behind, seizing Rhaegar's garment and hoisting him onto a shoulder, fleeing with great effort. Rhaegar took a moment to glance back. The invading tribe of savages surged into the valley, half of them scavenging the supplies left by the Falcon tribe, while the remainder continued their relentless pursuit. The dozen or so warriors brought back by the Swift One were utterly incapable of mounting an effective resistance against the assailants. They either fell victim to being caught and slain or were pierced by bone arrows. The wild men, robust and towering, sprinted with a force that left the pursuers far behind, granting Rhaegar a measure of reassurance. He truly wished to avoid being embroiled in the conflict between 2 savage tribes and to perish ignobly. At dawn, as the light began to pierce the horizon, the remnants of the Falcon tribe fled westward through vast stretches of pine forest, many becoming separated in the chaos. Men were killed on the spot. Women were pinned to the ground and violated, and children scattered in all directions. Some were ruthlessly slain, while others sought refuge in the dense woods. The Swift One carried Rhaegar as they continued their flight, accompanied only by a few wild guards trailing behind them. Exhausted, they took refuge on a hillside for a brief respite. "The tribe is gone," a wild man named Sander lamented, questioning the leader. "We can rebuild. As long as we live, there will come a day when we can retaliate." The Swift One growled softly, setting the jostled Rhaegar down. "The tribe is nearly extinct. Why are you still burdening us with this child?" Another wild man pointed at Rhaegar, whose pallid complexion spoke of his distress as he cowered behind the Swift One. "He has a dragon, and he is the son of a king, more noble than anyone you have ever encountered in a castle. He can bring wealth to our tribe," the Swift One declared, spreading his arms in explanation. "You lie. If he had a dragon, it would have burned us to ashes by now. Indeed, it is possible that the White Pine tribe was lured here by him. He is nothing but a calamity. Regardless of his nobility, we cannot rely on them. He is merely a child of deceit." As if finding a target for their ire, the wild men glared at Rhaegar, some gripping their weapons and casting suspicious glances in his direction. A warning bell rang in Rhaegar's mind, and he spoke up, "My dragon is on its way back. I will command it to avenge the Falcon tribe and bring you unimaginable riches." He realized that this tribe was unreliable, having fallen apart within a single night. Upon hearing his words, the wild men's cacophony of accusations quieted, and they collectively focused their gaze on the Swift One, awaiting his response. Drawing a deep breath, the Swift One assumed the demeanor of a leader and solemnly stated, "He claims to possess a dragon. Let us wait for a day, and the truth shall reveal itself." He chuckled. If he had a dragon, I would offer my head as a wine jug. The other wild men exchanged glances, hesitating to follow, and eventually slumped down in despair due to the presence of the hawk. The hawk didn't prevent Sandor from moving forward, merely stating, "Rest here. We will depart at dawn." Having said this, he seized Rhaegar by the collar and led him to a high point on the hillside. He gazed towards the pine forest they had traversed, searching for any pursuing wild men. Rhaegar crouched beside him, languidly asserting, "I truly possess a dragon. I am aware." The hawk replied, "Your tribe has scattered. What do you intend to do?" "Wait," Rhaegar inquired, puzzled. The hawk turned to meet his gaze, indifferently responding, "Wait for your dragon to find you, to incinerate the White Pine tribe. Do you truly believe in me?" Rhaegar was taken aback by the wild leader's unwavering trust. "I do not," the hawk replied coldly. "But my tribe has been attacked, the men slain, the women and children captured. I require your dragon to reclaim all that has been lost." Rhaegar, feeling a surge of resolve, promised, "Rest assured, once my dragon locates me, I shall avenge your tribe. I have kept my word. You must remember what you have said," the hawk began, but suddenly, a dark arrow shot from the shadows, piercing his right eye with a swift whoosh. In front of Rhaegar, the bow and arrow emerged from the back of the hawk's head, traversing through his skull. Chapter 74. Vendettas should not linger. What is it like to witness death firsthand? If Rhaegar were to answer, he would say, "I do not know." Blood sprayed from the hawk's head, staining half of his silver hair crimson. Rhaegar felt neither discomfort nor fear, nor did he tremble. Wiping the blood that had splattered onto his face, he silently observed the hawk's corpse, still with its mouth agape. He blinked and turned his gaze towards the direction from which the bow and arrow had come. There stood a large pine tree, dense with needles. The departing Sandor remained beneath its shade, poised to draw his bow. "Is he dead?" After a long pause, Rhaegar murmured, nudging the hawk's body with his foot. This wild leader was rather commendable, more rational and clever than the average wild man. He had even remembered to protect him during their flight. Is this how he meets his end? "Everyone, stand up. That fellow is dead. We must seek another way out." Having slain the leader, Sandor swiftly ascended the hillside, directing the remaining wild men who had not yet realized the situation. With his alert, they noticed the hawk sprawled in a pool of blood. Except for one tall wild man who protested on behalf of the hawk, intent on avenging him, the others merely scrutinized Sandor with a discerning gaze. Sandor aimed his bow at the tall wild man and, with a swift release of an arrow, instantly dispatched him. He then confidently stood before them, proclaiming, "The hawk tribe is no more. Do you wish to wander aimlessly in the pine forest? Follow me. Let us seek refuge with the White Pine tribe, joining a more formidable tribe free from curses." Sandor enticed the others to join him in defection. People are not foolish. Immediately, someone stood up to question, "We are but remnants of the Peregrine tribe. Why should they take in our adversary?" Sandor pointed at the motionless Rhaegar and proclaimed with grandiosity, "His father is a king, wealthy in gold and jewels. If we present him to the White Pine tribe, they will surely accept us." His argument held considerable weight, causing several of the wild men to waver. Ultimately, Sandor personally bound Rhaegar and hoisted him over his shoulder. "Let us proceed to find the White Pine tribe and see if there are any stragglers." Sandor had evidently assumed the role of leader among the wild men. Rhaegar offered no resistance, allowing himself to be bound in silence, his large violet eyes fixed intently on Sandor. "Little brat, if we deliver you, we might secure our own survival," Sandor remarked with a sinister grin, noticing his gaze. "Quite reasonable. I am indeed quite valuable," Rhaegar conceded in agreement. "Heh, you best behave. Lest I break your limbs," Sandor threatened. "Rest assured, I shall be compliant," Rhaegar replied. As dusk fell, the wild men located several of their scattered companions, regardless of age or gender, who joined their ranks, trembling as they made their way to the temporary encampment of the White Pine tribe. They approached the familiar valley, but as they neared its outskirts, they were discovered by patrolling wild men who summoned reinforcements, capturing the group once more. Upon re-entering the valley, they were met with the stench of blood and piles of corpses, most of which belonged to the slain members of the Peregrine tribe. Rhaegar and Sandor, along with several wild men, were brought before the leader of the White Pine tribe. At that moment, Rhaegar observed that the assault on the Peregrine tribe was not solely the work of the White Pine tribe. Gathered around a campfire with the leader were 4 burly chiefs of wild men. Looking down on the pleading Sandor, the leader of the White Pine tribe held him in contempt, too disinterested to inquire further, and ordered his limbs broken instead. Pointing impatiently at Rhaegar, who had been thrown forward, he commanded, "Confine this brat with the women and children. The rest shall be kept for the sacrifice." Yes, the group of Sandor was denied even the opportunity to explain, as they were swiftly incapacitated and dragged away. Their cries for Rhaegar as sacrifice to save them fell on deaf ears. These chiefs were nothing more than wild men from the mountains. Who had ever seen a king? You say it, so it must be. Instead, one particularly brutish chief seized Rhaegar's bracelet without hesitation. Rhaegar opened his mouth to protest, but was swiftly pushed to the ground. "Take him down. He is of no use. Let him stay for now." Rhaegar fell heavily, struggling to rise. He remained silent, enduring his fate without a sound. Thus, Rhaegar was untied and tossed at this moment. Balerion was covered in mud and filth, huddled in a corner with Tamandi. Upon seeing a familiar face, Rhaegar rubbed his painfully aching stomach and approached. "It's you. I thought you were with Uncle Sunday. How did you end up here?" The wary Balerion quickly recognized him. Rhaegar's expression turned troubled as he murmured, "Son was a good man, though his life was rather short." "Uncle's son is dead?" Balerion asked in disbelief. "He was ambushed by a traitor while trying to escape," Rhaegar replied with a hint of regret. "It's over. If such a formidable person as Uncle's son has fallen, we are bound to suffer too." Balerion lowered his head in despair. "Perhaps there may still be a turn of events," Rhaegar encouraged, before inquiring. "These wild men intend to sacrifice the traitors who defected to the spirits. Is that a custom among your people?" Tamandi, crouching on the ground, spoke in fear. "I overheard those who captured me say that the surrounding tribes have been attacked by monsters. They believe it is the spirits at work, which is why they are capturing people from other tribes for sacrifice." Rhaegar nodded, refraining from further questions. He quietly moved to another corner and sat down. He needed to contemplate a means of self-rescue. The Yuhun tribe was lacking in valor. "Alas, let's remain crouched for now." He sighed deeply, closing his eyes. Night descended. The victorious wild men celebrated, lighting bonfires everywhere to release their pent-up emotions from the slaughter. It was not until midnight that they finally quieted down. Men slept with women, and women with children, all slumbering like dead pigs. A gust of wind swept through the valley, dispersing the foul odor of the wild men's gathering. Rhaegar opened his eyes, silently gazing at the dim night sky. The time had come. With a whispered resolve, he rose from the ground. Glancing at the frightened women and children who were unable to sleep, he made his way to the edge of the enclosure. Several wild men stood guard nearby. The hour was late, and the guards were drowsy and lax. Rhaegar, small in stature and clad in black dragon rider attire, blended seamlessly into the darkness. He quietly slipped through the dilapidated fence, treading lightly as he moved outside. Within the valley, wild men patrolled in pairs. Rhaegar evaded their gaze and approached a sheer cliff where Sand and his group were imprisoned. He surveyed them. Each was battered and bruised, limbs severed, tongues ripped out. Tied one after another to tea, awakening in a state of trepidation, Sandor trembled uncontrollably, mumbling incoherently. "Look at me, Sandor." Rhaegar roused him from his terror. In a flurry, Sandor raised his head and beheld Rhaegar standing alone. "It's you." But before he could finish his sentence, Rhaegar raised his axe and brought it down violently upon Sandor's neck. The artery severed, blood gushed forth like a fountain, drenching half of Rhaegar's body. Glancing down silently, Rhaegar thought, "You and the falcon share this fate. This attire has been wasted." With that, he continued to swing the axe relentlessly. Chapter 75. The Return of the Dragon. With each stroke of the axe, Rhaegar appeared inexhaustible, until the ground was soaked in blood and a severed head rolled away. Taking a life with his own hands filled Rhaegar with an indescribable sensation, one that was decidedly unpleasant. The axe was heavy, yet it felt rather manageable. Muttering softly, he discarded the axe and retrieved the filthy head. This was merely an appetizer for the night. He had many more tasks ahead. This time, he did not evade the gaze of the patrolling wildlings, but boldly strode into the center of the camp. Immediately, a group of patrolling wildlings spotted him, brandishing their weapons as they closed in. "Halt, you little wretch!" With a shout, several wildlings swaggered forward, their eyes glinting with malice. A little brat who slipped away would go unnoticed even if killed. Rhaegar regarded them calmly, stating, "Fools, you ought to show some respect to a Targaryen." "Huh, damn little bastard, I'll make you regret this." Rhaegar stood firm, pointing upwards. "Look up here." The wildlings, confused, instinctively glanced skyward. Buzzing through the inky darkness, a pair of colossal green lights burst forth, resembling two clusters of eerie ghostly flames. The wildlings halted in their tracks, frozen in astonishment. Soon, the green lights began to flicker. The night sky, like a curtain, seemed to tremble in response. It was then that they realized the darkness above was not merely the night, but rather a massive creature, black as coal. At that moment, the colossal beast lowered its head, surveying all living things within the valley. As the wildlings comprehended the enormity of the creature, their pupils dilated in terror, and one by one, they knelt, discarding their weapons and crying out in panic. "Devour him." Rhaegar passed by the emaciated wildling, softly pronouncing his sentence. With a guttural roar, the devourer leaned down, and a putrid gust of wind swept the wildling off his feet. Before he could hit the ground, the dragon's agile tongue snaked out, ensnaring him and pulling him into its maw. Accompanied by the crunch of shattered bones, the creature chewed and swallowed. It had returned. Rhaegar's dragon, the mightiest of all on Dragonstone, had come back to its master. The moment Rhaegar was captured during the day, the devourer sensed the peril of its dragon rider and instinctively returned. Rhaegar had also established a connection with the devourer, silently awaiting the return of the dragon. All the restraint of the daylight was for the sake of this moment of vengeance. He is the true dragon, having conquered the great Wyrm. Now, Rhaegar shall ride his dragon, unleashing its fiery wrath upon the irreverent. Beneath the cloak of night, the devourer lay in wait, its obsidian form poised for the young prince to ascend its back. After 2 days and nights of separation, man and dragon reunite once more. Rhaegar gazes down at the wildlings below, his expression devoid of emotion, his eyes glacial. The massive feet of the devourer tread past them, and Rhaegar's indifferent voice echoes, "Summon your leader. I shall await them here." Perched upon the dragon's back, he gives orders to the remaining patrolling wildlings without a backward glance. The pitiful lot, paralyzed by the memory of their companions being devoured, are rendered speechless upon hearing Rhaegar's voice, as if a demon were whispering. They scramble to their feet and flee in all directions. Rhaegar makes no effort to stop them. Their commotion rouses the entire camp, drawing the attention of many toward the center. Soon, a ragtag assembly of disheveled wildlings, brandishing weapons, rushes forth. Upon sighting Rhaegar and his devourer, they halt abruptly, daunted by the sight before them. What a colossal beast it is! The timid among them weaken at the knees, bereft of any thought of resistance. As the leader of the wildling tribe, several burly figures he had encountered in daylight stand at the forefront, appearing as mere ants beneath the dragoness feet, gazing up at Rhaegar in terror. Rhaegar's gaze sweeps over them, remaining silent. Ultimately, his eyes settle on the wildling leader who had dared to shove him. "It was you, wasn't it?" Rhaegar tilts his head, disregarding the wildling who nearly fled at his mere words, pointing to one among them, a brutish figure with a face of excess. "What?" The leader stutters, shrinking back in trepidation. "You took my belongings. Return them to me." Rhaegar gestures dismissively, his tone flat. The wildling, realizing the gravity of the situation, seizes a woman behind him and hastily retrieves a silver-gray bracelet from a leather pouch. With a thud, he kneels before Rhaegar, presenting the item with both hands. Your belongings." Rhaegar remains unmoved, instead tossing the severed head of Sandor at his feet, murmuring, "This is for you. Clean it well, and use it as a drinking vessel." "Yes," the wildling leader responds hastily, staring blankly at the head on the ground, paralyzed by fear. Rhaegar pats the devourer's back and says, "Assist me, my friend." With a furious roar, the devourer intimidates the wildlings, causing them to kneel. Yet it refrains from unleashing its fiery breath. Its elongated tail extends, ensnaring the wildling leader and drawing him to Rhaegar's side. Rhaegar accepts the bracelet, waving his hand dismissively. In a swift motion, the devourer casts the wildling leader to the ground with a thud. Rolling away for quite a distance, he fainted from dizziness. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Whether one lives or dies is entirely up to you. Rhaegar cast a calm glance at him. When Rhaegar once again looked down upon the wild men, the devourer sensed his intent. With a high arch of its head, it roared, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire that illuminated half the valley, raising the surrounding temperature. In the wake of this display, the wild men's psychological defenses crumbled instantly. They knelt in unison, discarding their weapons, and cried out in a mixture of fear and reverence to their deity, the fire god. Unperturbed, Rhaegar's voice rang coldly. "Who is the leader of the Pine tribe? Step forward." His words, though not loud, cut through the clamor. The wild men whispered among themselves. Driven by terror, and pushed forth the leader of the White Pine tribe. He was a robust young savage, his features resolute. Rhaegar's expression remained unchanged as he inquired, "There are many tribes that attacked the Falcon tribe. Who orchestrated this?" "It is I. We gathered here due to the curse of the malevolent spirit," the leader of the White Pine tribe replied, gritting his teeth and suppressing his fear. "Excellent. I appreciate your candor," Rhaegar commended, lightly stroking the Devourer's back, and said softly, "Dragonfire." The wild men, unable to comprehend High Balerion, gazed at Rhaegar in confusion. In the next instant, the green dragon fire descended in a flash. With a roar, the Devourer engulfed the leader of the White Pine tribe in flames. In a mere heartbeat, his corporeal form was reduced to ash, incinerated completely. Rhaegar, head bowed, did not witness this scene. It was simple to take a life, yet he relished the sensation. However, he had promised the Falcon to avenge his tribe. A Targaryen always honors his word. The dragon fire ignited a primal ferocity within some. They lacked the courage to attack Rhaegar and the Devourer, instead seizing their weapons and fleeing. Rhaegar observed this spectacle, his eyes devoid of emotion. His lips parting softly, dragon fire. With a powerful flap of its wings, the Devourer soared into the air, its massive form casting a shadow over the fleeing wild men. Its throat simmered with dragon fire, slowly exhaling a taunting spray over the heads of the fleeing savages. Amidst their terrified cries, it took mere moments for not a single escapee to survive. The Devourer, feeling a sense of ennui, circled above the valley, looking down disdainfully upon these wretched insects. In that moment, the insignificance of the wild men was magnified infinitely. Witnessing the might of the colossal dragon, the survivors could only kneel and beg for mercy. Rhaegar, astride the dragon's back, soared through the night sky, surveying the chaos below. Truth be told, he could not comprehend the wild men's utterances. They were a disorganized throng. Although they spoke a common tongue, their accents varied greatly. To his ears, it was merely a cacophony of strange sounds. Rhaegar relished the night breeze caressing his face, the tranquility within him granting an unparalleled sense of security. The gluttonous creature circled above the valley twice, unleashing its fiery breath in a wild display, venting the emotions of its rider. After a moment, Rhaegar regained his composure. Casting a sidelong glance at the large group of subdued wild men kneeling below, he commanded, "Bring the members of the Falcon tribe here safely, and detain all from the White Pine tribe." "Yes, great deity, we are at your service," they responded fervently. In that instant, whether they were chieftains or mere brutes, all bowed in reverence. Under the expansive wings of the dragon, all beings were equal. Rhaegar gestured towards the charred corpses strewn across the ground, displeased, and ordered, "Collect the bodies. They shall be burned collectively later." Chapter 76, The Indestructible Shadow. Rhaegar's youthful voice rang with the authority of a supreme edict. None dared to disregard it. A few bolder wild men rose cautiously from the ground. Trembling as they gazed at the colossal dragon above, they hunched down to gather those corpses that had not been completely consumed by the flames. In high spirits, Rhaegar remained engaged. Pointing out several other wild chieftains, he lazily inquired, "Introduce yourselves and explain your presence here." He was indifferent to their names, but placed great importance on the curses they spoke of. The Falcon tribe had lost many to a shadowy monster. He had witnessed its form. It was highly probable that these wild tribes had also been attacked by the same creature, forced to band together for survival. He sought clarity on the matter of the curse. "Great deity, your loyal servant is called Grang, son Sean, Trangel," stammered the indicated chieftain, trembling like a lamb. A total of 5 tribes of wild men had gathered in the valley, aside from the leader of the White Pine tribe, who perished in dragon flames, and the one who had been blown away. The other 3 were present. Rhaegar signaled for the gluttonous creature to descend, its massive form stirring a cloud of dust that blinded the wild men. He summoned one chieftain for questioning, inquiring about the nature of this so-called curse. The bearded wild man named Trangel, filled with trepidation, replied, "The curse emanates from the shadows. It silently claims the lives of free men, eluding capture and killing indiscriminately. We can only offer living sacrifices." Indeed, it was a shadowy monster. Rhaegar nodded inwardly and asked, "How many curses are there? Does each tribe possess one?" "There is but one curse, roaming the darkness of swamps and pine forests, seeking suitable prey," Trangel answered. "Have you witnessed those sacrificed by the shadow's hand?" Rhaegar inquired, furrowing his brow. "Yes, Many have seen the curse emerge from the shadows to slay the living. It seemed to be a most peculiar monster. Rhaegar contemplated silently, realizing the gravity of the situation. A killer lurking within the shadows was a terrifying entity anywhere it existed. Presently, it was confined to the Crabclaw Peninsula, but who could say whether it might spread to the mainland? With the dragon by his side, Rhaegar could not afford to remain indifferent. After a while, Fusky returned with captives from the Falcon tribe. The wild men belonging to the White Pine tribe were also pushed out from the crowd, kneeling on the other side. Rhaegar pondered for a moment before coldly commanding, "Bring forth the traitors and lure out the shadow creature." He intended to weigh the monster's strength. Fear the dragon's flame. The wild men, known for their lack of humanity, promptly obeyed the order and fetched the traitors, including the head of sand. Rhaegar observed from atop the dragon's back as the wild men bound the traitors to a tree, extinguishing the surrounding bonfires, leaving only a patch of shadow. All that remained was a quiet wait. According to the leaders of these wild men, the shadow creature made its presence known nearly every night, claiming lives from the tribe. This instilled a sense of dread, filling the tribe with an atmosphere of unease. Ultimately, they chose to form an alliance. 5 small tribes united to become one large tribe, raiding nearby clans for resources and plundering their populace. Though unspoken, Rhaegar understood their intentions. They were using the captives for what they deemed sacrifices to prevent the curse from claiming the lives of their allied wild men. As time passed, around 2 in the morning, a large number of kneeling wild men drooped their heads, anxious about their impending fates. Rhaegar lay on the back of the glutton, his tense nerves easing, feeling somewhat lethargic. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the air, capturing everyone's attention. Rhaegar abruptly lifted his head, gazing toward the source of the sound. It was not from the shaded tree where the captives were bound, but from within a solitary group of White Pine tribe wild men. A female wild man shrieked in terror, causing the crowd to part, revealing the site of the curse's manifestation. Rhaegar stood, craning his neck to observe. He beheld a male wild man sprawled on the ground, entangled in a writhing mass of black tendrils emerging from the shadows beneath him, tightly ensnaring him. Beside him lay a corpse, blood oozing from its 7 orifices. "Everyone stand back," Rhaegar commanded, dispersing the surrounding wild men and urging the glutton forward. Dragon's flame. The glutton regarded the shadows with disdain, hesitating momentarily. Upon hearing its rider's command, it shook off its reluctance and belched forth dragon fire from a distance. Boom. The dragon's flame descended, a ghostly green blaze consuming the shadows in its wake. When the fire subsided, only a charred expanse remained, leaving this time. The shadow creature failed to slay the wild man ensnared by its tendrils. Retracting into the shadows in an instant, it was struck by dragonfire. The vast shadows upon the ground seemed to writhe and tremble as if dealt a grievous blow. It sought to approach Rhaegar, only to be dispersed by the voracious flames. Finally, it emitted a sharp, piercing roar before vanishing into the nearby darkness. What manner of being is this? Even dragonfire could not vanquish it. Rhaegar's eyes widened in astonishment. The voracious flames were formidable indeed, surpassing the might of most adult dragons, sufficient to melt stone. This creature had withstood a blast of dragonfire, and yet managed to retreat into the shadows. How bizarre! Rhaegar found himself astonished by the peculiarities of the shadow creature. It was the most extraordinary unknown entity he had ever encountered. However, the sight of the shadow creature being repelled by dragonfire profoundly shocked the wild men. The ignorant savages fell to their knees, fervently calling for divine salvation. Irritated by the clamor, Rhaegar gestured for the voracious one to silence their cries with a roar, commanding, "I am not a deity. I am a Targaryen. Silence yourselves." Among the crowd, Baelor grasped Tommen's hand, her eyes alight with admiration and awe as she gazed at Rhaegar. Upon hearing him deny his divine status, she immediately echoed, "You command dragons. You are the Dragon King." With her proclamation, the wild men followed suit, chanting, "Dragon King! Dragon King!" Rhaegar cast a sidelong glance at Baelor, raising an eyebrow. He was a descendant of the Dragon King, not the Dragon King himself. Yet, the title of Dragon King was indeed preferable to that of a deity. Rhaegar surveyed the submissive and fearful wild men, a contemplative glimmer in his eyes. He had vowed to avenge the Falcon tribe. A single wild leader was evidently insufficient. Previously, he had considered incinerating them all in a single blaze. Now, a new idea had taken root. The shadow creature was an anomaly. Its earlier attempt to attack Rhaegar suggested it had likely fixated upon him. Rhaegar would not permit such a threat to endure. He could not allow a creature that consumed life to remain in existence. To vanquish the shadow creature, he would require the wild men to fight valiantly. After a brief moment of contemplation, Rhaegar proclaimed, "The curse has taken root in Crabclaw Peninsula, preying upon your lives, forcing you to migrate endlessly, unable to live in peace. I am the firstborn of the king, a prince of House Targaryen, commanding the most ferocious wild dragon king, wielding the flames that can incinerate all. Submit to me, and I shall protect you from the curse's ravages. Serve me, and I will command the dragon to banish the curse and eradicate your fears." Chapter 77. Conquest of the Peninsula. Rhaegar's voice still bore a youthful timbre, and his diminutive form lacked any semblance of intimidation. Yet beneath him lay a colossal dragon, as formidable as a mountain. The wild men could do nothing but gaze up in reverence. Upon hearing his voice, they submitted en masse, kneeling before the towering figure of the voracious dragon. "The situation is exceedingly favorable," Rhaegar continued. "Since you have submitted to me, you shall strictly adhere to my commands. Otherwise, the wrath of the dragon shall be upon you." The prominent leaders of the wild men displayed fervor, showing no signs of the resistance or hatred expected from those who have been conquered. The wild men, being human, understood the principles of self-preservation. A curse may bring about their demise, yet the dragon's fire could spare their lives. Before the terrifying dragon, the disorganized and undisciplined wild men hastened to pledge their loyalty, eager to follow a more powerful leader. Gaining the admiration of the wild men, Rhaegar raised an eyebrow, feeling a peculiar sensation within. After some contemplation, he issued his first command. The shadow monsters would assault each wild tribe, and before they grew in strength, "You shall unite all wild tribes under my leadership to conquer the peninsula." This was a method that came to him spontaneously. By gathering all the wild men, the shadow monsters' attacks would only expose them to Rhaegar's sight. There would inevitably come a time when they would face the dragon's fire. Upon hearing the decree to conquer the peninsula and defeat the wild tribes, the wild men went into a frenzy, cheering with unrestrained enthusiasm, eager to set off at once. For these battle-hardened wild men, nothing was more exhilarating than conquest and revelry. The following day, Rhaegar summoned several wild tribe leaders, instructing them to manage their respective clans. The White Pine tribe, having lost their leader, elected a new chief, collectively known as the Crabclaw, signifying their role as Rhaegar's subordinates, commanding their own people. The valley served as an excellent base of operations. Rhaegar commanded that women and children remain in the valley, assigning 100 wild warriors to guard it, thereby eliminating half of those who could not fight. In truth, only a little over 1,000 could wield weapons. For Rhaegar, this was sufficient. The purpose of this 1,000 was to disperse across the marshes and pine forests, seeking out the wild tribes on the peninsula. Each time a wild tribe was located, Rhaegar would guide the glutton above them, circling twice. Without needing to utter a single word, the wild men would bow down in submission. In just 5 days, Rhaegar, riding his dragon, flew over the eastern part of Crabclaw Peninsula, subduing several small tribes and gathering over 10,000 wild men. On the edge of a foul-smelling swamp, Rhaegar sat in a hastily erected tent made of animal skins and inquired, "How many have we integrated today?" The response came, "In total, there are over 2,000. With only 800 capable of fighting." Standing before him in a new garment of linen, the azure-clad Balerion reported the latest census of recruits. It must be said, the strategy for the wild men across the peninsula was remarkably simple. Rhaegar exerted little effort. Occasionally, he would ride his dragon to intimidate disobedient tribes, while the rest of the time, he awaited the Crabclaws to organize their manpower. Balerion continued, "You have traversed the eastern peninsula, integrating the wild tribes. But we dare not act rashly against the noble castles in the west." Rhaegar replied, "That is of no concern. The nobles of the peninsula must also pay homage to the Iron Throne." Rhaegar approached the situation with a sense of indifference. The conquest of the peninsula lacked the anticipated thrill, feeling more akin to child's play. A band of ignorant savages, their gluttony so profound that they did not even require the dragon's flames to plead for mercy. At that moment, the tent flaps were thrust aside, and a tall figure strode in. "Your Highness, the chieftain of the White Crow tribe refused to submit. I have taken his head and present it to you." One of the first to kneel in submission, Tremble, reverently held forth a bloodied head in both hands. They often met with Rhaegar, who forbade them from referring to him as the Dragon King, insisting they call him Prince instead. The Crabclaws were pleased. believing themselves to be closer to Rhaegar than the ordinary savages, hence their distinct title. Rhaegar frowned, his distaste evident as he commanded, "Take it away and burn it. Do not present such gruesome artifacts before me." Were it not for the necessity of eradicating the shadow monsters, he would have preferred to distance himself from these simpletons. They were utterly foolish. At such a young age, he was subjected to such sights. Tremble scratched his head and muttered, "Your Highness, the incorporation of the White Crow tribe is complete. There are no other tribes in the Eastern Peninsula. Rest for a night. We shall march westward tomorrow." Rhaegar had already mapped out the route. "Yes, Your Highness." Tremble thumped his chest and departed. "How much longer can we endure?" Rhaegar straightened his posture. "At most 3 days." Balerion replied succinctly, "Alas, with thousands of mouths to feed daily, how did you survive previously?" Rhaegar sighed, his responsibilities concerning conquest leaving him unversed in logistics. Balerion lamented, "Tommen and I were taken in by Uncle Falcon 6 months ago. For most of that time, we barely had enough to eat. We must relocate to the Western Peninsula swiftly to address the shadow monsters." Rhaegar's expression clouded with concern as he inquired, "Have there been any sightings of the shadow monsters?" "None. It appears the monsters are aware of our pursuit and have hidden themselves," Balerion replied earnestly. 2 days later, along a desolate mountain path, a long line of savages made their way westward. A massive black dragon soared above the clouds, its expansive wings casting shadows over vast stretches of land. After consolidating the Eastern Peninsula, Rhaegar led the savage horde on a grand migration. He was not foolish enough to take everyone along. All the elderly, weak, women, and children, along with half the savage warriors, remained in the Eastern Peninsula to survive through hunting. The remaining half of the savage warriors carried provisions sufficient for 3 days, accompanying him westward. With over 2,300 individuals led by 20 or so crabclaw commanders, their numbers were woefully inadequate for a war renowned across the continent. Yet, in this barren peninsula, they had formed an unusually potent armed force. Along the way, they encountered several minor noble factions who, despite their noble titles, were merely impoverished families entrenched in a valley. Unfortunately, loyalty was of little worth. Upon Rhaegar's request for provisions, they turned against him with a swiftness that exceeded the turning of a page when they learned the supplies were intended for the savages. Even though Rhaegar promised to double the repayment, he was exceedingly miserly. Ultimately, it was thanks to the gluttonous protest that he managed to procure a meager supply of food. Kill. Slay the hounds of the Blend family, those wretched klebs, annihilate them all. Soaring through the skies, Rhaegar traversed an expanse of open ground. Hearing the chaotic sounds of battle, "Gluttons, let us descend and observe," he urged, patting the back of his dragon. The pair descended to a lower altitude. Below, a large throng of soldiers wielding iron implements was embroiled in a fray. These soldiers bore no proper armor, most clad in coarse linen garments. The weapons they wielded were antiquated, lacking the demeanor of a regular army. Rhaegar surveyed the tumultuous melee from above. Both sides fought fiercely, charging recklessly into the fray. Among them were farmers-turned-soldiers, wielding hoes and hammers, shattering the skulls of their foes. As Rhaegar glanced around, he noticed banners raised on either side of the clearing, one depicting a marigold, the other a skeletal figure hung from a gnarled tree. Chapter 78. The loyalty of the klebs. The battle raged on, escalating to a fever pitch. Upon sighting the two banners, Rhaegar immediately thought of the peninsula's two most prominent noble families, the Blend family of the Fearsome Keep and the klebs of the Whispering Keep. These two families were among the only nobles on the peninsula to have established castles. Despite being referred to as semi-savages, they at least maintained their family honor. Particularly the klebs, who had once boasted royal guards and high-ranking ministers, enjoying a period of great renown. What could have caused these two impoverished families to clash? Rhaegar pondered. Curious, with their current state of destitution, why engage in such a reckless brawl instead of striving to amass wealth? After a moment's contemplation, Rhaegar refrained from acting impulsively, remaining atop his dragon to continue observing. Once war erupted, hatred would spread like wildfire, not easily quelled by mere words. As the conflict below continued to rage, Rhaegar sensed that the time to intervene was approaching. After half an hour of relentless fighting, weariness began to settle over the combatants. Rhaegar's band of wild men arrived from the rear, encircling the battlefield. This encirclement was an order issued by Rhaegar himself, as he sought to experiment with command and strategy in warfare. Though still young, he recognized the value of gaining experience. observing the dwindling vigor of the battle below. Rhaegar knew it was time to make his presence known. He signaled to the glutton to descend from the clouds. With a mighty roar, the glutton shattered the cloud cover, its immense form casting a shadow over the battlefield. In an instant, the soldiers caught in the fray were swept up in a whirlwind, thrown into disarray. Before the commanders of either side could issue orders, the glutton circled overhead, unleashing a plume of eerie green dragon fire as a demonstration. A dragon? How can there be a dragon on the peninsula? Run! What manner of creature is this? The moment the dragon made its appearance, the battlefield was thrown into disarray. Soldiers, filled with terror, gazed at the glutton, abandoning their armor and fleeing in panic. However, the cowards had barely made any distance when they were intercepted by the wild men on the periphery. Under the leadership of the crab claws, the barbarian horde tightened their encirclement, taunting with raucous shouts. The time had come. Rhaegar, riding the glutton, descended onto the open ground. His figure laid bare before the eyes of both commanders. Upon seeing a rider atop the dragon, particularly one with silvery golden hair, the hearts of both factions eased slightly, as the presence of a dragon rider was less alarming than that of a wild dragon, which behaved according to its whims towards humanity. As the words hung in the air, the commanders hurriedly approached, kneeling on one knee, heads bowed, and proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the prince. The Blend family and the Kleb family extend their earnest greetings to you." Rhaegar surveyed the two commanders and several aides, all clad in iron armor and robes, and questioned, "The noble families of the peninsula have always acted independently. Why have you instigated this war without consent?" "Prince, it is the Blend family that has been excessively oppressive, seizing our farmlands," retorted the Kleb family's knight officer, outraged. "Preposterous. It was your Kleb family that initially plundered our merchant ships returning from afar. Yet you refuse to acknowledge it," shot back the Blend family commander, his face twisted in indignation. Rhaegar observed the two as they bickered, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Both sides had their grievances. It was evident that old resentments simmered beneath the surface. What sparked this dispute? Rhaegar pondered aloud. It was the Kleb family that stole our merchant vessel. There was nothing on board, and we inexplicably lost 3 warriors. It is clear that your Blend family has framed us. As the accusations flew, the two factions erupted into a cacophony of shouts, drawing their swords and advancing menacingly. Rhaegar, feeling exasperated, could hardly believe the brutish nature of the peninsula's half-wild families, who resorted to violence at the slightest provocation. With no time to untangle their disputes, Rhaegar commanded the glutton to roar, silencing the tumultuous quarrel. With a stern expression, he declared, "Summon your lords to meet the king's eldest son. It is more convenient to speak with those who hold authority." "Yes, prince." Both factions, wary of his wrath, exchanged venomous glares before instructing their aides to notify their lords. Meanwhile, they gathered their remaining forces and collected the bodies of the fallen soldiers. Rhaegar ordered the wild men to retract their encirclement, consolidating their position, and dispatched scouts to survey the eastern tribes of the peninsula. As noon approached, several swift steeds carrying the lords of 2 castles arrived at the blood-soaked clearing of the battlefield. At first sight, they beheld the glutton, sprawled on the ground, comparable to a mountain. By the 7 gods, a Targaryen prince has graced the Crabclaw Peninsula. The lord of the Kleber family was a tall, portly elder with graying hair and beard, who gazed in awe at the colossal black dragon. The peninsula was exceedingly barren, with few outsiders ever venturing there. A royal member commanding such a dragon was a rarity indeed. He dismounted, disregarding the protests of his guards, and hastened to the dragon's side. Upon seeing the drowsy Rhaegar resting upon the dragon's back, his eyes widened in disbelief. To tame such a massive beast at such a tender age. He knelt on one knee, raising his sword to his chest, and proclaimed with great vigor, "I, Sam Kleber, Lord of Whispering Keep, pay my respects to the prince." Rhaegar, drawn by the elder's voice, looked down with curiosity, asking, "My lord Sam, presenting a sword is not the customary greeting for addressing a prince." "I am aware," Sam panted, gazing up at the youthful prince illuminated by sunlight, and continued respectfully, "You possess the noble blood of true dragons, having arrived on the back of a magical dragon. On behalf of the Kleber family, I implore you to accept our loyalty and allow us to serve as your vassals." "I am merely a prince, not the heir to the Iron Throne," Rhaegar replied, further perplexed. Sam smiled. "My ancestor, Clarence Kleber, was a legendary hero of the Crabclaw Peninsula and my great-uncle. CL meant Kleber, served as a royal guard to the venerable king. Today, the Kleber family has drifted too far from House Targaryen. I do not concern myself with whether you can inherit the Iron Throne. I only seek for the esteemed prince to accept the loyalty of the Kleber family, allowing the banner of the Marsh Marigold to bask once more in the glory of the crown. Rhaegar silently observed the impassioned Sam Kleber, furrowing his brow, uncertain how to respond. To be candid, he held a low opinion of the semi-wild families of the Crabclaw Peninsula. Poverty, barbarism, and isolation were their true labels. Accepting Sam's fealty would not yield him any substantial benefit, and it might attract unwelcome scrutiny. Rhaegar gathered his thoughts and gently declined, "My Lord Sam, I greatly admire your loyalty to the crown, but I am not the heir to the Iron Throne and have no authority to accept the fealty of a lord." Chapter 79. The Shadowed Land. Upon being rejected, Sam wished to speak further, but was interrupted by a nearby young man. "Old Sam, the prince looks down upon your frail form. Do not burden a mere child." Clad in black, this individual was the Lord of Terrorhole Keep. He too knelt, exclaiming loudly. Wellsburn pays his respects to the prince, extending the most sincere blessings. Sam's face flushed with anger, and he huffed disdainfully, turning away. "Rise, both of you." Rhaegar cast a glance at the haughty Wells, gesturing for the two to stand. With all present, and without excessive pleasantries, Rhaegar inquired, "I wish not to involve myself in the disputes of the peninsula's nobility. I have come for but one matter. Might you have heard of or encountered an unnatural shadow creature?" "Not at all, Prince," Wells retorted bluntly. Sam's expression shifted slightly as he hesitated, saying, "Prince, I have heard of such a creature you speak of." "Oh, do share," Rhaegar replied, his interest piqued by the unexpected revelation. Sam cast a sidelong glance at Wells, his voice heavy with gravity as he continued, "Half a month ago, a merchant ship encountered a storm in the narrow sea and ran aground on the peninsula's shore. The patrolling soldiers of Whispering Fortress discovered the abandoned vessel and sent people aboard for inspection. The ship was eerily empty, no shipwrecked sailors, no cargo. As the soldiers disembarked in disappointment, a creature lurking in the shadows attacked them, resulting in the deaths of 3 men. Wells interjected once more, "That's false. That merchant ship was trading with Terror Hollow. It met its fate on the other side of the narrow sea, robbed by your kind. In your words, it has become a phantom vessel bereft of both crew and cargo." "Silence," Rhaegar admonished sharply, warning, "Lord Wells, I did not inquire of you. Remain quiet." Wells was taken aback by the rebuke, astonished that the seemingly youthful prince possessed such temper. Hesitatingly, he lowered his gaze. Rhaegar snorted and turned back to Sam, saying, "Continue." Sam shook his head. "These are all the details I possess. Thereafter, the Blend family falsely accused us of plundering the merchant vessel and dispatched individuals to seize farmland within the territory of Whispering Fortress." Rhaegar rubbed his temples in frustration. Despite the multitude of questions posed, the gleaned information was scant, yet it did reveal the origins of the shadowy creature. Rhaegar consoled himself with this thought. Turning to the visibly troubled Wells, he inquired, "You mentioned that the merchant ship traded with Terror Hollow. Do you know its origin and the route it took?" Wells muttered. "The ship set sail from Querce, passing through Slave Bay, the Stone Steps Isles, and the Free Trade City-States, occasionally traversing Crab Bay on its return journey, exchanging goods with Seagull Town and Terror Hollow." Querce. Rhaegar recalled the world map within the Red Keep, noting that Querce was located on the eastern continent, nestled between the Summer Sea and the Jade Sea, backed by the Crimson Wastes and adjacent to the Shadowlands. The connection between the Shadowlands and the shadowy creature stirred suspicion within Rhaegar. Sam cautioned, "Prince, the Shadowlands is an eerie expanse perpetually shrouded in darkness, inhabited by shadowbinders and blood sorcerers, a realm rife with terror and chaos." "Perhaps," Rhaegar mused, "yet the Shadowlands lie too far from the Vitero continent for investigation." After some contemplation, he declared, "Lord Sam, in the Western Peninsula, the shadow creature rampantly slaughters the wild folk, thriving on their lifeblood. I have come riding my dragon to eradicate it. The Kleber family stands ready to heed your command. We shall not falter in our duty." Sam raised his hand to his chest, his expression grave. He had not yet relinquished his desire to follow Rhaegar. Rhaegar nodded slightly, glancing towards Wells. Wells surveyed Sam and the nearby camp of savages, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes as he turned away and remarked, "Your Highness, you ought not to heed old Sam's one-sided account. He seeks only to deny the reality of the looted merchant vessel and deceive you." "I merely believe that," Given your age, it is prudent to steer clear of the savages. They are but a herd of uncivilized brutes. Wells spoke with a dismissive tone. Enough, Lord Wells. Rhaegar replied, his gaze growing stern. The shadow creature is indeed real. It feeds upon life to augment its own strength. The inhabitants of the peninsula must cast aside their prejudices and unite to eradicate it. Forgive my candor, but I have yet to witness this so-called shadow creature. Nor do I wish to collaborate with a band of savages and enemies, Wells retorted, defiantly thrusting out his chin. Rhaegar scoffed and waved his hand dismissively. Then you may take your leave. Your Highness, heed my counsel. Wells attempted to interject, but Rhaegar interrupted. Depart, Lord Wells, return to your castle. Do not provoke hostilities until the shadow creature is dealt with, Rhaegar urged, his impatience palpable. Wells held him in contempt, regarding his youth with disdain. Rhaegar found no desire to engage in futile banter with him, preferring to rid himself of the annoyance. Wells, incensed, raised his gaze defiantly at Rhaegar, opening his mouth to speak. However, sensing the rider's irritation, the gluttonous beast let out a low growl, splattering foul, rancid saliva all over Wells. Coughing, Wells felt the stench and heat of the dragon's spittle fill his throat, causing him to clutch his neck in agony as the intensity surged to his head. Take him back, Rhaegar commanded, gesturing towards the commander of the fearsome keep. My apologies, my lord, it was not my intention, the commander quickly assured. Grasping Wells as they retreated, extending an apology as they did so. Gather the remaining troops and swiftly evacuate this open ground, he instructed, ensuring that all from the fearsome keep would withdraw. Sam glanced at the sky and turned to Rhaegar, extending an invitation. Your Highness, might you consider joining us at Whispering Keep? The Kleb family will spare no effort in preparing a sumptuous feast for you. Rhaegar raised an eyebrow. The offer resonated deeply with him. During his days on Crabsclaw Peninsula, he had endured the rigors of camping outdoors. Were it not for his insatiable thirst for conquest and his fixation on the shadow creature, he would have already returned to Dragonstone. A smile spread across Rhaegar's face. I am grateful for your generosity, Lord Sam. He hesitated momentarily before continuing. If Whispering Keep has surplus provisions, I wish to allocate them to the free folk warriors. Upon my return to King's Landing, I shall repay you in kind. Sam, placing his hand behind his back and massaging it, cast a glance at the throngs of savages outside, feeling 100 reluctances in his heart. Yet, the prospect of securing the prince's friendship inspired him to consider the offer. After a moment of deliberation, Sam nodded. Very well, Whispering Keep shall provide food for the savages for 3 days. Beyond that, our resources become strained. Rhaegar led a contingent of over 2,000 able-bodied men, consuming a substantial quantity of provisions each day. For the impoverished families of Kleb, rooted in the peninsula, 3 days' worth of food was a considerable amount. Thank you once again for your generosity, my lord. With the food issue temporarily resolved, Rhaegar sighed in relief. His impression of Sam Kleb significantly enhanced. Chapter 80. The fearsome fortress. The following day, Rhaegar awoke from a sumptuous feather bed, furrowing his brow as he rubbed his eyes. My prince, Lord Sam is awaiting you in the dining hall for breakfast, announced a maid with a melodious voice from outside his elegantly furnished stone chamber. I understand, Rhaegar replied, rising from bed with a hint of fatigue. He had dreamt again last night, visions of Rhaenyra weeping incessantly, grasping his hand, recounting her burdens. He also dreamt of his father, the king, whose usually affable demeanor had transformed into one of fury for the first time. He had punished many, severing their heads and displaying them on the shores of Dragonstone as a grim warning. Do not worry, I shall return soon, Rhaegar murmured to himself, resolving to confront the shadow creature before heading back to Dragonstone. As he pushed open the grand door, he noticed a young maiden clad in a silk gown standing by. Miss Yara, there was no need for you to come personally to summon me, he remarked, for the girl was one of Sam's many daughters. And Rhaegar had yet to reach an age where he could appreciate such kindness. Yara smiled softly. It is my duty as instructed by my father. I hope you do not mind. Not at all. You are all exceedingly courteous, Rhaegar responded with a smile. Sam Kleb was indeed a man skilled in the art of pleasing others. Last night, he had organized an intimate family banquet in Rhaegar's honor, with ample food and no noisy guests. Rhaegar was thoroughly satisfied with both the meal and the accommodations. The two descended the stairs towards the dining hall, where Sam was already seated at the table, awaiting their arrival. Rhaegar smiled and gestured for him to take a seat, then settled into the chair across from him. As they enjoyed a simple yet exquisite breakfast, Rhaegar inquired, "My lord Sam, have you given any thought to my proposal from last night?" Sam paused momentarily before responding earnestly. The shadow creature poses a threat to the peninsula, and the Kleb family is willing to stand shoulder to shoulder with the prince in this fight. Unlike the wild men of the western peninsula, the eastern half is governed by the Braun and Kleb families, leaving little room for the wild men to thrive. To track down the shadow creature and gather the scattered wild men, the assistance of both families is indispensable. Rhaegar, having perused numerous historical texts, recognized the significance of allying with local nobility. The Braun family had been driven away, but the Kleb family stood as an excellent choice for collaboration. It was evident that Sam would not decline the prince's request. He accepted it with enthusiasm. As breakfast concluded, Rhaegar pondered how to lead the troops in vanquishing the shadow creature. Sam offered him a suggestion. The derelict ship, the first to harbor the shadow monster, still lay stranded on the beach. Previously, it was deemed too perilous to approach, but now, emboldened by your presence atop a mighty dragon, a search could be attempted. After a moment of contemplation, Rhaegar concurred, "Let us proceed as you suggest, Lord Sam." Thus, the plan was set in motion. 100 fully equipped soldiers were mobilized from Whispering Fortress, with Sam personally leading the expedition. Rhaegar mounted the Devourer, soaring above them. The horde of wild men remained in the wilderness, rendered temporarily useless. Nestled by the sea, Whispering Fortress was not far from the beach. An hour later, they arrived at the shore, where the derelict cargo ship lay in the distance. "Devourer, descend," Rhaegar commanded upon sighting the wreck. The ship, ravaged by storms and the elements, had succumbed to decay, its bow elevated and its mast severed. Sam dispatched 10 soldiers to scour the vessel, pairing them in twos, instructing them to call for help at the slightest hint of danger. However, after a thorough exploration, the 10 soldiers returned unscathed but empty-handed. The ship's interior was barren, and the soldiers reported back to Rhaegar and Sam, who exchanged glances tinged with disappointment. "Let us return to Whispering Fortress and await news from the wild men," Rhaegar ordered. Taking to the skies once more. A mere search would not suffice to capture the shadow monster. They would need to lure it out with bait. At Whispering Fortress, as the Devourer gracefully landed, Rhaegar noticed a messenger on a white steed being obstructed at the gate. The messenger was fervently pleading his case, but the guards paid him no heed, pushing him away. "Hold on. From whence do you come, messenger?" Rhaegar inquired, intrigued. Upon seeing the dragon rider descend, the messenger hastily broke free from the guards and exclaimed, "Prince, I am a knight from Terror Hollow Fortress. You must see this letter." "The Blend family from Terror Hollow?" Rhaegar furrowed his brow, questioning, "What news does Wells bear?" "I had informed him of the temporary cessation of hostilities on the peninsula. Wells is deceased." The messenger's face fell in sorrow as he knelt before Rhaegar. "What?" Rhaegar paused, momentarily taken aback, fearing he had misheard. With a heavy heart, the messenger explained, "After parting ways with you yesterday, Lord Wells returned to the castle in a fit of rage, and none dared approach him. This morning, when a maid entered to attend him, she found him lifeless in his bed. What was his condition? Was it an assassination?" Rhaegar sensed the ominous implications. There were no external injuries on Lord Wells's body, the messenger recounted. The scholar determined that he had suffered blunt force trauma to the mouth, nose, and ears, which had damaged his brain. Rhaegar, upon hearing this, did not allow his thoughts to linger. He immediately recognized the shadow monster's hand in this grim affair. It had not targeted the derelict ship, but had instead sought out Wells, that foolish nobleman. "The shadow monster once only attacked tribes of wild men," Rhaegar murmured softly. "Now that the tribes have been consolidated and fortified, it dares to slay a noble lord. This is a perilous signal, indicating that the targets of slaughter are devoid of forewarning. Had the shadow creature not assailed Wells last night, but instead sought out Rhaegar resting at Whisper Keep, chills would have coursed down Rhaegar's spine, making it unbearable to contemplate. No, from now on, he must coexist with the Devourer." Rhaegar hastily touched the scales of the Devourer to steady his nerves. With a newfound sense of assurance, he accepted the messenger's envelope and opened it to read with great care. The contents conveyed the news of Wells' demise, an agreement to cease hostilities with Whisper Keep, and an invitation for Rhaegar to attend a banquet at Terror Hollow Keep. The letter was signed by Babbat Tubrin, Wells' younger brother. After perusing the missive, Rhaegar exhaled and instructed, "I have reviewed the letter. You shall await Lord Sam here while I proceed ahead." The death of Wells weighed heavily upon him, instilling a considerable pressure. He intended to visit Terror Hollow Keep to ascertain whether he could intercept the shadow creature. With that, Rhaegar mounted the Devourer and departed, heading straight for Terror Hollow Keep, a coastal fortress situated in the opposite direction of Whisper Keep. The two fortresses were constructed on the southern and northern coasts of Crabclaw Peninsula, separated by vast stretches of wilderness. Fortunately, the Devourer was remarkably swift, allowing ample time for a round trip in half an hour. Soon, Rhaegar arrived at Terror Hollow Keep, a foreboding castle built against the mountains. The Devourer circled the fortress before descending slowly. With a mighty roar, it announced the arrival of a Targaryen prince. The soldiers atop the walls were rendered weak-kneed, losing all will to resist. Rhaegar gazed down upon the fortress's tightly shut gates, awaiting the reception of its master. As anticipated, the heavy wooden doors creaked open from within, revealing a throng of elegantly attired men and women emerging. Leading the group was a tall, slender, and handsome youth, strikingly similar to Wells. Behind him stood a plump woman with swollen eyes and a rugged, armored middle-aged man. The Devourer landed on the open ground before the castle just as the group exited, resulting in a sudden collision between one individual and one dragon, startling them all with the sheer size of the towering Devourer. Fortunately, upon noticing Rhaegar atop the dragon, they recalled that this was the great dragon of House Targaryen, and they were vassals of the Targaryens. With a look of inquiry, Rhaegar asked, "Your brother has passed away?" "Indeed, he was assassinated under mysterious circumstances last night," Babat replied, his voice tinged with regret. He then continued, "Prince, please do enter the keep. We are preparing a welcoming feast in your honor. Considering your brother has just departed, perhaps it is best to forego the welcoming feast." Rhaegar gently shook his head. Babat was momentarily at a loss for words. The middle-aged man behind him interjected, "Wells was a foolish man who brought misfortune upon himself. There is little reason for us to mourn. In contrast, a Targaryen prince deserves our utmost hospitality." He chuckled lightly, "Inviting me to tour the castle upon this peninsula." Rhaegar smiled faintly and descended from the dragon's back. The glutton was outside, and he was unperturbed by the potentially hostile group before him. No one could disregard either party. As he dismounted, the crowd eagerly ushered him into the castle, revealing no trace of Wells' arrogance. Indeed, fools are invariably the first to perish. Those who survive may not be wise, but they are certainly not imbeciles. Upon entering the castle, Rhaegar appeared as an innocent, bewildered child, urging Barbath to show him around this peninsula-constructed fortress. The Terror's keep was not particularly grand. Its foreboding exterior exuded a sense of intimidation. The structure was conventional, comprising 3 levels, fortified by stone walls. After a brief tour, Rhaegar returned to the reception hall to rest. As he sipped the juice offered by a maid, he cast a glance at Barbath, who stood nearby, and inquired, "Sir, it seems you have something to convey to me?" "Indeed, Your Highness," Barbath replied promptly. Kneeling on one knee, he accepted a sword from a servant, cradling it against his chest while bowing his head. "Having heard that the Kleb family has sworn fealty to you, I, representing the Brun family, likewise offer my loyalty and seek your response." Rhaegar took a sip of grape juice and feigned curiosity. "Sir, your brother has just passed. Have you already assumed lordship over the Terror's keep?" "Only a lord possesses the right to pledge allegiance on behalf of a family." "Not yet. But my letter has already been dispatched via Raven to King's Landing. I trust a reply will arrive soon," Barbath explained, a sheen of cold sweat forming on his brow. Rhaegar set down his glass and shook his head. "I apologize, sir, but I am not in a position to accept the fealty of a lord, nor do you have the authority to pledge allegiance on his behalf." Upon receiving the prince's refusal, Barbath grew anxious. A burly man behind him seized him by the arm and reprimanded, "Enough! You have brought disgrace upon the Brun family." Barbath's head drooped lower, afraid to speak further. Rhaegar's gaze fell upon the burly man, noticing the family crest emblazoned on his chest, a brown bear's paw upon a white background, encircled by 2 brown borders. Rhaegar blinked, struggling to recall which family this crest belonged to, and asked, "Which family do you hail from?" He omitted any titles, uncertain of the man's identity. In response to his inquiry, the burly man released Barbath and bowed, stating, "Sorrel Brun, a knight from a branch of the Brun family. My lands are situated at Brown Cave Mountain." Rhaegar pondered, realization dawning upon him. Descendants of the Brun brothers, the ones who conquered Crabclaw Peninsula and were hailed as heroes. "Indeed, astute prince," Sorrel replied, a smile breaking across his face. his rugged features softening momentarily as he acknowledged the greatness of his ancestors. Rhaegar shifted the topic, sitting upright in his chair, mimicking the demeanor of his father, Viserys, and said, "My lord, could you elucidate the matter at hand? Why have you summoned me?" He was skeptical that a letter inviting the king was merely for the purpose of mourning for Wells. Upon hearing this, Sorrel's smile faded, and he replied gravely, "This invitation comes from Barbate, who seeks your assistance to save the Brun family." Intrigued, Rhaegar urged him to elaborate. Sorrel continued, "The Keep of Terror is under a curse, stemming from Wells' foolishness and greed. That derelict ship did indeed reach Quails, but it had no dealings with the Brun family. The merchant vessel, returning from Bravos, encountered a storm and was cast adrift near the waters of the Keep of Terror, where it was discovered and rescued by fishermen. As the Lord, Wells summoned the ship's captain and the accompanying sailors. After some conversation, he learned of the considerable value of the cargo on board, and under the cover of night, he dispatched men to raid the ship, intending to seize the goods while they were unguarded. The plan succeeded. The sailors and mercenaries offered little resistance and were swiftly slain, leaving only a lone figure in a black cloak adorned with a red mask. This individual claimed to be from the Shadowlands and was a Shadowbinder. Rhaegar's expression shifted to alarm as he interjected, "A Shadowbinder? Is that not the enigmatic entity spoken of in whispers?" The soldiers accompanying Sorrel nodded in solemn agreement, believing it to be the same. What transpired next? Did the Shadowbinder cast a curse before perishing? Rhaegar's eagerness to uncover the truth was palpable. Sorrel hesitated before responding. One might say so. After the Shadowbinder's demise, its headless corpse transformed into a dark specter. This shadow concealed itself within the gloom and followed the soldiers back to the Keep of Terror. That very night, it attacked several of them. Since then, the shadow has intermittently launched assaults on the inhabitants of the castle. Not long ago, it inexplicably vanished, leading Wells to believe the curse had lifted. Little did he know, the shadow re-emerged, claiming his life. As he recounted this, Sorrel displayed no sorrow for the Lord's death, only a profound sense of disappointment. "Thus, Wells lied to me. He was aware of the shadow creature's existence from the very beginning," Rhaegar remarked, his countenance darkening. Barbate fell to his knees, pleading. He did not intend to conceal the truth. The act of ambushing merchant vessels is a grave offense, and he dared not acknowledge it. Knowing it to be a serious crime, he should not have risked it. Rhaegar interrupted. "It appears both brothers are fools. One bold and swiftly met his demise, the other timid and grasping for gain." Indignantly, Rhaegar declared, "The curse arose from the transgressions of the Keep of Terror, afflicting the entire Crabclaw Peninsula. This matter is sufficient grounds to sever Wells' head multiple times. You ought to consider how to eradicate the curse and atone for your misdeeds. Should we report this to the king?" A timid, plump woman finally spoke up. "Should we truly bring this to the king's attention?" Rhaegar cast a disapproving glance at Barbate and Sorrel. Barbate quickly interjected, "She is my brother's wife. Do you truly wish to escalate this matter?" Rhaegar mused, resting his chin upon his hand and squinting thoughtfully. After several days of relentless travel, Rhaegar felt a sense of fatigue regarding his journey to the peninsula. However, he found it difficult to approach his father for assistance. He believed that as the master of the glutton, he could resolve this predicament on his own. This adventure was uniquely his, entwined with the glutton. Certainly not. Wells had committed a grave error and was not entitled to seek aid from the kingdom until we rectify our mistake. It was Sorrel who responded, the eldest and most contemplative among them. With the first declaration made, Babette quickly followed suit, asserting that until the curse was lifted, the Bryn family would forever be stripped of its glory. Rhaegar shrugged and sighed. "All right, you truly wearied me." Chapter 82. The Forest Witches notes the Bryn family unveiled the eerie truths of their situation. Has anyone in your family had dealings with Shadowbinders? And do you possess any means to resolve this? Rhaegar scrutinized the group before him. Babette swallowed nervously and replied cautiously, "No. But the severed head of the Shadowbinder is still preserved within the castle." The headless corpse of the Shadowbinder had exhibited strange transformations. Wells believed the head itself bore significance and commanded the soldiers to retrieve it. "Take me to see it," Rhaegar instructed. "As you wish, your highness." Babette bowed and led Rhaegar to the sunny loft of the castle. The loft was empty and cloaked in dust. In the center, a circle of butter candles illuminated a singular object, a pale head. Babette explained, "The curse can lurk within shadows. By illuminating the head with candles, the curse cannot claim it." "Did the shadow creature attempt to seize the head?" Rhaegar inquired, frowning at the ghastly sight. Not at all. The curse appears to lack intelligence. We merely took precautions. Babette responded respectfully. Before Rhaegar could examine the unsettling head more closely, the sound of footsteps ascending the stairs interrupted him. Sorrel hurried into the loft. Urgency etched across his face. Your Highness, a large group of wild men has surrounded the castle, claiming to be your subjects. Rhaegar paused momentarily. I have rallied a group of freemen to serve, in order to prevent being slaughtered by the shadow creatures. With that, he turned to descend the stairs, instructing, guard the head. It may prove useful. Babette nodded repeatedly. Yes, Your Highness. Sorrel shot him a disapproving glance before following Rhaegar down the stairs. They exited the castle, and Rhaegar could hear the raucous cries of the wild men outside. The glutton, waiting for his emergence, instinctively lowered its body, allowing him to mount its back. You go to the city walls, Rhaegar simply commanded as he climbed atop the glutton. Outside the walls, thousands of wild men had gathered, most displaying expressions of panic. While a few were stained with blood, the glutton circled above the crowd twice, and upon seeing the dragon, the wild men hastily scattered, falling to their knees in reverence. With a thunderous roar, the devourer descended to the ground, shaking its fearsome dragon head, its pair of green vertical pupils exhibiting a profound indifference. Rhaegar, astride the dragon's back, gazed down and inquired, what has transpired? Why have you come here? From among the wild men, a stout and clumsy figure rose. My prince, we encountered a cursed attack while searching for other tribes, and many were injured. We noticed your colossal dragon soaring overhead and decided to follow, explained Tremble, his shoulder pierced and bleeding. How many were injured? How large has the shadow creature grown? Rhaegar asked, astonishment etched on his face. Approximately 100 wild men warriors, along with over 300 from the local tribe. The curse casts a shadow over a vast expanse of land. Had it not been for the bonfire igniting the local tribe's leather tents, driving the curse back, our escape would have been perilous, Tremble admitted, a look of fear creeping onto his grotesque visage. Can we locate the shadow creature? Rhaegar pondered, eager to pursue it on the dragon's back. I fear not. The curse conceals itself within the shadows, and no one can seize it, Tremble replied disheartenedly. Rhaegar frowned at this revelation, his vigilance towards the shadow creature intensifying. Only dragonfire can definitively harm the shadow creature. Yet it remains elusive, striking from the darkness. I find myself in a passive position. Rhaegar, perched atop the city walls, listened intently and voiced his concern. My prince, this curse is formidable. If we allow it to grow unchecked, the peninsula shall know no peace. I am aware that the shadow creature stems from insidious magic, a conundrum not easily resolved. Rhaegar contemplated, devising a strategy to lure the monster. After a moment of reflection, he proposed, let us prepare ample provisions and water for these people. Lord Sam will arrive upon hearing this news, and we shall devise a plan together. His youth rendered him less burdened by intricate machinations. He required the sagacity of seasoned minds to guide him. At noon, Sam Clabe led a contingent of soldiers, hastening towards the fearsome keep. Upon catching sight of the devourer's massive form from afar, he exhaled in relief. Under the leadership of the long-awaiting Babette, they entered the fearsome keep with great vigor. Upon learning of Well's demise and Rhaegar's presence, he understood the prince's visit was not without purpose. In the reception hall, upon meeting Babette and Rhaegar, tension crackled in the air, their expressions marked by hostility. The revelation of Well's murder of the Shadow Binders ignited their fury. Not only had he wrongfully accused Sam, but he had also retaliated by seizing vast tracts of farmland within his domain. This humiliation and animosity were intolerable. As both parties stood on the precipice of conflict, Rhaegar intervened, unwilling to witness an internal strife. He insisted that Babette, upon inheriting the fearsome keep, should formally apologize for Well's actions, provide double compensation for the farmland lost, along with 1,000 golden dragons. Though Sam remained somewhat dissatisfied, he begrudgingly acquiesced to the Blen family's reparations, swayed by the prince's presence and the looming threat of the shadow creature. After a considerable uproar, the tension began to diffuse. Rhaegar and his companions were seated at the parliamentary table, engaged in a fervent discussion regarding the means to confront the shadowy monstrosities. Sorrel bluntly asserted, with the majority of the wildlings gathered on the peninsula, we could utilize some of them as bait in the wilderness. How dare you suggest that? Shouldn't your father serve as the bait instead? Tremble erupted in a fit of anger. You ignorant savage. Allowing you entry into the castle was a generous act. Do not provoke me to sever your head from your shoulders, Sorrel retorted defiantly. Come on, let me show you how I can use your head as a drinking vessel. Tremble exclaimed, leaning forward aggressively. Silence, or both of you can take your leave. Rhaegar bellowed, slamming his hand down on the table. His displeasure evident as he glared at the two. Is this really the time for infighting? He scoffed. The two men, each huffing in disdain, turned their heads away from one another. Observing the quarrel-esque conclusion, Sam rose and addressed the prince. Your Highness, curses stem from magic. We must counter with a similar force. Magic is perilous, aside from dragonfire. Who among us possesses any knowledge of it? Rhaegar scanned the assembly, his gaze landing on Sam, who spoke with evident pride. Your Highness, you must have heard of my ancestor, Clarence Creb, the legendary hero who unified the Crabclaw Peninsula. He has left behind many extraordinary tales. For instance, do you know the reason behind the name of Kreb's Whispering Castle? Rhaegar frowned in confusion. Admitting his lack of knowledge on the matter, he turned to the timid Babad, who immediately comprehended and elaborated. It is said that Clarence possessed immense strength and that his wife was a forest witch. Each foe he vanquished had their heads severed and brought home. The forest witch would kiss the lips of the severed heads, granting them life anew as Clarence's advisors. However, with only the heads remaining, their voices were not particularly loud, and thus they would pass the time by conversing. Hence, his castle was dubbed Whispering Castle. Rhaegar's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he turned to Sam, eagerly inquiring, My dear Sam, do you possess such wondrous magic? The ability to resurrect severed heads that can still speak is truly remarkable. You do not. Rhaegar's expression fell in disappointment. Then why even mention it? Sam clarified, While I possess no knowledge of magic myself, the notes documenting the witch's spells remain within Whispering Castle. These notes are inscribed in Balerion, a language that none in my family can comprehend. You, being a descendant of old Valyria, should surely be able to decipher them. Would you be willing to share this invaluable knowledge of magic? Rhaegar's youthful visage grew serious. Knowledge of magic was not rare. The Academy housed studies in the arcane, though they had seldom proven effective. As he explained, Sam rose from his seat, kneeling before Rhaegar with one knee on the ground, and respectfully stated, Yet, I still hope to assist you, Prince, in restoring peace to the peninsula and forging unparalleled glory.